Leave now. Chu Qingyu finally spoke coldly, and the two women, as if granted amnesty, quickly got up, thanked her profusely, and scurried to a corner to hide. That scene made them feel as though they had fallen into hell, vowing never to provoke Chu Qingyu again. Who else? Zhao Yunshan bellowed again, causing everyone to involuntarily retreat, colliding with each other. The men from the Chu family were trembling in fear. Look, Big Uncle is trembling so hard, Chu Biao pointed out deliberately, and everyone realized that Chu Jianwo was indeed shaking. His animosity towards Chu Qingyu was the deepest, and Chu Qingyu would definitely not spare him. The members of the Chu family couldn't help but feel astonished. After knowing Chu Jianwo for so long, when had they ever seen him so feeble? To them, this was an incredible sight. At that moment, Chu Qingyu pointed to Chu Yingku, who had been hiding in the crowd, and said through gritted teeth, "She's the main culprit who attacked me." Immediately, all eyes focused on Chu Yingku, some even feeling sorry for her, worried that she was in big trouble. Yes, Chu Qingyu looked like a fairy, but her heart was not as compassionate. She wasn't like many novel female protagonists, a saintly figure. She was just a worldly woman, slightly vain, but also strong and resolute. She remembered those who helped her and wouldn't let those who wronged her off easy. Yizi had told her that Zhao Yunshan was his elementary school classmate, so since he referred to himself as her brother-in-law, he must have a close relationship with Yizi. Chu Qingyu would not hesitate to use Zhao Yunshan for revenge, even if it meant crossing some boundaries. As for Chu Yingku, upon seeing Zhao Yunshan storm in with so many people, she cowered in a corner. But witnessing Chu Qingyu rise above them all, with a queen-like air, unsettled her. Who was Chu Qingyu to look down on her like this? So she was now full of resentment and stepped forward boldly, saying aloud, "Yes, I hit you. So what? You greedy woman, stole my earrings. Why can't I hit you?" Seeing her unjustly framing herself and speaking with such conviction, Chu Qingyu was dumbfounded. How could there be such a woman? Chu Qingyu was still thinking of clarifying the situation, but to her surprise, Zhao Yunshan pointed the baton at Chu Yingku and shouted, "Nonsense!" Instantly, Chu Yingku recoiled in fear, and the others were shocked by the intensity. They realized Zhao Yunshan wasn't being unreasonable. His eyes showed he firmly didn't believe Chu Qingyu would steal. "You claim my sister-in-law stole your earrings. What kind of earrings do you have worth her stealing?" Chu Yingku bravely produced the earrings. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yunshan burst out laughing, snatched the earrings from her, smashed them on the ground, and then ruthlessly stomped on them with his foot. Witnessing this, everyone gasped in disbelief. "What kind of trashy earrings do you have that my sister-in-law should steal them? Does my sister-in-law lack money? Even if Li Bi sent her an upgraded sports car worth over $4 million, she wouldn't accept it. And you think she'd covet your meager diamond earrings? What?" This statement from Zhao Yunshan left everyone in shock once again, including Chu Qingyu, who finally understood. Did he mean the incident with the R8 earlier? "Zhao Yunshan, are you talking about the R8? "Exactly, sister-in-law. Do you still want the car? Or do you want the earrings? I'll have Li Bi arrange for them to be sent over immediately." Zhao Yunshan's words puzzled Grandma and the Chu family members. Wasn't he Li Bi's subordinate? He acted as if he could give orders to Li Bi. Wasn't he exaggerating? But to everyone's surprise, Zhao Yunshan made a video call to Li Bi on the spot, projecting it in the conference room. Li Bi, the flatterer, understood that Zhao Yunshan was acting on Yizhao's behalf, immediately perked up and ordered, "Yunshan, find out where she bought those kind of earrings and have 10 pairs made for Miss Chu." "No. I'll personally deliver them." This completely bewildered the members of the Chu family. Just how deep was Chu Qingyu's relationship with Li Bi, the supposed business magnate? Even Chu Qingyu herself didn't know. She was more astonished than anyone, finally understanding that Li Bi, the one who had personally delivered the car to her downstairs, was indeed the person Zhao Yunshan was referring to. Since Li Bi was so eager to flatter her now, why the surprise? The only thing she couldn't figure out was just how influential Yizi was. Why hadn't he displayed his power for the past 3 years? Chu Yingku was like a withered flower. Her proud earrings were worthless in front of others, but she clung to them, dare not let go, fearing to appear unreasonable. "I don't care how many pairs of earrings you give her. The fact remains that she stole from this despicable woman, and it's only right that I hit her. Do you dare to touch me and try? I am the future daughter-in-law of the Liu family." Chu Yingku retorted, standing tall with her legs apart, hands on her hips, her head held high like a proud rooster in front of Zhao Yunshan. Humph. Even if Li Bi were to go against the entire Liu family, and Zhao Yunshan was just a lackey of Li Bi's, he wouldn't dare touch her, the future daughter-in-law of the Liu family. She wouldn't believe it. Watch if I dare. Zhao Yunshan was amused by this woman's audacity and promptly delivered a resounding slap that left his hand numb. With a crack, Chu Yingku couldn't withstand the blow from this trained man and spun in midair. As Chu Yingku collapsed to the ground, everyone's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Zhao Yunshan not only dared to hit Chu Yingku but delivered a forceful blow that left her reeling. He didn't fear the Liu family coming to her defense. Ha ha! Aren't you just going to marry a useless young master from the Liu family? Look at how mad you're getting. Zhao Yunshan not only kept hitting Chu Yingku but also pointed at her nose to mock her. Even if it's the young master of the Liu family bullying my sister-in-law, I'll keep hitting without hesitation. You. Chu Yingchu's mouth was full of blood, still refusing to admit defeat, glaring angrily at Zhao Yunshan and Chu Qingwu, shouting in anger, "If you dare to bully me, I will definitely tell Hero Hog to mobilize the power of the Liu family to destroy you." Smack! Zhao Yunshan decisively slapped Chu Yingku down, causing her to hit the ground. Damn it! Still talking back. Zhao Yunshan made sure Chu Yingku couldn't get up, then turned to Chu Qingwu for approval. "Sister-in-law, how many times did this wretch slap you? I'll help you get back 10 times, or do you want to do it yourself? I'm afraid of hurting your hand, sister-in-law." Chu Qingwu's icy and even weary eyes suddenly showed a glimmer of light, looking down at Chu Yingku on the ground. With just one glance, Chu Yingku shouted in despair, "Chu Qingwu, dare to try hitting me? Chu Yingku, will make you regret it for a lifetime. Damn it. Tears only fall at a funeral." Zhao Yunshan couldn't stand Chu Yingku anymore, stomping on her face with a hard leather shoe. Poor Chu Yingku, her face instantly swollen, with blood vessels visible, finally unable to speak. "Captain Zhao, aren't you going too far?" Grandma, the head of the Chu family, always wanted to protect her family's members. She finally shouted, "We have informed Jiangnan police station. Even if you have more people, do you dare stand against them?" Ha ha. Zhao Yunshan laughed again. He knew better than anyone else about the relationship between Jiangnan and Yi Shaohui. The fact that the Chu family's grandma threatened him with the Jiangnan police station was laughable. Perhaps the chief of Jiangnan knew about his actions and would award him a banner for heroic and fearless rescue. "Come, draw a map for the Chu family members, let them know where our headquarters are. Otherwise, I'm afraid the chief of Jiangnan won't be able to find it." Zhao Yunshan's words made the Chu family members jump up in panic, realizing they were at a loss. Chu Qingwu was astonished to find that Yi Shaohui could help her in such a powerful way. Even more unexpectedly, someone outside suddenly shouted with a laugh, "Hey, why is there so much commotion at the Chu family's fabric factory? What's going on? Did I arrive at the right time?" The meeting room door opened, and a business executive in a suit entered. It was Fang Yu. "Mr. Fang, why are you here?" The Chu family members were surprised to see Fang Yu, and Grandma directly accused him. "Mr. Fang, this is not the right time for you to come. Some hooligans have invaded our fabric factory, and we are dealing with some private matters." "Why don't you?" "Hooligans." Fang Yu certainly understood what was happening, and immediately said, "No wonder I saw the chief of Jiangnan and his men passing by just now." "Ah, the chief of Jiangnan came by?" someone present exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, but I saw them hurriedly leaving. When I came in, I just saw them leave." Fang Yu's face relaxed. "What? They left? The thugs are still here. Why did they leave?" Grandma and the fabric factory workers were puzzled. They had been waiting for help on the phone for so long, only to realize that the others had already left. "I don't know." Fang Yu shrugged. Perhaps they forgot to turn off their gas at home, or maybe their pet pig had trouble giving birth, so they had to leave. How could this happen? Mr. Chu's family was not in the mood for jokes. They were still hoping that the chief of Jiangnan would arrive with reinforcements, but now they realized that making phone calls for help was in vain. Their faces paled. Zhao Yunshan couldn't help but smile seeing their expressions. Foolish people, not even realizing the power behind their son-in-law Yi Shaohui and Chu Qingwu. Even though Chu Biao recognized their expressions, she thought that those who were striving for power and wealth were truly foolish because they still hadn't noticed the change attitude of Yi Shaohui and Chu Qingwu. Even though Chu Biao didn't fully understand Yi Shaohui's influence, she at least knew that the Chu family, a small family, was no longer the target of others. With someone like Li Bilai backing them, why worrying about success? Miss Chu, what happened to your face? It was only at this moment that Fang Yu noticed Chu Yingku lying on the ground and saw Chu Qingluo's slightly swollen cheek, causing him to panic. Even though Yi Shaohui had instructed him to help Chu Qingluo, he never imagined that the conflict within the Chu family over interests would escalate to such a degree. Now, he was horrified, thinking about how the boss would react if he found out his wife had been beaten, possibly blaming him for not handling things well and firing him. It was frightening to consider. Fang Yu's current mood was similar to Zhao Yunshan's a moment ago. He only wished to help Chu Qingluo regain her self-esteem, even if it meant atoning for his errors. But his task was evidently more challenging than Zhao Yunshan since most of the physical harm had already been done. Mr. Fang, I'm sorry. From this moment on, I'm no longer in charge of the Chu family's fabric factory and have no affiliation with any of the Chu family's businesses. Chu Qingluo did not answer Fang Yu's question, but said seriously, she still didn't know that Fang Yu was working for her husband and admired him for believing in her abilities and allowing her to showcase her skills. So now, she needed to let Fang Yu know about the situation with her relationship to the fabric factory. Oh, that's a shame. Fang Yu had already considered this situation before coming, so he sighed. Since Miss Chu is no longer in charge, we must cancel the cooperation agreement we signed before. Hearing Fang Yu's decision to cancel the agreement, Grandma also sighed. At this point, she had nothing more to say. The fabric factory couldn't expand, but at least they had earned several million in the process. Chu Jiangwo smirked. After all the effort, he finally regained control of the Chu family's businesses. With Chu Qingluo losing her position, things would soon return to normal. Only Chu Biao could see the expressions of these people, thinking how foolish they were to fight over power and profit. Even now, they didn't realize that Yi Shaohui and Chu Qingluo were no longer the same as before. Even though Chu Biao didn't fully comprehend Yi Shaohui's influence, she knew that a small family, like the Chu family, was no longer the target of the couple. At least they had someone like Li Bilai supporting them, so why worrying about success? However, suddenly, Fang Yu's tone changed. Your Chu family's fabric factory will still have to compensate for the losses incurred by our Wei dance group. Grandma's eyes widened, feeling extremely uneasy. Chu Jiangwo and many other Chu family members also suddenly felt uneasy. Yes, every contract we signed has additional clauses, and I believe you are all aware that if the change in leadership leads to a breach of our agreement, all losses will be yours to bear. Fang Yu said calmly. Fine. Grandma sighed, realizing that the recent 300 million order had been lost. They had to compensate for the losses, which troubled her greatly. That there was no other option, she had to endure it for her children and grandchildren. Okay, since you've agreed, a compensation of 300 million. I hope you can pay it off this month. After finishing his statement, Fang Yu prepared to leave, as if he had purposely come to say those words and was counting down in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Jump. What? 300 million. As expected, when the Chu family members reacted, they were shocked and terrified, jumping up in the air. Sure, Zhao Yunshan's gang could be fierce, but at most, they could only beat them up, right? But now, Fang Yu demanding compensation of 3 million meant risking the lives of every member of the Chu family. Mr. Fang, have you lost your mind? We only received your 30 million fabric order 2 days ago. Even if we breach the contract, we shouldn't have to pay 300 million. Yes. Don't overstate the compensation just to protect Chu Qingluo's position as the head. This is a society of law, not based on your whims. The fabric factory workers started to speak up. Zhao Yunshan knew it wasn't his show anymore, so he just picked his ear, quietly watching Fang Yu perform. Fang Yu coldly snorted at the ignorant Chu family members, with a look of disdain in his eyes. Our Wei Dance Group is a global apparel company that conducts fashion shows worldwide almost daily. We provide exclusive clothing services to other major companies and even countries. Even events like the Olympics and the World Cup, we are one of the major clothing suppliers. The 300 million fabric order we gave you was for a large-scale international event, and if the delay in delivering the clothing causes the event to be cancelled, we would have to compensate the organizers with 3 billion. Otherwise, do you really think that our Wei Dance Group is a small, insignificant company like your Chu family fabric factory? This speech left the Chu family members speechless. The grandma and Chu Jianwo recognized the wealth and power of the Wei dance group since their previous negotiations, making them realize their current predicament. They had no choice but to accept Fang Yu's words without any doubt. 300 million. Selling our fabric factory. I'm afraid it's not even worth that price, right? What should we do now? Whether they were part of the Chu family or not, everyone currently employed at the fabric factory had their eyes fixed on Grandma and Chu Jianwo. The situation was clear. Once Chu Qingwu left the fabric factory, it would immediately collapse. Not only that, the Chu family, as the legal entity of the company, would go bankrupt instantly due to this 300 million compensation. You guys talk. I'm leaving. At that moment, Chu Qingwu coldly turned and walked away. Just earlier, when she saw Zhao Yunshan harshly reprimanding Chu Yingku, she felt a sense of satisfaction. But now, seeing each member of the Chu family with twisted and fearful expressions, she felt a sense of relief. Great, perfect, with the Chu family going bankrupt, everyone wouldn't need to scheme against each other anymore. Perhaps then, there might be some semblance of ordinary familial affection in the family. Qingwu, you can't leave. Grandma surprisingly hurriedly caught up, pulling Chu Qingwu with a pleading expression in her eyes. Please continue to be in charge of the fabric factory. We can't do it without you. Just consider it as a favor to your grandma. As soon as she spoke, it triggered the nerves of the Chu family members. But no one would persuade grandma otherwise. They all hoped they could also appeal to Chu Qingwu, as the Chu family was facing a severe catastrophe. Chu Qingwu looked down at grandma, her emotions unknown. Nobody understood better than her how many times she had begged grandma in the past. Even when she was being bullied by the family just now, she had hoped grandma would come to her rescue, so she dared not imagine a moment where grandma would plead with her in such a manner. This sudden change was just too fast. Chu Qingwu calmly rejected grandma's plea, firmly deciding to leave. Despite the group of people imploring her, Chu Qingwu remained resolute, her eyes showing a different determination than before. This new Chu Qingwu finally instilled fear in all the members of the Chu family. She was no longer a meek little lamb, but a force to be reckoned with. Jianwo, Kun Man begged Qingwu. Yes, we are all family. Regardless of the past conflicts, let's sincerely apologize and not destroy the whole family. Chen Lingai and Yang Zia and others urged. Chu Jianwo forcibly pushed Chu Jianwo towards Chu Qingwu, treating his elder brother roughly, deliberately displaying a show for Chu Qingwu. Jianwo, I know because of Qinghu's issue, you are treating Qingwu this way today, but each matter should be handled separately. Qinghu's leg has nothing to do with Qingwu or the fabric factory. Why are you doing this? Shen Lingai directly berated her husband, which spoke volumes coming from Chu Qinghu's mother. Jianwo, kneel down from me. Grandma didn't give Chu Jianwo a good look, scolding him loudly. If it weren't for you today, could this disaster have happened? With such a narrow-minded mind, how can I entrust Chu family to you in the future? After this ordeal, Grandma finally understood the situation completely. Before the 30 million order was shipped, Chu Qingwu was the main person in the fabric factory and the queen of the Chu family. Chu Jianwo understood this and realized he had been foolish. He failed to deal with this woman earlier and now had become a big problem, unable to move anymore. Sorry, even if I agree to continue being your puppet, I'm afraid no one would want to work here, right? Chu Qingwu pushed away Grandma's hand, determined to leave. Qingwu, don't go. The Chu family members wanted to plead, but Zhao Yunshan, acting like a general by Qingwu's side, managed to chase them away with a wave of his stick. Let me tell you, if my sister-in-law is not willing, stop bothering her, or don't blame me for not recognizing you. Zhao Yunshan said before ensuring Chu Qingwu left. As for Chu family, Grandma, I'll say goodbye for now. Tomorrow, Weiwu Company will officially start the compensation process, so please prepare yourselves. Fang Yu also politely excused himself, inwardly mocking the Chu family for being a bunch of simpletons for picking a fight with the boss's wife and sealing their own fate. As Chu Qingwu walked out, Zhao Yunshan faithfully followed behind her. The security guards at the western business city scattered away like soldiers. Previously, Chu Qingwu could never have dreamt of receiving such treatment, akin to a concubine from ancient times. Finally, when she saw Yizi outside the fabric factory, his pledge resonated in her mind. Yizi, swear to make you live a life more precious than any other woman. Asterisk. Perhaps it was because of this man that she attained such status. Asterisk. Kingwu. Asterisk. Yizi had just arrived and hurry over upon seeing Chu Kingwu. Asterisk. What happened to your face? How dare they lay a hand on you? Asterisk. Yi Xiao's gaze was furious, reminiscent of when he first saw Tang Qingyun collapsed in ruins. Unexpectedly, someone had dared to hit Yi Xiao's wife. Asterisk. Zhao Yunshan has already retaliated for me. Easy. I want to go home. Asterisk. Chu Kingwu intentionally maintained a cold demeanor, evidently trying hard to control her emotions lest she breaks down. Asterisk. All right. Asterisk. Yizi quickly opened the car door for his wife, driving her slowly back home. Asterisk. Yizi, am I foolish? Even though they are despicable, why do I still seek their approval and respect? It's even more ridiculous that despite all my efforts, all they give me are mockery and harm. Asterisk. In this moment, Chu Kingwu's emotional barriers were lowered completely. Tears flow as if something was choking her throat. Asterisk. Wife, I'm sorry. Today, I couldn't protect you by your side. It's my fault that you suffered. Asterisk. Yizi forcefully embraced Chu Kingwu. Chu Kingwu had let her guard down entirely, sobbing silently as if something had been stuck in her throat. Asterisk. Yizi, I've changed my mind. I know I can never get their sincere praise and recognition in this lifetime, but even if they fear me or despise me, I will crush them under my feet. I will make them acknowledge my abilities even if they never dare to treat me like a doormat and trample me again. Asterisk. Asterisk. Good. Asterisk. Yizi realized his wife was gradually transforming, feeling her warmth instead of coldness, touching her innermost feelings directly. Asterisk. Kingwu, don't worry. When they fear you from the depths of their hearts, when they are forced to flatter and please you, they will naturally acknowledge your position. Asterisk. Asterisk. Wait until you truly bring them benefits, and they will take pride in you. Asterisk. Asterisk. Trust me. Relationships can gradually transform. We can change everything. Asterisk. The Chu family has always wanted to make the news, and now they have finally achieved their wish. However, for many of them, it is not a good thing. Chu Fabric Factory breaches contract, facing bankruptcy crisis with 300 million in compensation. A mysterious financial consortium emerges, acquiring Chu Fabric Factory for 100 million. Ownership of the factory changed overnight. Consortium invests 300 million, aims to rapidly expand Chu Fabric Factory and plans to go public. Chu family's collateral daughter Chu Kingwu takes up position as general manager of Chu Fabric Factory, finally gaining great power. For 3 consecutive days, there have been continuous reports about Chu Fabric Factory in the Flower City News, leading people to suspect if someone has paid off the media to purposely sensationalize the reports. As for whether they are true, there is no way to verify. Over the weekend, Chu family's villa once again hosted a family banquet, with almost all relatives related to the fabric factory gathered together. Grandmother still sat at the head of the table, but she had lost her former charm just because the fabric factory at the Chu family fully controlled no longer existed, turning into 100 million of liquid funds in her hands. This old lady no longer had the power to make life and death decisions at work, only retaining her authority as the family matriarch. Madam, Miss Kingwu has not returned. At the banquet, while everyone waited for the meal to begin, the steward came in to inform the old lady of the situation. In the past, there would have been countless scornful and mocking remarks about Chu Kingwu, but surprisingly today, silence filled the room. Solely Chu Yingku, whose face had not fully recovered from the swelling, coldly snorted, "That despicable person wouldn't have the face to come back. If she hadn't played tricks, how could Chu Fabric Factory had been sold to someone else? That's right, I suspect the one who acquired our fabric factory might be the mysterious boss of the Weiwu Group. Chu Kingwu is a traitor, deliberately colluding with them to set a trap for me to jump into. Now that she's flourishing, our Chu family is doomed." Chu Yingchu's words still stirred up some voices condemning Chu Kingwu. However, many people continued to remain silent. Now that the Chu family no longer had the industry, if they continued to work at the fabric factory, Chu Kingwu would be their boss, and they wouldn't dare to easily speak ill of her. "What are you all talking about? Isn't our Chu family fabric factory worth a market value of 100 million? They didn't take advantage of us. On the contrary, they offered help. Otherwise, where would the 300 million compensation to Weiwu come from? Chu Biao is notorious for teasing and mocking, so she made a sarcastic remark that drew many disdainful looks. Chu Jianjun, don't you discipline your daughter? Someone pressured Chu Jianjun again, clearly remembering Chu Biao defending Chu Qingwu 3 days ago. Biao is speaking the truth. What's the problem? Unexpectedly, Chu Jianjun supported his daughter. He was not the legitimate son of the Chu family, and his position in the family was far inferior to that of Chu Jianwo. In the past, he was always under the control of his elder brother, and they had been in a unified front. These 3 days, he had been communicating a lot with Chu Biao, and with his daughter's wake-up call, he thought that the Yi family must have found a strong backing for them to rise so quickly. Now that the fabric factory had become Chu Qingwu's one-man show, he also decided to stay and work at the fabric factory, so there was no reason to join these people in blaming Chu Qingwu. Haha, some people changed their tune so quickly. Chu Yingku immediately mocked. Chu Jianjun, Chu Biao, remember your choice. When I marry into the Liu family, I will definitely bring down Chu Qingwu, and don't blame me for sabotaging you then. Well, just a friendly reminder, don't boast too loudly, or you might end up swallowing your words. In terms of sparring, Chu Biao had never been afraid of anyone. Most importantly, she thought that Yingku was overestimating herself, even if she married into the Liu family. She would only be a member of the Liu family and wouldn't have the power to undermine the Chu family. She had low emotional intelligence and low IQ. All right, let's not argue. Let's eat. Grandmother stopped everyone, and they officially started the meal. The situation for the Chu family was now very passive. By letting Chu Qingwu come home, grandmother also hoped to see if she could use her to reclaim the fabric factory. After all, relying solely on the 100 million, with such a large family, without their own money-making industry, they would eventually fall. Although they had been in the fabric business for many years, even with funding, changing industries would not be easy. Unfortunately, Chu Qingwu did not return to the Chu family, and grandmother was anxious. By the way, grandmother, I found out who the over 100 million betrothal gift is for. Suddenly, Chu Qing spoke up, which caused everyone to become lively, especially the women, whose necks were stretched out. You see, grandmother only had 100 million in funds. If someone received the betrothal gift, their assets would not be less than grandmother's. Quick, who is it for? Who is it for? It's for Yao from the Yanjing Yi family, from the betrothal gift given by Chu Rao. Chu Qing's eyes flashed a sly light. What? For Yao? How is that possible? Yao just turned 20. Exactly. How could she know the heir of the Yanjing family, let alone the Yi family? Everyone was in an uproar. Chu Yao was the daughter born to Chu Jianwo and the third woman. Since Yang Zia stepped into the Chu family as the third woman, her position in the Chu family was very low, even lower than Chu Biao. She was usually quiet and had almost no presence in the family. Even at today's family banquet, she sat in the corner, hearing Chu Qing's words, with a strange expression, tightly biting her lip, and remaining silent. Chu Biao noticed her expression and then glanced at Chu Qing. She didn't know what he was up to. Chu Biao would never believe that the betrothal gift was for Chu Yao. Although the half-sister had some looks, she had none of that goddess aura. How could she attract the young master of Yanjing? King, are you sure? How did you find out? Grandmother's eyes lit up. If the Chu family really had a daughter about to marry into a wealthy family, then their family would instantly rise, at least in Flower City. They would be on equal footing with first-rate families. I studied in Yanjing back then and had the privilege to meet Yao, who personally told me. Chu Qing said firmly. Ah, that's great. With those betrothal gifts, our Chu family now has more funds in hand. When will ye offer a formal marriage proposal to Yao? Why send the betrothal gifts but not show up in person? The Chu family members were excitedly discussing, especially Yang Zia, who seemed as excited as if she was marrying into a wealthy family, with a proud and arrogant appearance. Chu Yingku looked at Chu Raolian with envy. The air of superiority she had just displayed when speaking had disappeared. Just because Yao's betrothal gift was over 100 million, and her betrothal gift was only 8.88 million. Where did she get the face to act superior now? The news from the Chu family quickly reached Yi Xiao's ears, and the person who told him was Chu Qingwu. Of all people, Yi Zi nearly jumped when he heard this news at night, while looking at his phone on the floor. Although he hadn't been back to the Yi family for 12 years, he still knew who this guy was. He was a distant relative of the Yi family, and Yizi had played with him a few times when he was young. He knew this guy was very cunning and treacherous, willing to use any means to get what he wanted. When he was young, losing toes and food to him was one thing, but Yizi never imagined that today this guy would even dare to snatch the betrothal gift he had prepared for Chu Qingwu. It was truly sickening. Moreover, if he knew about this, he might have come to Flower City or even investigated himself. Is that so? You seem to know him? Chu Qingwu sized up Yizi with her eyes. I should say he's my cousin. Do you believe me? Yizi jokingly responded, while cleverly stealing a glance at his wife's bare legs in a short nightgown. Humph. Here we go again. Chu Qingwu pouted at Yizi, while saying she didn't believe him. Her eyes were noticeably different from before. After so many things, although she hadn't figured out Yi Zhao's hidden secrets, she had guessed that he had unknown power. Now that he claimed to be a son of the #1 wealthy family in the Dragon Kingdom, she seemed to be leaning towards believing him. Ha ha, a cold joke, isn't it? Yizi also made fun of it, then added, but that betrothal gift definitely isn't for Yao. How do you know? Chu Qingwu's beautiful eyes flashed a curious light. Well, you'll find out soon. Do you happen to think it's for me? What if it is? What would you do? I'd kill you. Chu Qingwu deliberately put on a fierce expression. Ha! Yizi was surprised. Was this the rhythm of a nouveau rich man losing his life because of a betrothal gift worth 100 million? Of course, you have so much money, and you lied to me for 3 years. How could I not kill you? After saying that, Chu Qingwu sighed and added, forget it. Now that everything is settled, what's there to fantasize about? Go to bed early. Watching his wife lie down without hope, Yizi felt uncomfortable again. But it's okay. There are still 10 days until you receive this unimaginable surprise. By then, if you really want to kill me, I'll accept it. Qingwu, do you have any money? Early in the morning, Chu Qingwu was still brushing her teeth when Wang Yanqing walked up behind her and directly asked for money. Theft? Chu Qingwu rinsed her mouth with water before looking at her in surprise. Mom, didn't I just give you 10,000 the day before yesterday? Did you lose it all? What's 10,000 now? Don't think I don't know. You're already the general manager of the fabric factory. It's not acceptable if you don't give me 100,000 or 80,000 a month, right? Wang Yanqing became more and more confident in asking for money. 100,000 or 80,000. Chu Qingwu was almost stunned in the bathroom, rolled her eyes and said, Mom, do you really think I'm the owner of the fabric factory? It's true that I'm the general manager, but my annual salary is still only 3.6 million. Because the Chu family fabric factory had changed owners, the promise they had made to Chu Qingwu naturally did not come to fruition, so she only received a monthly salary of 300,000. Forget it. Forget it. I won't argue with you. Wang Yanqing, unable to get any money, left the house with a depressed mood. What's wrong with Mom? She seems very distracted these past few days, very unusual. Yizi, who had also witnessed the scene just now, couldn't help but walk over to ask, Oh, I don't know, I've been too busy lately. Chu Qingwu replied with a hint of helplessness, sighing, a few days ago, after my mother went to see my father in prison, she seemed a bit strange. Oh, Yizi could only respond briefly. He was also too busy to care about Wang Yanqing's abnormal behavior. It turns out that after Wang Yanqing left home early in the morning, instead of going to gamble, she went to a restaurant and entered a private room to have morning tea. When she approached the private room, there was already a middle-aged man around 34 inside, warmly welcoming her to sit down. The man wasn't handsome, but still seemed attractive to middle-aged women like Wang Yanqing. Qingqing, you finally came. I've missed you so much. Hey, Yanjun, can you stop saying things like that? It's so embarrassing. Wang Yanqing, a middle-aged woman, blushed unexpectedly. She knew that the man in front of her was younger than her, almost like her younger brother. Yet, she couldn't resist wanting to hear those words. Despite Chu Weiman being in prison for 2 years, even if that old man hadn't been in prison, he was still lacking in charm. Wang Yanqing has known him for decades, and the only affectionate words he ever said were, Yanqing, why don't we live together from now on? Oh, Mom, Wang Yanqing is also a woman. She wants to be cared for by a man too. So when Yanjun appeared, she thought it was heaven's sympathy, wanting her to experience a late romance. Ha ha, I'm speaking from the heart. What's so embarrassing? Yanjun reached out and held her hand, guiding her to sit down, even pouring tea for her and offering a freshly steamed bun. Wang Yanqing was deeply moved. After so many years, which man had pampered her like this? Qingking, have you raised the money? That jackpot is a sure win. Seize the opportunity. After serving Wang Yanqing, Yanjun held her hand tightly, looking like a couple deeply in love. Hey, Yanjun, you've helped me earn tens of thousands before. Can I not trust you? But 500,000 is really hard to come by all at once, mentioned Wang Yanqing, losing her appetite even for the bun. Yanjun happened to meet her when she was visiting Chu Weiman in prison that day. Both of them enjoy gambling, and they hit it off. Later, Yanjun introduced her to play time lottery. Even though Wang Yanqing still didn't fully understand the gameplay, following Yan Chun's instructions, she continued to win, earning over tens of thousands in just 2 days. Now, Yanjun set up a 500,000 bet, promising that if they pooled enough money for the bet, they would quickly get a return with profits. Yanqing, no rush. How much money do you still need? I have 30,000 here that I can give you. Yanjun didn't urge Wang Yanqing further, but took out 30,000 in cash and handed it to her very considerately. Wang Yanqing was touched, tears welling up in her eyes as she wiped them away, saying, Yanjun, you're too kind to me. My son-in-law can't compare to you. Ha ha, they're still young. Be patient. Yanjun never asked about Wang Yanqing's family, but whenever she mentioned her family, he would speak well of them. But Qingking, that 500,000 bet is due soon. If you can't raise enough money in the next 2 days, you won't be able to get back the tens of thousands you've invested. What should I do? Tens of thousands. Money was mentioned, and Wang Yanqing's assertive demeanor returned, even in front of Yanjun. Maybe you should give up. After all, it's money you've won. Don't get too carried away. Yanjun, who had just been eager, now recommended giving it up. How can I do that? That's my first pot of gold. I'll find a way to raise the money. Is there really no other way to delay the deadline for the bet? There is, but the risk is too high. You could upgrade to a 2 million bet and get a 10-day extension. 2 million? Yes, but if you don't succeed, just let it go. Yanjun waved his hand again. Okay, I'll do it. Wang Yanqing thought for a moment, gritting her teeth in agreement. Yan Chun's eyes suddenly flashed a sinister light. After morning tea ended, he quickly made a call to his boss to report the situation. Soon, Liu Jian, who was busy with a resort project, received a report from his beautiful secretary and couldn't help but sneer. HMPH, easy. You sent me millions of cash before. Now I'll spend it all to ruin your family. Let's see how much money you have left to save your mother-in-law. Yizi was on his way to a restaurant when he received a call from Tang Qingsh. Since agreeing to join the dance killing, after discussing things at the hospital, he had secretly been investigating the enemy situation for Yizi. Now, Yizi had 3 people he needed to kill: Liu Jian, Du Haidao, and the leader of the White Wolf gang, Tia Yilang. Obviously, all 3 were not easy targets. Either they had great strength or were wise and careful, making them difficult to kill in secret. Hey, Uncle Shi, any news? Tia Yilang came to see me last night, knowing about my relationship with you, and even wanted to personally cut off another one of my fingers. What? Are you becoming the 6-fingered spicy guy? Yizi was shocked. Having fewer fingers was not a good sign for Tang Qingsh. No. I confronted him. He holds my secret, but after all these years, the thread is getting weaker. Uncle Shi, I guess your secret has something to do with Tang Qingyan, right? Yizi suddenly asked. It had been a long time since Tang Qingsh responded, apparently caught off guard by Yi Zhao's guess. Yizi, although you have a debt of gratitude toward me, it's better for you not to know this secret. Tang Qingsh cautioned again. Ha ha, then what do you want to tell me? Yizi was also afraid of Tang Qingsh's threats. The old man's strength was unfathomable. Becoming his enemy would be more terrifying than facing the entire White Wolf gang. Tia Yilang wants me to kill you. Tang Qingsh calmly stated the information. Oh, so what's your decision? Yizi wanted to confirm. Tia Yilang is determined to see you dead, otherwise, he wouldn't have threatened me like this, because once the secret is exposed, I'll kill him. I understand. Yizi nodded, smiling. Fortunately, I've also brought in help. Within 3 days, I will take both Han and Du Haidao's lives at the same time, ensuring your secret remains safe. Then I await your plan, ready to act at any moment. Tang Qingsh hung up the phone, knowing that while Yizi may intend to fulfill his promise, the task was as difficult as reaching the sky. Yi casually tossed his phone on the car seat, revealing a complex smile. It had been a long time since leaving the Dragon Breath unit. He hadn't played such a high-stakes game of life and death in a while. Unexpectedly, before the car reached the restaurant, at a corner in a secluded area, two commercial vehicles suddenly emerged, blocking Yi Zhao's car from both the front and back. Is this for real? Is the White Wolfgang already trying to take me down? Yi was secretly shocked. However, seeing Wang Zhao, who needed someone to push him even to get out of his wheelchair, he couldn't help but smile and step out of the car. Hey, Surname, you broke my leg last time. I wonder where you plan to run today. Wang Zhao smirked smugly, sitting in his wheelchair, eager to take down Yi. He viewed Yi as just Jin Leifu's driver, somewhat influential and somewhat skilled. But today, with so many men accompanying him, would they not be able to beat him up? But Yi remained calm, smiling as he replied, I'm not running. With so many of you chasing after me, what do you intend to do? Want an autograph from me? Humph. Wang Zhao snorted. This kid was acting tough even at the last minute. Today he would finally avenge himself. If he didn't kill him, he would not be able to relieve his hatred. Attack. Get him. Wang Zhao yelled furiously, but his men hadn't acted yet when a six-wheeled black military vehicle directly charged at them like a dark monster. Wow. What the hell? Seeing that the monster had no intention of breaking, the henchmen hired by Wang Zhao were so scared that they quickly fled to the roadside. With a loud bang, the monster directly rammed their commercial vehicle, squeezing it in the middle, causing Wang Zhao to fall out of his wheelchair and tremble on the ground in fear. Wang Zhao lay on the ground secretly crying and yelling. He had thought that he was clever for leading people to surround Yi in this remote place. He didn't expect a military combat vehicle to suddenly appear on the road. Could it be that the son-in-law of Chu Qinglu's family, who was thought to be a weakling, had military forces protecting him at all times? When only a tall woman in civilian clothes got off the monster vehicle, Wang Zhao was stunned. Did he guess wrong? This was not a military vehicle. Unexpectedly, after the tall woman got off and glanced around, she got back into the vehicle swiftly and gracefully. Oh, was she leaving? Wang Zhao was surprised. What was this woman here for? Although this place was remote, the sudden collision had attracted many onlookers. At this moment, no one knew what the tall woman wanted to do, not even Yi. Her name was Aleng, and just like her name suggested, she seemed to be made of ice. When Yi was in the Dragon Breath troops, he had worked with her for some time, and back then, Yi felt like his partner was not a human but a piece of ice unearthed from somewhere. So now, Yi wouldn't even attempt to understand what Aleng wanted to do. If he could understand her intentions, then he was not far from being abnormal himself. The car door slammed shut, and the six-wheeled monster vehicle slowly reversed. Was she trying to leave after causing trouble? Just as Wang Zhao thought about it, the next moment, his mouth gaped in astonishment. The monster vehicle suddenly locked onto a target, accelerated, and charged forward. Hey, stop. My car is expensive. Before Wang Zhao could shout, there was another catastrophic collision. Boom! The already sagging business car was directly hit by the six-wheeled monster vehicle, and the car door flew into the air, landing in front of Wang Zhao with a thud. Next, a wheel mischievously rolled out and wobbled on the ground. Oh, this woman must be crazy. TSK. Don't provoke women. Yi was also dumbfounded watching from the side. Aleng was indeed authentic. At first, she probably wanted to demolish the business car directly. Unfortunately, the first impact wasn't as expected, which forced her to carry out a second strike. Once she set her target, she would relentlessly pursue until accomplished. Yi recalled the past missions and how he intentionally made her angry at the time. Now, he felt like he was walking on thin ice. Did she plan to kill him back then? If so, Yi felt like he narrowly escaped death. Hey, Yi, why are you still standing there dumbfounded? Huh? Suddenly, Aleng leaned out and spoke to him, catching Yi slightly off guard. Obviously, I was just watching your performance. I've cleared the roadblock for you. Hurry up. I've only reserved an hour for you. Pluff. Yi almost spat blood. It turned out she didn't intend to ruin the car, but just wanted to clear the way. How could normal thinking comprehend this woman's behavior? The onlookers were stunned. Wang Zhao couldn't hold back and shouted directly, "What the heck? This crazy woman turned our car into a pile of scrap metal and still has the mood to eat. Does she think we're invisible?" Wang Zhao thought she would get angry at being insulted, but she didn't even spare him a glance and moved on. She's too arrogant. Pull her out of the car and beat her. The ruffians who had fled earlier upon seeing only a woman on the military vehicle returned instantly. It was too much to bear. Couldn't they just have a little fun like the White Wolf faction or Dongchen Lake can easily flaunt their car to intimidate others? Not only did she not apologize for ruining their vehicle, but she also had the audacity to have a meal arrogantly. The ruffians menacingly approached Leng, but within seconds, their expressions softened, and they changed their tune. Ha ha, good hit, miss. You look too cool just now. Yes, I idolize you. Oops, no. You are my idol. I'm now your fan. Damn it, who was driving just now? That's so reckless, blocking the road like that, inviting a collision. Watching the ruffians change their tone so quickly, Izzy couldn't help but chuckle. These guys were indeed clever. He also noted that Leng's P229 pistol instantly shifted the atmosphere. Look, how friendly Wang Zhao and his group were suddenly. Now, as they watched Leng and Izzy leave, they didn't even murmur a complaint. However, once the two vehicles left and the cold and ruthless woman disappeared, Wang Zhao and others erupted in anger. Damn it, where did that guerrilla soldier come from? And where did she get that advanced handgun? Are we being played? Lone Guo strictly prohibits private gun ownership. Damn it, Izzy, how lucky do you think you are? Sooner or later, I will deal with you after your failed retaliation. After failing to revenge against Izzy, Wang Zhao clenched his teeth in frustration. Few could handle such intense grudges, but he had inadvertently managed to weaken his stance. Half an hour later, in an ordinary hot pot restaurant, Leng was enjoying her meal, but Izzy couldn't help but shiver as he watched her gnaw on a pig bone thicker than an arm. Click, click, she did it again. What were her teeth made of? She devoured the bone like she was eating pig heart and lungs. Why did the Dragon Breath Legion produce such? What are you looking at? Leng finally noticed Izzy staring at her and couldn't help but speak, while eating the bone. You've seen me eat like this before. Speaking, she crushed the pig bone and greedily extracted the marrow from it. Izzy marveled at the poor pig. Its bones were now being turned into powder. Leng finally showed some conscience and spat out some bone fragments, pushing the plate away after glancing at the time. All done, Izzy. You hired the Dragon Breath Troop for a reason. What mission do you have? I want you to help me kill someone. Izzy knew Leng was disciplined and well-organized and got straight to the point without beating around the bush. Killing in the city isn't the same as on the battlefield, and it doesn't come cheap. Are you sure you have enough money for my services? Leng wiped her mouth with a tissue. She folded the used tissue neatly before placing it back on the table. It was a rule in the Dragon Breath camp. As long as you name your price, I won't haggle. Izzy smiled slightly at Leng. While in the Dragon Breath Legion, he was the commander of the 17th Field Army, and Leng was the commander of the 18th Field Army, hence the titles. Don't call me sister, you've left the Dragon Breath Legion. Leng's eyes flickered with a hint of resentment, and then she turned cold again. Izzy, when did you become wealthy? You were never interested in money before. Hehe, are you now asking unrelated questions about my mission? Izzy was surprised that Leng was interested in his affairs. You should discuss the price with the captain. So, who do you want to kill? Your skills are not inferior to mine. Yet you hired me. It seems the target is no ordinary person. Leng speculated. She was colder in front of others, slightly open with Izzy. Du Haibo, the patriarch of the Du family in Huachen. Izzy handed a phone to her with relevant information about Du Haibo. Fine. I'll take care of it. Leng glanced at the phone briefly before putting it away. Be careful. Don't make too much noise, and handle the aftermath well. Izzy couldn't help but remind her when he saw her confident demeanor. Understood. Leng nodded, her expression unchanged, and she returned to gnawing on the bone. By the way, what's with that scar on the back of your neck? Izzy suddenly became curious. 3 years had passed, and he only now noticed a shocking scar on Leng's body. What was more astonishing was that she survived such a severe injury. Leng raised her gaze suddenly, her eyes so cold they could break hearts, causing Izzy to shudder slightly. HMPH. I won't tell you. You're not my brother in the Dragon Breath Force anymore. Leng chose to keep it hidden. Izzy shrugged, realizing Leng had her reasons for not disclosing it. He didn't press further. However, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. Leng, despite her lack of vanity, had a goddess-like appearance. But with that terrifying scar, she was now completely detached from the image of a goddess. Just then, a sudden shout interrupted their conversation. Police comrades, it's them. Possessing illegal firearms, attempted murder. They hit my son's car and then arrogantly tried to escape. You must arrest them and throw them in jail. Wang Zhao's father appeared in the restaurant with several armed constables striding towards them. Behind them, Wang Zhao sat in a wheelchair, smirking and eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. The people in the restaurant were instantly filled with fear. Private possession of firearms, attempted murder, this was no joking matter. Plus, seeing special constables also present, could there be a "do not move"? Several special agents acted swiftly, shouting loudly and pouncing towards Aleng and Yexiafei. According to Wang Zhao's description, if this woman really threatened with a gun and even drove to hit people, her actions had already reached the level of a dangerous criminal offense that endangered public safety. This was no joke. They couldn't afford to be even slightly negligent in carrying out their mission. The leader of the squad was even prepared, ready to shoot and kill the two hooligans immediately if they show any signs of resistance. However, they did not expect that the two suspects were unexpectedly agile, dodging his attempts to catch them, while remaining completely unfazed. The woman even continued to gnaw on bones, completely disregarding the armed police officers who were supposed to be feared by everyone. Damn, she was too arrogant, wasn't she? The squad leader was a man in his 30s named Zheng Bao, who had carried out many dangerous missions, but he had never encountered such a powerful suspect before. Although the suspects evaded their attempts to capture them, they didn't counterattack. One was busy eating bones, and the other leisurely lit a cigarette. This made the squad leader furrow his brow, deciding to clarify things first. We are the public security officers of Huacheng Anti-Riot Office. We suspect that you are related to a public incident involving gun-wielding and car crashing. Please cooperate with us and come back for investigation. Where are your credentials? Yexia leisurely blew out a puff of smoke, feeling that it was not wise to go to the anti-riot office. Our specialized anti-riot officers do not need to show credentials when arresting people. Come with us for interrogation. Zheng Bao was not a patient person, and if the other party did not deny the matter, then he did not have to be polite. But she hasn't finished her meal yet. Yexia pointed to Aleng. After all, the one who crashed the car and wielded the gun was not them. What did it have to do with them? Why should they, the mere minor police officers, try to arrest Aleng? That was a joke. Do you think we have time to wait for you to finish your meal? Zheng Bao was about to lose his temper, but to his surprise, he heard a snap, and it was the other party who first lost their temper. At a glance, Aleng forcefully slammed the pig bone on the table, instantly turning the poor bone into powder. Such great strength. The police officers were already afraid of their resistance, but now, in addition to being shocked, they immediately moved to subdue this female hooligan. Unexpectedly, Aleng suddenly pulled something out of her pocket. Something shiny. A knife? No. A gun? Also no. A bomb? Even less likely. It wasn't until Aleng waved a golden badge with the image of a dragon in front of him that Zheng Bao trembled violently, quickly restraining his colleagues. The onlookers were tense, not understanding the scene at all. Wang Zhao also couldn't understand why this ice-cold woman suddenly took out the badge. Did she not have enough money to pay for her meal? Look, the police officers were even stopping to laugh at her. However, no one expected Zheng Bao's expression to become more and more shocked. When he saw the specially made military badge with the character "Cold" on it, his face turned pale, his eyes filled with reverence. The other police officers saw the captain looking pale, also feeling confused. What now? Should they arrest or not? Attention, everyone! At this moment, Zheng Bao suddenly stepped back, stood at attention, and loudly commanded his subordinates, "Stand straight, salute." After that, he gave a standard and solemn military salute to Aleng. Well, at this point, the whole scene was at a loss, each person looking more dumbfounded than the next. Wang Zhao felt like his intelligence was not enough. Hey, weren't you here to arrest the arrogant hooligan? Why suddenly salute to the hooligan? Zheng Bao's subordinates were also puzzled, but they had to follow the captain's orders. Each of them stood in formation, giving Aleng a dignified military salute. Now, Wang Zhao and his son were not only shocked but also felt that their worldview had collapsed. The police officers from the anti-riot office were not there to arrest hooligans, but to serve the hooligans. Dismiss. Zheng Bao didn't care what the others were thinking. After saluting, he quickly turned around to retreat, fearing that Aleng and her companions might retaliate, which would be disastrous. Wait. Aleng called out to them. Zhang Bao felt uneasy but quickly turned back, saluting Aleng once again. General, how may I assist you? General? Wang Jia and his son were shocked. Wang Zhao suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I'm so naive. How did that woman become a general? And she's having a meal with that scoundrel Yexiao." They suddenly had a foreboding feeling that the person they thought was easy to deal with might actually have a very influential background. Not only Wang Jia and his son, but also the restaurant staff were amazed. They did not expect that the badge in the woman's hand would command such respect, even from the anti-riot police officers. Aleng, nonchalant, casually explained what had just happened. Their car was blocking me from carrying out my mission in the middle of the road. That's why I used the military vehicle to move their car. Take them back for disciplinary action. Don't let them mistake ignorance for character. Understood. Mission will be completed. Zhang Bao saluted, responding loudly. Oh mother. At that moment, Wang Zhao felt as if his world had collapsed like a building, instantaneously shattered. What kind of world was this? Was he at fault even though his car's door and wheels were knocked off? Did they think honest people should be bullied by soldiers? Take them away. Captain John, is there no rule of law left in this city? I will complain. I will sue you. Zhang Bao ignored what Wang Zhao said, and just dragged them away. He didn't dare let them continue to hinder General Aleng and her friends from having their meal. It wasn't until they left the restaurant that the bewildered police officers dared to inquire about what had just happened. Captain, we don't understand. Who is that woman? Why did we have to obey her so obediently? That's right. I feel like we were acting like fools. We went in boldly to arrest them, but ended up saluting and leaving mysteriously. It's a complete disgrace. These police officers had all served in the military, so they had a good understanding of military matters. Nowadays, regular modern armies didn't use these ancient badges, and they weren't even part of the military units, so why did they show so much respect to that inexplicable young woman? They all felt embarrassed. Wang Jia and his son were also shouting in disbelief. They could mobilize a small team of police officers to arrest someone, which meant that they had some connections in relevant departments. They never thought that these guys would turn the tables on them at the last moment, making them furious. Let me tell you guys, after taking a deep breath of smoke, Zhang Bao said to Wang Jia and his son, "You have really kicked an iron plate this time. That woman as cold as ice has a very powerful background. Even the director of our anti-riot office would have to serve her with utmost respect if he saw her." What? Wang Jia and his son's faces changed dramatically. Wang Zhao suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I'm so naive. That woman driving the military vehicle looks very extraordinary. And if she dares to act so recklessly in Huacheng, she must have a deep background." Hearing this, the others were even more curious, waiting for Zhang Bao to explain the woman's background. Do you know the Commander-in-Chief of the Flying Tigers Bureau in Nanzhou Province, Di? After taking another puff of smoke and calming his nerves, Zhang Bao asked his subordinates. Of course. Who doesn't know Di? The anti-riot police of various cities in Nanzhou Province. He's my idol. I heard that he came directly from a certain unit after retiring and was directly promoted to Deputy Commander of the revered Flying Tigers in just 1 year. Yes, he's a legend in our line of work. In less than 3 years, he went from a regular soldier to the commander of a large unit. It's amazing. Recognizing him is good. Zhang Bao finally raised his proud smile. He and I were actually in the same unit before. Later, we both participated in a mysterious selection process, but I was unfortunately eliminated in the first round. There was not just flattery amongst his subordinates, but genuine astonishment. What? Their subordinates were not flattering, but genuinely shocked. Captain Zhang, what kind of selection was that? With your physical fitness, you were eliminated in the first round. Sigh. Recalling the past, Zhang Bao sighed helplessly. Although I was eliminated in the first round, I do acknowledge that those who passed the first round selection were extraordinary. I was far from their level. Unbelievable. What unit was that, and how did they have the ability to recruit such talents? Some of the subordinates were puzzled, others full of admiration. That unit is well known around the world as the elite special forces called Dragon's Breath. Dragon's Breath unit? Some were puzzled, while others showed respect. Although Wang Jia and his son were not sure, just from the name, they knew that this special unit was not ordinary. It was not surprising to have the authority to recruit elite talents from other units. Their influence must be extraordinary. It was unexpected that Ye Xiao had gotten involved with such a big shot. How could they deal with him in the future? Shen Bao's two fingers holding the cigarette were shaking uncontrollably. After taking a deep drag, he continued, "Those who can enter that mysterious Special Forces unit are the elites among elites. Taking on 100 opponents is just child's play for them. The missions they undertake are extremely dangerous and challenging, but of course, the rewards are also very high. And for those who retire from their unit, as long as their background is exposed, they won't have trouble finding a job in the city with an annual salary of over $1 million. Could it be that Diddy entered the Dragon Breath unit back then and became an officer?" One of his subordinates asked. "Ha ha, you are too naive." Shen Bao couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Diddy is more capable than me. He did pass the assessment and became a field soldier in the Dragon Breath unit, but in less than a year, he couldn't handle the intensity of the Legion's training and chose to retire." "No way." His subordinates were all shocked. Even the brigade commander of Nanzhou province couldn't last a year in that unit. What kind of monsters were in there? Shen Bao smacked one of them on the head and coldly said, "Do you still dare to doubt? Would I make up things about Diddy? No. No." His subordinates vigorously shook their heads, a few degrees more respectful and even somewhat proud that they had just seen such a figure. The generals of the Dragon Breath unit, not to mention the director of our Huacheng Bureau, even the generals of the regular army have to give them some face. If General Lang had reprimanded us just now, we would all be out of a job. After saying this, everyone finally understood why Shen Bao had suddenly seemed like a cat on a hot tin roof just now. His subordinates viciously smacked Wang Zhaofu and his son, causing them to shrink in fear. You two traffic violators. Our lives were almost endangered by you. This time when I bring you back, you will definitely be sent to the traffic office for education." Poor Wang Zhaofu and his son, they were quite influential figures in Huacheng. At this moment, they dared not even say a word and could only accept their fate. Returning to the topic of Ye Xiao, at this moment, under the adoration of the people in the restaurant, he left the restaurant with Leng. Thanks to Leng's influence, the boss directly comped their bill. Unexpectedly, the general's card of the Dragon Breath unit is quite useful. From now on, do you think you won't have to spend a penny to live in the city? Yizi teased Leng as he helped her into the car, but all he got in return was a cold look from Leng. You guy, if you hadn't inexplicably left the Dragon Breath Legion back then, your achievements now would probably be limitless. Hehe, I have my reasons. Yizi didn't explain any further. When he joined the Dragon Breath Legion back then, it was also to enhance his own strength. Ultimately, his goal was to overthrow the Yi family, avenge his father and stepmother, not for self-affirmation, let alone for world peace. Take this. After getting into her black monster car, Leng casually threw a document book at Yizi. Upon receiving the document book, Yizi couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. 3 years ago, he was seriously injured and insisted on leaving the front lines, greatly disappointing General Long, who had high hopes for him. Although she did not stop him, she did not even give him a proper retirement certificate. It was also because of this that he was looked down upon for marrying Chu Qingwu. Just think, if he had this document back then, after recovering, he could easily find a job with an annual salary of tens of millions. How could he have let his wife live in such a repressive and painful manner? Yizi opened the document book and couldn't help but be surprised to find a badge inside, exactly the same as the one just shown by Leng, with the only difference being the word 17 on it. You have retired, so you don't have an exclusive officer's cart anymore. This commemorative badge, the Grand General wants you to keep it. When you figure things out, you can come back to resume your duty anytime. After throwing down these words, Leng started the car and drove off, not mentioning the task Yizi had given her. Yizi wasn't worried that Leng couldn't complete the task. If it wasn't for Uncle Snake's request to eliminate Che Elling and Du Haida at the same time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to take down two people in 2 attempts. At the same time, Yizi also knew that Leng agreeing to help him this time wasn't because he had bribed the Dragon Breath unit with money, but because the Grand General still held some sentiment for him. This Golden General's badge number 17 was a token of appreciation from this highly accomplished officer to Yizi and the Dragon Breath unit. Back at home, Yizi found that Wang Yanqing was harassing his wife for money again, even scolding her and accusing her of being unfilial. "Mom, what do you need the money for?" Yizi saw Wang Yanqing even trying to start a fight with Chu Qingwu, so he quickly pulled her away, protecting his wife and questioning his mother. Wow, I give up. Why do I have such a daughter and son-in-law like you? Upon seeing Yizi return, Wang Yanqing immediately collapsed onto the ground, crying and kicking the floor with her feet. Her sudden action startled Cao Dao, who clung to Chu Qingwu's leg, saying, "Grandma is so scary." Yizi felt sorry for his wife. With a mother like that, no matter how much she earned at work, it would never be enough. "Mom, just tell me, how much money do you want?" Yizi was exasperated by Wang Yanqing's behavior, so he decided to just give her the money to send her away. These enemies were much more difficult to deal with than the White Wolf sect and the Willow Leaf Sword. After all, they couldn't be scolded or hit, leaving one's hands tied. Upon hearing Yi Zhao's tone, Wang Yanqing's eyes lit up, but she said, "It's not that I'm making trouble out of nothing. It's just that you treat me worse than strangers. Not only do you not say nice things to me, you don't even give me any money to spend." "All right, stop it. How much do you want? I'll give it to you." Yizi had no interest in speculating about Wang Yanqing. With so much on his plate, he simply wanted to pay her off and be done with it. I want 1 million. Wang Yanqing trembled and stood up, hands on her hips. "What? 1 million? Even Chu Qingwu and Yizi were shocked. While 1 million was a drop in the bucket for Yizi, why did a middle-aged woman like Wang Yanqing need so much money? "Mom, are you serious? Even if we sold the house, we couldn't come up with 1 million. Do you owe money to the gambling den again?" Chu Qingwu grabbed Wang Yanqing, forcing her to honestly reveal the truth. I don't gamble, I invest." "Humph. Just because you two have careers, I can't start my own business." Wang Yanqing became more and more confident in her justification. Under the influence of Yan Jun, she really wanted to earn big money by her own ability, achieve economic independence, and never have to care about anyone's opinion again. Chu Qingwu thought her mother was being unreasonable and expected Yizi to dismiss her. However, to her surprise, Yizi agreed to give her the money and said, "Fine, Mom. I happen to have 1 million for you, but for the next year, you are not allowed to ask Qingwu for money, at least for a year." "What?" Chu Qingwu was shocked by Yi Zhao's decision. Even Wang Yanqing couldn't believe it. Her eyes widened, but she was speechless. "Yizi, where did you get the money from?" "Qingwu, I also made some investments and happened to earn some money. Consider it a filial gift to Mom," Yizi said with a reassuring smile to his wife. Chu Qingwu found it hard to believe, but since Yizi said so, she didn't know how to react. After all, having 1 million was a good thing. "Hehe. Yizi, so you're a good son-in-law after all." For the first time in 3 years, Wang Yanqing praised Yizi. Seeing her mother smile and seem pleased, Chu Qingwu didn't bother questioning where the money came from. They would just see how things unfolded. Yizi quickly transferred the money to Wang Yanqing and sent her off. With so much on his plate, he didn't know that the 1 million would lead his mother-in-law down a dark path. The next morning, Yizi was getting ready as usual to take his wife back to work, only to find that their Audi A8 was missing. "Mom, are you kidding me? Did you secretly take the car and drive off somewhere?" Chu Qingwu, with experience, immediately called Wang Yanqing. As expected, she had secretly taken the car. Remembering the time she was swindled by the Wang family and lost all the cars, Chu Qingwu was nervous and scolded Wang Yanqing. "Mom, today you can drive the car, but you must bring it back by the evening." Chu Qingwu angrily hung up the phone, then turned to Yizi and said, "It looks like we'll have to take a taxi back to work today." Mom said she took the car to visit Dad in prison. Again, Yizi frowned, feeling that Wang Yanqing was lying, and he didn't know what she was up to. Little did he know, Wang Yanqing had been instigated by Yang Jun to pawn the A8, trying to come up with a total of 2 million for gambling. "Never mind. If Mom wants to drive, let her. I'll buy a used car when I have time. It's inexpensive after all." Yizi comforted Chu Qingwu. "Buy again." Chu Qingwu nearly exploded with, "Yizi, are you hitting the jackpot now? Where's all the money coming from recently? You never seem to run out. How can you not spend it all?" "Well, our 3rd anniversary is coming up, and I'm planning to give you 2 flowers." Yizi mysteriously smiled. What flowers?" Chu Qingwu couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. "Expensive flowers, whatever you want." Yizi winked at her playfully. "What?" Chu Qingwu blushed slightly, but after glaring at Yizi for a while, she seemed to be scolding him, though internally inexplicably sweet. "I've noticed you're good at sweet-talking recently. Did you attend a class on courting women?" The car was driven away by the mother-in-law, And Yizi didn't have the task of picking up his wife today, so he took a taxi to the hospital to visit Tang Qingyan. Seeing Yizi coming, Tang Dasha stood up quickly. Before she could even say hello, she heard Tang Qingyan's resolute words. Yizi, I need to borrow money from you. Huh? For medical expenses? No. Didn't you say you would ask the Liu family for the money? Then what do you need the money for? To buy a house. I've decided. I don't want to live so humbly for the rest of my life. Yizi couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. It seems that the near-death experience has slowly changed this young girl. All right. Yizi didn't waste any more words, immediately pushing the wheelchair-bound girl out of the hospital and taking a taxi to the largest sales office on the Flower City coast. Along the way, Tang's sister-in-law continued to advise Tang Qingyan not to be impulsive. She was well aware of their family's financial situation. With Tang Qingyan and Li Ergu going to university soon, the tuition fees have not been settled. Where would they get the money to pay back Yizi? However, Tang Qingyan did not listen. Yizi was not worried at all that Tang Qingyan would not be able to repay the money, and even supported her idea, so he let Tang's sister-in-law talk all she wanted. Qingyan, if you insist on buying a house, I can't stop you, but we can't go to the coastal villas. Those houses there start at a minimum of $1 million. I'm worried we'll never be able to pay it off in our lifetime. Tang's sister-in-law still insisted on persuading them to take one step back. Mom, I'm still young. I have a long life ahead of me. If I don't even have the confidence to earn a house, why bother living? Besides, if you ask your big brother to buy a cheap house, wouldn't that lower his value? Tang Qingyan spoke more proudly than before. Yizi chuckled. The sugar-coated cannonballs of a tombow school flower were quite powerful. She spoke in such a cold and aloof manner, yet it was surprisingly pleasing to the ears. The taxi driver couldn't help but contain his laughter. He thought to himself, are these poor folks going to die if they don't boast? Who is this ye big brother? If he's really rich, would he be taking a taxi? You must be pretending to be a nouveau rich to deceive beautiful women, right? What a pity. Nowadays scammers have a wide range of targets, not sparing even the disabled. Although that girl limps, her looks and temperament are still excellent. Out of goodwill, he still reminded her, Miss, your mom is right. Don't set your sights too high. It's easy to be taken advantage of. Prices in coastal properties are high, not something ordinary men can afford. Don't end up being a one-night lady with nothing in the end. With that, he glanced at Yizi through the rearview mirror with a disdainful look. Little did Tang Qingyan scornfully ignore his words, considering him a mere troublemaker. She couldn't fathom the idea that Yizi couldn't imagine. In her self-perception, she scorned people, which was quite laughable. Yizi just smiled, not bothering to respond to the driver. Seeing that none of the three paid him any attention, the driver felt frustrated. He wondered how there could be such obtuse mother and daughter, easily swayed by a con artist. Why else would they have no reaction to being advised by others? The group of three arrived at the sales office on the coast and got out of the car. The driver waited outside, on purpose, wearing a displeased expression. HMPH. Let's see if you fake rich people can really afford to buy this house. I'll quietly watch you pretend. I'll mock you mercilessly when you can't afford it later. Yizi never expected someone to be so boring. Pushing Tang Zuyan, accompanied by Tang's sister-in-law, they entered the sales office. The coastal villas here were a symbol of status in Flower City, with prices getting more expensive towards the center. Even Grandma Chu had always dreamed of living in a central area Seaview Villa. Yizi had long wanted to visit and see just how attractive this place really was. As expected, the sales office on the coast was luxurious and dazzling, like a palace. Transparent crystal chandeliers, mirror-like marble floors, corridors and halls adorned with paintings, glass display cabinets showcasing various gold carvings and jade artworks, making the sales office extremely luxurious, almost like an exhibition hall. Of course, the most eye-catching were the salesgirls at the office, each dressed in black stockings and ultra-short skirts, with curves and fiery red lips that were highly attractive. Even the sales office was so high-end, one could only imagine how luxurious the Ocean View villas must be. Yizi was also buying a house for the first time, and was unfamiliar with the rules. After entering, he and Tang Qingyan started looking at the model rooms and some informational materials on their own. After looking around for a while, Yizi went to the restroom. When he came out and was about to wash his hands, he found a female salesperson preening in front of the mirror, putting on lipstick and striking poses. Yizi could only patiently wait on the side. Unexpectedly, The female salesperson then suddenly saw Yi behind her through the mirror when she bent down to adjust her bra, and was startled. She quickly covered herself up. Later, the female salesperson angrily turned around and looked Yi up and down, wearing casual clothes and remaining silent as he stood behind her, giving off the impression of a perverted bastard. Ooh, you pervert. Have you never seen a woman before in your past life? If you're so lecherous, why don't you go spy on your sister at home? How dare you sneak around in our sales office? I'll call the police. Yi was speechless, rolling his eyes at her antics, and uninterested to engage with such a woman. He simply washed his hands and left. The female salesperson felt embarrassed, realizing that Yi didn't take her seriously at all. Only after Yi left did she look at his departing figure and coldly snort, "The pervert has been exposed." What a charade. Yi heard her words, but pretended not to hear, finding such women tiresome. Qingyin, do you like this unit? Yi returned to the model room area and saw Tang Qingyin eyeing a particular unit that she seemed very interested in. Tang's sister-in-law quickly shook her head. "Mr. Yi, Qingyin is just joking. Please don't take it seriously. This unit is too expensive. It costs over 3 million. We can't afford it." Yi smiled at the mother and daughter pair, and just as he was about to speak, a young female salesperson walked up to them. "Hey, there are too many people visiting the model homes today. You should leave." Her words were sharp and her attitude was quite rude. The Tang family was immediately stunned, showing shock in their eyes. How could there be a salesperson urging customers to leave? Yi frowned because the female salesperson was none other than the woman he had encountered in the restroom earlier. "Get out of here." The female salesperson did not care about the expressions of the three, directly pointing to the door, signaling for them to leave, her eyes still scrutinizing them up and down. Seeing their clothes and demeanor, they didn't look at all like wealthy buyers, especially that middle-aged woman, dressed plainly and wearing a weathered face. She looked like a laborer. To make matters worse, the girl beside her was even disabled. For this combination to be left in the sales office was an insult to their luxury Ocean View properties. So, even if the female salesperson hadn't made an enemy out of Yi before, she would still have driven them away. However, because of Yi, her attitude became even more hostile. Instead of being offended by the rude treatment, Tang's sister-in-law even started to question whether they were driven out because they had received complimentary cups of tea, which meant they were there to freeload on the air conditioning. Yi Xiao's gaze turned cold, pointing to the person who had just entered and asked back, "If you say it's overcrowded, then why are you still letting people in?" Exactly. What kind of customer service is this? Why are you sending away those already inside and welcoming new ones? Tang Qingyin also felt humiliated and asked loudly. The commotion caught the attention of the people around, with more and more eyes turning towards them, making the female salesperson's face darken even more. "Hey, we are a sales office here, not a charity organization, let alone a welcoming place for laborers and disabled people. You clearly aren't here to buy a house, but to freeload and enjoy the air conditioning. Have some shame, will you? Where's your pride? Your name is Zhang Luolian, right? Where's your manager? I'm going to complain about you, you lowly person." Tang Qingyin, young and proud as she was, couldn't bear such public humiliation. Looking at the name tag on the female salesperson's chest, she immediately called out loudly, "Hey, looking for our manager. Do you really think you're qualified to see our manager? Let me tell you, if you don't have money, put away your ridiculous pride. Get lost, cause any more trouble in our sales office, and I'll call security." Zhang Luolian wasn't one to be intimidated. She was convinced that the trio had snuck into freeload and enjoyed the air conditioning for free, and she wouldn't even consider their threats. Whether or not she had crossed paths with Yi before, she would have chased them out anyway. But because of Yi, her attitude became even more hostile. Tang's sister-in-law was not angry at being rudely driven away, instead reflecting on whether they were being kicked out because they had enjoyed 2 cups of complimentary tea, causing them to be suspected of freeloading. Yi Xiao's eyes narrowed, pointing at the person who had just entered, and asked in return, "If you claim it's crowded, then why are you still letting people in?" Exactly. What kind of customer service is this? Why are you sending away those who are already inside and welcoming those who are coming in? Tang Qingyin also felt humiliated and asked loudly. This questioning sparked the attention of people around, and more eyes turned to them, making Zhang Luolian's face even darker. At that moment, Even to security guards, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. Who says we're not here to buy a house? I'll buy this one. Yi pointed at the property model. Tang Qingyan was interested in and stared at Zhang Lulian, speaking each word coldly. Despite the woman's bad attitude, she not only insulted Tang Qingyan's self-esteem, but also provoked him to his breaking point. He couldn't stand it anymore and was determined to publicly humiliate her. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, people around them started laughing. Ha ha, seems like another cliché salesperson got their face slapped. Yet, too unoriginal. Could this be the sales strategy of the sales department? Intentionally provoking customers to make them impatient and buy the property. Hearing these comments, though infuriated, Zhang Lulian felt a bit excited as well. As long as she could earn her commission, being humiliated was a trivial matter for her. However, at that moment, Yi pointed at another female sales staff not far away, saying, "But I don't want you to serve me, I want her." To everyone's surprise, the person he was pointing at was Fang Jie. This lively girl from the countryside used to sell cars at an Audi dealership. On her first official day of work, she earned a substantial commission and a 10,000 tip, making others envious. However, after one successful and easy deal, she thought selling cars was as simple as waiting for customers to come knocking, which led to her downfall. With declining performance, she left the car dealership and switched to selling properties. Today marked her first day back at work, and Fang Jie, having learned her lesson from car sales, had just spent a long time proactively answering the customer's questions. However, the customer ultimately left without finalizing their intention, leaving her slightly discouraged. While sighing softly, she happened to overhear the commotion at the sales office and joined the crowd out of curiosity. Little did she know that a step forward would lead to Yi pointing at her once again. Me. Fang Jie pointed at her own small nose, her big eyes widened in disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. And to top it off, it was Yi who had singled her out. "Yes. You. Come over here." Just as Yi walked out of the restroom, he noticed the diligent Fang Jie introducing the property. To make matters worse for Zhang Lulian, he decided to throw a bone to Fang Jie instead of giving the upper hand to someone undeserving. After processing her initial surprise, Fang Jie's face lit up with joy. However, realizing all eyes were on her, she awkwardly approached the group. "You dare to pretend when you're broke? Let's see how long you can keep it up." Yi Zhao's slight smirk made Zhang Lulian, who trampled on others' dignity, grind her teeth in frustration. While others were unaware of the underlying message, Zhang Lulian was fuming. Yi then turned to the still puzzled Fang Jie and instructed, "Please proceed with the paperwork for us. I'm not sure how installments work, so I'll pay the full 3.98 million upfront." Damn. Pay in full? The surrounding onlookers were filled with shock and varying expressions. Even the security guard who approached was startled. Some assumed Yi was a hidden tycoon deliberately dressing down to show off, while others thought his demeanor was far from that of a wealthy person, likely just causing a scene because he couldn't handle rejection. Zhang Lulian felt the heat rise on her cheeks. However, after the initial embarrassment, she smirked, thinking of pretending. "Are we? When it comes time to pay, better not sneak away. Our security will be watching you every step of the way." Ha, I've seen plenty of show-offs like you, playing victim. What? There's nothing shameless you won't do. You've gone too far. I'll smack you to death, you vile woman. Tang Qingyan, known for her tough demeanor, especially after learning some fighting skills from Chu Biao, couldn't bear the harassment from the despicable saleswoman insisting she was genuinely there to buy a house. Who was she to repeatedly insult their dignity in front of everyone? Seeing Zhang Lulian's twisted expression, Tang Qingyan, furious, attempted to strike her, but the two security guards intervened, pushing her aside to protect Zhang Lulian. Luckily, Yi swiftly caught her, preventing Tang Qingyan from tumbling to the ground. "Hey, getting exposed for pretending and resorting to violence. Your true colors show right away. Ha, ha ha." Zhang Lulian delighted in Tang Qingyan's teeth-gritting anger, unable to retaliate against her schemes. The two guards recognized Zhang Lulian's demeanor, knowing well about her willingness to go the extra mile to secure commissions, even if it meant questionable practices, including providing special favors to clients. Having benefited from such transactions, they naturally felt compelled to shield her. "What are you standing there for? Fang Jie, hurry and proceed with the housing agreement signing with the client." At that moment, A well-dressed man approached, around 30 years old, wearing a badge labeling him as the sales department executive manager, named Zheng Jianbo. He was Zheng Lulian's distant relative and usually looked after her interests, sometimes going beyond customary professional boundaries. If not for Zheng Jianbo's soft spot for her, he would have reprimanded her for her behavior towards customers, especially in such a heated situation. However, with Yizi expressing interest in purchasing a 3.98 million property, the savvy Zheng Jianbo sided with the customer. If it turned out they couldn't afford it in the end, he could easily discipline them. After ensuring Yizi had yet to sign any agreements, Zheng Jianbo assumed an air of righteousness, stating, "Please, the three of you, leave promptly and refrain from causing any further trouble." Causing trouble? We genuinely came to buy a property, but it's your people looking down on us and bullying us. Are we, the less privileged, not allowed to buy a house? Do we not deserve basic human rights? Sob. Overwhelmed with suppressed frustration and helplessness, Tang Qingyan couldn't hold back her tears any longer. The flame in Yizhao's heart ignited higher than ever. As more onlookers gathered, opinions swirled around. The vast majority felt Zheng Lulian's lack of professional ethics, especially since he initiated the conflict. The manager's leniency baffled many. While Zheng Jianbo struggled to maintain his stance, two fashionable women suddenly emerged. One was the vengeful Liu Kuqui, while the other was her classmate, Mei Yingzhou, a son of one of Flower City's four major families. Having watched the scene unfold for a while, they couldn't bear to see Yizi and his group being bullied. Liu Kuqui felt vindicated and intended to deal a lethal blow to him. Manager Zheng, Mei Yingzhou spoke, and Zheng Jianbo immediately nodded and bowed with Zhou. "Miss Mei, you've come again? Did you decide to buy the villa that you placed a deposit on last time?" "No. I'm not buying the villa. I'm buying this unit." Mei Yingzhou pointed towards the unit that Tang Qingyan had shown interest in. "Ah, this unit again. But, Miss Mei, you already paid the deposit for the villa last time. What's the problem?" Mei Yingzhou's eyebrows showed a hint of impatience. "Ah, no. I'll proceed with the house purchase for you right away." Zheng Jianbo, being able to rise to the position of manager, was quite resourceful. Mei Yingzhou's decision to not buy the villa, but instead openly purchase a unit that was insignificant to someone like her was clearly a challenge to Leaf Sea. On one side was the wealthy heiress of the Mei family, and on the other was an unknown country bumpkin. Zheng Jianbo didn't even need to consider who to sell the house to. "Lulian, quickly assist Miss Mei with the house purchase procedures. I'll handle things here for you." Zheng Jianbo's attitude was obvious. He intended to completely ignore Leaf Zi and his companions. His demeanor was so natural, as if he didn't see any problem with his actions. "Yes." Manager Zheng Lulian's expression at the moment was triumphant. Having humiliated herself before and now serving Miss Mei to purchase a house and earn a commission, what could make her happier than this? "Ha ha, you few paupers, without money. Why come to cause trouble? Isn't it asking for trouble? Put away your cheap self-respect and scram." Zheng Lulian loudly mocked Leaf Zi and his companions. Watching this despicable person humiliate herself, slap her mother, and now flaunt her arrogance, Tang Qingyan's teeth were about to shatter. If she could stand up, she would definitely confront this despicable person with all her might. "Manager Zheng, isn't this approach somewhat inappropriate?" Although Fang Zhiru was afraid, she couldn't help but speak up for Leaf Zi. "This house was agreed to be bought by Mr. Leaf, and you asked him to proceed with the procedures just now." "Shut up. Have they placed a deposit?" Zheng Jianbo behaved like a lapdog to Miss Mei, but displayed authority when addressing Fang Zhiru. No. He was about to go with me to handle the procedures, but because of you all. Fang Zhiru's voice was weak, but she still insisted on standing up for what was right. She wasn't just doing it for the commission but for the sake of fairness. "Fine. You're fired. You don't need to worry about this matter anymore." Zheng Jianbo had always looked down on Fang Zhiru, being a new recruit and lacking any sales skills or understanding of sacrifice. Now, openly challenging him was like seeking death. Fang Zhiru didn't expect to lose her job just for speaking up. But at this moment, she wasn't concerned about the job but about losing her identity to handle the matter further. "I'll say it once more." Finally, Leaf Zi spoke up, without tearing his voice apart or shouting loudly. His demeanor was so powerful that it quieted the room. making everyone listen attentively. The house was already purchased by me, and you must apologize to us or face the consequences. His words resonated loudly, startling everyone. Even those who didn't know the identity of Li Zi and his companions could sense the power and confidence in his words. It was an unrealistic scenario, like a lower-class person crying out in helplessness after being bullied. But why did he sound so powerful and confident, leaving a glimmer of hope, despite the impossibility? Heh. Li Zi, with such audacity. Liu Kuokui finally made her entrance, walking to the center with a mocking smile. You, just a son-in-law of the Chu family, earning a meager salary. I'm curious. How dare you compete with the Mei family heiress for a house? What grounds do you have to say such things? What? So he's the son-in-law of the Chu family. Oh my. Just a moment ago, he appeared so pretentious. I thought he was a hidden tycoon. How ridiculous. It seems he's here just to cause trouble. So Manager Zhen's approach is justifiable. When Li Xiao's identity was revealed, public opinion instantly turned against him. People decided that since Li Zi couldn't afford to buy the house, the events that had just unfolded could be seen in a different light. Ultimately, it was a society that laughed at the poor, not the brothel. Having money made people more lenient, and it was easier for them to accept. Tang Qingyin's eyes were filled with tears. Although she felt resentful, she knew it wouldn't end well if they continued the confrontation. So she softly advised Li Zi, forget it. The house is too expensive. Let's not buy it. Let's go. Ha ha. Zhang Lulian laughed even more arrogantly, raising her hands and shouting, everyone, did you see? I said they couldn't afford the house. They were just causing trouble. Just now, this man was peeking at my chest in the restroom. How despicable. The surrounding crowd erupted into commotion, vilifying Li Zi further. Seeing this despicable person humiliate herself and slap her mother, and now boast so shamelessly, Tang Qingyin felt like she was on the verge of breaking down. She was on the verge of breaking down. She was on the verge of breaking down. If she could stand up, she would definitely confront this person. Zhang Lulian still wanted to turn around to see how embarrassed Li Zi was after his clapback, but before she could, a merciless slap sent her flying. Li Zi had a sense of honor and had never hit a woman, but there was an exception. For those who deserved it. This pretentious, despicable woman had not only humiliated herself and Tang Qingyin, but had also insulted Tang's mother. He had given her a chance to apologize, but she insisted on boasting. She brought this upon herself. How dare you hit me? Zhang Lulian fell to the ground, with eyes as wide as gongs. Not only do I dare to hit you, but I also dare to kill you. Do you believe me? His words silenced the entire room. Even the security guards didn't dare to act rashly, fearful of the icy killing intent emanating from Li Zi. At that moment, he shook his head at Tang Qingyin, firmly responding, dignity and justice are worth 100 times more than the price of the house. If we let this go, it will not only be a shadow on you all but also a shadow on me for life. So, no matter what, I must buy this house, and those who insult others will themselves be insulted. I will make you who bully and abuse authority pay the heaviest price. His words reverberated through the room, shocking everyone. The majority present may not have known the identities of Liu Kuokui and the other woman, but from their extravagant attire, they knew they were wealthy heiresses. Therefore, they couldn't understand what right Li Zi, a humble son-in-law, had to compete for the house or make others pay the price. It seemed he was just expressing a helpless outcry after being bullied. Yet, his words carried power and confidence, leaving a trace of hope even in the face of impossibility. Heh, enough. Liu Kuokui smirked, her red lips curving in arrogance. We are just buying a house, they are just selling a house. What price can you make us pay? Bullying us. The thought of being bullied by you, Li Zi, is your honor. Many were astonished to hear that Liu Kuokui was the heiress of the Liu family, the only daughter of the director of the Huacheng Business Bureau. This revelation shifted the balance of power in Li Xiao's favor, but he had no choice but to make a phone call. Heh, are you still putting on a show? I wonder who sent you here to make a fool of yourself. In front of Miss Liu, who do you think you are useful to? Zhang Jianbo, not daring to resort to violence, continued to taunt Li Zi with cold words, watching to see how Li Zi would react. Tang Qingyin and her daughter were deeply worried, knowing that Li Zi had a close relationship with Jin Leifu. However, with the Mei and Liu families teaming up against them, even Jin Leifu might not be able to handle the situation. Well, the clock is ticking. Leaf Z instructed Jin Leifu to purchase the house without going into details or the current scene, then hung up the phone. Heh. Leaf Z, you play the part well. Today, I, Liu Kuqi, will play with you until the end. Let's see how much power you have. Liu Kuqi flirted, showing an arrogant demeanor that was almost unbearable. I'm sorry, with only your looks, forgive me for not being interested, Leaf Z retorted with a single sentence, seizing on her verbal vulnerabilities. This tactic of striking at verbal loopholes to deliver fatal blows was most infuriating. Liu Kuqi was immediately enraged, clenching her fists and showing signs of wanting to strike. The esteemed daughter of the Liu family, an object of desire for countless men, was being mercilessly humiliated in public by this jerk. How could she bear it? More and more onlookers gathered, even the driver who had previously looked down on Leaf Z as a fraud. Seeing Leaf Z confronting the Liu family heiress, he was completely astounded. Was this guy a clueless fool or a true sign of a wealthy family? Otherwise, why would he cause such a commotion? Zheng Jianbo, not knowing who Leaf Z had called, didn't want to waste any more time. To quickly calm the situation, he urged Zheng Lulian to assist Mei Yingshu with the house purchase promptly. Once the house was sold, everything would be settled, and Leaf Xiao's protests would be in vain. Humph. Kid, I'm going to proceed with the procedures now. Let's see how you'll buy back the house with your dignity. Mei Yingshu shared a close bond with Liu Kuqi, so she also poured all her efforts into demeaning Leaf Z. In her view, this audacious young man needed to be humiliated severely, or he would never learn his place. Before Leaf Z could counter, Zheng Jianbo's phone rang. Ah, boss. Zheng Jianbo was just a real estate manager, and normally, the boss wouldn't deign to speak directly to him. Communication was usually done through the general manager, who would relay orders to him as a lower-ranked individual. Today, however, the boss had called him personally, a surprising turn of events that left him both delighted and anxious. After the initial surprise, he had a foreboding feeling that his phone call with Leaf Z was related to this call. Sure enough, after the call, his complexion changed. The audience's expressions also shifted as they sensed a potential turning point. Boss, I understand. I will immediately fly over to help him with the transfer procedures. After Zheng Jianbo hung up the phone, he apologized to Mei Yingsno. Miss Mei, I'm truly sorry. Mr. Yi had already confirmed his intention to purchase that property first. According to the rule of first come, first served, we must sell the property to him. Must. Few people noticed that Zheng Jianbo used this word. What? Mei Yingsno could hardly believe her ears. The prestigious Mei family's daughter actually had to yield the property to someone else in Flower City. If it were a sign of another wealthy family, it would be acceptable. But he was just a son-in-law from a second-rate family. How could she bear this humiliation? The onlookers were even more shocked than her, with Zheng Lulian's eyes practically bulging out. Everyone knew that the current battle over the property was not about the price, or even about the so-called first come, first served. It was about the power and influence behind each party. Who would have thought that the legitimate heiress of the Mei family would lose the fight? All eyes turned to Yi Xiao, filled with growing disbelief. Now ... scared yet? Still dare to mock us for not being able to afford a house. Tang Qingyan rose up, glaring at Zheng Lulian with a cold smile. Her gaze was icy. Previously disinterested in leveraging her connections and extremely disdainful of wealthy and powerful men, Tang Qingyan was now feeling unexpectedly happy. All because of Yi Xiao, who was different from the rest in her eyes. Zheng Lulian was indeed afraid, not daring to retort against Tang Qingyan's mockery. When the boss called the manager personally to confirm that the property would be sold to Yi Xiao, he knew he had kicked an iron plate. How could a saleswoman like her compete against a man who was favored by the powerful Mei family? Wait. Just when everyone thought the situation was settled, Liu Kuqi suddenly exploded, loudly halting Zheng Jianbo. I don't believe it. The property that Yingsno and I have set our eyes on can still be snatched away by someone else. I'm going to call my dad now. As the words fell, Zheng Jianbo didn't know what to do. Who didn't know Liu Kuqi's father? He was none other than the well-known director Liu Chongcheng of the Commercial Bureau in Flower City. Who in Flower City wouldn't give him face? TSK. The onlookers were getting more and more interested. Initially, they thought it was just a simple scenario where a salesperson would be embarrassed, but who would have thought there would be such unseen power struggles behind the scenes, with twists and turns in the plot. At this point, the outcome of the battle between the two sides was unknown. People in the sales department dared not act rashly. Both sides involved were formidable figures, and offending neither party could have severe consequences. Ha. Just wait for your boss to change his mind. After Liu Kuqi hung up the phone, she smirked triumphantly at Zheng Jianbo. She then looked at Yi Xiaoxiao disdainfully. HMPH. Thought you could compete with us first-class families just because you've gained some favor. You lowly person is still far behind. The crowd erupted in new cheers. Anyone who had even the slightest knowledge of Flower City's upper-class society knew the status of Jin Leifu and director Liu Changcheng. Jin Leifu might have overshadowed the MEI family earlier due to his real estate investments and deep associations with the HUA family behind coastal properties. The director Liu Changcheng was, after all, the director of the commercial bureau, and Liu Kuqi was his legitimate daughter. In contrast, Yi Xiaoxiao, who was hanging on to Jin Leifu's coattails, was much inferior. Tang Qingyan seemed to have realized this as well. Her earlier triumphant mood instantly turned somber. Though when she looked at Yi Xiaoxiao, she noticed a slight smirk on his face, an expression of confidence that made her doubt her initial assessment. Could it be that Yi Xiaoxiao still had a trick up his sleeve? It couldn't be true. If he could overpower Liu Changcheng, it would mean he had a great influence in Flower City. Indeed, not long after, the boss called again. Yes, I got it. After hanging up, Zheng Jianbo quickly bowed to Liu Kuqi and Yi Xiaoxiao. The boss wants to come personally to meet you two. Please wait a moment. Wow, the property battle was getting more and more exciting. The onlookers' emotions were running high, never expecting that the property owner would personally intervene. The suspense was growing. Would the son-in-law be able to regain the young lady's dignity? Would the young ladies of the Liu and MEI families be publicly humiliated? Zheng Lulian was anything but calm. Even if Liu Kuqi emerged victorious in the end, she would have offended powerful people. Any future retaliation could be detrimental to her. If the boss's arrival favored Yi Xiaoxiao, her situation would be even more tragic. She had insulted and even physically assaulted others multiple times. Recalling Yi Xiaoxiao's gaze and his words about making her pay a price, she began to feel weak in the knees. On the other hand, Liu Kuqi became more self-assured. The boss's words indicated that the situation had turned in their favor. Yi Xiaoxiao, just wait. I will show you the difference between a princess and someone who clings to others for support. Are you crazy? I've told you before, I'm not a prince. Why do you always think of yourself as a princess when you see me? Yi Xiaoxiao responded nonchalantly to the absurd and self-important woman. You. Liu Kuqi was furious, grinding her teeth. Finally, she flung her hand dramatically. HMPH, today, I will definitely make you lose face. Yi Xiaoxiao rolled his eyes in disbelief. Why was this woman so obstinate? Was she really a princess? Why did she have to confirm it in his presence? The real estate tycoon was Su Sanhua, a prominent figure in Flower City. Although he was aligned with the influential HUA family in Flower City, he was just a subordinate, not a major figure. He didn't expect that Jin Dong, who was backed by the Yanjing family, would spare no effort to compete with both the MEI and Liu families over a small property. Both sides were significant figures in Flower City's upper class. Su Sanhua had good relationships with both sides and decided to intervene personally to avoid escalating the conflict over a cheap property. However, his inclination was towards Liu Kuqi, considering her father's position as the commercial bureau director. Although Jin Dong had the backing of a powerful family, strong dragons don't oppress local snakes. Thus, Su Sanhua only wanted to see what kind of person the influential figure on Jin Dong's side was. He planned to offer compensation and reconcile matters, avoiding a rift between the two parties over a cheap property. Unexpectedly, his Bentley was intercepted halfway. What's going on? Su Sanhua was very displeased. His license plate number was HC888. Even a fool would know his status in Flower City. Yet someone dared to stop his car. Did they have no fear? Su Sanhua's driver was an extraordinary ex-Special Forces soldier who had seen combat and was a proudful figure in Flower City. However, he was surprisingly flustered at the moment. Boss Su, it's a military vehicle, and it has a significant origin. A military vehicle? Su Sanhua was backed by the powerful HUA family in Flower City and could move freely without much concern. However, he still had some apprehensions about the military. Offending the military could have severe consequences, regardless of how influential you were in the city. Knock, knock. Two imposing soldiers knocked on the Bentley's door, signaling for them to step out. Although Susanwa didn't want to provoke the military, being stopped by them was one thing, but their domineering presence was another. Did they think he was a nobody? Susanwa's driver was also a former high-ranking member of the Special Forces and naturally had some pride. Initially, he thought of teaching the soldiers a lesson to protect his boss's reputation. But sensing the opponent's icy and intimidating aura, he was immediately taken aback, looking up in shock. When he noticed the dragon emblem on their uniforms, his eyes widened, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Oh, thank goodness he didn't act rashly. Otherwise, he didn't know what dire consequences he might have faced. Boss, please get out of the car. The driver hurriedly disembarked with the utmost respect, bowing to the two Special Forces soldiers before opening the rear door for Susanwa. Susanwa understood the demeanor of his personal bodyguard, who was undoubtedly proud and couldn't be so deferential even to the top figure in Flower City. It appeared that the people who stopped his car had more power than he had anticipated. As Susanwa stepped out of the car and approached the six-wheeled military vehicle, the car window slowly rolled down, revealing an exquisitely cold side profile of a woman. Behind her tightly bound hair was a conspicuous and frightful scar. Do you know what this is? The woman casually pulled out a military badge featuring a three-dimensional dragon with menacing teeth and claws. Susanwa's driver immediately broke into a cold sweat. As a subordinate businessman of the HUA family, he understood the implications of this military badge. Not even national military officers dared to easily offend the person holding this badge, because it was a general's badge of the Dragon's Breath Special Forces. The young and resolute woman before his eyes was actually a general. It was terrifying. I know. May I ask if you are General Leng? Susanwa, seeing the word Leng on the badge, asked respectfully and cautiously. It's good to know, so I won't waste words. Now, there's someone surnamed Ji buying the villa of your HUA family. He is also a general of our Dragon Breath. Despite Susanwa's earlier speculation, he couldn't help but exclaim, the mighty Dragon Breath general wanting to buy their house, that is a great honor for both him and the HUA family. What to do, you decide for yourself. Leng never speaks idle words. After finishing the conversation, he rolled up the car window and drove off in a cloud of dust. Once the monster military vehicle left, Susanwa and his driver realized that they were drenched in cold sweat. Even though there was no threat from the other party, and no display of force, that indescribable iron-blooded aura invisibly pressed down on them, more terrifying than any threat. General Leng carried a murderous intent accumulated through numerous bloody acts. Susanwa knew, if he dares to offend the Dragon Breath Legion, then his only outcome would be death. The power comes from the barrel of a gun. Compared to the intimidation of the military, wealth and influence are simply not worth mentioning. So Susanwa immediately got into the car and loudly ordered, quickly, rush to the scene. Yes, boss. The driver did not dare to be negligent and quickly arrived at the coastal real estate sales office. Susanwa sat in the car, still in shock. Why would the soldiers of the Dragon Breath Legion be able to enter HUA City? Could there be some kind of unrest in HUA City recently? Boss Su is here. Someone called out, and the crowded sales office immediately made way. All the employees lined up neatly within 30 seconds, respectful and even wearing ingratiating smiles. Susanwa, however, disregarded these beautiful saleswomen, rushing to the scene of the incident in a hurry. Hehe, Chu's son-in-law, the lowly driver who only knows how to kiss up to those with money. Get ready to embarrass yourself. No matter how you flaunt your power, it's useless because you are fundamentally a low-class person. Liu Quiqui sneered coldly at Yi Xiaolan, already anticipating his embarrassing moment. She would never forget how this low-class man had infuriated her to the point of madness at the nightclub entrance and bathhouse entrance. Today, she could finally avenge those humiliations. Despite the provocations, Yi Xiaolan did not deign to respond to her words. He felt that this woman was no different from Deng Baobao, just a clown with a family background, even more repulsive in a certain sense. The Tang family mother and daughter were extremely nervous, their hearts pounding. They had never imagined that they, lower-class individuals, would be competing with the major families of HUA City. Humph, it seems that the so-called prestigious families are nothing special at all. Tang Qingyan silently encouraged herself, believing that one day she would surpass these arrogant women. On the other hand, Zhang Jianbo, seeing the boss personally arriving, immediately led Zhang Lulian and Feng Jiru, bowing in respect. "Boss Su, these are enough, leave." Susanwa did not dare to neglect the general for a moment, forcefully pushing away Zhang Jianbo. However, Yi Xiaolong's attire and noble demeanor, the image of a grand general, was completely different. Susanwa did not react in time. Instead, his gaze fell on Liu Kuqui and Mei Yingzhou, the daughters of the wealthy families. "Ha ha, Yi Xiaolong, you've lost. Take up your shattered dignity and leave," Liu Kuqui taunted, glaring at Yi Xiaolong. Her words seemed harmless, but caused Susanwa to wake up from his reverie. The general of Dragon Breath was indeed the modest man before him. "Uncle Su, you are just in time. I have taken an interest in a property of yours, but I understand. Leave." "What?" Liu Kuqui, who had been so confident, was treated this way by Susanwa, making her feel utterly embarrassed. Why? How could this be? She was after all the daughter of the Liu family, a friend of the wealthy. How could a mere follower of the Hua family disrespect her so? The onlookers were also surprised by this turn of events. However, laughter soon erupted at the drastic change in Liu Kuqi's demeanor. Her embarrassed state will indeed ward off evil if captured in a photo. "May I ask, are you Mr. Yi?" Susanwa ignored everyone else, his eyes fixed on Yi Xiaolong. This general-level figure was an important personage. "Yes, I am Yi Xiaolong." Yi Xiaolong nodded, with no hint of arrogance, yet exuding a sense of prestige. Everyone was puzzled. Why didn't they feel his charisma earlier? "Hello, I am Susanwa. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Yi. If you don't mind, could you do me the honor of accompanying me to the VIP room for proper hospitality?" Everyone heard Susanwa address this modest man with such respect, after just pushing Liu Kuqui away. The contrast in attitudes made it clear who was superior and who was inferior between Liu Kuqui and Yi Xiaolong. Liu Kuqi's expression froze. Mei Yingzhou sucked in a breath. Even the spectators who had been watching the show were baffled. "Oh God. Subas is a real estate tycoon in Hua City worth over $1 billion. Why would he need to court this modest man? Could this lowly person, who had been looked down upon for 3 years, have some significant background hidden?" Particularly the driver, who had thought the man was a fraud, would now realized he was a true wealthy man. Unbelievable. People are not what they seem, and he regretted underestimating and calling him a fraud earlier. Now, he just wanted to sneak away before Yi Xiaolong noticed him. Even the Tang family mother and daughter were shocked by the scene. Tang Qingyan, clenching her fists, was already thinking about how to exact revenge. Damn, she had tolerated Zhang Lulian's meddling for too long. Special treatment is unnecessary. You have 5 minutes to transfer the property to my friend. Yi Xiaolong glanced at Tang Qingyan. Upon hearing those words, Tang's wife was moved to tears. Her daughter had made it. She had managed to befriend such a powerful figure like Yi Xiaolong. Maybe the Tang family would rise because of this. Sure. Susanwa did not feel ashamed of the rejection, as handling such a prestigious figure required utmost care. "Manager Zhang, boss, I'm here." Zhang Jianbo greeted with a smile, but before he could curry favor, Yi Xiaolong interjected, "This manager made us uncomfortable. I don't want to see him again." Oh. This was awkward, and Zhang Jianbo's smile disappeared instantly, replaced with a grim expression. Yi Xiaolong then pointed to Zhang Lulian. "That saleswoman trampled on the dignity of my friend and even laid hands on her mother. You have 3 minutes to handle this to my satisfaction, or face the consequences." This level of aloofness was unheard of. Yi Xiaolong's eyes were piercing, his dark hair flowing, exuding a powerful and intangible aura. The entire venue was rendered speechless under Yi Xiaolong's overwhelming presence. What the hell? How can such a ridiculous situation happen in our sales office? Susanwa was shocked and glared fiercely at Zhang Jianbo and Zhang Lulian. "Boss, give me a chance, shut it." Susanwa seldom used vulgar language, and never in public, but now, he not only swore but also resorted to violence, kicking Zhang Jianbo, causing the previously haughty manager to sweat profusely and kneel before Yi Xiaolong and his companions. Resigned to his fate, Zhang Lulian immediately knelt before Tang's wife, humbly pleading for forgiveness. Realizing that this woman would easily dismiss the matter, she took a lowly stance. Zhang Lulian continued to apologize. However, when she thought she had achieved peace, Tang Qingyan lashed out, slapping her hard across the face. making her cheek burn with pain. As Zhang Lulian remained on the ground, unwilling to cry out in pain and continued to kneel, Tang Qingyan's retribution continued. Seeing that her daughter was about to deal another blow, Tang's wife intervened. "Qingyan, enough. Let it go." Yi Xiaolong's gaze finally landed on Liu Kuokui. Sensing Yi Xiaolong's changed demeanor, Liu Kuokui took a step back involuntarily, then provocatively challenged, "What? I'm just buying a house. Who dares to lay a hand on me? Who dares to hit Liu Kuokui?" Of course, Su Sanhua wouldn't dare. Not to mention that she's just here to cause trouble. Even if she really hits someone, her identity is there. Messing with her is the same as offending the Liu family. Who has the courage to do that? Ha ha, Yizia. This is the status of a princess. Decides the king. Who dares to touch the princess? Seeing that no one dares to touch her, Liu Kuokui became even more proud and provoked Yizia. Yes. Although she didn't understand what was going on, not winning the bid for the house made Yizia upset. But, after all, it was just a dilapidated house, and Liu Kuokui didn't lose anything. "Yizia, I've noted this account down. Next time Liu Kuokui wanted to speak harshly, but before she could finish, a slap landed on her face. Loud and crisp. The whole place was shocked. Who would have thought that Yizia would not spare even the daughter of the Liu family? Even Tang Qingyan was surprised, not expecting this man to be more domineering than she had imagined. She used to think that men who hit women were not good people, but now she completely lost that feeling. "Yizia, how dare you hit me? My dad won't let you get away with this." Liu Kuokui finally managed to say something in anger. "Humph." Yizia's expression was disdainful. "Are you talking about that guy who I kicked in the hospital? The one who hasn't even dared to make a sound until now, Liu Chongcheng?" "What?" With this statement, everyone's eyes widened. Even the dignified head of the commercial bureau had been disciplined by this man. Liu Kuokui was completely stunned, but her misfortune wasn't over. Next, there were 2 consecutive slaps, left and right, making this affluent lady look like a wilted flower, completely humiliated. It turns out my palm and your face make a good match." After hitting her, Yizia chuckled arrogantly. "So this is what a princess looks like? I see it as nothing more than a lack of upbringing, suffering from princess disease, always thinking she's superior and bullying silly women. Yizia, how dare you hit me? My dad won't spare you." Liu Kuokui tried to threaten, but before she could finish, another slap came from Yizia. Liu Kuokui was left stunned, and her misfortune continued as more slaps landed on her face, leaving her in a daze. "Hey, I didn't realize our hands and your face really match well." After Yizia finished hitting her, he laughed arrogantly. "Yizia, you ... you." Liu Kuokui was furious, but before she could do anything, she was interrupted by another slap from Yizia. Liu Kuokui was completely confused, but her ordeal wasn't over yet. 2 more slaps followed, and the continuous strikes left this young lady from a wealthy family completely soulless. "I didn't realize our hands and your face really match well." After the incident settled down, the onlookers were still reluctant to leave, with their hearts in turmoil, unable to calm down. "I want to buy the house in full, right now. Immediately. Fly me there to complete the formalities." Yizia didn't want to waste any more time. Slapping the face of this disrespectful person did give him a strange sense of satisfaction, but his main task was to buy the house, in full. Fang Jiruo, a naive girl, was surprised when Yizia suddenly designated her to earn a commission. She told him about the 1-year interest-free loan that could provide more liquid assets. Before she could finish her sentence, the boss, Su Sanhua, frowned and rebuked her. "Can't you understand human speech? Does Yizia need that little cash flow? Immediately, fly them to complete the formalities for Yizia." Understood, boss." Seeing Fang Jiruo's lack of professionalism left Su Sanhua speechless. She didn't seem to realize that he was a general buying a house. Even allowing him to get a loan showed a lack of respect. Yizia found Fang Jiruo's clueless behavior amusing. He couldn't understand why she chose a sales job when she clearly wasn't suited for it. However, she might find a better fit at the only dance noodles shop. "Yizia, Jiruo is new and not familiar with the process. Let me handle it for you. It will be faster." "Don't worry, she still get her commission." Zhang Lulian, who had just been humiliated as a pighead by Tang Qingyan, seized the opportunity to please Yizia. She stood up and nodded deferentially, trying to get his attention. For some reason, She had initially found his gaze through the mirror repulsive, but now, why did she want him to notice her figure? Unfortunately, Yizia paid her no mind and looked directly at Tang Qingyan instead. Tang Qingyan didn't resist. Watching the person who had just humiliated her now willingly serve her gave her an inexplicable sense of achievement. "Sir, I can arrange the procedures for you right away, but do you want to see the house, the decoration, the location, and the facilities before settling in?" Zhang Lulian quickly handed the key to Yizia, shooting him an alluring glance and scratching his palm while passing the key, hoping to imply something. Unfortunately, Yizia's heart was only occupied by Chu Qingyu. "Qingyan, from now on, this house will belong to you." Yizia then handed the key to Tang Qingyan. "All right, I will definitely repay you in the future." Tang Qingyan pursed her lips, showing a serious and determined expression. She had experienced the superiority of the wealthy by following Yizia, and it truly made her feel comfortable. Indeed, money is almighty. Those who say money isn't everything simply don't have enough money or don't have enough of it yet. Tang Qingyan silently vowed to do whatever it takes to earn money and strive to be successful. "I, Tang Qingyan, will also become someone exceptional." Yizi walked out of the sales office lobby. To his surprise, as soon as he stepped outside, he saw dozens of sexy and beautiful ladies with charming smiles waiting outside to congratulate them on becoming members of the coastal property. As for the others, following Mr. Zhu's instructions, they were all asked to leave the scene. These sales ladies had seen many wealthy people, and Yi Zhao's purchase of the villa was nothing extraordinary, but to have the boss personally accompany him to buy a house, he was the first, and Yizi was only in his 20s, handsome and wealthy, so these women couldn't help but have thoughts about him. As Yizi walked past them, they deliberately showcased their advantages by bowing and showing off. Especially Zhang Lulian, she took the opportunity to brush her chest against Yi Zhao's arm. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Yizi coldly pushed her aside and focused his gaze on the model of the central Seaview villa. "Mr. Su, I want that villa." Yizi suddenly spoke, startling all the ladies around him. "Oh my goodness, that is the most expensive villa in the entire Seaview villa area. Even the most luxurious and prestigious central Seaview villa in the entire city. Mr. Yi, are you joking? You just bought one." Zhang Lulian regretted deeply. Just think, if she hadn't looked down on Yizi in front of the mirror in the bathroom earlier, but instead showed off her assets to him and gave him a good impression, she might not have been slapped over and over again on her face now. Maybe she would have hitched her wagon to a super tycoon, and in the future, living in the top Seaview villa in the city wouldn't be just a dream. Strange, aren't you allowed to buy two villas? Or do you think I don't have money? Yizi frowned at her, clearly annoyed. Holy cow. Finally, everyone understood. He wasn't joking, he really wanted to buy that most luxurious villa. No, Mr. Yi. You can buy as many villas as you want. Susanwa was frightened and quickly kicked Zhang Lulian away. With this statement, the expressions of everyone changed drastically. Everyone knew that the central Seaview villa had never been sold, not because it wasn't good enough, but because it was too good. It was large in size, had a private swimming pool, a circular racetrack, and even a golf course, along with other facilities that humans could think of. Of course, the most crucial factor was its unique location. It was said that the central Seaview villa was surrounded by sea on all sides, requiring a helicopter or boat to reach it. Climbing to the top of the villa, you could touch the clouds in the sky. It was not only a symbol of wealth but also a symbol of status. Being able to live there meant you held the highest position in the city, so it wasn't something that could be bought just with money. Well, let's not beat around the bush. Tell me the price, and I'll transfer the money to you immediately, Yizi casually said, not knowing that the hearts of everyone in the lobby were already in turmoil. Mr. Yi, money is not an issue, but I have to consult with the head of the Hua family. Please wait a moment. Susanwa went to seek permission. Everyone anxiously waited. If in the end, the Hua family agreed to sell the villa to Yizi, wouldn't that mean the Hua family acknowledged his status and position? Thinking of this, Zhang Lulian swallowed hard, regretting her actions. On the other hand, Fang Jiro's heart was also trembling. Last time at the Imperial Palace, she met Yizi, where she saw members of the Qinglan faction kneeling down to him. She knew Yizi was someone extraordinary. Little did she know, he turned out to be a powerful figure. Hey, Jiru, could you introduce this villa to me? Taking advantage of the moment, Yizi also wanted to learn more about the villa that all of the Chu family members highly coveted. Regardless of the price, regardless of whether the Ahua family wanted to sell or not, for the sake of restoring his wife's honor and making her the most respected woman in the city, Yizi must purchase it at all costs. This was the core reason why he came to purchase a house here today, and even borrow the influence of the Frost and Dragon Legion for this purpose. Sure, Mr. Yi, the price of this villa is 388 million. What? As soon as they heard this price, many people in the room screamed, some even shrieking in terror. Mrs. Tang was almost fainting. 388 million. She barely knew how to write that number. Even Tang Qingyan's eyes shimmered. Unable to contain her excitement, she couldn't help feeling envious of Qingwu. Fang Jie saw everyone's reaction and subconsciously thought Yizi would find it expensive. Without delay, she started explaining. Mr. Yi, this villa is worth every penny. When you buy the villa, the entire central water area will be your private property. We will provide you with a yacht, a private car, and a driver, as well as bodyguards and staff to ensure your rights are protected 24 hours a day. In addition to a private car park outside the villa, you can even park your own plane if you wish. Truly worth it. Yizi nodded, finally recognizing Fang Jiro's talents. Although she was naive in interpersonal skills and worldliness, she had a good memory and intelligence, speaking fluently without any hesitation. Miss Fang, do you have any interest in switching jobs? I know the general manager of Weiwu Group, Fang Yu. If you are interested in becoming a store manager, I can recommend you to her. What? Fang Jie was stunned. Even the surrounding ladies were envious and jealous. Weiwu Group had opened hundreds of stores globally, and previous store managers received a handsome salary, annual bonuses, various travel perks. It was the dream job for many. Being a manager at Weiwu meant a salary of $1 million a year, plus benefits. It was a dream come true for many. Who would want to continue working here relying solely on commissions? Despite their glamorous appearance, these sales ladies struggled due to expensive properties that were hard to sell, leading to low income during lean periods. How about it? Aren't you willing? Yizi openly recruited, even though Su Sanhua had returned with a smile on his face. I'm willing, of course. Fang Jie was too excited. Once the words slipped out, she looked worriedly Su Sanhua, fearing the boss might not be pleased. Little did she know that Su Sanhua not only congratulated her for seeking a better job opportunity, but also publicly announced that the Ahua family had agreed to sell the Central Seaview Villa representing the status to Yizi. Wow, the sales ladies at the sales office were going crazy. Since the moment they stepped into the office to work as sales representatives, they had been observing which lucky individual would win the dazzling villa. Initially, members of the Liu, Mei, and Du families came to buy, and there were many wealthy individuals who could afford 388 million. However, the Ahua family had not consented to the sales. Ever since then, everyone believed that whoever moved into the villa was either extremely wealthy or had immense power. Unexpectedly, the Ahua family decided to sell the villa to a mere son-in-law of a second-rate family. It was truly baffling, leaving everyone puzzled and speechless. Only Su Sanhua remained calm, thinking he held the truth. That is, the Ahua family was granting face. Yizi was a general of the Frost Legion. Little did he know, apart from that, as the highest-ranked family among the four major families in Huacheng, the head of the Ahua family was well aware of Yi Xiao's other identity, as the legitimate son of the wealthiest family in the entire Long Kingdom. With these two identities, regardless of Huacheng or the entire province, it would be difficult to find someone to rival him. Okay, please swipe the card. Yizi nonchalantly took out a bank card. As soon as they saw the card, some of the astute sales ladies gasped, and some even had weak knees, almost kneeling down. Hey, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly fall? Fang Jie kindly helped her fallen colleague to her feet. Do you know what kind of card that is? What card? Fang Jie was puzzled. As a rural girl, she thought everyone's bank cards were the same, with only different amounts of money inside. Who knew that bank cards could also differentiate status? After her colleague shocked her by revealing the truth, she was utterly astonished. What? You mean the top-tier dragon card, which can only be obtained with a net worth of billions? In a moment, Fang Jie looked at Yizi differently. Previously, she had seen him dining with his wife's relatives and found him impressive. But now, she felt they were worlds apart. An admiring emotion welled up within her. Initially worried about any potential mishaps, Susanwa had chased away Liu Kuqi and Mei Yingsu to big-time Marises for Yi Zi. However, upon seeing the dragon card, he no longer doubted Yi Zhao's distinguished identity, promptly handling the transaction himself. 15 minutes later, after receiving the property certificate, Yi Zi left the sales office, leaving behind dozens of trembling, beautiful ladies who couldn't believe they had finally witnessed the power of Hua Cheng's top tycoon. I never thought we'd finally witness the strength of Hua Cheng's top tycoon today. Yes, being so young and wealthy, it would be great if one could marry him. Ha ha, forget about it. He's already married to the Chu family's daughter. I wonder if the Chu family's lady saved the galaxy in her past life to marry such a handsome and wealthy husband. Everyone thought the Chu family's lady married a loser, but she actually married the most amazing man in the entire city. If only we could spread the news and show those ignorant folks a thing or two. Shh. Do you want to die? Mystery needs to stay low-key. Dare if you try to spread what happened today. Sigh. We can only keep it in our stomach. Yi Xiaoshu pushed Tang Qingyan away from the seaside area, preparing to hail a taxi and leave. Unexpectedly, a taxi approached, but a young woman hastily ran over, very impolitely trying to take the taxi. Hey! Have you got it wrong? This is Yi Xiaoshu's taxi. Yi Xiaoshu. The woman heard the name and suddenly noticed Yi Xiaoshu's presence, her red lips immediately curling into a mocking arc. Ha ha. It's really Chu Qingwu's useless husband. How come you're not driving your R8 today? At the woman's words, weariness appeared between Yi Xiaoshu's brows. The woman was none other than Song Bai. When Qian Guan crashed into someone else's luxury car and it was revealed to be Yi Xiaoshu's car, she, like everyone else, was shocked to the core. In the end, Yi Xiaoshu took away Shen Yu and Tia, but didn't let her ride along, making her a laughing stock. Afterwards, she thought of undermining Chu Qingwu, but her thoughts circled back. How could Yi Xiaoshu, a man living off his wife for 3 years, afford such a luxurious car? After her careful investigation, the truth came out. The car indeed belonged to Li Bilai. Yi Xiaoshu must have used some means to borrow Big Shot's car to show off, then returned it. Seeing Yi Xiaoshu trying to hail a cab on the road today, she was even more convinced of the truth. Ha ha. Why are you so obsessed with vanity? That night, you must have intentionally driven to your wife's classmate gathering to show off, right? Otherwise, how could you be there? Yi Xiaoshu didn't want to explain. Nor did he know how to explain. If she thought this way would make her happy, then let her believe so. What? You're here now. Don't tell me you bought a house in the seaside area where only tycoons can afford. Will you buy a luxury home on the Flower City seafront that starts at 388 million RMB? You. Tang Qingyan couldn't stand it and couldn't help but blurt out the truth. Yi Xiaoshu not only bought a house here, he bought two at once. Ha ha. Song Bai burst into laughter, nearly choking herself. The scene was not only amusing but also quite entertaining to the taxi driver, who didn't mind the illegal parking just to watch. Yi Xiaoshu, let me tell you, what kind of person are you? How do you know a lame girl? She's so good at helping you show off, she even follows you around instead of your wife. How come she didn't tell you that you bought the Central Seafront Villa, the 3.88 billion Flower City's top model? You. Tang Qingyan was furious, but wanted to tell her which one Yi Xiaoshu bought. However, even if she did, this woman wouldn't believe her. She might even mock her and Yi Xiaoshu even more. Song Bai, if you're not getting in, we're taking this taxi. Yi Xiaoshu's words did the trick. Song Bai was petty, so how could she let them have the taxi? She just huffed and got into the car, continuing her mockery. Yi Xiaoshu, in a few days, it will be your 3rd anniversary with Chu Qingwu. I heard Chu Qingwu's cousin is getting married on that day. Will your wife get a divorce because she can't handle the stress? I can't wait to see. Yi Xiaoshu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why did this woman hate his wife so much? And at the end of the month, we'll have a real class reunion. I hope you can borrow a luxury car to bring Chu Qingwu, otherwise, that woman dodges the reunion like avoiding debt every year. It's boring. After leaving a bunch of words behind, Song Bai finally impatiently left as even the driver couldn't stand her anymore. This woman, she's just an employee. Where does she get such a sense of superiority to flaunt in front of you? Tang Qingyan couldn't stand it and stood up for Yi Xiaoshu. She now understood how Yi Xiaoshu had managed to get through the past 3 years and couldn't help but admire his patience. If it were her, she couldn't have endured it. Yi Xiaoshu, on the other hand, didn't mind at all. After dropping off Tang Qingyan at the hospital, he went home alone. The top priority now was to take down the White Wolf faction. As for the wedding, he would have Fang Yu and Jin Leifu handle it. Even Yaofu would attend, and she even arranged for a few helicopters to be there, believing that the scene would make his wife burst into tears of joy. Upon returning home, however, Yi Xiaoshu found Chu Qingyi anxiously talking on the phone. It seemed like her demeanor was far from that of the most precious woman in the Flower City. "Mom, what are you doing? Are you being held hostage, or is someone trying to extort you? How could you take the property certificate with you? Where are you now? Yi Xiaoshu and I will pick you up immediately." Chu Qingwu said a series of things loudly before angrily hanging up the phone. Seeing her like that, even Peach couldn't approach her. "Wife, what's wrong?" Yi Xiaoshu quickly became concerned, as it seemed like Wang Yanqing had gotten herself in trouble again. "Yi Xiaoshu, I suspect Mom has joined a cult." Chu Qingyi's words surprised Yi Xiaoshu. Even Peach was both curious and frightened, asking, "Oh, Mom, what's a cult?" This, Chu Qingwu couldn't explain, afraid of scaring the 4-year-old girl. "Peach, adults' matters are not something you should worry about. Go play by yourself." After managing a smile and sending Peach away, Chu Qingwu resumed her worried expression. "Yi Xiaoshu, Mom took your car and my property certificate, and she's not coming back tonight. When I asked her what she was doing, she said she was developing her career for wealth and told me not to interfere. Do you think she's brainwashed by a cult?" At Chu Qingyi's words, Yi Xiaoshu comforted Chu Qingwu, and then quietly instructed Li Bulai to handle it. Tomorrow was the day of the showdown with the White Wolf faction, and Zhao Yunshan's team couldn't be distracted with these matters. Meanwhile, at the hotel, Wang Yanqing was also feeling anxious. "Yan Jun, didn't we agree that raising $2 million would be enough? I've mortgaged my car and house now for $5 million. How am I going to face my daughter and son-in-law?" "Wang Yanqing, don't worry." Yan Jun sat next to her, gently embracing her, appearing like a couple. In the past, Wang Yanqing would have been embarrassed, but now, feeling lost, Yan Chun's embrace brought a sense of unexpected comfort. She had been lonely for far too long and often felt cold and empty at night. "What makes you fear facing your daughter and son-in-law? Isn't it because you don't have an independent career and disposable wealth?" Yan Chun's words hit Wang Yanqing deep in her heart. She used to think she liked gambling because she was a gambler. Now, after Yan Chun's words, she understood that she was ambitious, didn't want to depend on others and wanted to be self-reliant. Now, with the 2 million plan, you could earn tens of thousands, but what use is that small amount of money? You'll still rely on your daughter and son-in-law, and as you grow older, you'll have to live according to their wishes completely. Exactly. Wang Yanqing thought Yang Jun understood her situation too well. Look at Yi Xiaoshu, that jerk who used to always be submissive towards her. Now that he has some money, he doesn't even consider her his mother-in-law. Even during the incident with Aunt Tang, he and Chu Qingwu dared to teach her a lesson in front of outsiders. Yi Xiaoshu even footed the medical bill without reimbursing her, which is why I'm upgrading you to a 5 million plan. I want you to earn enough for future living expenses in one go, achieve true economic independence, and then you won't have to worry about living according to someone else's wishes, even when you're older. We can relax and explore the world together. Yan Jun painted such a beautiful picture of their life. Wang Yanqing's eyes welled up with tears as he said that. For so many years, she was married to a spineless man like Chu Weiman, and he never mentioned exploring the world together. All right, Yan Jun, for our future life, I will figure out a way to reach 5 million. When I make a big profit then, I won't have to care about anyone's opinions anymore. Yes, Yanqing, you're amazing. A woman with ambition is truly the most charming. I even feel like you have the potential to hit 10 million. What's a mere 5 million? With each flattery, Yanqing's heart bloomed with joy. Is that so? You're doing a good job. In the villa, in the middle of the night, Li Yejian received a message from Yan Jun, reporting that he could now fully control Wang Yanqing. The small goal is 100 million. You should tactfully mention that her son-in-law is a wealthy man. Let her squeeze out as much as possible, understand? What? 100 million? Is that lazy good for nothing really that wealthy? Why not try and see for yourself? If you can scam the Yi family for 100 million, I'll give you a 10% cut. Ah, really? Thank you. Young Master Liu. Thank you. Well, good luck. After hanging up the phone, Li Yijian gradually revealed a sinister smile. Yi Xiao, what hidden identity are you hiding? Qin Leifu obeys your every command. West District Business City has become your influence. What abilities do you possess? Let me test where your limits lie. Hehe. The next day at noon, Yi Xiao received important news from Zhao Yunshan. What? That guy Li Bi sent the security guards of West District Business City to find Wang Yanqing. Yes, young Master Yi. Wasn't that what you ordered Li Bi to do? Yi Xiao was speechless, wondering whether he should mention the fact. He had already arranged for Leng to take Dao Haidao's life tonight, and then he and Snake Uncle would personally deal with Tiad Yilang, ending an era in the underground world of Huacheng. Little did he expect that the brothers from the West District had been dispersed, and he was unsure if he could gather them back in time. More importantly, such a large-scale gathering might alert Tiad Yilang prematurely. While Yi Xiao was still pondering, Chu Qingwu also called. Yi Xiao, accompany me to a banquet tonight. Okay, banquet? Yes. It's a high society banquet in Huacheng. I want to go see. Chu Qinglu's last sentence was clearly hesitant. Yi Xiao frowned slightly, understood the situation after a brief conversation, and still agreed as usual. Okay. Being able to enter the real high society was a lifelong wish for the Chu family. Even his grandparents had only attended such a luxurious banquet once, becoming a memory for his grandmother for a lifetime. Because of that extravagant and luxurious atmosphere, it stimulated his grandmother's nerves, making her want to expand and strengthen the Chu family business. Officially entering the first-class society and having the qualifications to attend the true high-end banquets of Huacheng. Unexpectedly, Chu Qingwu had received an invitation now, which must be like a bombshell within the Chu family, shocking the entire clan. This was the most direct evidence of her position as the wife, so Yi Xiao had to prioritize unconditionally. After agreeing to Chu Qingwu, he had to change his plans last minute, asking Leng to take care of Jie Yilang, while he seized the opportunity to send Da Haidao off at the banquet. Okay. Leng remained as cold as ever. Even though Yi Xiao had changed her target at the last moment, she responded coldly. 10 o'clock tonight. Tiad Yilang will perish. Hey. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xiao couldn't help but mock himself. Leng was so confident in handling Tiad Yilang, yet he was still worried about dealing with Dao Haidao. The difference was indeed too great. Yi Xiao, oh Yi Xiao, you've been timid for 3 years, truly bringing disgrace to the title of General along Longxi 17 Road. After mocking himself, Yi Xiao contacted Snake Uncle, but received no response. Oops, could Snake Uncle be unable to answer the phone? Yi Xiao was really frustrated. With the last-minute change in plans, how would he proceed without informing Snake Uncle? Well, he had to play it by ear. He and Leng were both generals from the Longxi, having previously cooperated in the feat of taking the enemy general's head amidst the flames of war. If they couldn't handle two leaders from Huacheng tonight, it would truly be a disgrace to the Longxi troops. The High Society wine banquet was hosted by the Chamber of Commerce director, located in a luxurious villa along the coast of the Liu family. At 8 o'clock in the evening, luxury cars filled the Vio's surroundings. Bentleys, Ferraris, and other top luxury cars abound. Porsches, Maseratis cruising around. Even BMWs and Audis appeared somewhat shabby in comparison. Outside the villa, lights shimmered, splendid and magnificent, with celebrities gathering. Such social gatherings, occurring twice a year, warranted the title of an extravagant show-off event. Every person entering was either a wealthy merchant or a noble scion, dressed head to toe in designer clothes and luxury items, armed to the teeth, afraid of losing face with the slightest misstep. With such a crowd converging, it was easy to see that there was definitely a strict hierarchy and a sense of status, with plenty of arrogant individuals. The villa was also divided into 3 areas, with status increasing accordingly. Even the boss of the Qinglong faction, Du Qing, who owned more than a dozen nightclubs in Huacheng, could only stay in the middle banquet hall, indicating the deep background of the attendees to this event. Master Qing, I heard that the Liu family invited Chu Qingwu to the banquet. Ji Wuyu handed Master Qing a cup of wine and spoke in that moment. HMPH. The heart of Sima Zhao, does the woman from the Chu family really think she has the qualifications to attend tonight's banquet? I heard she offended the Liu family. Perhaps the Liu family invited her to humiliate and seek revenge. Master Qing took the wine and stood at the railing on the second floor of the villa, overlooking the scene below on the first floor. The banquet hall below, about the size of half a football field, was filled with the elegant signs of various families in Huacheng, making it the liveliest of the 3 banquet halls. Not only was it bustling due to the large number of people, but it was also the youngest age group, with a proud and competitive nature, naturally leading to many conflicts. Yes, I have heard about the incident where the Chu family's son-in-law offended the Liu family. I'm afraid the woman from the Chu family wouldn't dare to show up. Ji Wuyu also looked down at the scene, speaking leisurely. Unlike Master Cheng, her beautiful eyes occasionally looked upwards, indicating that despite the strict hierarchy of the banquet, there were instances where crossing boundaries was possible. It's best if Yizhao Xiao doesn't show up, Master Cheng said, taking a strong sip of wine, clearly not wanting to see Yizhao Xiao this event tonight. If he does, then what? Ji Wuyu deliberately wanted to understand clearly. Will Master Cheng order the Qinglong faction to deal with him for the Liu family, or will you maintain cooperation with the Liu family? Ji Wuyu's tone was slightly playful. Sighing, Master Cheng lamented, I've said it, Yizhao Xiao will ultimately perish from being too kind-hearted and soft-hearted. Tonight, he will die. With that, he forcefully clinked his wine glass and left with large strides. However, Ji Wuyu's view differed slightly from Master King's. Master Cheng perhaps valued family and power too much, neglecting Yizhao Xiao's own abilities. Meanwhile, downstairs, after Chu Qingwu entered, she felt like she was walking on thin ice. Strong-willed and not yet freed from worldly desires, it was her first time attending such a status-representing banquet, inevitably feeling a hint of pride, especially when she saw the heavenly atmosphere at the scene. However, this pride was quickly diluted by a sense of inferiority, as everyone present seemed to shine from head to toe. While Chu Qingwu had confidence in her figure and temperament, she didn't consider herself so beautiful that she didn't need any enhancement. She was still wearing the clothes that Yizhao Xia had given her at the Wei Dance Gate shop. Although they were expensive, they still appeared slightly shabby compared to the scions of top families. On the other hand, Yizhao Xia and Tao Dao, dressed shabbily, remained carefree. Hey, this lady looks unfamiliar. Which rich family does she belong to? Yizhao Xia left with Tao Dao for a while, and immediately, there was a crowd of people approaching Chu Qingwu. To be honest, being approached by people at this moment made Chu Qingwu feel a bit happy, as most of the banquet hall was filled with young elites or scions, mostly single. Chu Qingwu, accompanied by her husband and daughter, naturally attracted attention, yet they seemed somewhat out of place compared to the top family scions. Hehe. She's called Chu Qingwu, a social climber who uses her body to climb the ladder. Before Chu Qingwu could respond to the words, a cold voice rang out from behind. Turning to look, she was faced with Chu Yingku and Liu Kuokui, her 2 old rivals. One held deep hatred towards Chu Qingwu, while the other had a fierce rivalry with Yizhao Xia. Seeing Chu Qingwu attending the banquet in a show of vanity, they immediately sought to humiliate her to seek vengeance. Indeed, Chu Yingku deliberately raised her voice to attract the attention of the guests around, not sparing any scornful glances towards Chu Qingwu. After all, Chu Qingwu had recently appeared in the news of Huacheng and was now considered a local celebrity to some extent. In welcoming autumn, must you speak such words on this occasion to resolve our private conflicts within the family? Chu Qingyu is like a thorny rose. Just now, she was a bit nervous due to the unfamiliar environment, and now being publicly scolded by Chu Yingku, she was angered. Of course, she knew that after the incident in the meeting room last time, her conflict with Chu Yingku was irreconcilable. Now, her position in the fabric factory is as stable as Mount Tai, and Chu Yingku can no longer trouble her. She can only take advantage of tonight's opportunity to make things difficult for her. This is also why Chu Qingyu hesitated despite wanting to attend tonight's banquet to represent her status. Unexpectedly, the most worrying thing happened as soon as she entered. Hehe. Chu Qingyu, you are just a paper tiger, am I wrong to say so? If you didn't rely on your body to climb up, what abilities and virtues do you have? You kicked the entire Chu family aside, and now control the fabric factory's power. Chu Yingchu's words were unfiltered. Although vulgar, they attracted everyone's attention. The guests in the banquet hall surged towards them like a tide. Oh, it's another trouble from the Chu family. Hehe. Just a rundown factory, coming here to make a scene. All for show. With the Chu family's minuscule power, how did they manage to get invited to this banquet tonight? Criticism towards the Chu family erupted on the scene. After all, The Chu family is at most a second-rate commercial family, lacking in both wealth and influence. The fact that they could cause trouble at the event tonight made people look down on them. Hearing others look down upon the Chu family, Chu Qingyu felt a bit angry. Although the Chu family treated her cruelly, they were still her family after all. On the other hand, Chu Yinghu joined in with the crowd's mocking. That's right, everyone knows the methods of this despicable woman, right? This woman from the Chu family relies on her body, on publicity stunts, and various methods to attract attention and be appointed as the general manager, even getting everyone's attention. What is she if not just a paper tiger? Chu Yinghu, enough. Don't forget that your surname is also Chu. Chu Qingyu couldn't bear it, clenching her teeth. Hehe, in a few days, I will marry into the Liu family. That small nest of the Chu family doesn't interest me. It's only women like you who strive to climb up in such a small place, with such limited vision and scope. Chu Yinghu used the concepts of vision and scope to attack Chu Qingyu. If Chu Qingyu remembers correctly, this woman's education is not even as high as her own. The only thing praiseworthy in her whole life is her relationship with Liu Hedong, even managing to enchant the weakest man from the Liu family. However, now, Chu Qingyu feels extremely embarrassed. Get out! Just as Chu Qingyu was at a loss, an angry voice was heard again. This time, it was a man. Liu Hedong. Last time at the bathhouse, he still held a grudge from being beaten up by Wang Hu. Back then, Wang Hu was clearly afraid of Chu Qingyu. All she had to do was speak, and she could have saved herself. Yet, this woman chose not to intervene, even watching as he was humiliated. Liu Hedong had a grievance, but he completely forgot that they were the ones causing trouble, and it was only because of Chu Qingyu that their fate was not worse. We, the Liu family, do not welcome despicable people like you. What? As Liu Hedong spoke, the whole venue erupted. People who enjoy watching others suffer all had interesting expressions. They enjoy seeing the lowly being forced out, feeling a sense of superiority. Chu Qingyu was shocked, her mouth slightly agape. She regretted coming to the event, wondering if the Liu family deliberately invited her to embarrass her. How shameless and boring. At this moment, a proud laughter echoed through the room. Chu Qingyu instantly felt relieved. On the other hand, Liu Hedong and the others gritted their teeth. Especially Liu Kuqui, who stayed silent the whole time due to being scammed by Yizi and buying a house. She knew that with this man around, it wouldn't be easy to deal with his wife. The crowd split to make way for him. It wasn't voluntary, but rather pushed aside by Yizi. What an arrogant man. Many didn't know Yi Xiao's identity, but seeing his boldness made them think he must be important. Even if pushed aside, no one dared to speak up. Yizi, holding Peach in his arms, went over to Chu Qingyu and mockingly said to the three people across, "Hey, Liu Hedong, it seems you also deserve the title of spineless coward." Quite fitting. Yizi, what do you mean? Liu Hedong was boiling with rage, feeling humiliated. He may be a marginalized figure in the Liu family, but who dares to call him a coward? The people of the Liu family wouldn't, nor would anyone in the room. Yizi was just a spineless coward from the Chu family. What right did he have to humiliate himself in such a manner? Can't hear me? Let me speak louder then. Yizi changed his carefree expression to seriousness. I'm saying you, Liu Hedong, are a spineless coward. You only play around with women all day. The two words Chu Yinghu just used fit you perfectly superficial and narrow-minded. If you had half the wit and courage of Liu Yejian, why would you bear the title of a coward? Yizi, you. What about me? Did I say something wrong? Yi Xiao's eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Deep down, he despised Liu Yejian. You are a Liu family member, indeed, but is your presence related to tonight's event? Do you have the authority to expel people? Come on, have the guts to kick out my whole family. Provocation. A provocation that disregarded the opponent's dignity. Just now, Liu Hedong had expelled Chu Qingyu, and now Yizi was deliberately provoking him. If in the end, Liu Hedong couldn't expel Chu Qingyu, where would he hide his face? Guards, get the guards. Liu Hedong lost control, shouting loudly. At this moment people from the second and third floors also looked down, seeing Liu Hedong in his frustrated state, shaking their heads in amusement. He really is a spineless coward. As they say, like father, like son. But sometimes there are exceptions. Of course, these people wouldn't say such things aloud, at most conveying their sentiments through gestures and looks. As expected, despite Liu Hedong's shouting, The security guards around remained unmoved. Without the command of the chief guard or the event manager, nobody would dare to expel any guests. Both the chief guard and the event manager had been instructed by Long Cheng of the Liu family. Tonight, everyone could leave except for Yi Zi. Even if Yi Zi wanted to escape, it would be difficult. How could they chase him away? Liu Hedong, inexperienced in the ways of the world, was bringing disgrace upon himself. This was the attitude of the hosting Liu family. Many people understood this. Yi Zi also understood, so he smiled bitterly, realizing that tonight was indeed a trap. Even if he wanted to escape, it seemed impossible. However, this didn't stop him from humiliating Liu Hedong. You see, the spineless coward of the Liu family, your status in this banquet hall is the same as that of a spineless coward from the Chu family, both worthless with no rights. So, why pretend to be something you're not? Yi Zi intentionally belittled himself, showing that it didn't matter. After all, he had borne this title for 3 years. But being called a coward made Liu Hedong uncomfortable, his face contorted, lips twitching, at a loss. The guards wouldn't listen to him, and he couldn't fight Yi Zi. What could he do? Hey! The esteemed young master from the Liu family is embarrassing himself at his own doorstep. Quite a sight. Indeed, a showdown between spineless cowards. Apparently, the Chu family is winning. Does this not indicate that the higher the social status, the more spineless the coward? Scornful remarks circulated mercilessly, confirming Liu Yejian's lack of status. Oh, the embarrassment faced by Chu Yingku. She felt more embarrassed than Liu Hedong. Just a moment ago, she was proud of marrying Liu Hedong, but now, she and everything she took pride in were being mercilessly mocked by everyone present. How could she endure this humiliation? Liu Hedong, you are just pitiful. Yingku, shouting twice, the fiancé didn't even turn around, causing him to stare furiously at Yi Zi, grinding his teeth. Yi Zi, remember this grudge. I will find you and settle the score. Yi Zi shrugged, displaying a nonchalant expression. The pair of clownish lovers left the scene. Hearing Peach's cheers next to him, Chu Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief but couldn't feel happy. She realized that without a man from her family, her position as the general manager of the fabric factory was like floating wee. Insignificant. Hehe. Qing master. Yi Zi won this round. On the second floor, Ji Wuyu teased Du Qing. This childish squabble doesn't even count as a warm-up. Anyway, Yi Zi is as good as dead tonight. Let's hope the Liu family won't need to involve our Qinglong faction. After all, even if Yi Zi hasn't returned to the Yi family, he's part of their main branch. Du Qing was a schemer, but he wouldn't hide anything from his goddaughter because she wasn't just part of the Qinglong faction's think tank, but also a powerful nuclear weapon. After the 3 little rascals of the Willow Leaf sect left, Chu Qingwu finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before her family could fully immerse themselves in the public feast, another group arrived. This time, the newcomers were noticeably different. Before the host had even made an appearance, the crowd parted like waves, revealing 3 faces familiar to Yi Zi. The Willow Leaf sect had arrived. Behind him stood 2 men, naturally identified as Bai Ming and Da Zhuan of the Blue Dragon sect, one limping and one with a missing hand, both looking hostile towards Yi Zi. Wow, Dad, are these zombies? Tao Dao saw Bai Ming and Da Zhuan, nervously hugging Yi Zi. Not just Tao Dao, even Chu Qingwu was very tense. She knew there would be trouble at this banquet, but she hadn't expected to encounter such terrifying individuals. Ha, Tao Dao, don't be nervous. Yi Zi comforted Tao Dao with words while subtly holding his wife's soft hand to give her courage. These uncles are just here to say hello. They won't come over. As Yi Zi anticipated, Willow Leaf Sword stopped 10 meters away from him, standing still and not advancing. He was such a cautious person, especially knowing that Yi Zi was a madman who wanted to kill him. He wouldn't be foolish enough to risk his own life tempting Yi Zi to act in such a setting. Mr. Yi. Miss Chu. There are inevitably some superficial people among the crowd. I hope they won't ruin your enjoyment. If you don't mind, why not come up to the 2nd floor? Willow Leaf Sword extended a warm invitation with a smile, causing a stir around them, especially among those who had mocked Chu Qingwu just moments ago. They weren't qualified to enter the 2nd floor, yet Chu Qingwu was invited. Why, if she were truly a woman who relied on her body for status, wouldn't she have served young Master Liu as well? Obviously not possible. At this moment, many people found it amusing how Chu Yingku had made a false statement that was now easily debunked. Chu Qingwu's eyes sparkled, a bit excited. yet slightly panicked. All her life, she longed for everyone's recognition and that imperceptible yet practical status. Tonight, not only did she attend this banquet, but if she could enter the second floor that even her grandmother hadn't qualified for in the past, who in the Chu family could still look down on her in the future. Yi, are we going? Chu Qingwu, not so shocked as to lose her wits, immediately glanced at her husband. Although she was unaware of many things, she knew that with this man behind her, she could climb up from the bottom to their current status. Our family has always followed what the wife says. Yi responded to Chu Qingwu, deliberately teasing the cute child. Cao Dao, do you agree with letting mom be in charge at home? Cao Dao agrees. Cao Dao raised her hands, cheerfully endorsing her mom. At this moment, their family became the focus of the banquet, and Chu Qingwu became the spokesperson for their family. All right then. Thank you, young Master Liu. Chu Qingwu responded to Willow Leaf Sword. Although she knew about Yi Zhao's grudge with Willow Leaf Sword over the demolition of the Oxhead village, she was unaware of their mutual desire to kill each other, let alone the many people waiting in ambush inside and outside the villa at this moment, waiting for a perfect opportunity to kill her husband. Enjoy yourselves. Willow Leaf Sword raised his glass and spoke before elegantly leaving, charming many women present. Even Chu Qingwu couldn't believe that this man was actually the mastermind behind the Oxhead Village demolition project, attempting to take lives recklessly. Young Master Liu, why go the extra mile to invite that couple to the second floor? That's right, if you had commanded, our Blue Dragon sect members would have swarmed in and taken his life. Once they returned to the third floor's exclusive room, Bai Mian Nan Dajuan, puzzled by Willow Leaf Sword's actions, asked him. Playing with his wine glass, Willow Leaf Sword wore a scheming expression. Do you think, on such an occasion tonight, with so many people around, it would be suitable for your underground forces to swarm in and kill someone in public? Willow Leaf Sword's rhetorical question left the two tough men momentarily puzzled. Engaging in fights and violence was their specialty, but when it came to intrigue and strategy, they were clueless. For revenge, they could kill mercilessly, they could end up in prison for years, but unlike young Master Liu, they lacked the foresight to ensure there wouldn't be any repercussions after the killing. With that waste Willow Leaf Sword's actions just now, no one on the first floor dares to make a move against the Yi family anymore. So, I invited them to a higher level. Willow Leaf Sword took a sip of his wine, his eyes glinting with cunning, continuing, hey, like attracts like, and people flock together. The Yi family doesn't fit in with this banquet and will soon be singled out. Perhaps tonight, without us lifting a finger, someone else will take care of Yi. Young Master Liu, wise. Bai Mian Nan Dajuan suddenly understood. Despite being rough men, they admired those who could play tactics so effortlessly. As expected, following Willow Leaf Sword's expectations, something soon occurred on the second floor. After Chu Qingwu ascended to the second floor, she had to respectfully entertain whoever came her way, making it impossible for her to look after Cao Dao. Just as Yi was preparing some food for Cao Dao, that mischievous child disappeared in an instant. At this moment, near a cake table, a young woman looked furious, with blood nearly drawn from biting her lips. The cream cake had stained her custom-made golden Tadashi dress she had paid $370,000 for, something she found unbearable even if there was a speck of dust on it, let alone now it was disgustingly ruined. Auntie, I'm sorry. Cao Dao, a sensible child, saw the woman glaring angrily at her and apologized out of politeness. She had just taken a small piece of cake on her own, but the woman had somehow appeared behind her, and they both turned at the same time and collided. If anyone was to blame, it was 50-50. What did you say? You dirtied my dress, and you still call me auntie. The woman not only bit her lip, but also glared at the lowly girl, her eyes bloodshot and face fierce. Her appearance scared Cao Dao, making her think the woman was like a witch in a fairy tale. Smack! A crisp slap landed on the face of the 4-year-old child without any mercy. Cao Dao felt her right cheek go numb instantly, feeling like half of her face didn't belong to her anymore. Cao, Yi searched everywhere for the little mischief maker in the house, but couldn't find her. Suddenly noticing many people walking in one direction, he had a bad feeling and hurriedly walked there. Pushing through the crowd, he saw an adult woman holding Cao Dao with one hand and a bottle of wine in the other, about to pour it over the 4-year-old's head. In an instant, his fury erupted like a volcano, surging up to his head. Cao, Yi quickly took a few strides, pushed the woman aside, and lifted Cao Dao in his arms. "Dad." "What tilde tilde tilde?" Cao Dao finally burst into tears, overwhelmed with fear from the recent experience, shaking all over. "Don't be afraid. Daddy's here." Yi Zi was torn between heartache and self-blame, as for a moment of carelessness, he had let her be humiliated in public like this. She's only 4 years old. How could she endure such a thing? Seeing Cao Dao's swollen half-face, his teeth clenched, glaring angrily at the woman who had almost knocked down. "You ... how dare you push me?" The woman, seeing the child's father approaching, not only wasn't afraid but threatened in anger. "Do you know who I am? I'll give you 3 seconds. Kneel before me immediately." This roar instantly caused a stir around them. Who in the upper class of the Flower City didn't know this woman? She was Miss Du from the Du family. She not only held a prominent position in the family, but was also soon to be engaged to the young master of the Ahua family, making her one of the most distinguished ladies in the Flower City. It seemed that both the father and daughter would fall into misfortune tonight. Du Ji's hot temper was well known, not to mention how they had dirtied her dress and even knocked her down. However, Yi Zi coldly shouted, "I don't care who you are. I give you 3 seconds to kneel down and apologize to my daughter." If he hadn't been afraid of scaring Cao Dao with his violent and bloodthirsty sigh, Yi Zi might have broken the woman's neck on the spot. Who was this person? Regardless of whether Cao Dao had intentionally dirtied her dress, she had done this cruel act against a 4-year-old girl. Needless to say, this woman must have a heart as dark as night, and her presence would be a nuisance to society. "Hey!" Du Ji chuckled instead of getting angry. In Ahua City, someone actually dared to speak to her like this. In her 20-plus years of life, this was the first time she'd heard such audacity. She immediately treated it as the funniest joke she ever heard. "I don't recognize you. You must have snuck in here. Ha! Do you even know who I am?" With just one word, you and your daughter will be thrown into the sea tonight to feed the fish. Do you believe that? "I don't," Yi Zi sneered. "Let's test it out right now." Asterisk smack, asterisk. The moment the words left his mouth, Yi Zi swung his hand, slapping Du Ji so hard she was sent crashing under the stage. The entire venue fell into a dead silence. In that instant, every prominent figure in Ahua City's upper class was struck dumb. The eldest daughter of the Du family, mercilessly humiliated in public unthinkable. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, they could hardly believe it was real. Yexiao, Chu Qingyu emerged from the crowd with a shout, breaking the stalemate. Otherwise, it might have taken several more minutes for the onlookers to react. "What's going on? What happened?" Chu Qingyu walked up to Yexiao and Cao Dao, not noticing at first that Doji had crashed into the table and was blocked by the tablecloth. It was because her evening gown had the same color as the golden tablecloth, and neither Chu Qingyu nor Cao Dao had paid attention. Just like that, Cao Dao's face is a bit swollen, and she got some wine spilled on her, but nothing serious. Yexiao handed Cao Dao over to Chu Qingyu, speaking with concern. "Nothing serious?" Many people at the scene felt like laughing upon hearing his words. This man slapped Doji in the face. How could he say nothing serious? Dou Qing and Ji Wuyu were also observing this scene, but they were in a separate small room. Unlike Ji Wuyu's playful smile, Dou Qing's face had become extremely dark, whispering, "Yexiao is too reckless. Doesn't he know that tonight's banquet is specially arranged for him?" "Master Qing, I don't think he knows, or how could he be so bold?" The crippled Fei, glaring at Yexiao's posture, was filled with anger. It was because, when Yexiao bullied him before, he had the same disdainful expression. "I don't think so." Ji Wuyu had a different opinion. Yexiao is not a fool but a smart person. How could he not know if someone wanted to kill him, knowing and still being so arrogant? "I don't believe it," Fei responded through gritted teeth. "Regardless of whether he knows or not, tonight, he will die." Master Qing immediately ordered, "Fei, if the Liu family seeks help from the Qinglong faction, take your brothers to seek revenge for yourself." With that, he turned and left. The fight was about to begin tonight. Even though Master Qing had no faith in Yexiao, he's still influential and didn't want to get involved in this mess. Ji Wuyu, on the other hand, remained at the scene because she was different from Master Qing. She had always held high hopes for Yexiao and was eager to know why he was still so arrogant and calm. "Someone, come quickly." Doji struggled to stand up from under the table after a long while, her enraged appearance suggesting that she had gone mad and couldn't even maintain her socialite image. But in Ye Xiao's eyes, she had long lost that image. The security guards around, at this moment, rushed in from all sides, forcing the curious guests to disperse one after another. Chu Qingyu's face turned pale in an instant, realizing that Ye Xia and Cao Dao had caused trouble in such a setting. Now, how could this be resolved? The way this woman was dressed clearly indicated her status as a top socialite in Huacheng, far superior to someone like Chu Yingku, and even perhaps surpassing Liu Kuqui. How dare you hit me? If you survive tonight, I, Doji, won't live. Doji threatened Ye Xiao with a determined expression, shocking everyone present. Chu Qingyu trembled violently. Doji, she was the young lady of the Dou family. Heaven, how could Ye Xia and Cao Dao have caused this? It was rumored that the Dou family had immense influence, both in legitimate and illegitimate matters, including law enforcement and security forces. They had personnel in all these areas. Even the White Vol faction was said to be affiliated with their family. How would this end tonight? Unfortunately, at this moment, Ye Xia only sneered once again. If you're so determined, then it's you who won't survive. What? Doji couldn't believe her ears. How could this person still dare to talk to her in this manner? The people around were also incredibly shocked. Slap. Ye Xia slapped Doji again, leaving her bewildered. Based on your attitude, you must not be willing to apologize to my daughter, so I'll have to carry out the punishment directly. With that, he landed 2 more consecutive slaps before the security guards could reach them, knocking Doji to the ground. It seemed that this time, this esteemed socialite from Huacheng was unable to stand up again. Ye Xiao, Chu Qingyu was consumed by extreme fear. Shaking uncontrollably, she looked at her husband in disbelief for daring to commit such act. Qingyu, I've avenged Cao Dao for her. She was stained with red wine. Please go ahead and wash her up. Ye Xiao continued to smile calmly at Chu Qingyu. This worn and composed smile brought great comfort to his wife. Chu Qingyu, still trembling, saw a dozen security guards rushing towards them. How were they going to leave? Just as the guards were closing in, Ye Xiao suddenly pulled the tablecloth with a forceful sweep, creating a gust of wind that knocked down 2 guards instantly. Ye Xiao then rolled up the tablecloth and whipped it like a dragon's tail. In an instant, 8 guards fell to the ground and couldn't get up. The whole scene was shocked. No wonder this man was so bold. Not only did he dare to slap Miss Dou, but he was also obviously a super skilled fighter. But, even if he was skilled, what could he do next? Could he possibly stand against the Dou family alone? Moreover, his relationship with the Liu family seemed extremely strained, ensuring that they would not leave this banquet tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the appearance of hooligans at the banquet, I regret to inform everyone that the banquet tonight is over. Please leave promptly. The voice of Liu Chongcheng echoed through the speakers in the villa's various halls, ending the event for all the guests. Liu Chongcheng sat in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, watching everything happening on the 2nd floor through the closed-circuit television, his eyes exuding superiority. Liu Yejian also entered the room, with a faint smile playing on his lips. Uncle, the personnel from the Qinglan faction are already assembled. Should we send them in to seek revenge against Ye Xiao? What do you think? Liu Chongcheng wasn't actually Liu Yejian's father, but he still admired his nephew more than the other members of the Liu family. Watching the tigers fight from the mountain, reaping the benefits of fishing, is the tactic of a successful businessman. Liu Yejian's response directly hit Liu Chongcheng's mindset. Though Ye Xiao had once crossed him, Liu Chongcheng would have loved to get rid of him personally, but this guy was hiding significant influence. If he could use the Dou family to kill him, that would be the best outcome. The 4 major families of Huacheng, Hua, Liu, Mei, and Dou, they appeared mutually beneficial on the surface, but were actually engaged in fierce competition. The Liu family and the Dou family had always maintained an outwardly antagonistic relationship while playing a strategic game of mutual benefit. Tonight was a rare chance for them to watch a drama of hunting the tiger and swallowing the wolf, and the cunning members of the Liu family will undoubtedly not miss this opportunity. On the 2nd floor of the banquet hall, Chu Qingyu saw Ye Xiao starting a physical altercation and realized that tonight's events were far beyond her control, leaving her in a state of confusion. Her family, the Chu family, whom she had always admired, had been ruthlessly attacked by Ye Xiao. The banquet that the Chu family eagerly attended had been disrupted by Ye Xiao's reckless behavior. What exactly was this man hiding to act so recklessly? At this moment, a group of sinister-looking men invaded the first-floor banquet hall, flooding towards the second floor like a tide. At the same time, Du Haidao, accompanied by the young men of the Du family, appeared on the second floor. "Look, the White Wolf faction's people are here. This family is done for now. Absolutely. How dare a mere second-rate family cause trouble at tonight's banquet? It's practically seeking death." Despite the commotion, some bold guests remained on the second floor, unwilling to leave the scene. They were all upper-class figures in Huacheng, with some connections to the Liu family, feeling confident that no one would dare touch them in the banquet hall. Mr. Du. Although this was Chu Qingyu's first attendance at a high-class event in Huacheng, she recognized the imposing man who was now approaching. The head of the Du family, Du Haidao, had long dominated the surrounding news of Huacheng, well known to everyone. Chu Qingyu had never dared to provoke such a person even in her dreams. She couldn't have imagined that tonight, Yexiao not only provoked him, but even physically attacked the young lady of the Du family. She was left shocked and speechless at this turn of events. What happened? Who knocked out my daughter? A middle-aged man stepped forward, not caring about the looks from his brother, Du Haidao, and nephew, Du Haibin, who were watching Yexiao. Everyone present knew him as Du Chuan, the second uncle of the Du family, who was especially protective of women. Today, witnessing his daughter knocked out by someone, it was strange if he didn't explode on the spot. Let's see how he would deal with this reckless troublemaker. However, Yexiao calmly responded, "It was me." Du Chuan helped his daughter, who was just regaining consciousness, up from the ground, and his cold eyes scanned Yexiao. "Tell me, how do you wish to die?" "I never consider such questions." Yexiao sneered and asked back, "How about you concern yourself with why I slapped your daughter?" "That is not within my concern." Du Chuan looked disdainfully proud. "My daughter comes from a noble background. No matter what happens, she is the only one allowed to strike others, and no one is permitted to touch her. No wonder this woman is so unreasonable and even threatens a 4-year-old child. It turns out it's due to such upbringing." Yexiao rolled his eyes in disdain. "The family's upbringing is not something people like you can comment on." Du Chuan sneered with pride and disdain. "Now, you don't even have the right to choose how you die. Is that so?" "But I can choose how you die." Yexiao's eyes suddenly turned cold as he took a step forward and swiftly delivered 2 slaps. Crack! Du Chuan's cheeks swelled up like buns, and he fell to the ground. The frozen expressions of everyone present were the epitome of shock. This man truly had no regard for his life, blatantly slapping the second uncle of the Du family in front of the Dou family members, pouring out one after another. If he didn't die tonight, it would be truly outrageous. Just because your Du family arrogantly calls yourselves a prominent family, you are too arrogant. Perhaps it's because of this ignorant arrogance that families like yours, worthless, have come into existence. Yizi paused and continued. However, after tonight, the Du family will cease to exist. Though his words were light, when they landed, they once again shocked the whole room. There was no one in Huacheng who dared to slap the Du family members in public and boldly proclaim the end of the Du family to their faces. Not even the Hua family dared to say such words. Yet, Yizi said it with such confidence that it made people marvel. This kid is truly the #1 ruffian of Huacheng. Chu Qingyu, on the other hand, didn't hear clearly what Yizi said. She didn't even react when he slapped Du Kong. After all, she had already hit the young miss. What would happen if she also hit the uncle? Chu Qingyu was now so frightened that her soul seemed to be hovering, watching the scene, as if it were a silent TV. If Yizi hadn't been protecting her, she would have probably already collapsed from the immense mental pressure. Dozens of White Wolf sect men, holding various menacing weapons, surrounded the family of 3. Cao Dao cried out in fear, clinging tightly to her mother. Although Chu Qingyu was also terrified to the extreme, her maternal instincts made her force out a smile. "Cao Dao, don't be afraid. Daddy is just playing a game with these people. It's not real." Of course, she hoped it wasn't real, but the pain in her elbow where Yizi had pinched her served as a reminder that this was all too real. "Qingyu, get ready. Take Cao Dao home for a bath and sleep," Yizi instructed his wife. Home? Did he really think they could go home at this moment? Well, the onlookers laughed. Du Kong, lying on the ground, even considered Yizi a fool. Did he truly believe that their family could leave here alive today? But before his smile could fully form, it instantly froze. Clang, clang, clang. On the first floor of the banquet hall, The sound of polished shoes resounded. A group of men in uniform barged in forcefully. The departing guests were terrified by this well-drilled team. The hooligans that the Liu family spoke of turned out to be them. Get out of the way. Zhao Yunshan took the lead, kicking away those trying to block their path, showing no mercy. The first floor was soon stained with blood. The screams were continuous. The Hanman feast that the Liu family had organized for Yi Zhao's family was finally reaching its climax. The scent of blood foreshadowed that a violent storm was about to blow. Will the power dynamics in Huacheng be reshuffled after tonight? Ji Wuyu, watching coldly from the side, couldn't help but sigh as she observed everything at the banquet. Finish him off quickly. Unexpectedly, Dukan hadn't reacted yet, but it was Du Haidao with a cold look who gave the order. Huacheng had always been ruled by their four major families. Yi Zhao's rise to power had seriously threatened the dominance and interests of their families. Tonight, with the tensions escalating, Du Haidao had no choice but to play this god-killing role, even though he had learned from some source that Yi Zi was the young master of the top family in Yanjing. Thankfully, he was just a disowned scion. On the second floor, a sudden scream pierced the air as a mass of people surged towards Yi Zhao's family of three without mercy. Chu Qingyu turned pale with fear. Her eyes closed tightly as she instinctively hugged Tao Dao. She was well aware that even though Yi Zi could fight, he might not be able to keep them safe in such a chaotic environment. The fantastical seemed destined to exist only in novels, not in reality. But at this moment, her body suddenly floated up, with Yi Zi lifting her and kicking the table in front of him, sending it crashing into a few people and shattering the glass on the second floor. Yi Zi quickly tied a tablecloth to the railing and, with one hand holding his wife and daughter, leapt down in one go. At this moment, the scene seemed to slow down as Yi Zhao's family became the sole focus of everyone's eyes. It wasn't until Yi Zi landed and safely set his wife and daughter down that the others seemed to awaken from a dream. This Yi Zi is no ordinary man. On the third floor of the banquet hall, a senior beside Hua Qiqi, watching Yi Zhao's astounding performance, couldn't help but brighten up. He knew Yi Zi was a hidden dragon, which was why he had agreed to sell the central estate to him. Yi Zhao's performance tonight didn't disappoint. Daring to take on the Du and Liu families alone, he stood alone in all of Huacheng. Hua Qiqi, looking at his grandfather's admiring expression, couldn't help but be amazed and, as she looked at Yi Zi again, a hint of admiration crept in. Little did she know that there was someone in the world who could earn such admiration from her grandfather. Yi Zi, with the situation urgent, Zhao Yunshan didn't bother with formalities and hurry over with his men, forming a protective circle around Yi Zhao's family. Yunshan, I command you to personally escort my wife and daughter home. If they suffer even a scratch, you'll be buried with them. His words shocked everyone. Almost everyone present realized that this son-in-law of the Chu family had such power and courage. Zhao Yunshan's men were actually under his command. Was he really going to challenge the position of the four major families in Huacheng tonight? Did he think he had the ability to do so? Yi Zi, aren't you leaving as well? Zhao Yunshan was equally astonished. He had brought his men in to protect Yi Zhao's family and ensure their safe departure, assuming that leaving no stone unturned was the best way to ensure their safety. But Yi Zi had no intentions of leaving. I have something to do, Yi Zi said calmly, then turned to Chu Qingyu. Tonight, you take care of Tao Dao and put her to bed. I'll be back later. Tisk. At this moment, he was still acting as usual, like an ordinary husband in a family, going out to do his business and seeking his wife's permission, not expecting to kneel before her when he returned home. Okay, I'll wait for you. Despite being bewildered just moments ago, Chu Qingyu was now resolute. She understood that her husband was a man of great deeds and didn't want to obstruct him by staying with their daughter at the scene. Yet, she couldn't help but worrying about what Yi Zi might do after tonight's events. She didn't want him to do something drastic that would cause her and Tao Dao to live in fear. Yi Zi smiled slightly and handed over his wife and daughter to Zhao Yunshan. All of you, go back. Protect my wife and daughter. What? Upon hearing Yi Zhao's order, Zhao Yunshan could hardly believe his ears. Yi Zi was staying alone at the scene. What did he intend to do? But when Zhao Yunshan saw the look in Yi Zhao's eyes, he dared not defy him. Perhaps this is the aura of a king, making it impossible for anyone to resist. Zhao Yunshan sighed, leading his men to forcefully break through the blockade of the banquet hall and escort Chu Qingyu and Tao Dao to safety. Chu Qingyu's mind was in turmoil at this moment, regretting her vanity for attending the banquet, as it had now put her whole family in jeopardy. The why isn't Yizi leaving? This was not just Chu Qingyu's question, but a question on everyone's mind at the scene. As Zhao Yunshan's men left, the Liu family didn't stop and couldn't stop them. The most crucial figure left at the scene, and they simply didn't care about dealing with anyone else. Anyone not involved, leave quickly. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Once again, LS Chan Cheng's word spread, filled with a strong warning that even those who were eager to watch the spectacle had to reluctantly leave the scene. Soon, aside from White Wolf's ex-henchmen, the scene was left with the Liu and Du family's representatives, along with the low-profile members of the Hua family. Even figures like LS Yujian and LS Kuko were driven out. Kunglong factions people, led by Fye, Jin, surrounding the first floor to the point of being blocked off. No matter how one looked at it, Yizi was now inescapable. Yizi, are you staying here to kill me? Du Haidao stood on the second floor, looking down on Yizi with extreme pride. At midnight tonight, if Tang Qingsh didn't kill Yizi, the secret he had been trying to hide would be exposed. So Du Haidao understood that if Yizi remained here, it must be to kill him for that reason. The crowd was shocked to learn that this was Yi Zhao's purpose for being there tonight. Yizi smiled but didn't respond, his gaze shifting to a large clock in the mansion. At 9:47, with 13 minutes left before the agreed-upon time to kill Qian Yulam. What do you mean, Father Snake? Yizi looked at Tang Qingsh and asked. Forget it. In this situation, you alone won't stand a chance of killing Du Haidao. Even if your skills are indeed extraordinary, you're not Superman. Indeed. Yizi nodded in agreement with Tang Qingsh. The what if two people work together, catching them off guard? Du Haidao didn't give the two of them time to continue their conversation and immediately threw a sharp knife down to the next level, loudly ordering, Tang Qingshi, I command you to stab Yi Zhaoxin's heart with this knife before 10 o'clock. Otherwise, the secret you want to protect, as well as the people you want to protect, will not be safe. It's almost 10 o'clock. Tang Qingshi now has two options. Either kill Yi Zhaoxin within 10 minutes, or join forces with Yi Zhaoxin to take down Du Haidao. Clearly, the latter option not only carries greater risks, but also presents immense difficulty. If he chooses wrongly, the identities of the people he wants to protect will be exposed, and he would rather die than see that happen. Yi Zhaoxin, I'm sorry, but I have to take action against you. Snake Uncle sighed deeply. Although he didn't pick up the knife, he still assumed a fighting stance. I understand. Yi Zhaoxin didn't say much. If someone were to hold Chu Qingyu hostage and ask him to kill Snake Uncle, he would probably make the same choice. Come on. Let's have a fair fight. Yi Zhaoxin unexpectedly made the first move towards Snake Uncle, wanting to test the strength of the Flower City's K1 for himself. The people witnessing the scene couldn't help but laugh at Yi Zhaoxin's attempt to challenge Snake Uncle. This kid has some skills, but he's still too inexperienced in front of Snake Uncle. Does he really think he stands a chance? Ha ha. It's been a long time since we've seen such an overconfident challenger. However, as Yi Zhaoxin landed a punch, the mocking expressions of the onlookers froze, replaced by looks of disbelief. Yi Zhaoxin's fist was accompanied by a strong wind. Poof! Snake Uncle blocked with both hands and slid several meters backwards. The entire audience was in shock. Those who had laughed at Yi Zhaoxin were now red-faced. The people present were familiar with Snake Uncle's strength. Back in the day, he was undefeated in Flower City, and his prowess was unmatched. Rumors even said he could take on 100 opponents at once without being harmed, a level of skill not achievable through ordinary training but a martial talent gifted from birth. There were even rumors that he came from another world. It was all hearsay, unverifiable, perhaps fabricated by the admirers of KL1. Nonetheless, no one present believed that Yi Zhaoxin could be a match for Snake Uncle. Even though his displayed skills were extraordinary, they were still within the range of normal human abilities. And that's why they now feared being proven wrong by Yi Zhaoxin. Impossible. Is Yi Zhaoxin stronger than Tang Qingshi? Inside the three-story building, Liu Changcheng watched the scene in astonishment, slamming the table and standing up feeling as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. That night in the hospital, he faced such a monster. Fortunately, Yi Zhaoxin didn't harbor any murderous intent towards him, or he, Liu Changcheng, would now be a lifeless body. Liu Yebing's eyes turned cold as well, feeling relieved. If Tang Qingshi hadn't shown restraint in Cowhead Village due to the face of the Azure Dragon sect, he too might now be a corpse. No. Yi Zhaoxin and Snake Uncle are not on the same level, suddenly came the voice of Ji Wuyu from behind the Liu family uncle and nephew. This woman's footsteps were so light that the two men hadn't noticed her until her voice made them jump. By the time they heard her voice, Ji Wuyu was already standing behind them. Can you tell the level of their martial power? The alert Liu Yebing asked, sweating slightly as he took a step back and looked at Ji Wuyu. Hehe, even if one can't tell, who doesn't know that Snake Uncle is invincible in Flower City? Unless he doesn't want to kill Yi Shaoxin. Yi Shaoxin's fate tonight is sealed. Ji Wuyu intentionally used the words of the Qing lore, even emphasizing the word sealed fate. Hearing her opinion, Liu's uncle and nephew felt relief. However, the battle was one-sided. Snake Uncle couldn't find an opportunity to strike back against Yi Shaoxin. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? Is that really KO1? The one who once shook Flower City? The onlookers gradually showed extreme shock. No one believed that Snake Uncle was holding back. Yi Shaoxin was using military martial arts, each move like a fierce tiger leaping out, making people quiver in fear. The mighty Snake Uncle, the invincible in Flower City. Was he really about to lose tonight? Little did they realize, they thought Yi Shaoxin had an upper hand, but he was secretly sweating. Snake Uncle was too strong, his defenses were impenetrable, and if he were to counterattack, Yi Shaoxin would have been lying on the ground by now. Who was he really? Yi Shaoxin finally confirmed that Snake Uncle was no ordinary man. He was likely a hidden figure with exceptional abilities. During his time in the Dragon Breath Course, General Long Breath was Yi Shaoxin's mentor. When Yi Shaoxin had honed his martial skills, Long Breath had cautioned him, Yi Shaoxin, there are higher mountains beyond this mountain. Don't think you are invincible just because you excel in the military. The world is vast, concealing many unseen masters. Yi Shaoxin certainly agreed with his words. He also knew that the Yi family in Yanjing had many extremely powerful individuals, which is why he had always remained low-key and humble. However, his attempt to gauge Snake Uncle's strength made him realize the significance of hidden figures. Snake Uncle struck back. Yi Shaoxin met his full force with a punch, creating a deafening sound. The onlookers were swept away like a wave of heat, as if an explosion had occurred in their midst. Wow, they are too strong. Both of them are monsters. Can their punches shatter rocks? The audience's faces were full of panic. No one believed that Yi Shaoxin was no match for Snake Uncle. In fact, some even thought that if these two men joined forces, who would be able to challenge them in the future? Du Haidao became even more vigilant, quickly standing behind Long Dongqiang, ordering a few bodyguards to protect him and prevent the two men downstairs from suddenly attacking him. Even though he was convinced that Tang Qing, she didn't dare. Yi Shaoxin's mouth curved slightly, and his right arm was already numb. Snake Uncle not only excelled in gambling skills, but also surpassed him in martial arts. To make matters worse, at this moment, they heard the voice of Du Haidao from the second floor. Tang Qingxi, don't procrastinate. I'll give you one more minute at most. Du Maison's head was running out of patience, perhaps due to sensing Snake Uncle's intentions or to prevent too many unexpected events overnight. Yi Shaoxin, I'm sorry, but I can't let my secret be exposed. It's more important than my life. Snake Uncle sighed, apologizing to Yi Shaoxin, indicating he was about to go all out. Yi Shaoxin couldn't help but feel anxious, his face stiffening. Snake Uncle lunged forward, pushing off with his left leg, and smoothly shifted like a white shadow. So fast, too fast. Yi Shaoxin felt as though his eyes were being deceived by Snake Uncle's true power. Yi Shaoxin realized that the secret Snake Uncle was protecting was of utmost importance. Otherwise, a figure as invincible as him wouldn't allow himself to be bullied by the White Golf sect without retaliating or even kneeling. Crack! Yi Shaoxin's neck was seized by Snake Uncle. Just when everyone thought the battle was about to end, Yi Shaoxin unexpectedly did a mid-air somersault, soaring like a flying dragon escaping into the sky. Though he landed in a disheveled state, he managed to escape unharmed. Dragon Country Martial Arts. Even Snake Uncle looked incredulous. Yi Shaoxin had mastered this ancient martial art from the Dragon Country. Learning such techniques would at least make him unbeatable in Flower City. In the tense atmosphere, someone suddenly rushed in, shouting, "Something's wrong. Jian Nanjian has arrived outside with his men." What? Members of the Azure Dragon sect and White Wave sect were dumbfounded and started screaming. Why did Jian Nanjian come? Didn't the Liu and Du families inform him? Since he's here, today's situation might change. The crowd panicked, but as they saw the slight smirk on Yi Zhaoxin's face, some began to figure things out. Was it possible that Jiang Nanzhan was summoned by Yi Zhaoxin? How dare he? Snake uncle, continue. Kill Yi Zhaoxin. Jiang Nanzhan won't come in. No, he won't be able to come in. Du Haidao's voice caused a turnaround in the emotions among the crowd. Everyone wondered where Du's confidence came from, especially Yi Zhaoxin. Jiang Nanzhan was a member of the Yi family's power. He knew he was being besieged here tonight and wouldn't come to rescue him. Impossible. At this moment, outside the villa, Jiang Nanzhan had indeed arrived, and just as Du Haidao had said, he was hesitant to enter. It turned out that at the doorway, a young man with a sly smirk had appeared. Yi? Young Master Yi, why are you here in Flower City? Seeing the slender but imposing young man, Jiang Nanzhan was also taken aback. It seemed that the power struggle within the Yi family had erupted completely, with heirs from Yanjing flying to Flower City to deal with Yi Zhaoxin. Jiang Nanzhan, did you bring so many people here to break King and save Yi Zhaoxin? Yi Ao ignited a cigarette, leisurely asking. Oh. Jiang Nanzhan didn't know how to respond. True. He was connected to the Yi family, but as internal power struggles raged within the Yi family, he hadn't decided which side to support. Nevertheless, as long as a member of the Yi family gave an order, he would obey without question. Feeling caught in the middle of a battle between the two young masters, he was at a loss on how to proceed. You need to think carefully. Yi A spoke to Zhang Nanchang not with a commanding tone, but with an analytical approach. By saving Yi Zi now, it's equivalent to offending me. If Yi Zi can't inherit the Yi family in the future, do you think you can survive? Oh. But if you leave now and let Yi Zi be killed, you won't offend me. If I end up inheriting the Yi family, I won't forget your loyalty. Even if I can't rise, you can continue to sit safely in your position. Zhang Nanchang fell silent. He wasn't someone who played both sides, but he was a slick and shrewd person. With interests at stake, after a brief consideration, he knew how to choose. Retreat. Zhang Nanchang left. A few minutes later, someone burst into the villa and shouted. This caused laughter among the crowd. Du Haidao's smile was sharp. Yi Zi, I know you've prepared many ways to kill me, and I know you've kept many tricks up your sleeve. But when the going gets tough, even the God of Heaven can't save you now. Just accept your fate. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhao's smile turned bitter, yet there was still a glint of unknown determination in his eyes. Uncle Shi, if you don't kill him now, I'll press the email send button, and your protected secret will be known to all in the city. Du Haidao threatened again. Everyone had witnessed Yi Zhao's impending death. With the Du family's powerful background, they could easily cover up the incident of a lowly family son-in-law being killed. Liu Yejian appeared pleased. He thought Yi Zi was no match for him in this battle. Yi Zi, don't blame me. Uncle Shi's face seemed helpless and regretful. He didn't want to sink himself for 10 years, and the first time he used all his strength to kill was against someone who had been kind to his family. Uncle Shi, come on. Yi Zi sighed. You have something to protect, and I don't blame you. Let's settle all grievances with the next move. With a confident and determined demeanor, he continued, Are you ready? Many members of various factions enjoy having such bold friends. However, Yi Zi had offended both the White Vol faction and the Green Dragon faction, and even in prosperous Flower City, there was no place for him. Heroes often meet tragic ends. Ji Wuyu sighed with emotion. Both of them made their moves. Yi Zi stomped on the ground with immense energy, causing a thunderous sound. Uncle Shi leapt up, light as a feather. Their intense exchange created chaos in the banquet hall, with both masters commanding respect, and no one dared approach within meters. Everyone was captivated, completely mesmerized. Suddenly, Yi Zi let out a terrifying cry as Uncle Shi twisted his wrist audibly. Ha ha! Offending my Du family will lead to this fate. Even Du Kun had no choice but to believe that Uncle Shi will indeed kill Yi Zi. Du Haidao was left defenseless. His bodyguards were enticed by the high-level combat between the two masters, unable to protect him. But in the next moment, Yi Zi was flung by Uncle Shi and soared high like a superhero. Dislocating his wrist was child's play for a seasoned warrior, and he quickly readjusted it in midair, leaving everyone astonished. Du Haidao looked horrified, realizing that Tang Qingshan and Yi Zi had not given up on killing him. Stop him! Du Haidao wanted to shout, yet Yi Zhao's hand swiftly grabbed his throat, silencing him. His loyal guards snapped awake from their shock. Long Dongqian reacted the fastest, attempting a kick towards Yi Zhao's back, but found himself drifting away from Yi Zi. Before he could comprehend, Tang Qingshi's clawed fingers had pierced his throat. The forceful Koan-style attack left everyone defeated. Du Haidao's associates were all down. As the rest realized the situation, it was too late. The mobile phone had already fallen into Tang Qingshi's hands. Tang Qingshi, how dare you betray me? Do you understand the consequences? The Qianye wave will reveal the secret you must protect to the world. Du Haidao, filled with anger, managed to gasp out these words. Even so, I accept it. Tang Qingshi, with a deep look in her eyes, reply, I owe Yi Zi a life. If needed, I shall apologize with death. Du Haidao had nothing to say. Yi Zi indeed had impressive capabilities to convince Tang Qingshi to turn against him. Their act just now was to deceive everyone, and it worked well in disorienting the crowd. Yi Zi, if you dare touch my father, try it. Do you think you can walk out of this banquet hall? Du Haibin threatened loudly, but his voice trembled. Yes, Yi Zi, you've humiliated my Du family today. If you dare to kill again, my Du family will surely make you pay dearly. A chorus of threats echoed around. These individuals believed Yi Zi had only a small amount of courage and influence. They could hardly imagine that Yi Zi would threaten to eliminate them effortlessly. Ha ha! Yi Zi suddenly laughed, hearing a voice that others hadn't noticed yet, causing the crowd to grit their teeth. Liu Yejian thought Yi Zi had gone mad. Forgive me for being blunt. Except for Uncle Shi here, the rest of you are all rubbish in my eyes. I shall cleanse you all effortlessly. What? You're quite arrogant. Even at death's door, you dare boast. Do you think we won't kill you? As the surrounding anger-filled roars erupted, the Viao's gates were suddenly thrown open with great force. The head of the Liu family's security team charged in. What? What's happening? People were shocked, wondering if Zhang Nanchang had returned with more people. It's impossible. Zhang Nanchang's forces wouldn't create such turbulence. Before anyone could guess, a woman in military attire strode in confidently. Her arrival silenced the room instantly. She sat down authoritatively and her subordinate swiftly brought her a chair. With a commanding presence, she signaled her soldiers, who charged in disciplined formation, ready to take on Flower City's elite families and factions. Who are you? Stunned, the still hiding Liu Changcheng inquired through a speaker system. Dragon's Breath Force, General Aleng. Aleng, though icy, didn't beat around the bush and revealed her identity, leaving many trembling with fear. Why are you here at the Liu family's event, and what business do you have? Liu Changcheng questioned. I bring you a gift. Aleng spoke straightforwardly as her subordinate dropped a box on the floor, revealing the head of Chia Yilang. The shock silenced the once boastful White Vol faction members. Despite their evening of bravado, they lacked the courage for vengeance now, realizing they were facing a formidable special forces unit. Tang Qingshi gazed at Yi Zi, feeling a mix of amazement and admiration for his strength and resolve. She had chosen to ally with Yi Zi to eliminate Du Haidao, trusting his capabilities. On the other hand, Yi Zi began to question his chosen partner, feeling overshadowed by the impressive entry of the woman. Perhaps he had mistaken the spotlight stealing for firm backup, concerned that he might be outperformed. Du Huolong, you can now close your eyes in peace, Yi Zi said, deflating Du Haidao's arrogance. They had assumed they were dealing with an exiled San, but their biggest threat turned out to be the Special Forces unit, not his abandoned family. Due to White Vol factions' misdeeds and chaos in Flower City, the Dragon's Breath Legion, invited by Jiangnan's cleanup operation, is here to annihilate you all. How many of you are part of the White Vol faction here? Aleng's words made nearly 100 people kneel instantly. Some attempted to flee in panic, questioning their decisions that evening. Anyone trying to escape, regardless of their identity as a White Wolf, will be executed on the spot. With a cold command, the sound of machine guns echoed, and immediately, people fell into a pool of blood. The scene descended into endless panic. Whatever the four great families, whatever the strongest underground forces, all crumbled in front of the iron-blooded army like ants. Those who had just thought highly of themselves were now nothing but a joke. Yi Zi also felt a bit of regret. What was the point of leaving the Dragon Breath in the first place? Being a general was so imposing. However, it was just a passing thought. In the next moment, Yi Zi handed Du Haidao over to Tang Qingshi, who didn't hesitate to tuck away his hands and snapped his neck as if killing a weak chicken. After the Dragon Breath army took full control of the scene, Yi Zi leisurely lit a cigarette, taking a long drag and exhaling slowly, saying, "An era of Huacheng should come to an end today. Whether it's the White Wolf faction or the Azure Dragon faction, organizations that are of no benefit to civilians should all be dissolved." As soon as these words were uttered, those who had just threatened to kill Yizia all knelt and begged for mercy, swearing on the spot to cut ties with the two factions. The situation had completely turned around at that moment. Those who were originally watching from the third level had already wisely come down to the second level. Yizia now stood on the second level, his black hair flying, as if a king had descended. "Talk is cheap. Leave none of them behind. Ailang, take them all away. Killing a few new recruits of the Dragon Breath Legion for assessment should be no problem, right? You're no longer a general of the Dragon Breath Forces. What's it to you, huh?" One moment he was a king, the next he was in a major embarrassment. "You bastard." Ailang hadn't changed one bit, still as unyielding as ever. "You wanted to be impressive, at least let your older brother wear a pretty outfit." Everyone woke up as if from a dream, realizing that the son-in-law of the Chu family, Yizia, had once been a well-known general of the Dragon Breath Forces worldwide. Waves of turmoil churned within their hearts. "Take them all away." Ailang commanded Yizia with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. After all, this guy had paid the Dragon Breath Legion 3 billion for a mission. Over 200 people at the scene were quickly taken away by an elite task force, leaving only a handful of people behind. At this moment, Dukan and Duhabin were holding Du Haidao's corpse, panicked and afraid that Yizia would root out any remaining evidence. Du Ji, who had just regained consciousness, watched the breathtaking scene and looked at Yizia now as if facing a god. Remembering that she had slapped his daughter and publicly poured alcohol on her head, fearing the consequences, she promptly fainted again. The old master of the Hua family and Hua Shishi remained at the scene. After tonight's battle, the power dynamics in Huacheng were undoubtedly going to shift. "Uncle Snake, let's go. The secrets they left on the computer will be taken care of by the military hackers." Snake Uncle agreed with Yizia, showing a relaxed smile. With Du Haida and Tie out of the way, their secrets could be kept safe, and they would have no more worries. As the two were about to leave, they went up to the third level, but when Yizia kicked open the master bedroom, he found it empty, with Liu Yejian and Liu Chongcheng having long vanished. Tigers are easy to catch, but rats are hard to find. Yizia clenched his fist lightly, more eager to get rid of Liu Yejian, the treacherous scoundrel, than the other two from tonight, but unfortunately, he had escaped again. Meanwhile, 10 miles away from the villa, Liu Yejian was already aboard a small cruise ship, facing a man of similar age. In front of this man, even the haughty Liu Yejian and the top figure of the Hua city pyramid, Liu Chongcheng, had to show humility, because his name was Yao. Compared to Yizia, the abandoned son of the Yi family who hadn't even returned home yet, Yao was a true young master of the Yi family, with abundant resources in his hands. Crushing a small plot like Huacheng would be as easy as turning his hand. Hey, I never expected that Yizia, that waste, would actually collude with the military. It seems that killing him will be a bit more difficult than I imagined. Yao observed the events of the night. Even within the Yi family, some thought Yizia was truly incompetent. If not for Yao personally visiting Huacheng, he might have been deceived by the facade Yizia had created. When Yao told his family that Yizia didn't want to return, they, like everyone else, believed it. But now he understood that Yizia not only didn't want to return to the Yi family, he probably wanted to return to take complete control of the Yi family. Unfortunately, the Dragon Breath Legion may be strong, but the troops Yizia, can mobilize might only be a mere 1,000 compared to the massive Yi family. You are insignificant compared to them. Yao deliberately made these remarks, ensuring that the father and son of the Liu family would understand his intentions. In the past, the Liu family in Huacheng had dominated and had no need to ally with any other family. But now, with the Qinglan faction practically extinct and Yizia receiving help from Tan Qingsh, they had no choice but to rely on Yao's power. If they didn't, they would have no way to compete with the abandoned son of the Yi family in Huacheng, and would ultimately be eradicated. They simply had no other options. Young Master Yao, from now on, the Liu family will help you deal with Yizia. If you have any orders, feel free to instruct us. Even before Liu Chongcheng could speak, Liu Yejian had already expressed the loyalty of the Liu family. Yao naturally was very pleased. With the help of the local powers in Huacheng, Yizia would have a tough time developing further in the city. After Yao left happily, Liu Changcheng couldn't help but feel some regret and asked, "Son, how can our Liu family, a prominent family in Huacheng, easily become someone else's vassal, a tool in someone else's hands?" Before, Liu Changcheng dared to kill Yizia because he saw him as the abandoned son of the Yi family, and no one would care if he died in Huacheng. But now that Jiao had stepped in, it had turned into an internal conflict within the Yi family. If the Liu family really helped Jiao kill Yizia, it would surely come back to haunt them, and they might even face disaster. They both knew too well about the struggles among the wealthy families. "Uncle, you're wrong," Liu Yejian revealed a cold arc and said, "It's not that Jiao is using us to kill Yizia. We are using him to kill Yizia. Understanding the situation will guide our actions." His words left Liu Changcheng somewhat puzzled. He felt that his nephew's way of thinking was deeper and more profound than his own. Recognized as an experienced old fox, on the other side, Chu Qingwu had already returned to the gate of the residential area. With too many people guarding her, her return home was inevitably slow. "Stop." In order to avoid disturbing the residents and ensure the safety of Yi's wife and daughter, Zhao Yunshan brought along a few skilled brothers to escort Chu Qingwu and her daughter into the residential area, but they were stopped by the security guards at the gate. "You guys aren't residents of this residential area, right? It's past 9 p.m., and no outsiders are allowed in." The two security guards followed the rules. They had been guarding the residential area for over a year and naturally recognized Chu Qingwu. They even gossiped privately about her, thinking she was the most beautiful woman in the area, but had married a weak man. They had heard she had become the general manager of a textile factory, and so in their private gossip, they always believed she would eventually divorce Yizia or even have an affair. Seeing her return tonight with so many men, the two security guards were even more convinced of their speculations, and their eyes fell strangely on Chu Qingwu. "Gentlemen, please understand, Ms. Chu's husband is busy tonight, and we have a mission to protect her." Zhao Yunshan knew the security guards' duties and didn't make it difficult for them. He even offered them cigarettes. However, with his good attitude, the two guards became even more arrogant, unable to resist eyeing Chu Qingwu up and down. This woman appears aloof no matter how you look at her. When they used to try to chat her up, she seemed indifferent. Who would have thought she was actually cold on the outside but loose on the inside? Taking advantage of her husband and mother-in-law not being home tonight, she's brought so many men back to play. She didn't give us the time of day before, probably because she looked down on our low income as security guards. What a vile woman. As for Zhao Yunshan's talk of protection, they naturally didn't believe it. Chu Qingwu had lived in the residential area for so long. When did she ever need protection? Why couldn't they just fabricate a better story? That won't do. In our residential area, it's forbidden for outsiders to visit after 9 p.m. Ms. Chu. If you need a man to protect you, we'll switch shifts immediately, and we'd be happy to oblige. That's right, we can guard her bed too, since your husband isn't here tonight. The two guards' eyes gradually began to show lust. Chu Qingwu couldn't help but understand their intentions, and bit her lip lightly. She had long felt that these two guards were a bit lecherous, so she rarely spoke to them, but she didn't expect them to be so bold tonight. Swish! Zhao Yunshan picked up one of the guards, and as the other guard moved to retaliate, several men pinned him to the wall. "What do you think you're doing? Want to fight? Don't think we're easy to bully. Press a button, and help will come immediately." The two guards threatened loudly, but Zhao Yunshan remained unmoved, using his knee to hit the guard who had been disrespectful with words, causing him to curl up in pain on the ground. "You should call for backup, but I think you might need to call more than one. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance against us," Zhao Yunshan said, snapping his fingers, and a flurry of commotion erupted behind him. "Oh my mom!" The scene in the quiet night shocked the two guards, and their souls shook. In the darkness, hundreds of men appeared, each one burly and formidable. Not only could they take on the security department, but they could probably dismantle the entire residential area with ease. Under the cover of darkness, another Volkswagen DD car arrived at the intersection of the community. Seeing a large group of people ahead looking like they were about to cause trouble, the driver immediately turned to Zian Tang Qingsh behind him, exclaiming, "I can only drop you off here. I dare not go any further ahead." "It's okay. Just drop us off at the entrance." Yizi was eager to see his wife and daughter, not wanting to walk slowly for over 100 meters. He took out a few hundred yuan in tips and stuffed them into the driver's pocket. Money can make the devil push the millstone, and the driver reluctantly drove in. Little did he dream that the over 100 people ahead not only didn't give him a hard time, but instead dispersed like the tide, respectfully standing on both sides as if welcoming a big shot. Even the two pale-faced community security guards, seeing this scene, were dumbfounded once again, thinking that some big shots from the underworld had arrived. But when the car door opened and a man walked out, it turned out to be the recognized community loser Yi Xiao's A8 had been taken away by Wang Yanqing, so he naturally had to take a DD car back. Seeing this scene in front of him, he exclaimed, "Hey, Zhao Yunshan, what's going on? Didn't I say not to scare people who work for Dance Kirin?" Yi walked over and personally helped Zhao Yunshan fasten the buttons on his shirt collar, making this muscular man feel like the shirt was choking him. Yi even patted his chest, instantly making him appear more refined, not so much like a thug at first glance. "Yi bro, can't we scare these two guys a bit?" "Why? Because they just suggested that they want to guard my sister-in-law's bedside tonight. Shouldn't we scare them a bit? They actually have such ideas." Yi furrowed his eyebrows sharply. "Then scaring them won't be enough. Have them stand down and educate them on the side." It was outrageous. He didn't even have the qualifications to stand guard at Chu Qingyu's bedside, watching his wife sleep. How dare these to provoke them? "All right." Zhao Yunshan immediately signaled his subordinates, and in an instant, a group of people dragged the two security guards to the side, beating them mercilessly. The security guards only now realized they had kicked the iron plate. They had thought the other party was a loser, never expecting he was an underworld big shot. The huge disparity in their understanding left them dazed for a long time, unable to even beg for mercy. "Yi, enough playing around. Now that you're back, make them all leave." It was Chu Qingyu, who walked over, not looking pleased. She wanted to save face in front of everyone, to be a respected woman, but she didn't like the idea of achieving it through violence. "Haven't you heard? Hurry up and leave." Even the Du family and Liu family dared to act, even confronting the White Wolf and Azure Dragon factions alone and returning unharmed. Too bad they didn't know the man coming back was such a henpecked husband. Just a word from his wife made him jump, making Zhao Yunshan can't help but smirk. Tang Qingsh had been witnessing these scenes all along and could tell from the little details that Yi was indeed a good leader, inspiring people to follow him. "All right, stop calling out. If you cause a disturbance, I'll disband you all." Tang Qingsh quickly adapted to Yi Xiao's management style, silencing everyone with just a few words. Yet there was no feeling of repression. Everyone suddenly felt closer to the legendary Tang Qingsh. "Uncle Snake, please supervise these guys well for me whenever you have time." Yi sent everyone away. Watching the two security guards, who were shocked and terrified by what they had just witnessed, Chu Qingyu couldn't disguise her amazement. She had known Yi was up to something, but never imagined he had become the leader of a major faction. "Yi, you're in for it when we get home." Chu Qingyu cuddled with the already asleep Dao Dao, coldly hummed and walked into the community. She used to treat Yi like this often before, but never with this kind of pride. Treating a loser husband in a haughty way was different from treating a husband who had become a big shot. Even if the audience was just the two security guards in the community, Yi chuckled and followed her, taking Dao Dao in his arms. Once they were back home and the door was closed, Chu Qingyu immediately began. "Tell me, what happened later tonight? You beat Uncle Du and Miss Du. How are we going to live in the future?" Chu Qingyu's face was filled with anxiety. She also took a moment to size up Yi. She didn't know how he had managed to return alive, but she was sure things weren't over yet. The Du family's power in both black and white had connections everywhere in the city. How could they offend them like that? Yi saw his wife so tense and couldn't help but smile. If she knew he had dealt with the Du family decisively, she'd be even more shocked. Of course, he wasn't going to tell her immediately. He was planning to surprise her at their wedding in a few days. Letting his wife know about his vast power and wealth now would ruin the surprise later. Well, Zhang Nanchan showed up later and dealt with the Du and Liu families in the gray area, even arresting hundreds of people. What? Chu Qingyu was incredulous. Everyone knew the influence of the Du and Liu families in the city. How could someone take them down? And why did the crackdown happen tonight of all nights? Really? You were really lucky tonight. Chu Qingyu was half skeptical. If not, she wouldn't be able to explain how Yi managed to come out unscathed. "All right, dear. You can go to bed now." Yi briefly explained their relationship with Zhao Yunshan and how he was Yi Xiao's little brother even since elementary school, so he now called himself Big Brother. He then smiled and tried to send Chu Qingyu off to rest. However, a moment later, his pillow and blanket were tossed out into the hallway, accompanied by his wife's angry words, "Yizi, as long as you don't quit the faction, don't even think about coming near me. I won't get intimate with a man who dabbles in the gray area, and I won't have his children. HMPF. Huh? Yizi was taken aback, then cheekily asked, "Honey, if I cease all involvement with the gray forces, will you be with me and have a bunch of siblings for Dao Dao?" Slam. The door closed. Chu Qingyu didn't dare to answer, leaning against the door, heart pounding fast. Why did she say that? Just ordering the man to quit the gray area would have been enough. Why add unnecessary words? Sigh. Looks like it's the couch for me again. Yizi smiled. Knowing a bit about psychology, how could he not know that in spite of refusing him physical contact, his wife was already starting to entertain those thoughts secretly? Patience, the revolution in the bridal chamber would surely succeed. Early the next morning, Yizi was preparing a loving breakfast for his wife and daughter, and someone knocked at the door. "Mom, you're finally back." Thinking it was Wang Yanqing, Chu Qingyu walked out in her pajamas. But instead of Wang Yanqing, two men in suits entered, causing Chu Qingyu to jump in shock, hugging her chest and shouting, "Who are you? How did you get the key to my house?" As soon as Chu Qingyu spoke, Yizi was by her side, with a spatula in hand. If the two men couldn't give him a believable reason, he would make sure they didn't leave. "Hello. We are from Ultra Fast House Mortgage Company. Ms. Wang Yanqing has already mortgaged this house to us yesterday." The two men showed some proof to them. After seeing it, Chu Qingyu felt dizzy. Why did her mother do this? To get a loan of 300,000, she secretly took the title deed and mortgaged the house to this unscrupulous private mortgage company. Yizi was speechless, only now realizing the seriousness of the situation. It seemed Wang Yanqing was desperate for money and was involved in some shady dealings. "Are you Wang Yanqing's relatives? We regret to inform you that because Wang Yanqing used our ultra-fast loan process, the house is equivalent to being sold to us for 300,000. We'll come to collect the house in a week. Can we buy it back for 300,000? Yizi immediately asked before his wife could collapse. But the two men's eyes flashed with cunning, responding with official tones, "You can buy it back, but we'll have the house appraised first, and the selling price will be based on its actual value." Essentially, it was a scam to make money. Two men wanted to inspect the house, of course. When they wanted to enter Chu Qingyu's room, they were blocked by Yizi's own friendly shovel. However, the two sides did not start fighting. After some arguments, the two men left the house. "Yizi, what should we do now?" Chu Qingyu was truly heartbroken. When she bought this house 3 years ago, she spent 500,000. Now that property prices have soared, this second-hand house is worth at least 600,000 or more. Unexpectedly, her mother mortgaged it to someone else for 300,000. Your mother must be in urgent need of money, otherwise she wouldn't have done this. After all, by mortgaging the house to the bank, she could have obtained a higher loan. After analyzing the situation, Yizi comforted Chu Qingyu. "Darling, if you still want to live in this house, let them finish the evaluation, and I'll buy it back for you, so you don't have to move." Buy it back? Chu Qingyu reacted as if hearing a joke. To get the property bureau to evaluate the house, it would cost at least 600,000. Spending tens of thousands of unjust money just to end up living there again, I can't afford to lose face like that. It was also a matter of pride. Yizi had momentarily overlooked this point. If people they knew found out, they would surely be the laughing stock. If Chu's family found out, it would be a joke that would haunt Chu Qingyu for a lifetime. Of course, after causing such a big scene last time, Yizi didn't think his wife would be able to return to Chu's family anytime soon. Then, how about we buy a new house to live in? Yizi took the opportunity to suggest, as he had already bought a central Seaview villa and was struggling to explain it to his wife. With September 17th fast approaching, he would have to take his wife there sooner or later, so he might as well give her a preventive shot. "Forget it, Yizi, don't comfort me." To Yizi's surprise, Chu Qingyu waved it off, grabbed some breakfast, and went to work. She was currently in turmoil because of Wang Yanqing's actions, and considering the high real estate prices, she thought Yizi was just talking casually and didn't have time to inquire further. Seeing his wife's attitude, Yizi decided not to continue fabricating stories to explain where the money for the luxurious house would come from. He contacted Li Bilai again, only to find out that he had mobilized the city's Western District security team to search for Wang Yanqing, but even with his extensive connections, they still hadn't found any information about her whereabouts. What is that woman up to? Yizia couldn't help but worrying, so he instructed Zhang Nanchang to help him with the search. In fact, nothing that happened last night had caused Zhang Nanchang to run away. It was all part of Yizia's calculations. If it wasn't for the commission letter from Zhang Nanchang, even Leng wouldn't have been able to enter Hua City with the Legion of the Dragon's Breath soldiers. Zhang Nanchang's visit was just for show, and his departure had been planned by Yizia to make the Du and Liu families believe they were left with no options, catch them off guard, and then counterattack Du Haidao unexpectedly. Zhang Nanchang had already figured out everything that happened last night, and to this day, he was still in awe of Yizia's strategic mind. He couldn't help but feel amused that Jia had underestimated him so much. It was truly laughable. However, Yizia didn't mention anything about the previous night, and Zhang Nanchang couldn't fathom Yizia's intentions, so he continued to silently assist Yizia. Just as the search for Wang Yanqing was being arranged, Yizia received a farewell message from Hua Leng. Her mission was completed, and she was going to leave. It was a fortunate coincidence that Leng was on a mission in the Dragon Country and had been able to bring the Dragon's Breath Legion to assist with the task. Their meeting in the future would depend on fate. Before Leng left, she gave Yizia a parting gift, the contents of an email she had personally hacked, containing the secret that Tang Qingsh was willing to protect even at the cost of her life. Should I take a look at it? Yizia had been hesitating whether to open the content. He hadn't forgotten Uncle Snake's warning, and perhaps knowing the secret wouldn't bode well for him. Finally, Yizia restrained his curiosity and decided to ignore the information for now. In the afternoon, Yizia was preparing to go pick up his wife from work, Qin Jinli's car, but instead, he received a call from Chu Qingwu. When he walked out of Jinli building, Chu Qingwu was already waiting in a Mercedes-Benz chauffeured by the Wang family butler. Yizia, let's have dinner at the Chu family villa tonight. Okay. Yizia didn't know what antics his wife and the Chu family were up to this time. Last time, things had escalated so much that even Chu Jiangwo had kneeled down, but Chu Qingwu had refused to take responsibility, leading to the Chu family eventually having to sell the fabric factory. Most likely, many people in the Chu family held a deep grudge against his wife. However, despite knowing this, his wife still insisted on having dinner at the Chu family villa, indicating that she had some kind of plan in mind. Therefore, Yizia decided to go along with her. However, he didn't expect that this time the members of the Chu family were very respectful to Chu Qingwu. At least their words and smiles were polite. As for their true thoughts, that remained unknown. Qingwu, have you contacted the boss of Wei Wu? Yes. Didn't you attend a high society banquet in Hua City last night? With the boss of Wei Wu being so wealthy, he must have been invited too, right? I envy you so much. If I could attend such a banquet once, it would make my life worthwhile. At the banquet, many members of the Chu family expressed their envy towards Chu Qingwu. Yizia felt relieved because it seemed like the Liu and Du families had managed to keep the news under wraps. After all, if the events of last night had been exposed, it would have been a disgrace for them as well. If word got out about the dissolution of the Qinglong faction and the Bai Lang faction overnight, it could further damage the position of the two families. Even Chu Yinghu didn't know what had happened. She just seemed a bit apprehensive towards Yizia that night and had clearly toned down her behavior. After all, this madman had even dared to slap Miss Du from the Du family. She didn't want to offend Yizia easily. However, not causing offense was one thing. When she looked at the couple, she still harbored resentment and malice. Several days passed, and Chu Qingwu's resentment towards the Chu family had subsided somewhat. Tonight was her grandmother's third invitation to have dinner at home. Being very hospitable, she decided to directly address matters. Grandma, I conveyed the willingness of the Chu family to Wei Wu Company, but Fang Yu said I shouldn't mention it again. He even said that this kind of thing shouldn't have been brought up in the first place. When Chu Qingwu said this, she still felt slightly nervous, worried that everyone might attack her again. But to her surprise, no one did. Chu Jiangwu even spoke up for Chu Qingwu. Grandma, I saw Qingwu muster up the courage to talk to Fang Yu about this, but he simply didn't want to discuss it with her. Yes, Grandma, we had to sell the fabric factory quickly to avoid 300 million compensation, and now they are in the process of going public after acquiring it. How could we possibly buy it back? Hu Ruoxi also sided with Chu Jianwo, advocating for Chu Qingwu. After all, both she and her husband were still working at the fabric factory, and after Weiwu Company acquired it, their positions were maintained, and their salaries increased by 30%. They had to support Weiwu and Chu Qingwu. Grandma sighed and restrained her anger, but exchanged it for a burst of retorts. In the past, if Chu Qingwu had handled things this poorly, she would have exploded. But Chu Jianwo couldn't hold back and sarcastically remarked, "I feel like the whole Chu family has been manipulated by Chu Qingwu. She intentionally pushed us into a corner back then, forcing us to sell the fabric factory. How could she now think of having us repurchase it?" The atmosphere immediately turned frosty, as these were not baseless claims, but known facts within the Chu family. However, everyone still had to consider Chu Qingwu's demeanor, and no one dared to say anything beyond that. Seeing the situation, Yizia realized that his wife's earlier words were not just spoken in anger. She seemed genuinely intent on asserting herself within the Chu family, even if it meant making others fear her. "Mom, in 2 days, our daughter will be getting married. Since her room will be vacant, why don't we let the Qingwu family move in?" Chu Jianjun suddenly changed the topic, surprising everyone once again, especially Yi Xiao. He never expected that the Chu family would be so thorough in changing allegiances, and now Chu Jianjun was firmly standing by his wife's side. Looking at his wife's expression, how could he not have guessed that this was something they had agreed upon before her return? His wife indeed was meticulous and planned everything carefully. When the house was mortgaged by Wang Yanqing, she immediately made plans for their family of 3. But Yi Xiao also did not expect that his wife actually had plans to return to the Chu family. "Haha, so you're already eyeing my room so soon. Too bad you're just dreaming." Chu Yingku, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up, her expression full of superiority and resentment. "Chu Qingwu, do you think you're the best woman in the Chu family now? So you want to snatch everything from me?" "Yingku, I don't understand what you mean." Chu Qingwu and Chu Yingku were at odds. At the high-class banquet last night, Chu Qingwu's biggest gain was realizing the low status of Liu Heading in the Liu family. He had no status at all, so she really didn't understand. Why did Chu Yingku, who married such a useless young master from the Liu family, have such a strong sense of superiority? "Stop pretending. You think you've made it here and want to live in a villa but can't afford it, so you come to my room, right? But you can forget about it. Even if I marry into the Liu family, the Chu family will reserve this room for me, because I am the pride of the Chu family." Chu Yingku raised her head, her eyes arrogant and full of righteousness. Seeing her expression, Yi Xiaoxia and his wife are also amazed. Could it be that she still hasn't seen reality clearly after last night's events? Or does she really look down on the Chu family so much in her heart? Chu Yingku, have some shame. While others dared not offend Chu Yingku, Chu Bia treated her like a clown, with a cold smile on her face. "You are just a distant relative. According to tradition, you don't even have the right to live in this house, yet you are hogging onto your granddaughter's room. Your shamelessness is truly bulletproof." "Chu Biao, what did you say?" Chu Yingku was immediately angered by Chu Biao's words, clenching her fists and then releasing them, followed by mocking laughter. "Okay, you all are really good at going with the flow. When Chu Qingwu's family was down and out before, not only did you ridicule them, belittle them, you even falsely accused Yi Xiaoxiao of stealing money. Later on, it turns out it was you slandering others, and you even got humiliated. Ha ha ha. I can't believe that now Chu Qingwu has become the general manager, becoming your father's boss. You are actually cozying up to her instead. To talk about thick-facedness, who can surpass you?" Chu Biao. Both were speaking the truth about the injustices Yi Xiaoxia and Chu Qingwu faced in the Chu family. But Yi Xiaoxia indeed was not mistaken. Chu Biao, this troublemaker, was a bit of a genius. Not only did she not go berserk, she calmly responded, "Yes, so what if I am cozying up to others? Who in the Chu family isn't cozying up to someone? If everyone hadn't cozied up to others, how could a side woman like you get a chance to live in this house? Besides, the Chu family is now inviting Chu Qingwu back. Isn't that also cozying up to someone? How did you treat her before? If it wasn't for trying to get her to talk to you, would you be speaking to her in such a manner tonight? It's a joke." These words were like slaps on the faces of the Chu family members, each of them angry but speechless because what Chu Biao said was painfully true. Chu Biao didn't care about everyone's reactions, and she bluntly hit the nail on the head. So according to this rule of cozying up, the house should be given to Chu Qingwu. If she moves in, maybe she can even help the Chu family acquire back the fabric factory. But what benefits have you, Chu Yinghu, brought to the Chu family by living in that house for so long? It's like taking up space for nothing. You. When it came to arguments, Chu Yinghu was no match for Chu Biao, and in a fight, even less so. So her look of superiority instantly disappeared, turning into a deep resentment. The contrast in her expression made Chu Qingwu laugh, but Chu Biao's words were a bitter truth for some, while for Chu Jianwu's family, they were not. Despite being useless, Liu Hedan was still a young master of the Liu family and a channel for them to connect with the Liu family. Chu Yinghu living in the Chu family definitely had its advantages. Alright, let's stop arguing, have some sense of propriety. Granny finally slammed the table, and the two women immediately fell silent. For some reason, the force with which Granny slammed the table no longer instilled the deep-rooted fear in Chu Qingwu. It just felt like a nose. Indeed, status could truly change a person from the inside out. Qingwu, Yinghu will be getting married in 3 days. If you can help convince Wei Yu to sell the fabric factory back to us, when she marries into the Liu family, you can come back and live here. Isn't that perfect? Granny's way of handling things was still top-notch, though she was clearly using an implied threat. Humph, Chu Qingwu, at most, you can only pick up what this young lady leaves behind. Chu Yinghu exhaled ice-cold breath, her words and gaze full of contempt. With just that look, Chu Qingwu began to tremble slightly. That Chu Yinghu, not only occupying their family's house shamelessly, but now also speaking such cold words. Why did she have to look down on Chu Qingwu? Seeing this, Yi Xiao finally couldn't help but laugh and say, "Ha, have you all misunderstood something? When did Qingwu say she wants to come back to live? Everyone has been talking for so long." Chu Biao even argued with Chu Yinghu over this. And now you're saying that Chu Qingwu never intended to come back. Chu Qingwu also looked at Yi Xiao, her eyes showing a hint of helplessness. With their house now mortgaged by their mom, if they don't come back, where will their family live? We bought a new house. Yi Xiao declared this openly, making Chu Qingwu have to believe, showing a surprised look along with everyone else. You bought a house? Everyone was dumbfounded for a while, then finally burst into accusations. Well, Qingwu, you said you didn't benefit from the fabric factory, so where did your family get the money to buy a house? Exactly. Now that the fabric factory doesn't belong to the Chu family, do you think we can't hold you accountable and you can do whatever you want? Stop. Yi Xiao didn't want these words to embarrass Chu Qingwu, so he immediately interrupted. Stop guessing randomly. When you see our new house, you'll know it couldn't possibly have been bought with benefits from the fabric factory. Besides, Qingwu didn't even know it was me who bought it with my own money. The crowd was stunned once again. The concept that Yi Xiao was a useless person was deeply ingrained in them. And with all the major events that happened before, the people of the Chu family had no idea that Yi Xiao was the one manipulating things behind the scenes, let alone that heroic story from the high-class banquet. Now that he said he bought a house, everyone couldn't help but start laughing. Ha, you bought it? Is it a second-hand house by any chance? You used to often go to Nayutu village. Are you getting ready to settle there? Listening to everyone's ridicule, Chu Qingwu also felt embarrassed. Yi Xiao had mentioned the new house to her before, and she didn't believe he could afford such a luxurious house. Now hearing everyone mention Nayutu village, she couldn't help but have some preconceived notions. Would Yi Xiao really buy a house in such a remote place? Anyway, our new house will be ready to move into soon. When the time comes, I'll invite you all to see it, and then you'll naturally understand. Yi Xiao didn't explain further. Realizing that these people looked down on him so much, he couldn't wait to see their reactions when they saw his central Seaview villa. When added together, all the assets of the Chu family didn't exceed 200 million, while that villa was 3.88 billion. By then, let's see what they have to say about the money Yi Xiao's wife made. Heh. We'll wait to see then. Hope it's not too shabby, or else I'm afraid of coming back with lice. Chu Yinghu led the way, and a few Chu family women followed with cold mockery. Don't make me go. I can't stand the smell of mold. Granny didn't care about all this, nor did she think much of Yi Xiao. If he bought a house, she wouldn't go. Seeing the family's attitude, Chu Qingwu also felt humiliated, just as she was finally trying to assert herself, only to be looked down upon again because of their house problems. She felt deeply uncomfortable. Yi Xiao also hadn't expected such a backlash, but it was also good. The Central Seaview Villa was the dream house Granny had always wanted to live in. Now that she said not to let her go, then don't come begging me when the time comes. Hehe. The situation now is just too perfect. Unexpectedly, Chu Ruolian, who had always been invisible in the Chu family, now jumped out to show her sense of superiority. She deliberately toyed with the Hetian white jade bracelet on her wrist, then laughed and said, "So the 3 women of our Chu family will soon each be living in their new houses. By then, we can compare and see whose house is the most luxurious." Ruolian, is your family also moving to a new house? Chu Qingyu was indeed surprised. Chu Ruolian was the daughter of Chu Jianjun. Could it be that they were also moving out? Yi Xiaoku kept staring at the jade bracelet on her wrist, his face full of displeasure. This woman actually wore the betrothal gift he gave to Chu Qingyu, which was truly unreasonable. Chu Ruolian was unaware, thinking that Yi Xiaoku's expression was because she had stolen his limelight by buying a house. Yes, since young Master Yi gave me a betrothal gift, I believe he will come to propose to me sooner or later, right? When the time comes, Gigi can marry into the Liu family, your husband can buy a new house, and as for me, of course, I'll marry into the Yi family and become a young madam. Her words were frivolous, her expression smug, but feeling the gazes of everyone around, Chu Ruolian could easily switch to a pitiful act, sighing, it's like navigating a deep sea in a rich family. I really worrying that I won't be able to adapt to the wealthy life in the Yi family in the future. This pretentious behavior. Although many people in the Chu family wanted to call out this pretentious woman, they smiled on the surface, with some offering kind words to help her adjust. Ruolian, your worries are simply unnecessary. However, Yi Xiaoku's voice unexpectedly broke in, who said anyone in the Yi family wants to marry you. And why did you put on the betrothal gift that doesn't belong to you? His words were like a bomb, shocking everyone present. The conversation came to an abrupt halt. Yi Xiaoku, you're just jealous of me. Chu Ruolian had finally established some presence in the Chu family. Now, being publicly shot down by Yi Xiaoku, she exploded. King has confirmed. The betrothal gift worth over 100 million was indeed given by young Master Yi to me. It wasn't a betrothal gift from the Yi family, the richest family in Yanjing. Where else in the world could there be such a wealthy Yi family? Her words received support from everyone. Exactly, other Yi families in different cities don't have that much money, right? When 100 million is mentioned, it could only be the Yi family in Yanjing. She's right, young Master Yi personally stated that it was his betrothal gift. I trust King, he wouldn't lie. Seeing everyone siding with her, Chu Ruolian gained momentum and angrily pointed at Yi Xiaoku. You apologize to me now. Yi Xiaoku was amused by her anger. She wore the betrothal gift he gave to King Yu, yet demanded an apology from him. Isn't that a joke? But to maintain the element of surprise, he didn't want to reveal that he had given the gift to Chu Qingyu. He just sneered, I was just trying to caution you. Before any confirmation, don't mess with others' belongings. What if you spent the betrothal gift or damaged it? It would be amusing if they asked you to return it. You. Chu Ruolian was truly infuriated by Yi Xiaoku. She exploded, you coward, you can't stand seeing others doing well. You. Just wait until young Master Yi comes to propose to me. I will make your whole family lose face. This rant not only received support from everyone but also made Chu Qingyu nervous. The Yi family was the most prominent in the Dragon Kingdom, and their power was not to be underestimated. Offending them was far worse than offending the Liu family. However, she saw the meaning behind Chu Qingyu's gaze and didn't pay much attention. Come on. Even if all the women in the Flower City chose young Master Yi, he might not pick Chu Ruolian. Although young Master Yi's annex or distasteful, this woman lacks self-awareness. Ruolian, Yi Xiaoku was just kindly reminding you. His expression may not have been perfect. Don't take it to heart. Chu Qingyu tried to resolve the situation, ultimately ending the discussion. At the end of the day, Chu Qingyu left with Yi Xiaoku, with the topics discussed tonight lingering in her mind like a fishbone stuck in her throat. Convincing Wei Wu to sell the fabric factory back to the Chu family was beyond her capability. Her family had bought a new house, yet they were being ridiculed. Even a woman like Chu Ruolian could receive a betrothal gift worth over 100 million, which was a significant blow to Chu Qingyu. Despite being the general manager of the fabric factory, earning millions annually based on her abilities, marrying Yi Xiaoku without a betrothal gift or a wedding remained a lifelong regret. Yi Xiaoku, I once thought that the Chu family would fear and respect me, but I can't achieve anything. I suddenly feel so ridiculous. Who said you're ridiculous? Your hard work is the most admirable, and you will definitely succeed. Yi Xiaoku comforted Chu Qingyu as a habit. Qingyu, do you want to go see our new house? Trying to lift her spirits, Yi Xiaoku suggested. No, we'd better hurry and pick up Tao Tao from school. Otherwise, the kindergarten teacher will scold us again. Chu Qingyu couldn't muster the energy, misinterpreting Yi Xiaoku's concern as their family not having a house to live in. She assumed they had bought a second-hand house quickly and didn't want to feel even more disheartened by seeing it early. After all, despite Yi Xiaoku's appearance, she doubted he had the money to buy a good house. Since his wife was not in the mood, Yi Xiaoku saw no need to proceed further. In 3 days, all surprises would come together, and she would realize that she, Chu Qingyu, was the most precious woman in all Flower City. The couple went to pick up Tao Tao and were surprised to find that the kindergarten teacher hadn't scolded her daughter. Instead, she took care of Tao Tao wholeheartedly and even fed her dinner. That night, Wang Yanqing still hadn't returned. However, Zhang Nan director had found her location, staying in a hotel with someone named Yang Jun. Yi Xiaoku dialed a hotel room number directly, successfully connecting Chu Qingyu with Wang Yanqing. Mom, you've gone too far. Chu Qingyu only lost her temper after ensuring her mother's safety. I gritted my teeth when you sold the car, but why did you mortgage our house to some illicit company? Why do you need so much money all of a sudden? Don't you realize that you might leave our family homeless? Don't yell at me. I've raised you up. Is it too much to ask for something in return? Surprisingly, Wang Yanqing reported, trembling, I'm earning money for our family. Give me some time. I'll buy back the car and the house. Helpless, fearing that the argument would escalate, Chu Qingyu sighed and reluctantly asked, Mom, who are you with now? How could you do this? What if Dad finds out? Don't talk about that spineless man. He's still in jail. Anyway, I have my own life, and you can't control me. Wang Yanqing hung up the phone in an agitated state. Yi Xiaoku had been listening to Chu Qingyu's conversation with her mother and proposed taking forceful action to bring her back and confront those manipulating her. Yi Xiaoku, what should we do? Chu Qingyu was truly exhausted, overwhelmed with her own affairs and now dealing with her mother's troubles. Shall we bring her back forcefully and teach those manipulating her a lesson? Yi Xiaoku suggested with a solicitous tone. Chu Qingyu shook her head, exasperated, and asked, Are you going to rely on your underworld connections again? Then shall we capture them ourselves? Yi Xiaoku shrugged, implying that even with his immense power, some things couldn't be done single-handedly. Never mind, I can't control you, just don't hurt my mom. Chu Qingyu sighed, and went back to her room. She had been continuously surprised and, at times, shocked by Yi Xiaoku's recent actions, which often challenged her understanding of him. Yet, she had not fully understood his true capabilities, not just because he hid things from her, but also because of her own overwhelming responsibilities, leaving no time or energy to delve deeper. The next day, just as Yi Xiaoku was preparing to have Zhao Yunshan retrieve Wang Yanqing, the woman unexpectedly returned home on her own. Chu Qingyu rushed home upon receiving Yi Xiaoku's call because for her, family always came first, no matter how important work was. To her surprise, before she could inquire about Wang Yanqing's situation, her mother asked something unexpected. Qingyu, do you remember your father's university classmate, Huan Beimilian? I have dinner plans with him tonight. Could you help ask him for some money? What? Chu Qingyu was stunned to hear her mother, who had already sold the car and mortgaged the house, now asking to borrow money. What infuriated her the most was her mother asking her to make this request. Chu Qingyu wanted to explode. Mom, scamming your daughter to this extent is beyond outrageous. Chu Qingyu, despite feeling reluctant 10,000 times over, still went out to dinner with Wang Yanqing. It was because Wang Yanqing said that if her daughter didn't go, she would jump off a building that night. When Yi Zi and Chu Qingyu pressed her for the reasons, she steadfastly refused to say anything, even crying, causing a scene, and threatening to hang herself. Poor Chu Qingyu couldn't handle her like this. At Yi Zhao's persuasion, they decided to be patient and find out the reasons behind her mother borrowing money everywhere. Yi Zi, you come along tonight too. I'm afraid I won't be able to handle my mom. Wang Yanqing insisted that Chu Qingyu go, but didn't allow Yi Zi to come. Chu Qingyu felt something was wrong and requested Yi Zi privately, who of course agreed. He also thought Wang Yanqing was acting suspiciously. Asking her daughter to borrow money and claiming the dinner was paid for by the other party surely had something to do with exchange for favors or relationships, so even if Chu Qingyu didn't let him go, he had to follow. That night, Wang Yanqing and Chu Qingyu took a taxi to the venue. Yi instructed the kindergarten teacher to take care of Tao Dao and followed them. Seeing the two mother and daughter entering the emperor's palace, countless thoughts raced through his mind. How much money did Wang Yanqing want to borrow? Roughly calculating, she had embezzled at least more than 2 million, not to mention the loans she might have taken secretly. The person manipulating her behind the scenes must be quite capable and might have a deep understanding of Wang Yanqing's family background. Thinking about this, Yi couldn't help but wonder if this person behind the scenes was targeting himself or Chu Qingyu. Young Master Yi. Just as Yi stepped into the emperor's palace, the manager Zhu Yulan immediately greeted him with a smile. Yi had visited twice before, and Jin Lifu had stated he was a very esteemed guest, necessitating the emperor's palace to meet all his requests. How could Zhu Yulan not know Yi Zhao's distinguished status? Don't address me like that without my orders. Oh. Yes. Mr. Yi, I mean Yi, sir. Yi wasn't very pleased with the manager, so he ignored him and followed his wife and mother-in-law upstairs. On the 6th floor of the emperor's palace, Wang Yanqing had already taken Chu Qingyu into a private room. Inside, there was a middle-aged couple and a young man in his 20s sitting, with a round table already set with delicious food and several bottles of red wine. Seeing this scene, Chu Qingyu had a bad feeling. It felt less like borrowing money and more like a blind date setup. Chu Qingyu recognized the middle-aged man in a suit in the middle as her dad Zia Wyman's old classmate Huang Baiman. He was said to be a small business owner, but he hadn't lived in Huaqing before. How did her mom contact someone like him for a loan? Goodness. How much money had she borrowed these days? Thinking of this, Chu Qingyu's heart pounded. Well, this is Zia Wyman's daughter, right? Such a beauty. Seeing Chu Qingyu enter, the impeccably dressed middle-aged woman stood up warmly to greet her and asked her to sit down. The young man with a slick-back hairstyle also stood up and extended his hand to shake with Chu Qingyu. Chu Qingyu was baffled. She wasn't stupid. Her mom had to use her status or looks to force her to ask for money. Enjoying this treatment now, she finally realized it. Could her mom be using the blind date pretext to manipulate her into asking for money? How could she do this? She's a married woman. Infuriated, Chu Qingyu shot a glare at Wang Yanqing. To her surprise, Wang Yanqing pretended not to notice and said, "Qingyu, why are you so shy? Mr. Huan is a returned graduate student, 2 years older than you. You two are a perfect match." Chu Qingyu felt like cursing. Was her mom brainwashed by someone? Although greedy, she never thought of such a method to borrow money before. Undoubtedly, there must be someone teaching her behind the scenes. Chu Qingyu thought to herself. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable and embarrassed, she was about to confess and apologize to her mom and leave with Yi. But before Chu Qingyu could stand up, Huan Jinju stood up. "Mom, please don't rush. Miss Zhu is still young. Perhaps she doesn't like blind dates," and deliberately brought a shield. With Miss Zhu's looks, how could she possibly be interested in a mere service staff member? Qian, how could this man speak like this? Chu Qingyu instantly became angry. Her own husband. How dare he? In stature and looks, he is leagues ahead of Yellowcoat. What gives him the right to look down on my man? Wang Yanqing, gifted in lying, immediately responded, "Yes, yes. I also think so. He must be a shield Miss Zhu specifically invited. With my daughter's taste, how could she like a mere service staff member? Ha ha. Dance, stop it. How high can your standards be? Doesn't mom know? Give him a few $100 and let him go." "Mom, you." Chu Qingyu was truly enraged. Never did she expect her mom to lie about being unmarried just to borrow money. Now she doesn't want a son-in-law either. Look at her moral standards. AI. Just a few days ago, Yizia threw 1 million that he hard-earned from investments to her. A mother like this really makes one speechless. On the other hand, Yizia remained calm. Seeing how Wang Yanqing was, it was clear that she was brainwashed. Willing to do anything for money. To have such brainwashing ability, the person behind the scenes is definitely not simple. Huan Jinju, unaware of the truth, instead found it amusing to see Yizia as Chu Qing's boyfriend. But Wang Yanqing didn't even look at him. "Qingyu, your father often says you're a good girl. Whether he is or isn't your boyfriend, let's not treat this as a matchmaking event. Let's just have a meal casually. Make friends. Come. Sit down first. Huan Beimilian also shared his son's thoughts, and seeing how much his son liked Chu Qingwu, he changed his stance. Moreover, if Chu Qingwu left, what benefit would it bring to their family? They could only stay angry in place. So, of course, he had to try his best to keep Chu Qingwu, make her see clearly that his son is tens of thousands of times better than that other guy, and then have her switch to his son's embrace. That would make the trip worthwhile. Yes. Qingwu, sit down first. Huan Jinju also quickly stood up, wanting to pull Chu Qingwu to sit next to him. However, Chu Qingwu completely ignored him, instead looking at Yizia apologetically. Yizia smiled unperturbedly, thinking that experience is the best teacher. Huan Beimilian was indeed a businessman, playing it all out quite well. He definitely knew that if they caused a scene, and Chu Qingwu pulled him to leave, it would be the Huang family losing face ultimately, so he intentionally played it down, hoping Chu Qingwu would stay. But if they don't leave, this meal that follows might not be easy. But who cares? They haven't had dinner yet, might as well eat first. With this in mind, Yizia simply decided to follow along with everyone, picking up a double-headed abalone with no hesitation to eat. Haha. Indeed worthy of being a VIP service staff, knowing which dish is the most expensive. Huan Jinju immediately sneered, that double-headed abalone is a delicacy. Each one probably costs half a month of your salary. What a taunt. Insulting someone with money. Yizia immediately figured out Huang Jinju's intentions, trying to flaunt wealth through dining, attempting to have Chu Qingwu fall for his money. However, Chu Qingwu had no such thoughts. Instead, she couldn't help but feel sorry for Yizia, seeing him completely engrossed in eating the double-headed abalone. After finishing, Yizia casually poured himself a glass of red wine and took a sip. Huan Jinju then said, "Haha, that's a Furlani red wine. With one glass, you probably won't earn enough in a month." Oh. Yizia finally retorted, "Is this meal supposed to be Dutch treat? You guys come for a matchmaking meeting, yet can't even afford a meal. Isn't that a bit shabby? HMPH, if Miss Chu really came to meet my son, whatever expensive meals we can afford." Huan mother retorted sharply, "Unfortunately, once you're here, that's no longer the case. Now we're just having a casual meal. Of course the outsider should chip in." Yizia couldn't help but chuckle. Huan family resorted to this tactic too. If you can afford, then just leave it. No need to drink a glass of wine and spend a month's salary on it, right? Huang Jinju thought he was intimidated, so he continued his disdainful mockery. "I really don't understand how someone like you would have the confidence to impersonate Miss Chu's man. With you earning a few thousand a month, that's already your peak. Can you afford a car? Can you afford a house? What do you have to offer to make a woman happy? I think men like you should stay single for the rest of your life to spare women the trouble." Watching Huang Jinju flaunt superiority in front of her husband, Chu Qingwu clenched her pretty lips tightly, angry but holding back. She wanted to shout at these lowlifes that her husband is really awesome. He beat the Eastern dad, Wan Hu, Chu Qinhen, even scared off the Qinglan gang, and dared to hit the two uncles of the Du family and even the Du family's youngest miss. And after beating so many tough people, he's still lively and kicking. Wait, all the awesome things Yizia did are about fighting. Alright, Chu Qingwu thought better of it. Mixing in the dark really isn't helpful. Now there's not even something to boast about. Seeing his wife and son both in high spirits, Huan Beimilian couldn't endure being overshadowed. So he quickly added, "Although I'm not talented, I do run a small company in Weiyang City, making a few million in annual income, and my connections in Huacheng are quite deep. For example, this Emperor Hotel, they've given me a gold card, giving me a 30% discount on consumption." Yizia almost burst into laughter this time. Why does Mr. Huan have nothing to show off about other than that? Even having to flaunt his VIP card at Emperor Hotel. However, Yizia was familiar with the Emperor Hotel's VIP card. To be able to get a gold card means he'd spent over $1 million at the hotel, and that was indeed worth boasting about. Hearing Yizia still silent, Huan Jinju thought he lost his nerve to speak and prepared to give him the final blow, making him lose face and flee. HMPH, if I were you, I would have been too embarrassed to stay here already. No money, no power, you don't deserve anything, you poor bum. That's too much. Chu Qingwu finally wanted to get up and slam the table, but Yizia gently held her delicate hand, still calm, signaling his wife not to get mad. "Uncle Huan, Aunt Huan, Your son is still young. He flaunting wealth like that, let's excuse it as youthful vanity. But when you both talk about nothing but money, it just seems uncouth, doesn't it? What did you say? Huan Baimillion couldn't believe it. A mere service staff dared to speak to them like that. Uncle Huan, I'm speaking the truth. While the family was getting agitated, Yizia remained posed and calm, which made Zhu Qingwu admire him a little more. She realized that her husband can really handle rogues and even bosses. At this moment, Yizia stood up. With pride in his eyes, he said, "Indeed, having money, something to be proud of. But for me, money will never be in my top 3 priorities. The proudest thing in my life is marrying Zhu Qingwu as my wife." With these words, Zhu Qingwu's small mouth slightly opened, her fragile body trembling, and her beautiful eyes tightly fixed on the man in front of her. After 3 years of marriage, Yizia rarely said sweet nothings to her, but this statement truly struck her heart, touching her beyond words. Suddenly, Zhu Qingwu stood up, rushing into Yizia's arms. Happiness came too suddenly, and Yizia was a bit caught off guard, so he had to hug his wife and display affection in public. Huan Jinju, who was smitten with Zhu Qingwu at first sight, felt as though the world was being cruel toward him. He used to think that being wealthy made one superior, but now he realized that being able to speak words that touch a woman's heart is truly remarkable. Like this humble service staff who married the woman he could never have. You two were already married. Huan mother felt like they were being played, banging on the table in anger. Just as she was about to lose her temper, the door was abruptly pushed open. "Sir, terribly sorry to interrupt, but you've been given the wrong wine." A waitress entered with a smile. Her words left the Huang family a bit puzzled. They were hoodwinked by Wang Yanqing today, thinking it was a real matchmaking event, so they had ordered early. Huan Jinju had even seen a photo of Zhu Qingwu, taken aback by her beauty. To increase the chances of success, he had personally picked out a good red wine and asked for 2 bottles of 80 to Lafite. But when the waitress went to get the wine, his son took the liberty of swapping the bottles, even saying the waitress was blind since the right wine was in front of them. That's just typical. So when the waitress mentioned and they got the wrong wine, Huan Jinju immediately realized his mistake. However, he silently rejoiced, glad it was just the wrong wine, or else 2 bottles worth tens of thousands would be tricked away by the con artist family across the table, and he'd feel sorry. But now with all the emotions running high, Huan mother couldn't help but scold the waitress. "Are you kidding? What kind of service is this? How can the wine be wrong? Believe me, we'll file a complaint against you. But since the mistake is made, we're not in the mood to drink anyway. No need to change it for us." The waitress, still very courteous, took the scolding without losing her temper or arguing back loudly, continuing with a smile, "Since you don't need a replacement, let me remind you, the 2 wines have different prices. If it's different, it's different. What? Are we not able to afford a bottle of wine? It's fine that we received the wrong one. Better than letting this poor fraudster couple drink good wine. That's truly wasteful." Huan Baimillion was filled with anger and took the opportunity to sneer at Yizia's family. But hearing his words, the waitress couldn't help but awkwardly remind them, "Sir, sorry, but the 2 bottles you drank are even more expensive." More expensive? The Huang family of 3 was dumbfounded in an instant. They were just saying how this wine they were drinking was different from the 1980 to Lafite, but the taste was so good. It turned out it wasn't Lafite, but an even more expensive wine. However, once they realized, Mrs. Huang immediately found it amusing. "Ha ha. More expensive is better, right? Didn't we agree earlier on how to split the bill evenly? The cost of this meal will be divided among the 6 of us, with each family paying half. Those people across from us, don't even think about trying to cheat your way out of it. That's right, daring to deceive us. Tonight's scapegoat, you can forget about us footing the bill," Mr. Huang furiously added. As soon as the Huang family finished speaking, Wang Yanqing and Zhu Qingyu's faces instantly changed. The 1980 to Lafite was already expensive enough. Now these 2 bottles of wine were even more costly. How much money would they need? If they still had a car and a house, they wouldn't be so alarmed. But now they had nothing. If they had to pay for this meal, where would they get the money from? However, Zhu Qingyu couldn't blame the Huang family for their actions. After all, it was her mother who deceived them, hiding the fact of her marriage and trying to borrow money under the pretense of a blind date. Doing such a despicable thing, others might not even agree to go Dutch. "Qingyu, what do we do now? I don't have a single cent." Wang Yanqing panicked. At this point, she hadn't reflected on her own faults and instead glared at Yi Xiaoyi, her son-in-law, with resentment. If he hadn't inexplicably followed them here, would they have to foot this bill as a family? Now, even before discussing the matter of borrowing money, they were worrying about settling the bill. They were truly being ruined by Yi Xiaoyi. "Mom, why are you glaring at Yi Xiaoyi?" Chu Qingyu couldn't ignore her mother's gaze and immediately scolded sternly. "I asked him to come. You know I'm already married, yet you concealed the truth and pushed me to go on a blind date. He's my husband. How could he not come?" After hearing this, Mr. Huang was even more furious and pointed at Wang Yanqing, shouting angrily, "You woman, how dare you do such despicable things? Now you'll have to bear the consequences." No, Mr. Huang, let me explain." Wang Yanqing, who had little integrity to begin with, was now brainwashed by Yang Jun and was hellbent on getting money. In her desperation, she was willing to sacrifice even her last bit of integrity and quickly knelt down in front of Mr. Huang, pleading, "My daughter and her husband have no feelings for each other. They've never slept together even though they're married. I swear to God, if I'm lying, let the heavens strike me down with 5 thunders and kill me." Wow. Playing the game so big. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Huang Jinju's mind was also sharp, deliberately asking, "How is that our concern?" "Of course it concerns you." Wang Yanqing blurted out, "As long as you pay for this meal and lend me 1 million, I'll agree to let my daughter divorce him. Then you can treat this as a prenuptial dinner, right?" Oh my goodness. After hearing Wang Yanqing's words, Yi Xiaoyi felt like his world had turned upside down. How could Chu Qingyu be so lucky to have such a top-tier mother? Even the waiters on the side shook their heads in disbelief. It felt chilly, goosebumps rising. What on earth was going on with these two families? The Huang family of 3 looked bewildered, unsure whether to laugh or get angry. Huang Jinju immediately clapped her hands. "All right, I believe you. If you can make Chu Qingyu divorce him, I'll pay for this meal." After all, it was just 1 meal. If he could marry such a beautiful wife, it would be worth it. Since his son said so, Mr. Huang didn't object. Huang mother quickly added, "Since that's the case, we'll consider you to the future in-laws, but that unrelated man will have to pay for himself." She pointed at Yi Xiaoyi. Yi Xiaoyi didn't know what to say at this point, and just smiled awkwardly. Chu Qingyu was also shattered, feeling a myriad of emotions. She really didn't want to acknowledge this mother. "All right, in that case, I'll help you calculate the bill." The waiter couldn't bear to watch anymore, quickly collecting the money. Huang family of 3 looked at Yi Xiaoyi, who remained silent, mistakenly thinking he had been overwhelmed by the amount of money. They were eagerly waiting to see him struggle to pay tens of thousands, or maybe even hundreds of thousands for the bill, embarrassing himself in front of them rich folks. How dare he lecture them? How arrogant! Huang Jinju was even more impatient, thinking about what to say next. Sweet words can't sustain a living. Only money is a man's reliable reliance. Huang Jinju had already figured out what to say next, silently reciting it in his mind. Proudly, he even took out his gold card and handed it to the waiter, saying, "We have a gold card, so give us a 30% discount for the 5 of us. As for him, there's no need." Okay. The waiter hadn't expected this family to be so stingy. With a gold card, even if it were for 6 people, a discount would still be possible. However, they didn't need to specifically separate the payments. "Your bill totals 3.607 million, but we'll round it down to 3.6 million. With a 30% discount for 5 people, the total is 2.1 million. And for 1 person, it's 600,000. As the waiter finished speaking, a cold wind seemed to blow through the room. Everyone was stunned, speechless at the exorbitant amount. After waiting for a minute, the Huang family of 3 simultaneously jumped up, yelling, "What did you say? The meal costs 3.6 million. Yes. Did you make a mistake? Recalculate quickly. Don't even think about cheating us. We'll call the police. Is this place a scam?" The Huang family may have some money, but their net worth was in the tens of millions. Paying hundreds of millions for a single meal would make them go berserk. "Well, please wait a moment." The manager had good professional etiquette and needed to check with the waiter again. Seeing the commotion, he quickly intervened, wondering if there had been an issue with the guests. The waiter, having rarely faced such a situation, quickly explained the situation to the manager. "Manager, you're here. It seems like there's a dispute over the bill." The manager, seeing the chaos, quickly walked in. He was guarding the private room outside, for fear of poor service, offending Mr. Jin's important guests. Upon hearing the details, he noticed Mr. Yi sitting calmly, watching the two women fight over a bottle of wine. "What's going on? Little Che, have you offended the guests?" Seeing Mr. Yi enter, the manager asked, as Mr. Yi had been waiting outside the private room all night. He didn't want the employees of the Emperor Hotel to treat his important guests disrespectfully, so when he heard about the commotion, he hurried in but found Mr. Yi sitting calmly, observing the two women tugging over a bottle of wine. How could this happen? The Huang family trembled and murmured. Chu Qingyu also wanted to know. She knew that Emperor Zun was a hotel under the control of Jin Leifu Holdings. He was indeed the big boss, but He Xiao was just his driver. It might be possible to have a few thousand yuan meal for free here, but having a million yuan bill waived was clearly unrealistic. Well, you should ask Mr. Yi about this. Manager Zhu knew that Yi Xiao's identity was noble. Even Jin Leifu had to please him, but he didn't know his true identity. Afraid of saying the wrong thing, he decided to let Yi Xiao speak for himself. Yi Xiao didn't expect this guy to be so slick. His eyes lit up, thinking that he could have him do things for himself. Mr. Yi, since you can waive the bill anyway, why don't you treat us instead? Yes. After all, I'm your father-in-law's classmate. Can't you do us a favor? The Huang family, who had looked down on others just a moment ago, now boldly asked Yi Xiao, thanks to Mrs. Huang speaking up. It's really true that fortune changes hands every 30 years. Their previous arrogant faces were still vivid to Chu Qingyu, who couldn't believe that they could change their attitude in just a second. If Yi Xiao treats you, then won't you no longer need your gold card, but you can still get a 30% discount. Chu Qingyu, not in a hurry to figure out the reason, turned the tables on the Huang family. The men who looked down on her, Chu Qingyu, were essentially looking down on her. She also felt indignant. The Huang family looked embarrassed. Although Mrs. Huang still wanted to borrow money, Mrs. Huang snatched her wine just now, so she was also upset and didn't say anything. All right, let's waive it together. It was Yi Xiao, who had been looked down upon and made things difficult for previously, who graciously waved his hand and signaled for Manager Zhu to go do his job. Only then did the Huang family feel relieved. After all, pulling down their faces and asking for a favor allowed them to waive 1.2 million yuan for the meal, which was simply too good a deal to pass up. Mrs. Huang also tactfully returned the leftover wine to Mrs. Huang. After all, her daughter-in-law was footing the bill. Ah, Mr. Yi, you are truly remarkable. I completely misjudged you earlier. Yes. We apologize. We never expected you to be so generous. Really humbling for us. Huang Beimilian was a businessman who knew how to adapt to the situation. Under his lead, the Huang family began to compliment Yi Xiao. Chu Qingyu watched from the sidelines, feeling more satisfied than if she had slapped them in the face. She didn't want to vent her anger, but to gain recognition from those around her. Now that they were flattering Yi Xiao, it was equivalent to acknowledging that Chu Qingyu had married the right person. However, we are still very curious. How could Emperor Zun Hotel waive a bill for millions? After praising Yi Xiao, the Huang family still wanted to clarify. Being profit-driven, they also wanted to see if Yi Xiao was truly worth their efforts to please. Actually, I am Jin Leifu's private driver. Jin Leifu had an urgent illness recently, and I timely drove him to the hospital, saving his life. He said that the next time I came to Emperor Zun for a meal, no matter how expensive, it could be waived. Yi Xiao casually made up a perfect excuse. Unexpectedly, the Huang family believed it wholeheartedly. After all, if there hadn't been a life-saving grace, it was impossible for Yi Xiao to have millions waived for him. Once they knew the truth, they stopped flattering him immediately. Although they didn't continue to ridicule Yi Xiao, their disdainful looks were hard to conceal. Seeing their expressions, Chu Qingyu bit her lip. How could she ask to borrow money from someone like them? Mrs. Huang urged Chu Qingyu multiple times to speak up but was unsuccessful. She eventually spoke up herself. Mr. Huang, the thing is, our family is planning to buy a new house. I wonder if you could lend us some. Oh, you're buying a house? How coincidental. Huang Beimilian was also quite astute. Seeing Mrs. Huang about to ask for money, he immediately cut her off. After all, their son-in-law had just treated them to a good meal. If they didn't lend the money, it wouldn't look good. So he took the opportunity to boast about their newly purchased mansion in Flower City, embellishing details about how luxurious it was, even mentioning the cost of the toilet. In short, they had bought a new house and had no money to lend at the moment. The cunning businessman Huang Beimillion also had a laugh. This driver really wouldn't give up. Buying what kind of good house? Probably just a second-hand house. Alright, now that the meal is finished, let's call it a day. The Huang family quickly stood up and patted their hands, ready to leave. After all, the beautiful Chu Qingyu was not going to marry into their family. There's no point in sticking around. However, Huang Jinju, knowing that Yi Xiao was just a driver, still had lingering feelings for his wife. He stood up and subtly hinted at Chu Qingyu again. Miss Chu, our house is a villa worth millions. Unfortunately, we lack a future mistress of the house. If you ever have the time, you are welcome to come and stay permanently. The implication was clear. They welcomed her to marry into their family at any time. Yi Xiaoxia and Chu Qingyu were both intelligent people. How could they not understand his intentions? Especially after he finished speaking, he looked at Yi Xiaoxia with a hint of mockery. Chu Qingyu pretended not to hear it, but inside she felt uncomfortable. When will she stop being tempted and looked down upon by others? I believe Qingyu will not turn you down since we've also purchased a new house. If you're interested, we'll invite you to our housewarming in the future. Yi Xiaoxia's words came just in time, causing both Chu Qingyu and Wang Yanqing to be slightly surprised. They had bought a house worth millions, so where did Yi Xiaoxia get the confidence to say such things? Would their own house, if too bad, not invite ridicule? The Huang family found it amusing. This little driver was truly persistent. What kind of good house could he afford? Probably just some second-hand property. Alright, we're looking forward to touring your luxurious mansion. Huang Jinju emphasized the word luxurious, clearly mocking. Yes, that's a deal. Yi Xiaoxia pretended not to understand his intent and said they would send someone to pick them up later. The Huang family smiled, content with their plans to send someone to fetch them. Hey, they made themselves sound quite noble. However, they held back for now and planned to ridicule him later when the time was right. After the meal was over, Chu Qingyu and Wang Yanqing both had their own thoughts as they left with Yi Xiaoxiao. Chu Qingyu was afraid that Yi Xiaoxiao's house would be too embarrassing. Now that the news had spread, relatives and friends coming over would mock their lowly status. Wang Yanqing was already planning how to take advantage of Yi Xiaoxiao's house. Even if it was small and shabby, it was still worth something, right? Yi Xiaoxiao noticed the expressions of both mother and daughter and could easily guess their thoughts. Only after returning home, after Wang Yanqing and Tao Dao had fallen asleep, did Chu Qingyu let Yi Xiaoxiao into the room. Yi Xiaoxiao, you must find out where your mother threw away all of the family's money. How am I supposed to find out? Yi Xiaoxiao laid a blanket on the floor and sneakily glanced at his wife in her pajamas, a mischievous smile on his face. Chu Qingyu was displeased with Yi Xiaoxiao's question. From her perspective, how could this smart guy not figure out what to do? Hehe, but what if you don't let me sleep in the room anymore in the future? Yi Xiaoxiao teased. Chu Qingyu puffed up her cheeks immediately. HMPH, you just want to manipulate me. As long as you don't do bad things with them, I'll let you off, okay? And what? The advancing tone in Chu Qingyu's voice made Yi Xiaoxiao eager. His eyes fixed on her, only to realize that his wife's face turned as red as an apple. As long as you can get back all the money my mother threw away, I will let you sleep in bed with me. Chu Qingyu blurted out in one breath, covering her head tightly with the blanket, lying on the bed with her heart thumping rapidly. She was already 25 years old and had never experienced sharing a bed with a man. If it weren't for the sentence Yi Xiaoxia said tonight that moved her, she wouldn't have considered making this attempt. Upon hearing her words, Yi Xiaoxiao's expression was priceless, as if the beggar had struck it rich. However, he shouldn't, under any circumstances, go too far and ask, if I can sleep in bed, are there any other things I can do? But he didn't expect Chu Qingyu to immediately give him a cold snort from the blanket. If you dare to think like that, forget what I just said, and go sleep in the hall now. Yi Xiaoxia was immediately a loss, regretting nearly turning a given question into a life-and-death situation. However, quick-witted Yi Xiaoxia had already made his move. How could he be willing to go sleep outside now? He hastily lay down and pretended to say, "Wife, you're hiding under the blanket. I didn't hear anything." After pretending to fall asleep, Yi Xiaoxia began to think, when they moved into the central Seaview Villa, did they really need so many rooms? Wouldn't it be inconvenient for his wife to kick him out to sleep outside? Even having money was a headache. Marriage is the most coveted thing in the lifetime of many women. Chu Yinghu is no exception, especially since their wedding in Liu Pond has already been arranged, along with their honeymoon life after marriage. Recently, whenever at the Chu family, Chu Yinghu would chatter incessantly about her wedding banquet, this proud woman always talking excitedly about it with spit flying. Of course, the women listening to her would generally be envious. Not to mention Liu Hedong's status in the Liu family. He's a wealthy young master, and regardless, the grandeur of the wedding and the life after marriage is definitely something that would make ordinary people envious for a lifetime. Hehe, everyone remember to come on time for my wedding banquet the day after tomorrow. Also, Chu Qingwu, remember to come too. Although you don't want to be my bridesmaid, I will still take special care of you. At the banquet on September 15th, Chu Yinghu was clearly the sole focus of the Chu family, her excitement and pride unstoppable. How could Chu Qingwu not understand this gesture of taking care? If she were to attend, she would definitely be setting off a backdrop for Chu Yingchu's happiness, and at that time, undoubtedly, there would be endless pity, ridicule, whispers, and stares. That as a cousin, she also couldn't bring herself to refuse. Just as she was about to nod, she heard Yi Xiaosheng next to her say, "Yinghu, sorry. Tomorrow Qingwu and I have something to attend to. We might not make it to the event, but we will have someone deliver our gift." Immediately, the people of the Chu family all looked towards the couple, their eyes filled with disdain, anger, contempt, and more. Hey, didn't expect you two to be real deserters. That's really shameless. Not attending your own wedding is one thing, but not attending your cousin's wedding is just crossing the line. Chu Yinghu directly used provocation. Several times, she tried to humiliate Yi Xiaosheng and Chu Qingwu, but each time the result was unsatisfactory. Marriage is a big event in a woman's life, and she decided that on this day, she would use all her efforts to showcase her happiness and to shame Chu Qingwu severely. If the couple, for whatever reason, were to shamelessly not come, then wouldn't she directly lose the meaning of getting married? Unfortunately, no matter how Chu Yinghu agitated, and no matter how the clanspeople gossip, Yi Xiaosheng remained adamant that they couldn't make it. When the Chu family pressed for a reasonable explanation, Yi Xiaosheng calmly said, "Because Wei Wu has agreed to discuss the acquisition of the fabric factory with Qingwu." One sentence unexpectedly silenced everyone. There were even some immediately who put away their harsh expressions and spoke up for Chu Qingwu. After all, that was currently the top priority for the Chu family. Since that is the case, Qingwu, your family's gifts, I will bring them to the Liu family. Make sure not to disappoint your grandmother. Grandma, I will do my best. Chu Qingwu replied with a forced smile. It was only when she left the Chu house after the banquet that Chu Qingwu realized her palms were sweaty. Only she knew the kind of pressure she had just faced. "Xiaosheng, why did you lie? Weiwu Corporation hasn't said anything to me at all. If we get found out later, do you know how everyone will view us?" Even to this day, Chu Qingwu cared the most about her relatives' opinions, even though time and time again, this clan's people had left her disheartened. But blood ties weren't something she could easily sever. As long as she lived in Huacheng, she could never ignore all the gazes and words around her. "Wife, I didn't lie. I already received the news at Golden Blessing Tower today. Weiwu might contact you soon." "Really?" "Of course." Yi Xiaosheng chuckled. "I bet before 9 o'clock tonight, Fang Yu will call you." Even though Yi Xiaosheng was confident in what he said, Chu Qingwu still looked skeptical. She hadn't expected that as soon as the two returned home with Tao Dao, Fang Yu did indeed call her. And what he said was almost identical to Yi Xiaosheng's. "Heavens, Yi Xiaosheng, do you have some kind of prophetic ability? Fang Yu actually called me right at 9 o'clock about this matter. Hehe, if I had that ability, I would have been the world's richest long ago." Yi Xiaosheng joked casually. Chu Qingwu had no time to banter with him. She hurried to her room to prepare for the negotiations. Yi Xiaosheng also now had a chance to slip out quietly to deal with other important matters, beginning with a call to Zhao Yunshan. "Yi, we've already investigated the situation thoroughly today. Your mother-in-law has indeed been targeted by an online gambling brainwashing organization. The organization is colloquially known as the Pig Butcher, and the man with her today is actually the head of the organization responsible for raising pigs." "The head of raising pigs?" "That's right, his name is Yan Jun. According to our investigation, he has swindled more than a dozen people out of their fortunes, all middle-aged women between 40 and 55. His brainwashing skills are quite extraordinary." Hey, have you found out who's behind him? We don't have concrete evidence yet, but we have determined that he dialed a landline number, which should belong to a business of the Liu family. All right, gather more evidence and keep a close eye on Wang Yanqing's whereabouts. Don't let her borrow money again. Yes, Yi. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xiaosheng lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. The situation was becoming clear that snakehead, Yang Jun, must have been instigated by the Liu family to target Wang Yanqing for fraud. Just then, the phone rang again. It was Li Bulai calling to report on the situation. Yi, tomorrow the Liu family will be holding a completion ceremony for a property, followed by the groundbreaking ceremony for the Bullhead Village resort on site. Liu Desao Liu Yajian will be the one in charge and will be interviewed by the media present. Great, this fox has avoided us for so long. Now he finally has to show his face, Yi Xiaosheng said with a look of determination in his eyes. He and Liu Yajian were mortal enemies. There was still the matter of Tang Qingyan that Yi Xiaosheng had yet to settle with him. He didn't expect the guy to dispatch someone to target Wang Yanqing so quickly. Seeing his stance, it seemed he wanted to leverage his mother-in-law to defraud his whole family. Killing Liu Yajian tomorrow would be a breeze, and dealing with Yang Jun was even more inconsequential. If he killed Yang Jun now, it would be pointless. With Wang Yanqing's personality, Liu Yajian could easily pick a few more snakeheads to easily brainwash her. Yi, the matter of the Bullhead Village Resort has attracted attention from the top in Huacheng. There will be a large number of media present at tomorrow's groundbreaking ceremony. They've always been promoting the Liu family, so you have to think carefully about what you do. Flatterer Li Bulai naturally wanted to remind Yi Xiaosheng to give it thorough consideration. After all, the Liu family was a prestigious family in Huacheng. Even if Yi Xiaosheng had a prominent status, causing a big stir would be unmanageable. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xiaosheng was just about to discuss the plan to kill Liu Yajian tomorrow with Snake Uncle, and unexpectedly, his sister Yeofu called. Ever since she transferred Business City to herself, the two hadn't been in contact for a while. However, whenever she called, it was always about something important, so when Yi Xiaosheng saw the call, he felt a sense of unease. Sister, is there any news from the family again? Yes. Xiaosheng, your aunt wants you to hurry back to the Yi family, and also, immediately divorce the woman in Huacheng. What? Yi Xiaosheng frowned upon hearing this. His father had succeeded as the legitimate second son, and with only one older brother, Yi Xiaosheng had only one aunt. That was Yeofu's birth mother, Yu Fei. Due to her husband's weakness, Yu Fei had to be very strong in the Yi family for her position and survival. When Yi Xiaosheng's birth mother was killed by his stepmother all those years ago, only she had made a big scene in the Yi house, demanding a thorough investigation. Although it led to nothing in the end, Yu Fei's strong and fierce image had already been ingrained in Yi Xiaosheng's heart. Xiaosheng, don't get agitated. Listen to me patiently. Even though Yeofu hadn't met Chu Qingwu, she still knew that Yi Xiaosheng cared deeply for this ordinary woman. Knowing that Yi Xiaosheng must be very upset upon hearing this news, so she hurried to explain. You should know, the Yi family places great importance on a woman's background and status. And although you are the legitimate grandson of the grandfather, if you marry a woman who is of no use to the Yi family, it will definitely have a significant impact on your status as an heir. Besides, your grandfather has already made clear that there will be competition among young masters for the position of heir. Your marriage will be your biggest weakness, so my mom has decided that you should divorce and return to the Yi family. Sister, I completely understand. But, Yi Xiaosheng hesitated for a moment before replying, I absolutely will not leave Qingwu. If I have to divorce her, I would rather give up the position of heir in the Yi family. Alas, even over the phone, Yi Xiaosheng could hear Yeofu let out a long sigh. Xiaosheng, for now, just return to Yanjing first. Huacheng is too far. It will be very difficult to protect you. Your granduncle has already gone to Huacheng. I worry he might harm you. Sister, thank you for your and our aunt's kindness. What I've said, I won't leave Qingwu, so I won't leave Huacheng either. Yi Xiaosheng defiantly hung up the phone, feeling more and more depressed. He took a few deep drags on his cigarette. He knew very well his great aunt's personality. Now that they had staked everything on him, it was likely they wouldn't let him stay in Huacheng. Qingwu, I might be forced to leave you for a while, but I will officially hold a wedding with you first. so that everyone knows you are my wife, Yi Shaosheng's. Dalenli Garden is a property recently completed by the Liu Jiaheng Rich Real Estate Company. Today, the place is decorated with lights and red carpets covering the ground. A large stage has been set up in the open space of the property, accompanied by elegant and melodic music. Behind the stage, the four golden characters' great exhibitions of ambition shimmer under the noon sunlight. Liu Yejian, dressed appropriately, appeared in front of the public today, exuding an aura of a domineering CEO from a romantic drama. Accompanied by a beautiful assistant with an S-shaped figure, he received screams from many women as he entered the scene. He deserved those screams. Having served as the CEO of Rich Real Estate for a few months, he completed the Dalenli Garden property ahead of schedule, impressing the industry professionals. Despite rumors of using questionable methods to push construction companies to finish early, his remarkable achievements overshadow any negativity. Many prominent figures in the business community even commented that Liu Yejian's management skills and business acumen rival those of his uncle, Liu Chongcheng, making him the perfect successor in the Liu family. When hearing such comments, Liu Hedong, his younger brother, would always hide in a corner like now, quietly watching his brother shine. My uncle has much more experience in managing businesses than I do. I still have a long way to go compared to him. Is it too early to compare me to him now? Wait until I have been in charge for 3 or 5 years. Then you can compare. Liu Yejian once again appeared modest in front of everyone, with a hearty laughter filling the property. Implicit in his words was the message that in 3 to 5 years, his business acumen and achievements would undoubtedly surpass his current accomplishments. Many journalists were present, snapping photos enthusiastically. The property completion ceremony officially began. However, at that moment, several self-proclaimed residents suddenly emerged from the crowd and began to loudly accuse the shining Liu Yejian on stage. You, surnamed Liu, are all unscrupulous merchants. You cut corners and rushed the completion to save costs. This property is a problematic project destined to collapse sooner or later. That's right, Dalenli Garden is a shoddy project. I've only been living here for a few days, and cracks have already appeared in the building. By forcing construction companies to complete early and boasting about your speed, you are harming long-term benefits for short-term gains. The reporters tried to interview them, but before they could do so, a large group of security guards emerged and took the troublemakers away. Liu Yejian remained composed and responded to the reporters, "These are all deliberate smears by my competitors. Our Rich Real Estate has strong financial backing, so there's no need to cut costs. And the early completion is a result of the improved efficiency of our professional construction team. You can rest assured." His statement was promptly recorded by the media. The curve of Liu Yejian's mouth rose higher and higher. He had already guessed who was behind the scenes organizing trouble at the event. The Liu family's position in Huacheng was outstanding, and even the Hua family would not use such tactics against them. The one who dared to do such a thing was probably a relentless opponent. Xiao, have you arrived at the scene? Liu Yejian scanned the venue covertly, exuding an air of strategic planning. However, Xiao's figure was nowhere to be seen. Why hasn't Xiao arrived yet? At that moment, Tang Qingyan sat in the wheelchair pushed by Chu Biao, silently watching Liu Yejian's insincere performance in front of the media, also eagerly searching for Xiao's figure. Could it be that his promise to avenge me was all lie? Or has his anger dissipated, making him give up on killing Liu Yejian? Qingyan, don't be naive. Chu Biao responded to Tang Qingyan. It's a different era now. Do you think you can just kill someone by saying you will kill them? Besides, that person is the powerful Liu Yejian. Indeed, although Chu Biao suspected Xiao's immense power, with even Uncle Snake now siding with him, Huacheng was still a society ruled by law. The Liu family's visible power was too significant, and he simply did not have the ability to eliminate Liu Yejian directly. At that moment, a Land Rover suddenly crashed into the venue like a drunken man, knocking down a pile of flower baskets and seats in front of the property, sending people scattering in fear. That's Zhao Yunshan, the head of the security team of the West District Commercial City, in that car. Someone in the crowd recognized the car and shouted loudly. Liu Yejian squinted his eyes, a faint chill appearing. It seemed that Xiao had not disappointed him, and after all, he had indeed arrived. Humph. But you, Xiao, wanting to kill me, Liu Yejian, is just a pipe dream. Crack. As all eyes turned to them, the car door opened with a loud sound, and Xiao stepped out, with furrowed brows and sharp gaze, emanating a cold aura that sent shivers down everyone's spines with just one glance. Security, seize him. Si Chunru, the beautiful assistant beside Li Yejian and the event coordinator, saw Yexiao's appearance and immediately knew that this kid was here to cause trouble. She thought it best to deal with him first. Year after year, there were fools everywhere, but this one was exceptionally foolish, just driving recklessly into the property and standing there smoking without waiting to be beaten up. Si Chunru had no respect for such simple-minded men. However, her disdainful gaze suddenly turned into astonishment. It was because even the burly security guard rushed to stop him couldn't handle this kid, ending up being subdued by him with ease. The entire scene was stunned. Even Tang Qingyan and Chu Biao, who were watching from a distance, were also in disbelief. They had never thought that Yexiao could be so fierce, actually coming alone to kill Li Yejian. Unthinkable. Hey, Yexiao, are you that bad at driving? Liu Yejian looked at Yexiao, not showing the teeth-gnashing hostility one might expect, but instead displaying a mocking smile. Today is the completion of my first property and the groundbreaking ceremony for the Nayutu Village Resort. Are you not here to celebrate with me? With that, the cameras of the diligent media reporters flashed once again. Celebration can be skipped, but indeed, my driving skills are not good. Please calculate the damages caused, and I will have someone bring you the money later. Yexiao took a drag of his cigarette, speaking from a distance to Liu Yejian. The crowd parted a path between them, allowing the two young men to face each other directly. Ha ha, giving money sounds good. I was afraid you came to send me off. Yexiao deliberately concealed his true intentions, while Liu Yejian was about to speak frankly about his purpose. As his words landed, the crowd erupted in shock. So, this man had indeed come to kill Liu Yejian. Everyone was watching, and it seemed too outrageous. Hey, my young master Liu, you're really good at joking, but I'm curious. How did you think that I came to send you off? Did you think I was here to seek justice for the villagers of Nayutu Village who were forcefully evicted by you, or for the girl whose legs you broke as a devilish developer? What? Yexiao's words were thunderous, causing many to exclaim in surprise. Could it be true? Weren't the media reports praising the satisfaction of the Nayutu Village residents and singing praises of the Liu family? But now, someone mentioned that Liu family's projects were substandard, followed by accusations of forced evictions and broken legs. Yexiao's smile turned sly, and since Li Yejian had uncovered his intentions, he decided to reveal some truths about Liu Yejian. But Liu Yejian remained unruffled. Ha ha, Yexiao, given our little disagreement, I will sue you for defamation. Yexiao didn't bother with idle talk and pointed towards where Chu Biao and Tang Qingyan were standing. She is Tang Qingyan, a resident of Nayutu Village. 2 weeks ago, she had her legs broken in a violent eviction, and she was sent to the First People's Hospital for surgery. All documentation and records are there. Isn't that evidence enough? The crowd once again rumbled in shock. Many women who adored Liu Yejian's face turned pale. They never expected the young master of the Liu family to be so unscrupulous. Everyone, I have no knowledge of this matter. Liu Yejian remained calm amidst the turmoil and spoke loudly. It's likely that Yexiao here is deliberately trying to tarnish my name today. Perhaps some unscrupulous elements in Nayutu Village or attempting extortion. Please refrain from jumping to conclusions. Shameless. Tang Qingyan clenched her fists in anger, her teeth gnashed. She wished she could beat this devil clothed in a handsome exterior. Yexiao sneered. All right then, since young Master Liu has such a broad definition of a little disagreement, I guess I'll just create a bit of a disagreement today. With that, he glared and walked decisively towards Li Yejian. Stop him! Si Chunru cried out once more, her eyes no longer showing contempt but fear. People are deceiving, and she did not expect this boy to be so capable in combat. However, the security guards on site were now wary of engaging with Yexiao, shaken by their previous encounters. Unexpectedly, a man with a crew cut in the crowd revealed a contemptuous smile, striking out from behind, aiming for Yexiao's head with both palms. Clearly, this was a skilled fighter Li Yejian had arranged beforehand to kill Yexiao and put an end to the threat once and for all. Easy. Be careful. Tang Qingyan exclaimed from afar. Even Chu Biao was so nervous that she forgot to breathe. This sudden attacker was incredibly skilled. Although the man's movements were fast, the killing intent was too strong. Yizi sensed it immediately and glanced back, catching a glimpse of a memorable face. The man's features were very ugly, yellow teeth, droopy nose, and triangular eyes. Now with a fierce expression, he looked like a monster. His nickname was Hot Dog, definitely not someone that the Liu family could afford to recruit. 12 years ago, at the young age of 20, he had been recruited by the Yi family in Nanjing, becoming a professional fighter for the Yi family. Now that he appeared here, Yi Zi was certain that the scoundrel Ye A had indeed arrived in Huacheng, just as Ye Afu had warned. He truly wanted to ensure that Yi Zi would never be able to return to Yanjing. The Hot Dog's moves were sinister. His famous technique involved striking with both palms, focusing the strength not in the palms, but in the fingertips, a ruthless palm technique known in martial arts circles. If you were to clash palm to palm with him, he would effortlessly break your fingers with the power of his fingertips. At this moment, the Hot Dog's mouth curled in a sneer of contempt. He was a former disciple of a martial arts sect in Longguo, selling his skills to the Yi family for money. In his eyes, Yi Zi was nothing but a worthless abandoned youth. With one move, he could take Yi Zhao's life. However, in the next instant, he was taken aback. The sneer disappeared from his face, replaced with a look of astonishment. Yi Zi had actually seen through his technique, swiftly dodging to the side, evading his attack completely. The Hot Dog's palm struck the nearby furnishings, shattering them into pieces, like a heavy stone crusher. The people around screamed in panic, quickly fleeing the scene, which descended into chaos in an instant. Hey, Hot Dog, 12 years have passed, and your martial arts skills have improved a lot. After evading the attack, Yi Zi didn't rush to kill Li Yijian. Instead, he stood aside, leisurely lighting a cigarette. Thank you for the compliment, Yi Jr. Although the Hot Dog expressed his gratitude, his eyes were filled with a mix of anger and humiliation. As a warrior of the Yi family, he felt ashamed that he couldn't even handle a well-known abandoned youth of the clan. If news of this were to spread to Yanjing, he might become the laughingstock of everyone, and might even be expelled from the Yi family. Seeing that the Hot Dog's surprise attack had failed, and Yi Zi wasn't rushing to kill him, Liu Yijian sensed danger and promptly turned to leave. As expected, in the midst of the chaos, a masked thug suddenly leapt out, shouting, Liu Yijian, you demolished my house, I'll kill you. With incredible speed, the thug's fist struck behind Liu Yijian. The latter suddenly broke into a cold sweat, feeling as if he had touched the scythe of death. Fortunately, Bai Mi and Nan Daojuo had been guarding him, managing to block the thug's attack with all their might. Surprisingly, both renowned fighters in Huacheng were knocked to the ground, spitting out blood. Uncle Snake. Although the thug was masked, Liu Yijian immediately recognized his identity. Bai Mi and Nan Daojuo were formidable experts capable of taking on hundreds of opponents on their own. In all of Huacheng, only an elite like KO1 could knock them down with a single blow. Liu Young Master, run. Many other famous fighters in Huacheng quickly rushed to protect Liu Yijian, mostly former fierce warriors of the Qinglan sect. Sensing the murderous intent in the thug's eyes, Liu Yijian, being cautious, didn't dare to delay and hurriedly ran into the building site, intending to use the construction as cover to escape. A group of people immediately besieged the masked thug. Meanwhile, Hot Dog continued his pursuit to take Yi Zhao's life. The scene descended into utter chaos. Shai Chunru, the operations manager of the mall known as White Bone Spirit, was at a loss. Where did all these skilled fighters come from? Although Shai Chunru had been Li Yijian's personal assistant, she had never imagined that there were so many outstanding bodyguards lurking around him. Even more shocking was the fact that so many elite fighters were unable to subdue a mere masked thug. Feeling bewildered, Shai Chunru decided to quickly call the police and follow Liu Yijian to ensure his safety. With that thought in mind, she hurriedly ran after Liu Yijian. Hey, Yi Zi, it seems like over the past 12 years, you haven't slacked off in your martial arts training. At the top of the building, Ye stood firmly, observing the chaos in the courtyard through a telescope. I knew you couldn't let go of your hatred, let alone the Yi family. Sooner or later, you would come back to seize the Yi family's business. It's a pity, though, today you're going to die at the hands of Hot Dog. Ha. Ye burst into laughter, already thinking about how to spin the news for the media. Today, Yi Zi had caused trouble at the Liu family property, and if he were to be killed by Liu Yijian in the end, it would be justified. No one could blame the Yi family. Meanwhile, Hot Dog's lethal claws were closing in on Yi Zhao's throat. Just as he was convinced that Yi Zi was doomed, Yi Zi suddenly unleashed a terrifying power, piercing his hands with 2 fingers directly through the Hot Dog's palm. with a cry of agony. Blood splattered everywhere. The remaining audience members, who had the audacity to stay, quickly scattered and fled. The scene quickly emptied. When did you break through to this level of martial arts? The hot dog's expression was filled with astonishment. He finally realized that during the exchange between Yi and Tang Qingshi earlier, both sides had been holding back, not using their full strength, which had caught him off guard. I don't have to tell a mob like you. Yi delivered a cold smirk, landing a slap that sent the hot dog reeling, with stars in his eyes, teeth flying, and an embarrassed tumble to the ground. Humph, you really think you can see through me? Overestimating yourself. Yi scoffed and then immediately went after Liu Yijian. Today, the man who had attempted to kill him, as well as the one who had broken Tang Qingyan's legs, were all doomed. A game of cat and mouse unfolded at the Blandly manor. In just 2 minutes, Yi had already caught up to Liu Yijian in a corner of the property, a cold smile appearing on his face. Liu Yijian, who had previously remained composed, now looked panicked and desperate as he watched Yi approach step by step, sweat forming on his forehead. The esteemed Liu family young master, who had always held his head high, was now in a panic. Shai Chunru was also in a panic. With only her and Liu Yijian left, would this man also come after her? Even more unexpectedly, the domineering CEO Liu Yijian, whom she had always admired, callously shoved her towards Yi. He ran away on his own, shouting, "Use your body to block him from me." It was too shameful, simply unbecoming of a man. Shai Chunru suddenly pushed away, even had her high heels broken, landing on Yizhao's sturdy and worn chest, looking up to see his daunting cold gaze and couldn't help but cry out, "Don't touch me." Although she now dared not look down on Yi as she had before, in the heart of this elite woman who had returned from studying at Harvard, men who were fighters and brawlers like him were certainly uncultured, devoid of any elegance. Yet Yi gently helped her up, offering her a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, my hands are meant for conquering the world, not for hitting women." In an instant, Shai Chunru felt a trembling sensation coursing through her body. There was an indescribable feeling stirring within her, and her anxious heart suddenly calmed down. When she turned back, Yizhao's figure had already receded from her view, but he seemed taller and more imposing. She realized that her perspective had shifted. At first, when she saw Yi driving a Land Rover into the scene, she thought he was a troublemaker, a villain. But now, she felt a strong sense that perhaps this man who barged in to deal with Liu Yijian might be on the side of justice. Could it be that everything he had said to the media earlier was true? To Yi, though, Shai Chunru's thoughts were inconsequential. He hadn't even remembered her appearance. As to him, she was just an ordinary working woman. In this moment, he was enjoying the thrill of the cat and mouse game. Liu Yijian had fled upstairs. Unless he could fly, he had no way to escape. For the top fighters of the Dragon's Breath Legion, locating based on sound was child's play, especially in new building where there weren't many people around. Within minutes, Yi effortlessly raced up to the 10th floor following the sound of footsteps, kicking open the only door to the entertainment room in the building. On the balcony, a man in a suit stood with his back towards him. "Ha! Liu Yijian, even though you calculated that I would come here to kill you today, and prepared so many experts in advance, in the end, you've been backed into a corner by me." Yi couldn't help but sound arrogant, impressed by Liu Yijian. Although this guy was just a junior of a Hua Cheng family, in terms of thoughts, strategy, and even acting skills, he was top-notch. Killing such a villain would give him a sense of accomplishment. However, as soon as the man in the suit turned around, Yizhao's smile froze, his eyes filled with astonishment and disappointment. "Liu Heading, how could it be you?" "HMPH, Yi, what's with that look in your eyes? Do you dare to kill my big brother but look down on me? Do you truly think that I, Liu Heading, am a useless waste?" Liu Heading's anger flared at the expression in Yizhao's eyes. Liu Heading knew from a young age that his abilities were lacking. His older brother, Liu Yijian, was always eloquent and had an exceptional memory, mastering 3 languages by the age of 8. On the other hand, Liu Heading struggled with speech since childhood, appearing very dull. The Liu family was a prominent family in Hua Cheng, and every male member would undergo a comprehensive IQ and EQ test at a young age. When Liu Heading's results showed low intelligence and emotional intelligence, it was predetermined that he would have no chance to inherit the immense wealth and properties of the Liu family in the future. However, Liu Yijian never felt resentful about this, as he also understood his own limitations. Compared to Liu Yijian, let alone the other children of the Liu family, he was inferior. So he resigned himself to being a good child to his parents, a gentleman who didn't involve himself in any major matters, and was content with that. Due to his background, despite his mediocrity in public, no one would dare to harm him, let alone humiliate him. Raised in a sheltered environment, his psychological resilience had always been weak. It was also because of Chu Yingku that he met Yi Zi. Liu Hedong was aware of the well-known waste of the Chu family in Huacheng, and he thought he could find some sense of achievement in front of Yi Zi. Unfortunately, it was precisely this waste from the Chu family that humiliated him repeatedly. Even that night at the high-class banquet held by the Liu family, he was publicly humiliated as a waste by Yi Zi. Yi Zi even proved to all the elites in Huacheng that Liu Hedong was useless. Even on his own family's territory, no one would stand up for him. Since that day, I've decided to kill you and prove that I, Liu Hedong, am better than you. At this moment, with a sinister smile, Liu Hedong said to Yi Zi. Before he could finish speaking, more than 10 burly men rushed from behind Yi Zi, clearly prepared in advance. Ha! Liu Hedong, was this your calculation? Seeing this, Yi Zi slowly lit a cigarette and calmly asked. From the moment he entered, mistaking Liu Hedong for Liu Yejian, he knew that he had once again been tricked by Liu Yejian's ingenious strategy. Therefore, he was in no hurry to continue the pursuit. It was my big brother's scheme, but being able to accomplish things with the help of others is also my skill, isn't it? Liu Hedong raised his head proudly, displaying an arrogant demeanor. In this moment, the spoiled child's attitude was fully evident on him. You're right, Yi Zi sneered. So, what do you want to do now? Make me admit that you're not a waste. No, I want you to kneel down and repent to me. Liu Hedong gritted his teeth, took out his phone to record a video, and coldly threatened, if you don't want to die here today, kneel down for me. Shaking his head with a smile, Yi Zi, who had just confronted the adult Liu Yejian, found himself now playing house with a child. Forget it. I'm leaving. Yi Zi flicked away the cigarette and turned around. Despite Liu Yejian's schemes, he was too good at manipulating situations. Conceited as he was, even enlisting his brother and his men to cover his escape, he was still not easy to deal with. It's a pity he didn't want to deal with Liu Hedong. The group of men at the door blocked his way out. Yi Zi, do you still want to humiliate me now? Let me tell you, these bodyguards are all top-notch experts from my family. I specially asked my father to lend them to me. If you don't kneel down for me now, don't blame me for ordering them to kill you. Liu Hedong's teeth were almost ground to pieces. Yi Zi couldn't help but laugh at the situation. Indeed, although Liu Hedong said he wanted to kill him earlier, it was just empty words. This spoiled young man from Huacheng, where did he have even half the courage of his older brother? Hey, Liu Hedong, did you not see what happened at the Liu family villa last time, or the fight on the empty land just now? Liu Hedong was taken aback, not understanding Yi Zhao's point. Killing someone is not a joke. Aren't you getting married tomorrow? Put your mind back to it. Yi Zi spoke and was about to leave, as tomorrow he would be the groom, and it wasn't humane to beat him up now. However, Liu Hedong felt that Yi Zi was looking down on him, fueling a deep hatred within him. Yi Zi, you look down on me, don't you? Then I'll kill you. You all. Quickly. Attack. With his command, the 10 bodyguards immediately began to throw punches at Yi Zi. By Liu Hedong's standards, it was considered formidable, but for Yi Zi, a member of the Dragon Breath Legion, these bodyguards were no match. In just 10 seconds, he had them all groaning on the floor. Clapping his hands, Yi Zi looked back at the infuriated yet helpless Liu Hedong, shaking his head. This guy had completely become a pawn of Liu Yejian, unaware that he was just being used to attempt to kill himself. Absolutely foolish. However, with Liu Hedong's strong sense of pride, he refused to admit the fact that he was a waste of talent. Just Yi Zhao's gaze alone drove Liu Hedong completely insane. Ignoring his own inferior skills compared to Yi Zi, even without a knife prepared in hand, Liu Hedong impulsively launched himself at Yi Zi as he was leaving through the gate. Yi Zi, go to hell. The fence in front of the gate was his target. Liu Hedong believed that catching Yi Zi off guard and shoving him over the fence would guarantee his death. Unfortunately, Yi Zi swiftly dodged, causing Liu Hedong to crash into the fence himself. Uninterested in wasting time with this spoiled brat, Yi Zi left directly. Unexpectedly, the fence broke on impact, and driven by his hatred, the momentarily blinded Liu Hedong let out a fearful scream as he fell off, Hey, Yi reacted and reached out to grab him, but only managed to catch his clothes, unable to stop his fall. Soon, a loud noise echoed from the 10th floor below. Liu Hedon was dead. Yi stood there dumbfounded, as even the bodyguards on the ground, one by one, looked horrified. They hadn't anticipated that an actual death would occur that day. Blame it on your big brother. For the sake of power, he built such a shoddy building. Your death is indeed a bit unfair. Yi sighed before leaving. Although Liu Hedon's death was not what he wished for, he had nothing to do with it. He had no intentions of staying to offer condolences to the Liu family. However, upon leaving the building, he noticed that the pedestrians had all vanished, and several police cars were already parked in the open space. That afternoon, Yi left the police station. With the help of Jin Leifu and Li Bilai, he spent just over an hour inside, having a cup of tea and completing a simple written record. After all, it was just an accidental collision with a building, and no crime had been committed. Until now, Liu Yejian had not appeared. It was his personal assistant who handled a civil case on his behalf. Watching Jin Leifu help Yi put on a windbreaker before stepping into a Rolls-Royce under the escort of Li Bilai, the assistant couldn't help but tremble with fear. Could it be that Jin Leifu and Li Bilai, both high-level figures, were only his attendants? Yi didn't pay attention to the assistant and had no idea that his clean record was all thanks to the assistant's testimony. The woman had not mentioned anything about his attempted murder. Sitting in the car, Yi asked, "Has Uncle Shi been released on bail too?" "Young Master Yi, his case is a bit more complex, but it's just a matter of private retaliation against the developers after facing violent demolition. The Liu family probably doesn't want to make a big deal out of it. With a bit of money, we can get him out of the bureau in a day at most." Li Bilai quickly replied with a smile. Yi nodded, then inquired further, "Was Liu Hedong rescued?" Responding immediately as he drove, Zhao Yunshan said, "He died on the spot. I had our brothers track that for me. It seems the Liu family is not ready to announce his death at the moment." "Oh, why not?" Although Yi suspected the Liu family's intentions, he wanted to understand the situation clearly. "Ha! What else could it be?" Jin Leifu burst into laughter. "Liu Hedong fell at their own property. If the incident is exposed, all of Huacheng will note that the Liu family's property is a shoddy construction. How will they sell properties then?" It's no wonder Jin Leifu was so excited. He also had interests in real estate, and now that the Liu family's property was under dispute, it had been a subject of competition with them. Such a pity. Yi shook his head involuntarily. A high-ranking family's son dying on their own property, unable to even come clean about it. Even in death, Liu Hedong couldn't escape the label of being useless. He wondered how his wedding would turn out the next day. Currently, at the Chu family mansion, in a gesture of goodwill, the Chu family grandmother communicated with the Chu family patriarch, inviting them to the Chu family mansion to prepare for Chu Yingchu's wedding to the Liu family the next day. "Yinghu, are you already preparing for your makeup now? Isn't it rushed?" "Indeed. Even though we understand your eagerness to marry into the Liu family quickly, you still need a good night's sleep tonight." The women of the Chu family were almost all gathering in Chu Yingchu's large room. Seeing Chu Yingchu meticulously applying makeup, they couldn't resist teasing her. "Hehe, you guys don't understand. Do you think marrying into the Liu family is the same as marrying into other minor families? Tomorrow at the Grand Liu family villa, there will be so many people attending our wedding. Maybe there will even be media coverage. Of course, I have to prepare my makeup in advance, try on every festive wedding gown, and see which poses and expressions go best with the dresses. Tomorrow will be the most shining moment for me, Chu Yinghu. Do you think I can get married as casually as Chu Qingwu did?" Hehe. The more Chu Yinghu spoke, the more proud she became. Chu Yinghu is the bride of tomorrow, so in the Chu family, she naturally holds the highest status. Furthermore, since Chu Qingwu is not present at the moment, whatever she says, the Chu family members all go along with it, even using Chu Qingwu's misfortune to enhance her happiness. "Yinghu, you must be extremely happy, bringing honor to the women of our Chu family." "Yes. Yinghu, can I be one of your bridesmaids tomorrow? I also want to bask in your glory." "Yinghu, remember the agreement we made before. Once you become Mrs. Liu, you must remember to support us." Regardless of age, everyone is now treating Chu Yinghu with utmost care and favor. "Well, as long as you all don't act like that woman Chu Qingwu and go against me, I will definitely treat you well. Despite Chu Yingchu's good mood, she temporarily agrees to everyone's requests. At that moment, Granny suddenly walked into the room with Chu Jianwo supporting her with a cane. Looking a bit serious. Yingku, what's going on? Why did the Liu family suddenly inform us that the wedding tomorrow will be held at St. Mary's Church? Granny's words caused the room to fall silent, everyone feeling puzzled. Shortly after, Chu Ruiyan exclaimed, "Wow, Yingku, I envy you. St. Mary's is the most spacious and luxurious church in the city. Having a Western style wedding there is even more romantic than a traditional Dragon Kingdom wedding in the Liu family." Everyone started nodding in agreement. Although what was said made sense, the Liu family is a traditional prestigious family, and in the past, marriages of Liu family descendants followed the Dragon Kingdom tradition. So why the sudden change? Granny and some elders felt something was amiss, but seeing that Chu Yingku herself was also clueless, they didn't bother asking. After all, this marriage was the Chu family climbing up to the Liu family, and naturally, the groom's family had the final say. In the afternoon, Chu Qingwu unexpectedly paid a visit to the Chu family. Regardless of the conflicts she had with Chu Yingku in the past, even resorting to physical fights at one point, they were still sisters after all. And as she had to attend a meeting with the only dance group tomorrow and couldn't make it to the wedding, FEI had to visit today due to the gossips among relatives and out of social etiquette. Ah, Chu Qingwu, you finally came. I thought you were so cold-hearted that you wouldn't even show up for your sister's wedding. True to form, as soon as Chu Qingwu appeared, Chu Yingku couldn't help but mock her coldly. No one else dared to speak up or help, as these two women were currently the darlings of the Chu family and couldn't be offended lightly. Chu Qingwu had expected this reaction and didn't get angry with Chu Yingku, just politely exchanged pleasantries and even decided not to join the evening banquet, planning to head back. But Xie Ying wouldn't let her leave so easily, intentionally asking, "Chu Qingwu, since we are of similar age and you have marriage experience, could you give me some advice on what jewelry to wear tomorrow?" Chu Qingwu felt helpless, but with almost all Chu family relatives present today, she couldn't just leave in front of everyone. Fine. She would humor her and offer some suggestions. Even if FEI wanted to taunt her, she could just ignore it. "Hey, isn't this the betrothal gift from the Yi family?" Chu Qingwu recognized the charming jewelry on Chu Yingchu's dressing table immediately. She had once fantasized that these enchanting gold and jade ornaments might be the betrothal gift Yi Xiaobo would present to her, but ultimately, it was just wishful thinking. Hehe, the betrothal gift from the Yi family is mine. Since I have such a good relationship with Yingku, I lent it to her for the occasion tomorrow. Chu Ruiyan directly held Chu Yingchu's hand and embraced her, displaying strong sisterly affection. Seeing this, Chu Qingwu didn't respond. Instead, it was Chu Biao, who had been observing them the whole day, who eventually couldn't hold back. "Yi Xiaobo said this betrothal gift might not even be yours. To think you were using it so quickly and even letting others wear it. What will you do if something goes wrong? How will you explain it then? Pa, you're just jealous, aren't you, Chu Biao?" Such sour grapes. As Chu Biao pushed Chu Ruiyan, the green jade bracelet in her hand fell to the ground, not breaking but showing some signs of damage. "Chu Biao. You. What? You're blaming me for dropping it out of your hands." Chu Biao, being a hot-tempered troublemaker, stood her ground, ready to argue or even fight, showing her willingness to engage in any conflict. The Chu family relatives hurried to intervene. Just then, the house manager Wang came in looking flustered and shouted, "Oh, where are the betrothal gifts we received before as a family? They have to be taken out now." "Why?" Everyone looked confused. "Because people from the Yi family are here to retrieve the betrothal gifts." "What? Yi family members are here? From Yanjing's Yi family?" Now, everyone was more concerned about the Yi family and the betrothal gifts. Could it be that a member of the grandest family in the Dragon Kingdom had really come to the modest Chu family in the Flower City district? "Stop chattering and bring out the betrothal gifts, quick." Granny saw Chu Ruiyan coming out and urgently knocked her cane, indicating her impatience. Even though she had been standing there for 10 minutes, they hadn't seen the master of the Lincoln car yet. However, they were given only a 10-minute window to hand over all the betrothal gifts, and if they failed to do so, who knew how the Yi family would punish them? "Grandma, the betrothal gifts have been taken out." Chu Ruian shakily gestured to the other side, where the house manager had already brought out 10 large boxes of betrothal gifts. The window of the Lincoln gradually lowered. All the Chu family members were on edge, wondering who from the Yi family had arrived. Such a grand entrance made it clear that they were dealing with VIPs. To make things worse, the Lincoln was surrounded by black-clad bodyguards, at least 20 to 30 of them, clearly professionals. Granny and Chu Jiangwo, along with other Chu family representatives, were standing by the Yi family's convoy, exuding humility as if they were subjects seeing the queen on an outing, almost kneeling down. "Quick, where are the betrothal gifts from the Yi family?" Granny saw Chu Ruian come out and urgently tapped her cane. Clearly, she was very anxious. Even though she had been waiting there for 10 minutes, they hadn't seen the main person in the Lincoln car, but they were given just 10 minutes to hand over all the betrothal gifts. Who knew what the Yi family would do to punish the Chu family if they failed? "Granny, the betrothal gifts have all been taken out." Chu Ruian pointed shakily to the other side, where the house manager had already brought out 10 large boxes of betrothal gifts. The window of the Lincoln car was gradually lowered. The Chu family members were trembling, their hearts pounding at the sight of a fair-skinned face that seemed overly refined. It was a distinguished lady wearing large sunglasses. The Chu family strained their necks and widened their eyes, but could only see her side profile, unable to clearly discern her features. However, the noble air of the top-tier family was palpable even from more than 10 meters away. This demeanor was something that couldn't be faked by ordinary prestigious families. Even Chu Yingku was trembling all over. She had met Liu Hedan's mother before and had thought she had a lot of class, but compared to the side profile of the woman before them, she seemed insignificant. A steward-like figure bowed and briefed the distinguished lady on the situation at the window of the Lincoln. "What? The betrothal gifts have not only been unsealed but have also been worn." Although the lady's voice wasn't loud, it echoed like thunder in the hearts of the Chu family members, instilling a bone-deep fear. Chu Ruian and Chu Yingku were now shivering, feeling as though their legs were about to give way. They had a premonition that something terrible was about to happen. "Unacceptable. Smash them all for me." "What? Smash them?" The words of the distinguished lady struck fear in the hearts of the Chu family members, feeling a deep sense of dread. Chu Ruian and Granny, among others, felt as though their hearts were being squeezed. With each smash by the burly men at the site, the Chu family members felt a jolt in their hearts. The valuable gold and jade treasures had turned into a heap of ruins. "That pile of cash, set it on fire for me. The betrothal gifts from the Yi family cannot be defiled by anyone." "What?" Upon hearing the lady's words, Chu family members were shocked beyond belief. That was 13.14 million in cash. Just because the betrothal gifts were worn momentarily, she said to burn them. Moreover, burning real currency in the Dragon Kingdom was illegal. Crack. Two bodyguards opened the trunk of an accompanying vehicle and took out 2 bottles of gasoline, leaving the Chu family members stunned. What the heck, they even prepared this kind of thing. Click. Another bodyguard opened a lighter and approached the large box of cash dowries step by step. "Don't burn it, don't burn it." Chu family's grandmother finally snapped out of her daze, hobbling over with a cane and stood in front of the several black-clothed bodyguards. She had already considered this fortune as part of the Chu family assets, and was caught off guard by the destruction of the treasures earlier. Now she couldn't let them continue to destroy things. The Chu family members quickly ran over and intercepted the dowries. Even if the Yi family had backed out, it was still a waste of money. Unexpectedly, the lady of the Yi family was so domineering that it made people tremble with fear. Ignoring the Chu family members who surrounded the dowries, she shouted loudly, "Burn it all. Whoever is not afraid of death, protect it." Her hired bodyguards, familiar with her assertive style, immediately started pouring gasoline on the dowries. The grandmother and others in front were drenched in gasoline. "Grandma, hurry, run." Chu Qingyu, who had been watching from the side, was actually the most alert one. She could tell that these people were serious about setting the fire, so she quickly protected her grandmother and moved away. Otherwise, if they really set it on fire, the grandmother might be burned alive. Indeed, as soon as they walked a little distance away, the bodyguards lit the fire directly. The flames instantly engulfed the Chu family mansion. The hearts of the Chu family members, like the dowries, were instantly destroyed, their eyes blank and unable to believe what was happening in front of them. Who were these people? They casually burned dowries worth millions, without a hint of hesitation. Why did you burn my dowries? Doesn't the young master of the Yi family like me? Chu Ruyan collapsed, knelt on the ground, and whirled toward the rich woman inside the Lincoln. The Chu family members were indignant, not daring to confront the highborn lady, but demanding an explanation. Humph! Don't you even look in the mirror. The young master of the Yi family likes you? Ridiculous! What? The disdainful words of the rich woman stunned the Chu family members, and then their gazes fell on Chu King. Courageously, Chu King looked at the rich woman and said, This dowry was said to be from young Master Yao to Miss Chu Rulian. Humph! You dare to say such lies? Keep their mouths shut. The rich woman did not bother to explain to the Chu family members and just gave the order coldly. Several bodyguards immediately approached, scaring Chu King and Chu Rulian to step back. The few bodyguards of the Chu family also stepped out to protect their masters, but these amateurs were no match for the professionals and were quickly overpowered. Crack! A bodyguard viciously slapped Chu Rulian, causing her cheek to swell. Crack! Crack! Chu King fared worse, being slapped to look like a fool. This is the punishment for those who deceive others. The strong demeanor of the rich woman left the Chu family completely dismayed. Here was a woman from the #1 noble family in the Long Kingdom. They had no courage to argue with her. Who is Chu Qingyu? The rich woman called out again, causing the Chu family members to tremble once more. At last, Chu Qingyu nervously stepped forward and said, I am Chu Qingyu. What can I do for you? The rich woman took off her sunglasses, revealing a finely maintained face that looked over 40, but had the skin of a young girl. After scanning Chu Qingyu, the rich woman remarked with a hint of meaning, Indeed, what a beautiful girl. No wonder men are willing to give up everything for you. Huh? Chu Qingyu was slightly puzzled. The Chu family members were also puzzled, not understanding why the rich woman was so interested in Chu Qingyu. Did it mean that a young master from the Yi family had taken notice of her? Up to this point, the Chu family had not connected the dots to the fact that Yi Zi was from the Yi family in Yanjing. After all, one was a worthless man, and the other was from the top noble family in the Long Kingdom. If they were connected, it would be an absurdly large coincidence. The rich woman said little and left immediately after destroying the dowries. Who was that person? Coming just to burn 1 million and then leave. Is she insane? The Chu family members grumbled quietly afterwards, but the shock was still palpable. If they could easily destroy 1 million, it meant they could easily destroy the entire fortune of the Chu family. However, their attention quickly turned to Chu Rulian, filled with disdain and anger. If it wasn't for you thinking the dowries were meant for you, secretly opening them and wearing them, why would someone be so furious? They're right. Even the lady said it. You didn't even look in the mirror and believe that a young master from the Yi family would like you. Exactly. It's all your lack of self-awareness. The women in the group pointed their fingers at Chu Rulian, venting their frustrations on her. Oh, I can't live anymore. What did I do wrong? It was all of you who said the dowries were meant for me. Sob. Chu Rulian, who had already been bullied, was now humiliated by everyone, unable to hold back her tears and cries. She even wanted her grandmother to speak up for her, as she had agreed to wear the dowries prematurely. But the grandmother ignored the commotion, walked back into the mansion supported by the steward Wan, appearing lost and soulless. The humiliation of being drenched in gasoline and then publicly shamed was already a huge blow. And now, seeing the 1 million dowries burned before her eyes, Chu Rulian couldn't bear it. After taking only a few steps, she collapsed unconscious. Grandma. With the grandmother collapsing, the Chu family was thrown into chaos. 1 hour later, at the First People's Hospital, Yi Zi, upon receiving a message from Chu Qingyu, rushed over. The grandmother was just emotionally distraught and had fainted, but she had woken up now. Everyone waited outside her hospital room, still discussing the dowries incident. Now that it was clear that the dowries from the Yi family were not meant for Chu Rulian, everyone speculated that they might be meant for Chu Biao. After all, she was the only unmarried woman of suitable age in the Chu family. Hearing the discussions, Yi Zi was secretly amused at the situation, never expecting that his attempt to surprise his wife would lead to such chaos in the Chu family, even involving a clown to make a brazen claim. Are you all idiots? Amidst the lively discussions, it was Chu Biao who suddenly exclaimed, now that the dowries have been burned, what does it matter who they were meant for? What? The dowries were burned? Hearing Chu Biao's words, Yi Zi, who had been silent until now, was suddenly shocked. His reaction startled the Chu family members, who then couldn't stop discussing. Yizi, why are you so surprised? Exactly, you scared me. For a moment there, I thought I was mistaken. It looked like you were the one who sent the dowries. Hot. He's probably just enjoying the misfortune. As Yizi spoke up, Chu Yingku seized the opportunity to sneer. After all, tomorrow is the 3rd anniversary of his marriage with Chu Qingyu. Now that someone else is in trouble, he must be secretly happy, diverting attention away from himself. I'm happy, yet, right? Upon hearing that his dowries meant for his wife had been burned, Yizi was not feeling great inside. He knew that the dowager was dead set on preventing him from marrying Chu Qingyu, hence the distasteful situation. So, he had no intention to let Chu Yingchu's insulting remarks pass. You. Initially furious, Chu Yingku burst into laughter. The others were astonished. How could Yingku be acting so fickle? However, Yizi already knew about the unpredictable nature of women's minds, but wondered at where she was going with her thoughts. I know. Yizi, are you like Cerulean, also interested in those dowries? You tried to pass them off as the ones you sent to Chu Qingyu last time, so now that the dowries have been burned, you're feeling frustrated, right? Yizi was speechless. Indeed, the woman's thoughts were far from normal. They were borderline crazy. Ha ha, can there really be such a person in this world? Shameless. Chu Yingku laughed freely, her thoughts jumping all over the place. Don't worry. Even if you don't have the face to attend my wedding tomorrow, I will still expose your deeds to everyone. I want the whole Huacheng to admire me, Chu Yingku, while condemning and ridiculing you, the useless man who can't even provide dowries and wedding ceremonies after 3 years of marriage. The family looked at Yizi with contempt. While he had recently gained some respect, it didn't change the fact that until the wedding and dowries were settled, he would remain the most despicable man in all of Huacheng. Yizi looked at Chu Yingchu's smug face and couldn't help feeling sorry for this woman. The news of the Willow family's cover-up had left her unaware of Willow Heading's death, and she was still blissfully looking forward to the wedding the next day. Little did she know that when she found out about her fiancé's death, the emotional blow she would face would be unimaginable. Even though Yizi found this woman detestable, he couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive about her future reaction. Yizi, I always feel that you're a bit strange. Coming back home late at night, Chu Qingyu finally spoke out her mind. When you heard that the betrothal gifts were burned, why did you react so excitedly? It's unlike your usual self at all. Nonsense. I had given you those betrothal gifts, and they were set on fire by someone. It's strange not to be excited, Yizi thought in his heart, but he smiled and said, of course, it was worth 100 million. Who wouldn't be excited to hear someone burned 100 million? True. I'm getting ready for tomorrow's business negotiations. Chu Qingyu was always busy and tired every day, so every interaction with Yizi was brief and superficial, so she could never figure out what was on Yizhao's mind. Yizi also sighed deeply. How did his Aunt Yufei show up in Huacheng so quickly? She set fire to the betrothal gifts that he had given to Chu Qingyu. Her attitude was crystal clear. She was determined to prevent him from marrying Chu Qingyu into the Yi family. Tomorrow is the day of the wedding. Aunt Yufei, please don't mess things up. Yizi was now also feeling a headache. Originally he had thought with the help of Shen Yu, Fan Yu, Jin Leifu, Li Bilai, and others, this century-old wedding would proceed very successfully, but now with this unexpected variable, things were uncertain. But now that the arrow was on the string, he could only adapt accordingly. September 17th finally arrived as scheduled. Early in the morning, the Chu family's villa was filled with Zhou. Even the grandmother who had fainted from the shock last night had returned. I hope everything goes smoothly today, welcoming Autumn into the Li family, and in the future, the Chu family will be better supported. Qingyu's negotiations with Wei Wu will also be successfully concluded, allowing the fabric factory return to our Chu family's hands. May the heavens bless the Chu family. May the heavens bless the Chu family. Before heading to the church, the grandmother knelt in front of the ancestral tablets, praying devoutly. The men of the Chu family stood behind her, not a single one looking good. The Grand Chu family, now not only under the control of an elderly lady, but also with its future depending on two women, they were truly losing face. All right, grandmother, it's time for us to set off. Chu Yingku still looked confident and pleased. Right after the grandmother finished her prayer, she couldn't help but smile and said, whether Chu Qingyu will be successful or not is uncertain, but as long as I can marry smoothly into the Li family, there won't be any problem supporting the Chu family in the future. Heh. The others also followed suit and laughed. The atmosphere was warmer than the previous day. The wedding car from the Lee family had arrived, waiting for the family to come out joyfully from the Diaz gate, but they were left dumbfounded. What's going on? Only one car came to pick Autumn up. Yes. What are we going to do? This scene was quite different from what the Chu family members had expected. The women in the Chu family began to chatter among themselves. Strange, are you the ones getting married today? If you don't go, then what's the point? The driver from the Lee family, who had come to pick up the bride, was getting irritated by these women and retorted back, "Oh, what's with your attitude? Do you think the Chu family is easy to bully?" Exactly. According to the Long Kingdom customs, how can you just take away the bride like this? Chu Yingchu's bridesmaids were not happy with this. They were expecting a big red envelope from the Lee family, and to think that the groom didn't even show up to pick up the bride. Where's Liuden? Quick, bring him out, otherwise, don't even think about taking the bride. The group of women started to half-jokingly, half-seriously get rowdy. Little did they know, the people from the Lee family sent to pick up the bride were ready to leave. Seeing the situation seemingly off, the grandmother quickly had someone stop them and scolded the Chu family women. "All right, stop causing trouble. The Lee family's wedding today follows a Western style. Let's not make things difficult for people with the Long Kingdom's traditions." The Chu family women looked all disappointed. Chu Yinghu was also feeling angry. She had expected to show off in her family's home. At least Liuden would give a big red envelope to show off how wealthy her husband was, but now he was nowhere to be seen. It really got on her nerves. Reluctantly boarding the wedding car, she grumbled, "Liuden, you're in big trouble, and we get back tonight." The driver sent to pick up the bride was a trusted aide of Liuden's mother and was well aware of Liuden's demise. Hearing Chu Yingchu's words now, he coldly chuckled. "Why wait for tonight? Your husband has long been dead, and Lady Li wants you to hold a posthumous wedding with him." The St. Mary's Church was soon in sight, indeed grand and majestic, exuding a sense of sacred solemnity that stirred up excitement and emotion in all who set foot inside. Even women who hadn't thought of getting married were thinking about it in such a place, let alone Chu Yinghu, a woman set on marrying into the Li family. Soon, members of the Chu family also arrived at the scene, entering the church with Chu Yinghu to prepare for the wedding. Along the way, the women couldn't stop chattering. "Yinghu, I envy you so much. To have a wedding in such a place." "Exactly. I heard that booking this church for a wedding, along with the full Western-style wedding services, costs at least tens of millions just for the venue. Why is it so expensive? Don't you know, the priest officiating the wedding is very famous. He's said to have presided over many royal princess weddings in the U country." Wow. Truly a wealthy family, so prestigious. Listening to everyone's words, Chu Yingchu's mood lifted, and although Liuden had not shown up yet, seeing the wedding venue so well decorated, she decided to forgive him. Little did she know that just as they were about to enter through the main gate, they were stopped by a dozen soldiers in Western royal uniforms. "Excuse me, are you relatives of the Chu family?" The head guard, a tall and imposing foreign security guard, bluntly asked in a somewhat awkward Long Kingdom dialect. "Ha, of course. Can't you see we all came with the bride?" "Exactly. Why such a question, really?" The Chu family women started to feel proud for no apparent reason. Chu Yinghu was even more pleased. It was all because of her. They could speak so confidently. Otherwise, when would they ever have the chance to attend a wedding here in their lifetime? The bride. The guard looked at Chu Yinghu and then checked his phone, furrowing his brows and shaking his head. "Why does she look a bit different from the photo in our database?" "What?" The Chu family members were left dumbfounded. "What do you mean a bit different? Either it's the same or not. How can a bit different be considered anything at all?" Just as Chu Yinghu was about to lose her temper, the Li family's driver loudly shouted, "Hey, who allowed you to enter through the main gate? Don't you know there's a side chapel in St. Mary's Church?" "What? A side chapel? Why should we go to a place like that?" The Chu family members frowned, thinking they would enter grandly, and then wait for relatives and friends to arrive. Now what? Did they have to go to the side chapel and wait until the formal ceremony to present themselves here? "Let's go. Stop asking so many questions." The Li family driver couldn't be bothered with their nonsense, thinking that this was just a ghost wedding. Did they really think the Li family would arrange such a grand church for them? Pure fantasy. Although the Chu family was high up in the Li family's favor, the driver's attitude naturally displeased everyone. Just as the Chu family members were about to lose their temper and throw a tantrum, suddenly the sky began to rumble. Wow! Look, it's a helicopter. Oh my, how many of them are there? 1, 2, 9, 10, a full 10. There's even a Happy Century banner on the helicopter. No way. Having a wedding ceremony with helicopters? Isn't that too extravagant? The women all started screaming in surprise. The foreign security guard also proudly explained, "Haha, this is the advantage of our St. Mary's. The venue is large, of course. These helicopters were provided by the people organizing the wedding." Wow, I didn't expect the Lee family to be even more extravagant than we imagined. Indeed, 10 helicopters, how many billions are they worth? Can't imagine what kind of century wedding feast we'll witness today. The Chu family women envied Chu Yinghu more and more, their eyes sparkling like little stars in the sky. Hehe. Don't envy me too much, everyone. I can only enjoy such treatment once in my life. Chu Yinghu quickly pretended to be modest, no longer bothering with having to wait in the side chapel, thinking that the main hall would require further preparation. So, the large Chu family, with dozens of people from top to bottom, followed the Lee family driver to wait in the side chapel. Little did they know, the side chapel was quite pitifully small, barely accommodating 100 people. But considering it was just a temporary arrangement, it didn't mind and went with it. An hour earlier, at a hotel near St. Mary's. Following the agreement, Chu Qingyu arrived at a large hotel near St. Mary's, only to unexpectedly meet Fang Yu together with Jin Leifu. Moreover, the two of them were dressed very festively, as if they were going to attend a great celebration. "Mr. Jin, why are you here as well?" Chu Qingyu was somewhat puzzled and couldn't help but ask. "Haha, today is a great day. So of course, I had to come." Jin Leifu laughed heartily, thinking about how Will Yishao had kept his secrecy. He had arranged a grand and shocking wedding. His own wife was still in the dark. "Mr. Jin, I don't quite understand what you mean." Chu Qingyu still looked confused and cautiously brought up the topic. "I came here today to discuss the Chu family's fabric factory with Wei Wu. Are you also here to join?" "Ha. Okay. No need to talk about it anymore." Fang Yu laughed heartily. No need to talk." Chu Qingyu was startled when she heard this. Feeling flustered, she quickly said, "Director Fang, is there some misunderstanding here? I've spent 3 days preparing several acquisition plans, and I believe they will definitely satisfy Wei Wu." "Ha." Fang Yu laughed again and exchanged a glance with Jin Leifu. Only at this moment did they truly understand that Chu Qingyu had no idea about her husband's identity, not even knowing that she was going to have a wedding today. "Director Jin, Director Fang, what are you all laughing about?" Chu Qingyu became more and more confused and anxious. If today's deal fell through, her relationship with the Chu family would return to square one. At that point, Chu Jianwo and his family would have no scruples, and who knows if they would start retaliating against her and Yizi. "Miss Chu, what Director Fang means is that there's no need to talk about it. If the Chu family wants to acquire the fabric factory, you can take back the plans. However, today, you must come with us to a place because you are the leading lady." Jin Leifu quickly reassured Chu Qingyu to put her mind at ease. She was the wife of Yizi, and while it was fun to tease her, they couldn't play around with her for too long. "Leading lady? Are we going to that place to sign a contract?" Chu Qingyu asked in confusion. "Yes, we will go to the hotel for makeup. You'll come with us," Jin Leifu replied. Makeup as well?" Chu Qingyu became increasingly bewildered. Seeing the increasingly mysterious smiles of the two big shots, she wondered what kind of trick they were planning. Just when Chu Qingyu started to worry a bit, several ladies in white pleated skirts rushed out of the hotel, led by none other than Shen Yu. "Qingyu, come with us to get ready," Shen Yu said. "Shen Yu? Why is it you guys?" Chu Qingyu was filled with question marks. Other than Shen Yu, there were several friends from her previous Kingshen Fashion Company department, including even Guo Xiaomei. Guo Xiaomei now genuinely wanted to fawn over Chu Qingyu. She was the first to know Yishao's identity, but she had kept it to herself until now, afraid that if she praised Chu Qingyu too much, she might accidentally reveal the truth. "Come on." Shen Yu and the others didn't care that Chu Qingyu was completely confused. They surrounded her and led her to the makeup room in the hotel. Inside, a dozen professional makeup artists were already in place. "Wow, aren't these famous makeup artists from Nanzhou province? Even Master Tony is here." Chu Qingyu was stunned when she saw the makeup team. She couldn't believe that someone would spend so much money to hire these people. Miss Chu, please have a seat. It's 9 o'clock in the morning, and we only have 2 hours to transform you into the most beautiful bride in the world. Tony smiled as he invited her. What? A bride? Chu Qingyu was completely bewildered. Her eyes widened. Are you guys mistaken about something? I've been married for 3 years. That's right. Today is the 3rd anniversary of your marriage with Yi, right? Shen Yu said, pressing her down in the chair. The hairstylists, makeup artists, and stylists quickly got to work, not giving Chu Qingyu a chance to resist. Chu Qingyu gradually began to understand the situation and her head was buzzing. Could it be that you are celebrating the 3rd anniversary of my marriage to Yi? Heh. That's about right, Shen Yu said, not giving Chu Qingyu a chance to think too much. The more unexpected things were, the more surprises she would experience later. Despite the fact that Yi had instructed Chen Yu and Jin Leifu to prepare for this wedding feast half a month ago, she couldn't have imagined the extent of Yi Zhao's financial resources. Renting a grand cathedral for millions was a minor matter, but hiring this team of makeup artists alone would cost millions. Just the sight of this made Guo Xiaomei and the others envy Chu Qingyu, but Chen Yu knew that this was just the beginning. Yi had also arranged for over a dozen planes and set up a heavenly wedding feast. The mere thought of the scene that day made Chen Yu shed tears for several nights. It made her almost want to marry Yi herself. Miss Chu, who do you plan to choose as your bridesmaids today? Just as Chu Qingyu was getting a little settled in the makeup chair, Guo Xiaomei arrived with a group of already made-up bridesmaids. Some were acquaintances of Chu Qingyu, some were professionals, and others were second-tier female celebrities. Chu Qingyu was astonished once again. Children make choices, but since it's a movie shoot, why choose just one? I want all of them, Chu Qingyu said, breaking her usual character, smiling playfully. After all, wasn't today the 3rd anniversary of her marriage to Yi? She couldn't help but wonder if this was all arranged by Yi. Was he preparing a huge surprise for her on their anniversary? Chu Qingyu's mind was in chaos, but she decided not to think about it. She wanted to enjoy the moment and see every scene as a surprise, leading to the moment when she would finally see Yi, her husband of 3 years. 90 minutes later, Chu Qingyu finished her makeup and saw the wedding dress she had designed, the grand wedding feast, presented before her. At that moment, Chu Qingyu was moved to the point of tears. Was it really Yi who was behind today's events? Where did he get the money? Where did he find the energy? Don't cry, or your makeup will smear. Go change your clothes quickly. Shen Yu teased Chu Qingyu, pushing her towards the dress-changing area. As Chu Qingyu walked towards the changing room, she heard a proud declaration from Master Tony. Miss Chu, even if you cry from being touched, the makeup I applied won't be affected. Laughter filled the room, waiting for Chu Qingyu to come out in her wedding dress so they could shower her with praises again. As Chu Qingyu walked out of the hotel, seeing the 8 royal carriages waiting, she covered her mouth in disbelief. Even if she was dreaming, she couldn't have imagined this scenario. Miss Chu, please get in the carriage. Jin Leifu had returned to his original appearance, dressing as an old servant, personally inviting Mrs. Yi to board the carriage. This. Chu Qingyu's mind went blank as she couldn't think of anything. Blushing, she choked back her emotions. The most beautiful bride, please get in the carriage. The bridesmaids called out cheerfully. Chu Qingyu didn't know how she ended up in the carriage, but amidst the gasps of the commoners on the street, she was on her way to St. Mary's Cathedral. All along the way, nobody could see her face. They only knew that she was the most prestigious bride in the city. As the carriage arrived at the cathedral, a red carpet rolled out from deep inside the church, extending 1,000 meters to where the bride's carriage was. 2 large music groups were already in place. Elegant classical music began to play as the bride stepped out of the carriage. Hey! Why is there music playing in the church? Hearing the music, Chu's family, who had been waiting in a corner of the church, also became curious and walked out. Unfortunately, all they saw were 2 groups of soldiers, a huge music band, and the bridesmaids, blocking their view of the bride walking towards the main entrance of the cathedral. What's going on? Is someone else getting married here today? Yes. Isn't the cathedral supposed to be prepared for Yinghu? If it's a rehearsal, they wouldn't leave the bride waiting in a side hall, right? Chu's family members began to notice that something was amiss and started to discuss among themselves. Really? How did the Liu family arrange this? We've been waiting for so long. and no one has informed us to attend the wedding. Do they not take the relatives from our side seriously? If the Liu family didn't arrange it, can't we go on our own? Yes. Since the cathedral is open, let's go by ourselves. Dozens of people from the Chu family started getting emotional, with one person starting it, and everyone heading towards the cathedral. Each of them put on an attitude, as if even if the Liu family didn't arrange it, they would go and arrange it themselves. It was really unreasonable. Although it's good to have connections, the Chu family couldn't keep holding their breath. Furthermore, the Grand Cathedral was so magnificent, like an ancient royal palace. Stepping inside made them feel grand, proud to have such upscale relatives. In contrast, this ghostly side hall felt like a dungeon, where they wouldn't even dare to take selfies, let alone admit they were attending a relative's wedding. Seeing the emotional outburst, Chu Yingku couldn't hold them back. She had always wanted to marry into the Liu family, but she couldn't stand the current atmosphere. She had no choice but to let them go and wait for news herself. Without a doubt, a large group of Chu family relatives reached the main entrance, only to be stopped by a large group of soldiers. Sorry, the cathedral has been booked for today. No outsiders are allowed in. What? How dare you call us outsiders? We are all Chu family relatives. Wang Yanqing, a latecomer relative, didn't know what had happened 2 hours ago, so she was the loudest in protest. The Chu family members were nervous too, fearing that the Liu family might not let them in. But to their surprise, when the sergeant heard they were Chu family relatives, he immediately changed his tone and politely asked, "May I see who has their ID with them? We need to check your relationship with the bride." Wang Yanqing felt embarrassed and hesitated. Looking back, it was her grandmother who spoke up first, stating, "Let's all hand over our IDs. Security is undoubtedly a top priority here. Let's not go by our Dragon Nation wedding standards." With the grandmother's order, everyone handed over their IDs. Not everyone had brought their IDs, so those who didn't had to wait on the side. "Ha. Ms. Wang Yanqing, please come in quickly. As for who your Chu family relatives are, we won't check each one. Just let them in according to your lead." Surprisingly, after the sergeant checked the IDs, he didn't pay much attention. Instead, when he checked Wang Yanqing's ID, his attitude became respectful. The Chu family relatives were astonished. Why was Wang Yanqing, who even the grandmother and uncle didn't seem to hold in high regard, being treated so well after her ID was checked? It seemed like she was now in control of letting the Chu family in. "Yanqing, what have you done recently? Yeah. Did you hit the jackpot recently?" Several Chu family gossips hurried over, complimenting Wang Yanqing with smiles. Wang Yanqing thought for a moment, then slapped her head and laughed. "Ha. What does it have to do with hitting the jackpot? Maybe it's because I made some significant investments recently, and they found out online about my capabilities." The mention of significant investments made everyone slightly shudder. What kind of major investments could Wang Yanqing have made? Wang Yanqing didn't reveal how she made her money. She just smiled proudly, unknowingly reinforcing Yang Chun's brainwashing about her newfound status as a capitalist. "All right, Yanqing, since they put you in charge, lead everyone in quickly." "Oh, okay. Everyone listen to me. Follow me in." After the grandmother's instructions, Wang Yanqing puffed her chest out like a general leading her troops, proudly leading the large group of Chu family relatives into the cathedral. Inside, they were all amazed at how grand and luxurious it was, even more so than they had imagined. With dozens of people entering, the hall felt like a sparse audience in a large stadium. Some even started taking selfies, while others rushed to inform Chu Yingku, the bride, to enter. But what puzzled them was that there was no sign of anyone from the Liu family inside. Instead, the grandmother accidentally discovered Jin Leifu and Fang Yu were present. She immediately went over to fawn over them, with Wang Butler supporting her, trying to establish a closer relationship. Jin Director, General Fang, I never expected you both to grace us with your presence at our Chu family wedding." The grandmother approached Jin Leifu and Fang Yu, continuously complimenting them and trying to get close to them. After all, attending the same wedding, even without a personal bond, still held significance. Seeing that they ignored the large crowd gathering, Jin Leifu and Fang Yu decided to walk away. The grandmother waved them off, indicating she was fine, but before she could say more, she heard a loud, triumphant voice coming from a side room in the grand hall. "Ha, Chu Qingwu, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing Chu Qingwu's name, the grandmother urgently asked the butler and her sons to help her walk over, directing them to take me to that room quickly. She had a bad feeling about this. Chu Yingku had always regarded Chu Qingwu as a thorn in her side, and she was sure that Chu Yingku didn't yet know that the cathedral was booked by Yi Zi. There may be trouble brewing for Chu Qingwu once again. As expected, a few minutes prior, when Chu Yingku heard the cathedral was open, she led her family and bridesmaids to a room to freshen up, thinking the Liu family would hold the wedding ceremony there. To her surprise, when she entered the dressing room, she saw Chu Qingwu also getting ready. Naturally, Chu Yingku was shocked. After inquiring, it turned out that Chu Qingwu wanted to film a third anniversary video with Yi Zi right there, shedding tears of laughter on the spot. Ha ha, you woman, why are you so funny and shameless? You obviously knew that my wedding with Hesitating Pavilion was to take place here today. You must be using the excuse of being my relative to intentionally blending with Yi Zi, filming a wedding anniversary special here, aren't you? Welcoming autumn, I never planned for this. Chu Qingyu was already feeling confused today, and now Chu Yingku suddenly burst in with a group of relatives causing a ruckus. Chu Qingyu was even more flustered. HMPH, you didn't plan for this. Then what are you doing here now? I don't know. Chu Qingyu truly didn't know. She had been following others' arrangements all along, and everything felt too dreamlike, so she still didn't understand what was happening. And now, seeing Chu Yingku storm in with an accusatory demeanor, she was even more confused. Who was getting married here today? You shameless, Chu Yingku yelled, raising her hand to slap. She had been envisioning a century's wedding, but due to the disorganized setup by the Liu family today, she had been holding in frustration. Now, Chu Qingyu came to stir up trouble, so Chu Yingku naturally directed her anger towards her. Though Chu Qingyu didn't dare to fight back, she wasn't the same woman who used to let others bully her. She anxiously stepped back, narrowly dodging Chu Yingchu's slap. I hit you, and you dared to dodge. You. Hold her down. Chu Yingku wouldn't let Chu Qingyu get away easily, so she immediately signaled a few people to restrain Chu Qingyu. Hey. What are you doing? Shen Yu and Guo Xiaomei, the bridesmaids, had just gone to touch up in another place. Upon hearing the commotion, they rushed back to the scene, only to witness the chaos. Chu Yingku was infuriated, initially thinking that Chu Qingyu had come to borrow the hall for a video shoot, but who would have thought she even brought her own bridesmaid team? How could there be such a shameless woman, completely shattering her worldview? Without holding back her anger, Chu Yingku raised her hand again to slap Chu Qingyu. But before her hand could come down, Guo Xiaomei, the fierce woman, grabbed her, not caring about the situation, and slapped Chu Yingku in retaliation for Chu Qingyu. A crisp sound echoed as Chu Yingku was slapped, driving her to the brink of madness. Her bridesmaid group instantly got agitated. They thought it was Chu Yingchu's wedding, and now the bride was being slapped. Unacceptable. Chaos ensued, with both sides ready for a brawl. The situation was messy yet thrilling. Chu Qingyu had been bewildered all day, even now thinking she may be dreaming. How could everything that happened today be so different from her expectations? Had she time-traveled? Thankfully, Shen Yu shielded her, otherwise, she would have gone crazy by now. Stop. Stop right now. Finally, Grandma arrived with the Chu family relatives. Chu Yingchu's side was outnumbered, having been beaten up. Upon seeing Grandma and the others, Chu Yingku felt like she saw a savior. Ha ha. Grandma, uncles, you came just in time. Help me teach that shameless Chu Qingyu a lesson. How dare she cause a scene at my wedding? Chu Yingku was filled with righteous indignation, already planning to get back at Chu Qingyu once the tables were turned. The Chu Jianwo family were ready to join the fight, but Grandma bellowed, "What are you doing?" "Mom, of course we're here to help Yingku. Can't you see how brazen these people are?" Chu Jianwo paused to answer. They had long wanted to reprimand Chu Qingyu personally, and today seemed like the perfect opportunity. Bah, Chu Yingku is causing trouble. This is our Chu Qingyu's wedding venue. Grandma slammed her cane, yelling with all her might. What? The Chu family members were instantly petrified. If it wasn't Grandma who said it, they may have mistaken it for a joke. An observant few noticed she emphasized our Chu Qingyu. So, did they screw up all this time? Was Chu Qingyu the real protagonist here? Chu Qingyu was also stunned. Having been wrongly accused multiple times in the past, she had shadows of suspicion cast upon her. She even doubted someone deliberately framed her to offend the Liu family and Chu Yingku. But with Grandma's words, did this mean the Grand Cathedral was actually hers, not Chu Yingchu's? Chu Yinghu was equally flabbergasted and then burst into laughter. Ha ha, impossible. The Liu family invited us here for the wedding. Grandma, are you losing your mind? Having married into the Liu family, she even disrespected her grandmother while speaking. This old woman would now have to heed her commands. Going forward, there was no need to save face for her anymore. Grandma was now fuming, having seen Chu Yingchu's true colors today. Great. Since you show me no respect, don't blame me for being ruthless later. Clang. At that moment, troops surged in, beginning to clear people out. Still convinced it was her venue, Chu Yinghu complained loudly to the troop leader. Hey, how poorly is this cathedral managed? Anyone can just barge in here. I'll make sure to complain and cut your pay. The troop leader, unaware of the situation, paid her no mind, leading to soldiers towards Chu Qingyu to ensure her safety. Thinking they were here to deal with Chu Qingyu, Chu Yinghu pointed self-righteously, ordering them to remove Chu Qingyu aggressively, especially the ones who dared to cause trouble here. However, the next moment, she was flanked by the soldiers, leaving her baffled. Yes, Commander. It's her who wanted to hit Mrs. Yishao. How should we handle her? You decide. Shen Yu pointed at Chu Yinghu with a cold complaint. The situation was clear now. The soldiers were there to protect Chu Qingyu, proving that today was her stage. Seeing this, the Chu family members had no choice but to believe Grandma's words. Chu Yingchu's face turned pale, still shouting, "What are you doing? I'm the bride today, treating me like this. The Liu family will not let this go. Liu Hedong is already dead." Suddenly, a merciless voice cut through, plunging the room into silence. It was Jin Leifu who spoke. Witnessing Chu Yingchu's lingering delusion, he couldn't bear it any longer and decided to reveal the truth. People started exchanging bewildered looks, their faces a mix of astonishment. Jin Leifu sighed and continued. Liu's new building was completed yesterday. Liu Hedong, while on the 10th floor, accidentally hit the railing, and due to the poor quality of their construction, the railing broke, and he fell. After hearing the story, people didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Was this a typical case of retribution for the Liu family's misdeeds? Chu Yinghu also stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter, saying, Jin Leifu, I know you're a rival of the Liu family, but are you making up stories to fool me? If something happened to Hedong, how could I not know? Alas, Jin Leifu was helpless and gestured for the soldiers to take her where she belonged. Reluctantly, Chu Yingchu's family followed, each emotionally conflicted. A figure of Jin Leifu's stature wouldn't lie to them, but if Hedong really died, why didn't the Liu family cancel the wedding and still move it here? Qingyu, let's go figure out what's happening. We'll return later to attend your wedding banquet. Grandma's tone towards Chu Qingyu was completely different, a stark contrast to the past when she pretended to agree for the sake of benefits. Chu Qingyu sensed it too, noticing a rare hint of affection from Grandma. Many in the Chu family began to suspect something, but the turmoil caused by Chu Yingchu's incident had overshadowed any inquiries. The group finally moved to a side hall. The Liu family members had also arrived. Only a few people came, but they brought a large group of bodyguards. The elegant woman standing on the stage at the side hall was none other than Liu Hedong's mother, the wife of the third son. Seeing Chu Yingchu's disheveled state, Mrs. Liu frowned and scolded. What's going on? Didn't I tell you to wait here? How dare you act out? Chu Yinghu shuddered at the sight of Mrs. Liu Hedong. She wasn't like this last time. Though cold, she wasn't as acerbic. Little did Chu Yinghu know, grieving her son's death, Mrs. Liu was now filled with sorrow and anger, blaming her daughter-in-law for his demise. Yishao's powerful background made it difficult for the Liu family to seek revenge, so they planned to take it out on the Chu family. Mom, I thought the wedding was held in the cathedral, so I went there. Chu Yinghu, who was bold just moments ago, now trembled, her lips quivering. You thought? Bah, who do you think you are, huh? Marry your daughter into the family only to try and get married in the cathedral? Mrs. Liu's contemptuous words struck the Liu family outside the side hall, leaving them stunned on the spot. The Liu family has a prominent position in Flower City, with businesses spanning over a dozen industries and possessing influence in both the legal and illegal realms, striking fear in everyone. Otherwise, the Chu family would not have tried so hard to please Chu Yinghu due to her impending marriage to the Liu family. Chu Yinghu was very aware that her status was all thanks to the Liu family. She had already planned to endure any mistreatment from her mother-in-law once she entered the Liu family. So when she heard the harsh words from Mrs. Liu, she still forced a bitter smile and apologized. "Mom, I'm sorry. It's our fault for wandering around." Then, she turned to Chu family relatives and loudly ordered, "Hey, everyone come in." The Chu family members were immediately shocked. Today, they finally saw the true face of the ugly Chu Yingku. This woman was superior, and in the Chu family, displayed a fawning attitude in front of the Liu family. Some Chu family members didn't see a problem, but most still held on to their dignity and pride. For example, Chu Yingchu's father, Chu Gudan, loudly questioned, "Mrs. Liu, since today is the wedding day, why is Liu Heding still not here?" Mrs. Liu's expression turned cold as she replied, "Heding is busy today. Let the priest announce and proceed with the wedding ceremony." Upon hearing this, the Chu family members were immediately shocked. It seemed that Jin Leifu's words were not false, and Liu Heding might have really died. Chu Yingku began to tremble more violently, her eyes losing focus, as if her soul had been forcibly extracted. If Heding was really dead, what was she going to do? "Busy? Please tell me, what is more important than getting married?" Chu Gudan insisted on getting the truth, even if the Liu family had significant influence and power. He couldn't allow his daughter to marry a dead man. Little did he expect Mrs. Liu to coldly confess, "Heding is dead, but the wedding will continue. I cannot let my son go into the afterlife as a single man. I still need Chu Yingku to bear him a son." The Chu family was in an uproar. Liu Heding was dead, yet the Liu family still wanted Chu Yingku to marry him. This was beyond what the Chu family women could accept. If this had been discussed in advance, it might have been easier to stomach, but the Liu family seemed to think the Chu family had no right to choose, which was unacceptable. "I'm sorry, my daughter will not marry. Let's cancel today's wedding." Chu Yingchu's mother, Liu Yangqiu, spoke up. As parents, they also wanted their daughter to thrive, but they couldn't accept her marrying a dead man and feared the ridicule and scorn from relatives and friends. Furthermore, if Liu Heding had been alive, even in the weak condition at the Liu family, there would have been some assets. But now that he was gone, if Chu Yingku married into the Liu family, could she expect to manage their assets? Forget it. I don't recall when this marriage became your decision to make. Mrs. Liu's tone instantly froze the room, leaving the Chu family members stunned. They had heard of forced marriages, but never imagined being forced to marry a dead person. Whether Chu Yingku marries or not is up to her. Afterward, don't blame me for not warning you in advance about the consequences. Mrs. Liu stared at Chu Yingku, exuding an invisible pressure that made Chu Yingchu's legs weak, causing her to collapse to the ground. Ruthless, too ruthless. She had always dreamed of this day and hoped for a glamorous marriage, but she was met with a destitute wedding, with no groom in sight, only a cold, then bone-chilling ghost marriage. Watching Chu Yingchu's current state, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for her. "Yingku, just agree. You just need the status, right?" Chu Qinghu, sitting in a wheelchair, shamelessly urged Chu Yingku to marry. What did her happiness have to do with him? As long as the Chu and Liu families remained alive, he could still earn money for the Chu family. Once he spoke, several Chu family members also urged her to agree. Since she couldn't be a part of the Liu family's wealth anyway, at least she shouldn't offend them, or there would be no place for her in Flower City later on. "Shut up, all of you." Grandma suddenly struck her cane and shouted, silencing the shameless voices from the Chu family. "Yingku, if you dare to agree to marry a dead man, you will no longer be considered part of our Chu family. We're leaving. Let's go and attend the wedding of Chu Qinglu." Grandma's call was met with a resounding response. They found Chu Yingku marrying a dead man embarrassing, but attending Chu Qinglu's wedding in the Grand Cathedral was a matter of dignity. Now faced with this choice, even a fool knew what to do. "Hey, all of you. Weren't you here to attend my wedding today? Stop right there. None of you can leave." Chu Yingku shouted desperately, but even if she screamed her lungs out, she couldn't stop the footsteps of her Chu family relatives as they began to depart. Even Chu Yingchu's parents had no face to stay, leaving their daughter to fend for herself. Chu Yingku, you continue marrying into the Liu family here. I'll go over there and take a look." Chu Rulian, who had been supporting Chu Yingku all along, also left, a smile on her face, filled with glee and schadenfreude, realizing she wasn't the most unfortunate woman in the Chu family. Ha. Only Chu Jianwo and his two sons remained behind, as they were allied with the Liu family. "All right, let the ceremony begin." With Mrs. Liu's angry and icy statement, Chu Yingku knelt to the ground with a splash, Looking at the sparse and cold relatives, her makeup was long gone, washed away by tears, making her look as ugly as ever, turning herself into an image for the ghostly marriage. The ceremony ended within a few minutes. "Let's go home." After coldly throwing these words, Mrs. Liu led the few bodyguards and drivers away from the scene. She felt embarrassed about this wedding, but having her own son married to see if Chu Yinghu could be manipulated to kill Yi Xiaoya and avenge her son justified it all. "Mom, I still want to go to the cathedral to take a look." "Do what you want." Mrs. Liu had no patience left to even glance at this ugly daughter-in-law and quickly disappeared from the cathedral. Chu Jianwo and his family followed suit. Left alone, Chu Yinghu cried out in the cold side hall, as if she had gone mad, but no one paid her any attention. She had always envisioned the most beautiful and glorious day of her life, only to have her soul plunged into hell with a dead person. What she couldn't accept most was that she had always wanted to be the pride of the Chu family, but ended up as a discarded woman by the Chu family. The relatives of the Chu family all came to attend Chu Qingwu's wedding, and each one praised Chu Qingwu and Yi Zi endlessly. Although Grandma had not announced Yi Xiao's identity yet, everyone knew that this wedding was Yi Zi making it up to the Chu family. No way. So the 1 billion betrothal gift was actually given to Chu Qingwu by Yi Zi. How? How is that possible? Where did he get the money from? Heaven. We actually ridiculed him back then. Thinking back now, the Chu family's relatives felt like their faces had been slapped. However, they didn't feel embarrassed for long because Yi Zi and Chu Qingwu were not present in the cathedral anymore, and they quickly started to flatter Wang Yanqing. "Yanqing, I never expected that your family actually had a wealthy son-in-law. Indeed, from now on, you might become a person of wealth and status." "Yanqing, do you remember? I said long ago that you have the signs of wealth." "What? You don't remember? Forget what I said 27 years ago about you having fortune and descendants." Wang Yanqing suddenly became the center of attention in the cathedral, feeling very happy. Even Shen Lenai and Yan Zia, who used to look down on her and despise her for her previous success, were now sincerely flattering her. After all, when one son-in-law gives the next betrothal gift and holds a wedding, all in units of billions, they had to show respect. The Chu family also watched on the side, not daring to cause any trouble. They even thought to themselves, if only they had known how amazing Yi Zi was, they wouldn't have served as lackeys for the Liu family. Unfortunately, that was unrealistic, and now their relationship with Yi Zi had reached a point of no return. The entire Chu family had acknowledged the greatness of Yi Zi and Chu Qingwu, and Wang Yanqing was expected to enjoy wealth and prosperity in the future. However, Wang Yanqing herself did not see it that way. She had been brainwashed by Yan Jun into believing that earning money should be done independently, as using others' money always entailed having to cater to their wishes, even if it was her own daughter's money. So while Wang Yanqing proudly accepted everyone's compliments, she was actually thinking, that scoundrel Yi Xiao's money seems to be like a magic trick that never runs out. It turns out he's really that wealthy. I have to find a way to get hold of his money, invest it, and make a fortune. Wang Yanqing wasn't particularly intelligent, and now, she was blinded by money, not considering anything else. She wholeheartedly believed in Yan Jun, thinking that the more money she invested, the greater the returns would be, and all those winnings would be hers. In the end, she would be self-made rich her from scratch. "Hey, you Aki!" Suddenly, someone exclaimed, interrupting the festive atmosphere at the scene. Everyone turned to the entrance of the cathedral, where a disheveled woman with tear-streaked makeup on her face stood, looking like her soul had been sucked out, her eyes vacant. Seeing her like this, everyone showed expressions of disdain, avoiding her as if she were a plague. Chu Yinghu chuckled. These people were flattering her just this morning, but now... Hey! This was human nature, truly ugly. The curve of Chu Yingchu's mouth was extremely cynical as he looked around at the people and the grand cathedral, feeling like his heart was being gnawed at bit by bit. The bride and groom are coming out. The MC didn't know about the Chu family's affairs and suddenly appeared from a side room, leading to cheers and applause. The music started playing, and numerous handsome men and beautiful women entered, taking their respective places, turning the cathedral into a paradise for the wedding banquet. "Miss, please step aside." A male musician performing on site called out to Chu Yinghu a few times with no response, then heartlessly pushed her aside. Sout, Chu Yinghu was already in a trance, and with that light push, she fell to the ground. However, no one cared about her. "Wow, Chu Qingwu is so beautiful, like a fairy from the heavens. I always said she's the most beautiful woman in our Chu family. Of course, you're just realizing it now. Haha. Everyone was complimenting Chu Qingwu, and to Chu Yingchu's ears, it felt like drums pounding in her eardrums. At that moment, as she looked at the snowy white Chu Qingwu on the stage and the impeccably dressed Yi Zi, tears flowed down Chu Yingchu's face like rivers. Hey, Chu Yingchu, get up. Do you want to make a fool of yourself and disgrace us here? Unexpectedly, it was Chu Biao who came over at that moment. Seeing how desolate this woman had become, Chu Biao couldn't bring herself to mock her, despite finding her arrogant and annoying before. Chu Yingchu couldn't hear her at all, her eyes fixed on the couple on the golden carpeted stage in the cathedral. Thank you all for coming to celebrate with us. Yi Zi was quite happy today, looking at his wife, who was already moved to tears. He was finally able to reveal his identity today, but now wasn't the time to announce it yet because Yi Zi had something more important to say. Today, here is the wedding of Chu Qingwu and me. We are officially married. As soon as he spoke, applause filled the room. Chu Qingwu looked at the relatives, friends, bosses, partners, and even many unfamiliar handsome men and beautiful women below, all moved to tears. The scene she had once dreamt of was now a reality, even more beautiful than she had imagined. Wife, today you can proudly marry me, right? You are now the most honored woman in the Chu family. Yi Xiao's gentle words elicited a wave of applause from the audience. Chu Qingwu was speechless. She had thought Yi Xiao's promise was just talk, yet he remembered it, until now and even had the ability to fulfill it. Oh, thank goodness. Yi young master had the foresight to invite Master Tony to make sure the bride didn't cry her makeup off, otherwise she would be crying like the woman just now. At that moment, Guo Xiaomei made a joke that started to spread, bringing laughter throughout the entire cathedral. Chu Yingchu had already collapsed, and this laughter made her nerves shudder even more. Then, her brain shut down. Alright, the real wedding party will be held in the sky, so let's all board the helicopter and follow the newlyweds to the sky. A professional MC shouted loudly, causing those who were already envious to go into complete spasms and excitement. The level of this wedding banquet was unbelievable. It was just the beginning, and there was more excitement to come. Over 100 people felt like their worldviews had expanded by witnessing a wedding taking place in the sky. With the large stone gate behind the cathedral opening, 10 helicopters were already prepared on a grassy field. Heavens, those helicopters are actually prepared for Yi Zi and Chu Qingwu's wedding banquet. Some women at the scene couldn't help but scream, and a few even fainted from the happiness, even though it wasn't their wedding day. Chu Qingwu felt like her head was about to explode with happiness, trying to breathe deeply to stay conscious. But at that moment, a piercing scream disrupted the wedding proceedings. They are mine. All mine. I should be Yi Xiao's wife. Lord Chu had betrothed me to him. The frenzied woman screaming was none other than Chu Yingchu. She was like a madwoman, disregarding everything and running towards Yi Zi. The pain she felt for looking down on Yi Zi before was now unbearable. When one reaches the peak of emotional pain, the mind can become confused, and the person can go completely insane. Ha ha. Yi Zi, I am your wife. How can you marry someone else? I am your wife. Chu Yingchu's intrusion disturbed everyone's enjoyment. Of course, her attempt to disrupt the solemn atmosphere of the Grand Cathedral would never have succeeded. She was like a madwoman, and the soldiers quickly blocked her before she could get to the stage. Quickly get rid of this insane woman. Just a moment ago, she had tried to hit Lady Yi, and Guo Xiaomei and the bridesmaids had already taken a dislike to her. Now that she dared to cause trouble again, they were all outraged and ordered the soldiers coldly. Watching this scene, the Chu family members felt heartbroken. If Chu Yingchu hadn't looked down on people before, and didn't think she was superior, always trying to trample on Yi Zi and his wife, why would things have ended up so tragically now? Even though some Chu family members wanted to pity her, because this woman had so badly offended Yi Zi and his wife, who were now high and mighty, they feared that their pity for Chu Yingchu would be misunderstood by Yi Xiao's wife and cause trouble. The soldiers acted swiftly, following the instructions of the bridesmaids, lifting Chu Yingchu and letting her lose all her dignity. But this woman was truly mad, caring nothing for her dignity and still smiling foolishly as she called out to Yi Zi. Yi Zi, what are you doing? How can you let others treat your wife like this? Hurry. Marry me. Forget it. Just as Chu Qingwu sighed, preparing to instruct the soldiers to put Chu Yingchu down, it was Yi Zi who spoke up first. She found out about her husband's death just before the wedding. You take her to calm down and not mistreat her anymore. Yi, I am your wife. What's wrong with you? I am Chu Yingku. Please come and save me. They want to take me away. Chu Yingchu's voice faded away. Everyone became quieter. Because of this woman. The wedding banquet paused for a moment. Ha ha. Finally figured it out. That woman only likes money and status. She doesn't actually like men. Chu Lialian sneered. Although her voice was not loud, everyone in the hall was so quiet that they all heard it. Ha ha. Why so loud when talking about others? Aren't you the same? Chu Biao immediately mocked Chu Lialian. If not for you, would Yi Zhao's betrothal gift to Chu Qingwu need to be burned by that inexplicable lady of wealth? You. Chu Lialian looked embarrassed, unable to retort. She could only hum coldly and waved her hand. Who are you calling inexplicable? Unexpectedly, at this moment, a domineering voice came from the main entrance of the cathedral, instantly chilling the atmosphere. Even though many grand scenes had been witnessed today, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. A mother and daughter, under the protection of numerous bodyguards like a black tie, stepped onto the red carpet and hurried in. The mother was naturally the wealthy lady mentioned by Chu Biao earlier. As for her daughter beside her, standing at around 1.75 meters tall, she appeared taller in high heels. Clearly thin enough to make women jealous, yet with a pair of curves that could drive men crazy. Dressed in a figure-hugging brown skirt paired with a light blue cardigan, she exuded an air of nobility that could outshine all the women in the room. Aunt Rain, Yi exclaimed, causing another wave of astonishment. Even more surprising was the sight of Jin Leifu, a prominent businessman from Hua City, rushing over to the mother-daughter pair like an old servant. Li Bilai was even quicker, pouncing in front of the mother-daughter pair with an eager-to-please attitude that left everyone wide-eyed. Who would have thought that these two grand businessmen from Hua City had such sides to them? Mrs. Yu. Miss Aofu, why didn't you inform me of your arrival so I could send a welcoming party? Coming out like this doesn't befit your status. Li Bilai's words riled up everyone present. If entering with 36 black-clad bodyguards was considered low-key, did it mean that the people of Hua City had to kneel down to greet them for it to be considered proper etiquette? Li Bilai, step aside. Yaofu didn't come to see Li Bilai, and he had no right to speak here. The respected business leader from the West District suddenly found himself at a loss and dared not utter a word. Jin Leifu, who had wanted to speak, could only bow his head and smile. Jin Leifu immediately had everyone leave. The wedding is over. I declare this marriage invalid. With a powerful declaration, the wealthy lady stunned the audience into silence. This grand wedding banquet had undoubtedly been the most luxurious and heart-stirring event in the history of Hua City. Each person had yearned to ascend into the sky, a helicopter, and attend this cloud wedding. Rumor had it that there were even 10 helicopters above, setting up a heavenly paradise that could accommodate 100 people. Missing out on this meant a lifelong regret. Is this? Jin Leifu hesitated, glancing at Yaofu. If the young master had instructed a group of people, painstakingly planned today's banquet, how could it be dismissed so casually? Yet, Yaofu quickly signaled him to comply, or else with her mother's forceful nature, she might resort to violence to have them removed. Sigh. Jin Leifu sighed helplessly, announcing to the crowd, I'm sorry to inform you all that this wedding banquet has come to an end. Please leave quickly. What? It's ending just like that. It feels like it just started. Yes. The priest hasn't even appeared yet. Wasn't it supposed to be a cloud wedding? We didn't even ascend to the heavens. Many were unaware of Tang Qingyan's temper and continued chattering. Little did they expect Tang Qingyan to give a single glance, prompting a steward-like man beside her to nod, immediately resorting to forceful expulsion. Yi, what's happening? Chu Qingwu was panicking. Today was supposed to be the happiest and most dreamy day of her life. She believed that she and Yi would have a fairy tale ending, but who would have thought that a sudden turn of events would disrupt everything? Qingwu, wait for me. Don't panic. Yi knew the temper of his aunt. One must never confront her head-on, or they would surely invite trouble. After reassuring Chu Qingwu, Yi hurried to Tang Qingyan. Maintaining a humble demeanor toward his elder, he said with a smile, Aunt, why didn't you inform me of your visit to Hua City? Also, your arrival seems less than friendly. Don't you think? HMPH, you know that I'm not very friendly. If you keep acting up, I will personally demolish the Chu family. Do you believe it? Rain Feifei's authoritative tone May everyone from the Chu family tremble. Just because she didn't like others messing with the Yi family's belongings, she could easily burn 100 million, so burning down the Chu family wouldn't be a difficult task. However, most were still shocked by Yi Zhao's status. He actually called the wealthy lady his aunt. My God, he is truly the son of the #1 wealthy family in Lan Kingdom. Despite the undeniable evidence before their eyes, many were still astonished, their expressions momentarily losing control. Please, aunt, the Chu family hasn't offended you. Why do you want to destroy them? Yi Zi felt both reverence and fear toward this woman because after his mother was poisoned, she took care of him for nearly a year, fostering a mother-son-like bond. Humph, it's you who offended me. Come with me. Rain Fei ordered loudly, giving Yi Zi no room for resistance. All right, let's go then. Yi Zi instructed Jin Leifu to ensure that Chu Qinglu's relatives and friends wouldn't be driven out by these people, as he needed to continue the wedding banquet upon his return. Jin Leifu sighed, realizing that the young master wanted to proceed with the wedding, which was a far-fetched idea. As a servant of the Yi family, how could he not know that the Yi family would never accept a commoner woman from Hua City, either from a prestigious family or a distinguished background? Even in the case of Rain Fei, her father was the asterisk. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to attain her current position within the Yi family. Years ago, when Yi Zhao's father took a mistress, it eventually led to his dethronement from the family head position, a regret that still haunted them. Learning from this cautionary tale, many in the Yi family would never allow son to marry a commoner woman from Hua City. ZZ, you are being unreasonable. Yeofu walked beside Yi Zi, taking his hand and lecturing him. Didn't I tell you that this wedding should not proceed? Yet you insisted on going ahead. Now you've angered my mother, haven't you? Many didn't know the relationship between Yeofu and Yi Zi, but witnessing this scene, they felt a peculiar sensation. Previously, no matter how they looked at Yi Zi, they felt he wasn't deserving of Chu Qinglu. However, now, deep down, they felt that it was Chu Qinglu who seemed unworthy of Yi Zi. Yi Zi, Chu Qinglu watched Yi Zhao's retreating figure with a strong sense of unease, fearing that she might lose this man. This emotional turmoil was beyond anyone's understanding. For 3 years, she had yearned day and night for her man to rise up, not to be looked down upon by the world. After enduring over 1,000 days of hardship, facing scorn, ridicule, and even humiliation, she and Yi Zi had finally reached this point. The wedding today deeply touched her, solidifying her belief that Yi Zi was the only man for her in this lifetime. But at the crucial moment, there was a sudden unexpected twist. Sister, I've said it too, if I have to give up Chu Qinglu, I'd rather give up the Yi family. Yi Zi had already left the cathedral, entering a large room without hesitation, once again expressing his determination. ZZ, be quiet. Yeofu quickly covered Yi Zhao's mouth. Only 3 years older than Yi Zi, she matured early, previously towering over Yi Zi, treating him like a younger brother. However, after 12 years of not seeing each other, she was now covering her brother's mouth, feeling a surge of masculine heat emanating from him. Oh, it seemed like Yi Zi had indeed grown up, which explained his eagerness to get married. Sister Yeofu, I won't be quiet. Yi Zi grasped Yeofu's wrist, moving her delicate hand away, and continued loudly. I never had a complete family growing up. Now, I want to build a family of my own, with me as the foundation. Why can't I marry the woman I love? His words were passionate and reasoned. However, a single glance from Rain Fei made Yi Zi shudder and stop in his tracks. This strong-willed woman never resorted to physical violence, but her gaze was sharper than any slap, just because her eyes could convey a multitude of messages. Now, Yi Zi understood the message conveyed by her eyes. It seemed that Aunt Rain was genuinely disappointed and angry. Do you know how many people in the Yi family have shed blood and fought for the inheritance rights? Do you know how much wealth the Yi family possesses? Enough to buy how many Hua cities? And now you're telling me that you're willing to give up the Yi family for the sake of a woman. What about the nearly 20 billion we invested in you? Wouldn't it all go to waste? Tang Qingyun's first words made Yi Xiaoyu feel disadvantaged. Auntie Yi didn't speak loudly, but with speed and momentum that even this former field marshal found hard to counter. Xiaoyu, let me advise you, you can marry Chu Qinglu, but you must have the capability to do so after inheriting the family business. Yeofu waited for Tang Qingyan to finish scolding Yi Xiaoyu before lecturing him seriously. Otherwise, if you bring a grassroots woman like Chu Qingwu back to the Yi family now, she will undoubtedly become the prime target for everyone's attacks. Do you know that the internal struggles within the Yi family are not like those of other families in Hua City? It is a war with gunpowder, where everyone holds significant resources. If you are even slightly careless, you may truly end up in a disastrous situation. For her, and also for yourself, you should temporarily give her up. Otherwise, you will only bring her great disaster, a truth you surely understand. Yi Xiaoyu understood, perhaps better than anyone else. His mother was poisoned to death by his stepmother, who had his father's heart, and also because his mother's family had never appeared, leaving his mother with no status in the Yi family. Otherwise, why was there no investigation or justice for her even after being poisoned? In bringing Chu Qingwu back to the Yi family, if something were to happen to her under the Yi family's roof, who besides him, Yi Xiaoyu, would have the ability to protect her or even speak up for her? 20 minutes later, the people in the cathedral were still anxiously waiting. Suddenly, they heard the helicopter flying away from the open space. Why are they closing the gate? Is this meticulously prepared cloud wedding really going to be ruined? The guests started panicking and discussing the situation. Chu Qingwu bit her lip anxiously, feeling a mix of emotions inside. Yi Xiaoyu had deceived her for so long, and now, the day, and the truth would be revealed, forcing her to endure this transition from heaven to hell, was approaching. Did Yi Xiaoyu really want to drive himself mad, just like what happened to Chu Yingku? Qingwu, trust Yi Xiaoyu, he truly loves you. Shen Yu held Chu Qingwu's hand tightly, offering her moral support. I know. Chu Qingwu nodded. She never doubted Yi Xiaoyu's feelings for her. But now, this relationship was up against the first powerhouse in Yanjing, the Yi family. Facing such a prominent family, Chu Qingwu felt like a lone leaf adrift in the vast ocean, about to be engulfed by giant waves with a tragic end. Qingwu, don't panic. What is meant to be will be. You are the pride of our Chu family. You need to be happy today. Unexpectedly, even Granny came to please Chu Qingwu. Of course, if someone from the Chu family could marry into the top powerhouse in Dragon Country, that would truly be a remarkable transformation. With the connection to the Yi family, their Chu family, without any industry of their own and not even considered a second-rate commercial family in Hua City, could instantly rise to a top family status in Hua City through Chu Qingwu. With this relation to the Yi family, they would be highly respected in Hua City from then on. Qingwu, with your beauty, how could Yi Xiaoyu ever abandon you? Exactly. Believe in yourself, you are the true phoenix. The Yi family is the towering tree, while the Liu family is just a small sapling. People from prestigious families tend to be dominant and proud. But Qingwu, don't be afraid. Living in a prestigious family may be challenging at first, but we, your relatives, will always support you. With Granny leading the way, a group of Chu family relatives were almost kneeling down to flatter Chu Qingwu. Sun even stared at Chu Ruru intentionally, making her feel embarrassed. Chu Ruru remembered how she once showed off in front of Chu Qingwu, pretending to be worried about adapting to the prestigious life after marrying into the Yi family. Now, as fate would have it, Chu Qingwu was the one marrying into the Yi family, and she was left ignored. What irony! It's all because of Chu Qing. He deliberately spread false information, leading me from heaven to hell. Curse him! Chu Ruru gritted her teeth, bordering on losing sanity like Chu Yingku. Chu Qingwu could see that these people now genuinely thought highly of themselves, their expressions so natural and no longer fake. Initially, Chu Qingwu might have been proud, making them look down on her, her marriage, and her husband. Now she realized, did she marry the best man after all? Unfortunately, she was more concerned about Yi Xiaoyu's and visiting Hua City and whether the wedding banquet could continue. Yi Xiaoyu soon followed Rain Feifei out of the side room. Everyone gathered nervously around. Rain Feifei coldly declared, "You people from the Chu family, don't even think about climbing up to our Yi family. We will not acknowledge you." Yi Xiaoyu is determined to marry Chu Qingwu, so he can forget about returning to the Yi family for the rest of his life. Her words were like a bucket of cold water, pouring over the Chu family members. Granny had placed her hopes of the Chu family's rise on Chu Qingwu, and now that it seemed to be failing, she fainted again due to the stark difference between reality and expectations. "Oh, Granny, quick, take her to the hospital. Chaos erupted among the Chu family members, as they had experienced a roller coaster of emotions and significant ups and downs that day. Hey, today was even more exciting than a drama series. Chu Ruru was the happiest, making gossip with the remaining bridesmaids. It was so dramatic, like a theater show. Chu Qingwu probably thought she could rise to the top, not realizing she's just a wild chicken. Genetics won't change. How could she become a phoenix? Chu thought she would find allies among the bridesmaids who might be envious like her. Surprisingly, she heard a clear voice instead. Hit her. Shen Yu couldn't let someone humiliate her best friend like that. So, with Guo Xiaomei leading the charge, a group of women pounced on Chu Ruru, leaving her disheveled. HMPH. Fool. Guo Xiaomei taunted her after the assault. Even if Chu Qingwu doesn't get acknowledged by the Yi family, she is still the woman Yi Xiaoyu loves the most. What right does a wild chicken like you have to mock her? Are you asking for trouble? This remark made Chu Ruru rethink her actions. The Yi family may not acknowledge Chu Qingwu, but Yi Xiaoyu's status remained unchanged. She had been a fool. Yi Xiaoyu was always the young master of the foremost powerhouse. Chu Qing stood at the cathedral entrance, observing the scene and then, flicking his cigarette butt away, left with a sinister look in his eyes. Yi Xiaoyu, for a woman from the Chu family, you're willing to give up the Yi family. How are you going to compete with Yao Xiao like this? A man like you is destined to be defeated by Yao Xiao. With these thoughts, Chu Qing's smirk grew wider. His vision was already beyond just the Chu family. There was no need to please anyone from the Chu family. As long as he could impress Yao Xiao or help counter Yi Xiaoyu, he believed his future wealth and status would surpass that of a mere Chu family. Grandma. Lady Yu and Miss Yaofu took a private jet back to Yanjing that day, but I heard that the Yi family sent people to the Civil Affairs Bureau to forcibly remove their marriage certificate. I don't know if it's true or not. Yizi has been staying at home for the past 3 days, hardly going out, let alone contacting anyone from the Yi family. Chu Qingyu continues to work at Weiyu Company, as usual, showing no major abnormalities. Today, in the Chu family villa, everyone is discussing the matter of Yizi and his wife. Everyone has noticed that the tragedy at the wedding banquet didn't seem to affect Chu Qingyu much, but it seemed to have plunged Yizi into a deep place. This kind of phenomenon is very unusual, so the Chu family members are temporarily unable to understand the situation. Mom, why do you still care about that couple? Chu Jianwo suddenly spoke up angrily. The Yi family is now evaluating their heir, and Lady Yu has made it very clear that the Yi family will never accept a lowly woman like Chu Qingyu. So let's give up on this. His words make sense, but Grandma and the other Chu family members are still unwilling to get up. They have worked hard for decades, striving to elevate their family status in Huacheng, and now there is a great opportunity to become relatives with the top family in Longuo. How can they just give up? Grandma, Miss Chu Qingyu is back. With a sudden announcement from Butler Wang, Grandma and many others immediately stood up and went out to greet her. Chu Qingyu was just about to enter when she noticed Grandma and second uncle Chu Jianwo's family coming out to greet her, feeling pleasantly surprised. However, she understood why their attitudes had suddenly changed so dramatically, and after the initial surprise, she regained her composure. Qingyu, you're back. Why didn't you inform us beforehand? Butler Wang, prepare new utensils and cook a few more dishes. Half of the Chu family members, upon seeing Chu Qingyu enter, were so enthusiastic that Chu Qingyu began to wonder if she had gone to the wrong house. At 25 years old, it was the first time she felt so welcomed in this family. However, Chu Jianwo's family still looked cold and silent, brimming with resentment, not saying a word. No need. I won't eat. Seeing the look in Chu Jianwo's family's eyes, Chu Qingyu had no intention of staying long and went straight to the point. Grandma, I came back today to discuss the acquisition of Weiyu. All right, Qingyu, go ahead. Grandma looked extremely nervous, tightly gripping Chu Qingyu's hand. 3 days ago, Chu Qingyu had told her that Weiyu had agreed to the Chu family's request to acquire the fabric factory, but the terms still needed to be discussed. Over the past 3 days, the business news in Huacheng had been reporting extensively on the fabric factory, as Weiyu Group had acquired 3 factories at once and was preparing to officially list the fabric factory. Weiyu is willing to allow the Chu family to invest before the official listing, purchasing 25% of the shares for 1 billion yuan. However, It's important to note that this is a risky investment. If the company's value skyrockets after the listing, the Chu family will naturally become immensely wealthy, but on the flip side, bankruptcy is also a possibility. Chu Qingyu spoke matter-of-factly. Wow, of course we should invest. Weiyu is really our relative's company, and such favorable terms are being offered. The members of the Chu family cheered one by one. Even Grandma couldn't help but smile. Currently, the Weiyu Fabric Factory was just a subsidiary of Weiyu Group. The combined market value of the four fabric factories exceeded 5 billion. By allowing the Chu family to purchase 25% of the shares for 1 billion before the official listing, Weiyu was essentially giving them a huge gift. Well, if Grandma agrees, the contract is here. Seeing everyone's reaction, Chu Qingyu was also delighted. Finally, she felt like a hero of the Chu family, and the genuine praise she received from everyone made her feel appreciated. Unbeknownst to her, Yizi had already changed her position in the family. She had clearly become one of the most important members. Whether in her career or personal life, Chu Qingyu knew that the main reason for this change was that everyone now knew the identity of her husband. He had transformed from a useless person to the most esteemed young master in the family. But the happier she felt, the stronger her underlying worry, as she didn't know when Yizi might suddenly leave her, returning her to her original state in an instant. Chu Qingyu realized that her role in the family had changed during this period. She was no longer the aloof goddess wife but had become a Cinderella. Okay, Qingyu, I'll sign. Grandma put on her reading glasses, ready to sign, but her eldest son Chu Jiangwo's cold words interrupted her. Mom, and everyone, have you thought it through? Weiyu Group might belong to Yisha's industry, and as long as he doesn't divorce Chu Qingyu formally, the Yi family won't acknowledge his identity. There's a great risk of bankruptcy. If that happens, we Chu family might not just lose the opportunity, but also face bankruptcy. As the eldest son, Chu Jianwo held a high status in the Chu family, and everyone couldn't ignore his words. Even Grandma paused and carefully considered the contract. Grandma, the contract is right here. The fabric factory is going through the process, and in 2 days, it will be officially listed. By then, how many shares can 1 billion buy? It's uncertain. Chu Qingyu didn't intend to argue further with Chu Jianwo and was about to leave after placing the contract down. Qingyu, are you in such a hurry to leave? Stay a bit longer. Yes. Why hasn't young master Yi returned to the Chu family? What is he doing? Qingyu, you are our hope in the Chu family. Hearing everyone's flattering words, Chu Qingyu smiled slightly, without saying much, and eventually left. The Chu Jianwo family saw everything and realized that the Chu family's position had completely changed, isolating their family. A few minutes later, they gathered in a study room in the mansion to discuss their next steps. King, what exactly is your relationship with Ye? Why did he lie last time, deliberately embarrassing you and Chirolian in the family? Chu Jianwo knew very well that Chu King had been classmates with Ye, but their statuses were worlds apart, and perhaps Ye didn't even know of his existence back then. Dad, I don't know either. You know Ye's status. How could I have the qualifications to get close with him? Even the betrothal incident was told to me by Lai Yejian. Chu King also looked distressed. Lai Yejian had mentioned that Ye needed their family's help to deal with Yizi, but he didn't even have the right to meet Ye, and had to follow Lai Yejian's arrangements from afar. This sense of humility was driving him mad. What should we do now? Shen Lingai was also anxious. Yisha's identity has been exposed within the family, and Grandma clearly intends to fully embrace him. Our family's status is getting lower and lower. We can't continue like this. Chu King finally spoke, his tone deep and solemn. Whether we like it or not, the Chu family has become a battlefield for the two young masters of the Yi family. We have no room to struggle, so if we don't stand united with Chu Qingyu, we'll have to align completely with Ye. Damn it! Chu Qinghu, who had been sitting in a wheelchair, finally cursed fiercely. That bastard Yizi broke my legs. Let's help Ye get rid of him. Chu Jianwo knew their family had no other choice but still expressed concern. Fighting against Yisha's couple, if we can only make contact with Ye through the Li family, we'll always be at a disadvantage. Dad, I understand your point. I'll figure it out and directly contact Ye. Chu King was intelligent and had a plan in mind. With direct contact, he and the Li family would be working for the same master, elevating their positions invisibly. In front of Ye, they could even sit on equal footing with the Li family. On the other hand, Chu Qingyu had returned home and immediately smelled a delicious fragrance upon entering. Qingyu, you're back. Dinner is ready. Just like before, Yizi had prepared a sumptuous dinner, waiting for her to come home. This was why Chu Qingyu insisted on returning home to eat rather than dining at the Chu family's residence. Seeing Yizi still wearing an apron, even without any sweet words, just hearing him say dinner is ready, made Chu Qingyu feel so touched that tears welled up in her eyes. Dad, your wife is crying. Cao Dao sat at the dining table waiting for dinner, holding a knife and fork. What's wrong? Who bullied my wife? When Yizi turned around, Chu Qingyu threw herself into his arms, trembling uncontrollably. Yizi, why are you so foolish? If you give up on me and return to the Yi family, you can choose 100 women more beautiful than me. Why do you insist on staying in this small house, making meals for someone like me? Ha ha. Because if I don't cook in this little house anymore, I won't have the chance in the future. With one sentence, Yizi made Chu Qingyu so nervous that she almost couldn't breathe, and immediately raised her head to ask, Yizi, where are you going? Yi Xiaochang lightly flicked Chu Qingwu's small nose affectionately and said, of course, we have to move into a new house because this house's lease is expiring tomorrow. Chu Qingwu finally relaxed and pinched the flesh around Yi Xiaochang's waist, huffed coldly, you are so bad. You really scared me just now. I was afraid you were going to leave me. After saying this, Chu Qingwu blushed and quickly hid in the bathroom, still feeling flustered. She now understood her feelings very well. This man had truly captured her heart. Heh. Daddy, you deserve to be pinched. Cao Dao, like a little adult, unexpectedly understood what had just happened. Despite Yi Xiaochang's innocent look, what do you mean I deserve to be pinched? It's your mom who's so hypocritical, he said with lowered voice. She obviously likes daddy, but won't sleep with daddy. Thinking Cao Dao wouldn't understand, Yi Xiaochang was left speechless by the little one's sharp comment. I also like daddy, but I don't want to sleep with you. I like to sleep with mom. Yi Xiaochang felt like he had been hit in the chest by an arrow, realizing he truly didn't understand women's minds well enough. At night, after both mother and daughter fell asleep, Yi Xiaochang stepped out into the living room to smoke, unconsciously pulling out a note. It was the most crucial information. Rain Feifei had specially come to Huacheng to deliver to him. A contest for the inheritance rights of the Yi family had officially begun. It wasn't just among the 5 inheritance candidates, but also involved hundreds of members of the vast Yi family, all brainstorming to help their preferred side win this battle. Yi Xiaochang had purposely sunk into inactivity at home for 3 days, not only to deceive his greedy mother-in-law Wang Yanqing but also to play along with Rain Feifei's act in Huacheng. Rain Feifei wanted him to leave Chu Qingwu for real, but she wouldn't give up her support for him to become the inheritor just because he insisted on marrying Chu Qingwu. The carefully planned cloud wedding banquet had been suddenly cancelled to stage a show for the Yi family members who had been secretly observing him, making them believe that Yi Xiaochang prioritized love over power. This act had deceived many, including the Chu family, who hadn't figured out whether Yi Xiaochang's assets had been seized. Wang Yanqing also thought Yi Xiaochang had lost all his assets and become a destitute, so she couldn't plan against him, choosing to hang around with Yan Jun and borrowing money everywhere. Yi Xiaochang couldn't care less about Wang Yanqing for the time being because he had more important matters to attend to. Power in the world is only won through force. The note contained only 8 elegant characters, the important message Rain Feifei had come to deliver in Huacheng. Only through force, only through dance. Yi Xiaochang held the note in his hand, his thoughts swirling with the changes in dynasties throughout history, all accompanied by warfare. He understood that force was the foundation for all shifts in power and stability, a concept that was easy to grasp. But what level of power is enough to gain grandfather's recognition and become the inheritor of the Yi family? With a determined grasp of his fist, Yi Xiaochang was already planning his next step, aiming to further enhance his own strength. At the very least, he had to ensure that he wouldn't be assassinated by skilled Yi family members sent before he returned to Yanjing. On the following Saturday morning, after breakfast, Chu Qingwu, a workaholic, still had to head to work as usual. Yi Xiaochang, I'll wait for you to pick me up in the afternoon. Chu Qingwu's words contained a hint of anticipation. She wasn't sure what kind of house Yizi had bought, now that it was revealed that he was the young master of the Yi family and even the mysterious owner of the Wei Wu group. By now, she was looking forward to Yi Xiaochang buying a mansion. However, it didn't really matter. They had come through challenging times in the past 3 years, so there was nothing that could strain their relationship now. Just as Chu Qingwu left the residential area, she received a call from her grandmother. In addition to agreeing to sign the contract, her grandmother casually asked, "Qingwu, when will your family hold a housewarming banquet?" Surrounded by other members of the Chu family and with the speakerphone on, everyone eagerly awaited Chu Qingwu's response. To everyone's surprise, after a slight pause, Chu Qingwu responded with an innocent tone, "Grandma, didn't you say not to mention that later on? Why are you asking now?" Embarrassed, her grandmother blushed, a rare occurrence for the dignified member of the Chu family. She had indeed said something similar before, but at that time, she didn't know that Yi Xiaochang was the young master of the Yi family. She had assumed he had purchased an economic second-hand house, unaware that Chu Qingwu still remembered till now. "All right, Grandma, I have to go to work now." That would be it. Chu Qingwu abruptly hung up. Standing still, the members of the Chu family looked at each other, feeling a chilly breeze flowing past, finding themselves in an awkward situation. Had Chu Qingwu decided not to invite them to the new housewarming simply because of her grandmother's comment? Was the Chu family being shunned? Looks like everyone is truly focused on the housewarming, Chu Qingwu sighed, after hanging up the call. She hadn't intended to embarrass her grandmother. It was just that she wasn't sure about the type of house Yi Xiaochang had bought, so she didn't know what kind of banquet to prepare. As for Yi Xiaochang, since he was going to pick up his wife in the afternoon to go to the new house, he naturally needed a vehicle. After breakfast, he took Tao Dao to the non-district of Huacheng, where a car exhibition was being held that day. Although Huacheng was just a third-tier city and it wasn't expected to be a large-scale car show, there were several automobile brands present, offering vehicles ranging from low-end to high-end models. Where there was a car show, there were car models, and where there were car models, there were beautiful women, attracting a lot of people. There were also quite a few wealthy young men who wanted to show off their wealth and impress the car models. "Tao Tao, which one do you like? You get to decide which car we get." With a plethora of choices, Yi Xiaochang handed this task of selecting a car to the little adult in their team, believing she had a keen eye. "Let me see. Of course, it has to be that one." Tao Dao pointed her little finger directly at an orange Lamborghini sports car. As soon as Yi Xiaochang looked, he was surprised to find that the little one had chosen the most expensive car in the exhibition, the Lamborghini. Since it was the most expensive, many people were also interested in it. Yi Xiaochang led Tao Dao through the crowd and managed to reach the car. Initially dressed inconspicuously, he seemed like the type who wouldn't be able to afford a Lamborghini. Everyone would think he was just there to look around. Unexpectedly, as he approached, he heard a call, "Yi Xiaochang." Yi Xiaochang was taken aback, not recognizing the person calling his name, the car model for the Lamborghini. Additionally, standing next to her was a well-dressed young man in flashy attire, seemingly affluent and well-groomed, making Yi Xiaochang seem like a homely person. "He's really called you the young master. Ha ha, these days, people still have names like this," mocked the gentleman in stylish attire, making the crowd believe so, too. The perspectives quickly changed when the car model, who was previously aloof, walked over and grabbed Yi Xiaochang's hand in full view of everyone. This astonished the onlookers who knew that the model had been ignoring the well-dressed man beside her for a long time. Now, she was actively engaging with an ordinary man. What's more, Tao Dao even lightly poked the model's white thigh with her finger, reminding provocatively, "Miss, my dad is a married man, so your actions are inappropriate." The model felt slightly embarrassed but quickly responded, saying, "Little sister, selling cars is my job, so I have to be enthusiastic with customers. It's not inappropriate." "Dad, is that true?" Tao Dao blinked her big eyes, looking at Yi Xiaochang with a puzzled expression. Yi Xiaochang dared not let the inexplicable model touch him like that, fearing that Tao Dao would report back to her mother. In a quick move, he let go of the model's hand, jokingly telling Tao Dao, "I have committed a mistake, so Dad cannot buy this car." If he brought this car home, he was sure Chu Qingwu would ask questions, and Tao Dao would reveal this detail, so Yi Xiaochang had no choice but to be cunning and not buy the car. Laughing, Yi Xiaochang avoided possible harm. The surroundings erupted in amusement, with some people giving a mocking look at the gentleman in stylish attire. He had just flaunted his wealth in public, claiming he had money and was willing to pay for the car if the model came with it. To his surprise, the model completely ignored him, but was now so attentive to an ordinary man, making him feel inferior. The unexpected admiration for Yi Xiaochong caused the well-flaunter to insult him on the spot. "Poor fool, are you acting poor when you can't afford this car at all? You're just finding a lame excuse. How is it that someone as poor as you is so funny?" The original intention of Yi Xiaozhou was to ease the atmosphere, and he had no intention of getting involved with this inexplicable beautiful car model, which made him think of leaving. But now, it was the man in leather shoes' words that made him stay. For 3 years, he was despised for being poor too many times. Dao Dao was also particularly sensitive to this word, so he absolutely could not be humiliated in front of his daughter. The most direct and effective way to fight back was to buy the car directly. After all, didn't Dao Dao not like this car very much? "Miss, is your car very expensive?" Yi Zi cast a cold glance at the man in leather shoes before turning to the car model and asking, his demeanor completely different from before. Looking at his expression, the surrounding onlookers were also surprised. They, like the man in leather shoes, believed that Yi Zi couldn't afford the car. After all, it was a Lamborghini. How many nouveau rich could afford it? But with Yi Xiao's demeanor and tone, did he really want to buy it? Even the car model herself didn't expect such a turn of events and couldn't help feeling a bit surprised. She was actually a smart and capable businesswoman in the marketplace, having been the personal assistant to Liu Yilian, with whom Yi Zi had a fleeting connection. It was because of Yi Xiao's words that had shaken her soul that she decided to resign on her own and leave the Liu family business. At the same time, she had also worked part-time at Chengcheng International Models and New Chu Kingwu. She had also heard about the wedding a few days ago, but had been half skeptical. But unfortunately, Yan Xiaosuo had been pestering her, and she had no choice but to think of selling the car to Yi Zi to get rid of Yan Xiaosuo. If the rumors were true, since Yi Zi was able to hold a cloud wedding and had specifically come to the car exhibition today to look at this car, it shouldn't be difficult for him to buy it, right? Yi Zi, the car is not expensive for you. It's only 9.2 million. It's cheaper than buying it at the Faraz store. And Flower City doesn't even have a Faraz store for this brand. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Zi furrowed his brow slightly, finding it strange. Were the car models here also doubling as salespeople? Who would have thought? As soon as Yan Xiaosuo saw his expression, he immediately burst into laughter, saying, "Did you hear that? 9.2 million. You, a poor man, even if you sold everything you had, you still wouldn't be able to afford this car. Get lost and stop embarrassing yourself." His words also resonated with many people around. Indeed, being publicly humiliated by someone is unpleasant, but one must face the reality of being poor. This man named Yi Zi probably couldn't even afford this car even if he sold his organs. But unexpectedly, Yi Zi suddenly smiled and asked Yan Xiaosuo, "Are you rich?" Yan Xiaosuo was slightly taken aback, then burst into even more laughter. This poor guy was really a good partner in pretending to be someone he's not. Even after insulting him like that, he still cooperated so well in pretending with him, making Yan Xiaosuo feel a bit guilty. Haha, I wouldn't say I'm very rich, but buying a few of these cars is quite easy. Haha. Wow. When Yan Xiaosuo said these proud words, there was another round of astonishment around him. A few Lamborghinis, truly a sign of a wealthy person. Even many women in the surrounding area were willing to be car models. If it were them, they would have willingly left with the wealthy man long ago. Who knew if the brain of this beautiful car model had short-circuited, as just a moment ago she had rejected someone. Just when everyone thought that Yi Zi would leave in embarrassment and flee, unexpectedly, there was a woman wearing a uniform and stockings who walked in and exclaimed when she saw Yi Zi, Yi Zi, you're here, you." Yi Zi was also quite surprised to see the woman in black stockings, who turned out to be Du Lilian. This saleswoman who had previously looked down on others had been fired for offending Yi Zi, and now she was back selling cars. Thinking of Fan Jiro's job change, Yi Zi not only sighed but also felt that sales was really a circle. Those who couldn't make it in car sales would switch to real estate, and those who were fired from real estate would come back to sell cars. Seeing that Yi Zi actually recognized her, Du Lilian suddenly felt surprisingly favored. After all, this man had outdone the Liu and Du families and had splurged 388 million to buy the top luxury home in Flower City. As for his background, Du Lilian still had lingering fears. Yi Zi, I'm sorry, I didn't know you would come to buy a car, so I stepped aside. This booth happens to be my responsibility. If you want to buy a car, I will serve you immediately. Du Lulian's attitude shocked those who had just looked down on Yizi, especially those who had experienced Du Lulian's disdainful service in the past or even more amazed, thinking, who is this kid? How could he make this woman almost grovel at his feet? Yan Xiaosuo also felt uneasy, wondering if this kid was deliberately coming to the car show to act like a big shot. I'm not buying a car. I'm buying some toes from my daughter. Hot. Yi Xiao's words slightly surprised Du Lulian. The onlookers were even more puzzled until Yizi pointed at the orange Lamborghini and said, my daughter says it looks like a transformer, so I'll buy it. Doom. This statement was like a thunderclap in the sky, leaving everyone stunned. The world of pretentious people, as they say. One mountain is higher than the other. Just now, the man in leather shoes had casually said it was fine to buy 3. But now this guy was treating it like buying a toe. So, rich people really act like that, show off their wealth with such grand gestures. We're learning something new today. Okay, Yizi, I will process the paperwork for you right away. Du Lulian jumped up in excitement. After offending Yizi last time, and losing the commission on the 388 million villa, she had been regretting it until now. Because the woman Fang Jiru had taken to commissions, she had become rich directly. Fortunately, luck was on her side, and her good attitude today finally caught the attention of Yizi. The beautiful model was also very happy. The car had been sold. She would also get a commission, and she wouldn't have to deal with the jerk Yan Xiaosuo anymore. Wait. Just as Du Lulian was about to take Yizi to the paperwork office, Yan Xiaosuo hurriedly blocked their path, a fierce expression on his face, scaring Dao Dao into clinging tightly to Yi Xiao's leg. Yizi furrowed his brow and guessed who this man in leather shoes really was. He didn't seem to be a wealthy young master, but how come he was so rich? Yan Xiaosuo, the car has already been sold. Please don't pester me, you gambler. The beautiful model angrily shouted. Not caring about Yan Xiaosuo's fierce expression, she pushed him away directly, warmly hooking arms with Yizi and following Du Lulian to process the car purchase. A gambler. Yizi slightly furrowed his brow, and he called himself Yan Xiaosuo. Could there be some connection between him and Yan Jun? Damn it! Dare to compete with me for wealth, I'll see if you can beat me. Yan Xiaosuo had come to the show to pick up models, buying a car was secondary, but now with everyone watching, how could he swallow this humiliation? The onlookers felt that they hadn't had enough, and from Yan Xiaosuo's words, they knew there was more to come. Sure enough, some people followed Yizi to the office and stood at the door. Just as Du Lulian was about to handle the procedures, Yan Xiaosuo brought in a man in a suit. Hey, good seeing you. This guy in the suit is in charge of this car show. Since he's been called over, there's definitely going to be a turn in the story. Indeed, I know him. He's the head of one of Flower Cities for big families, a henchman of the Hua family named Suai Duo, a textbook-style profit-seeking businessman. Among the crowd, some people started discussing. Suai Duo did not disappoint their expectations. As soon as he stepped into the office and saw Yi Xiao's back, he furrowed his brow immediately. Du Lulian. This car was chosen by this gentleman first, and he's willing to pay an extra 1 million. You can't sell it to the other gentleman. An extra million? Wow. A real tycoon, throwing money around to maintain his face. The onlookers commented again outside. Hearing these voices, Yan Xiaosuo looked at the model's back with a smug expression, sneering internally. See Chunru, I see if you can escape my clutches. Your boss has agreed. I've bought the car at a high price. He'll definitely persuade you to go for drinks with me tonight. Unless you don't want your salary and commission. Mr. Su, please don't do that. Du Lulian was afraid of her boss, but even more fearful of Yizi. When she heard Suai Duo's words, she immediately turned around, looking panicked, waving her hands in a gesture of warning. Why can't I do that? I want to see who this kid is fooling, managing to win over both of you ladies. Suai Duo stepped forward and forcefully grabbed Yizi, prejudging the situation. Just because Yan Xiaosuo had accused Yizi of drugging the two women, he also believed that Yizi was a gigolo. Unexpectedly, when Yizi turned around, Suai Duo looked at his face and immediately shuddered, speechless in shock. Suai Duo was Su Sanwa's younger brother. When his brother had mentioned that a big shot had arrived in Flower City, who could mobilize the army to enter the city, Suai Duo had also attended the banquet and witnessed the shocking scene where Yizi had subdued Uncle Du and Is Du, leaving Suai Duo in awe. even though he wasn't clear about what happened after that. Seeing this man standing in front of him, unscathed at the moment, made him tremble in panic, rendering him speechless. Suai Duo trembled all over, his voice failing him as he recognized the man before him. Suai Duo was the younger brother of Su Sanhua. When his brother went back that day, he had mentioned that a big shot had arrived who could mobilize the military to enter the city. Later, he also attended the high-end banquet and witnessed Yi Zhao's shocking scene of subduing Dua Shu and Miss Du, leaving him awestruck. Although he wasn't clear about what happened afterward, now seeing this man standing in front of him unscathed, he immediately shook uncontrollably, unable to speak a word. Yan Xiaosuo, however, remained unaware of why Suai Duo had become speechless. He continued to taunt Yi Zi loudly. "Kid, my money came easily. Even if you have money, can you compete with me? If you have the guts, keep raising the price." His cocky attitude made some of the audience, especially those with a dislike for the wealthy, extremely unhappy. They had to work hard to earn money, yet there were people claiming that their money was obtained easily, and openly showing off, who could see that and feel balanced in their hearts. Unexpectedly, Suai Duo immediately changed course and retorted, "Mr. Yan, I think you've got it wrong. Our car show isn't a place for money laundering. All cars are clearly priced. This car has already been sold to this gentleman, so please choose another car." "What?" Yan Xiaosuo was momentarily at a loss, standing there dumbfounded. What was this Su guy doing? How could he change his mind so quickly? "Weren't you just taking 500,000 in bribes from me earlier?" "Suai Duo, you've taken all my money. How can you go back on your word? You bastard!" Yan Xiaosuo erupted in anger on the spot. Unfortunately, it was useless. Suai Duo was also a sly old fox, knowing that in Wucheng, power is more effective than money. He let Yan Xiaosuo rant and rave, dismissing it as nonsense, and even had the security throw him out. The onlookers were completely shocked, looking at Yi Xiaowei with admiration in their eyes. No wonder he had models and saleswomen throwing themselves at him. Turns out he was a wealthy and influential figure. "Mr. Yi, the formalities have been completed. You can take the car away immediately." Soon, Du Lulian handed the keys to Yi Xiaowei, and just like last time, she secretly flicked his palm with her finger, half serious and half jokingly saying, "If you want to take me and Zi Chunru with you, it's also possible." Zi Chunru is, of course, the name of the beautiful car model. Some onlookers saw Zi Chunru not objecting, and secretly marveled, realizing that it wasn't that this woman didn't love money, but that the man with the leather shoes earlier didn't rank high enough. I think you've misunderstood something." Yi Xiaowei immediately pushed Du Lulian away, smiling and saying, "I said, that car is a toy I bought for my daughter, not to drive you around." Theft. It was as if everyone present had been mentally struck and nearly spurted out a mouthful of pus. "What's more?" Yi Xiaowei then asked Tao Tao, "Sweetheart, which toy do you still want to buy? Daddy will buy it with you." The Lamborghini was too eye-catching. It was fine to show off in front of strangers at the car show, but it would be too ostentatious to drive, making it inconvenient to conduct business. So Yi Xiaowei wanted to buy a more low-key car. Unfortunately, Tao Tao did not give him the low-key option, instead randomly selecting several flashy sports cars. Theft. This time, Yi Xiaowei felt like spitting blood. He hadn't expected Tao Tao to have such bold tastes at such a young age. Of course, Yi Xiaowei ended up buying all the cars, but in the end, he only drove away in a BMW 8, which was the most low-key car among Tao Tao's choices. Before leaving, Yi Xiaowei instructed Du Lulian to arrange for someone to drive the cars to his own villa. She knew the address. Anyway, Du Lulian was delighted to help Yi Xiaowei, grateful that she had sincerely apologized to him in front of young Master Yi last time. Otherwise, how could such a good opportunity have fallen into her lap today? Yi Xiaowei did not forget about Yang Zhaosa's matter, immediately sending his photo to Zhao Yenshin and Zhang Nanchang, asking them to investigate whether this guy had any connection with Yang Jun. Wang Yanqing is now hanging out with Yang Jun every day, seemingly without further attempts to borrow money, and Yi Xiaowei wanted to understand the situation. "By the way, how do you know me?" With the matter settled, Yi Xiaowei got into the BMW and rolled down the window, asking Zi Chunru, who could already clock out early. "I used to be the designated model for your ex-wife Chu Qingwu. Humph, didn't you barge into the changing room and peek at me changing clothes?" As soon as Zi Chunru spoke, Tao Tao immediately exclaimed, "Wow, Dad, you're so naughty. How could you do such a thing? Theft? Yi Xiaowei regretted asking that question, now that the truth was clear, but his image had plummeted in Cao Dao's eyes. Misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Your mom knows. Yi Xiaowei quickly explained to Cao Dao and drove off. Watching the car drive away, Si Chunru couldn't help but envy and sigh. Chu Qingwu is really lucky, marrying such a rich and faithful man. This envy led her to feel a sense of defeat once again. It was the third time she had seen Yi Xiaowei today. The first time they met, he had intruded into the changing room, and she thought he was a rogue. But now Yi Xiaowei couldn't remember her, proving that he hadn't deliberately peeked at her. Otherwise, how could he not remember her figure and face? But because of this, she felt a strong sense of defeat. The second time they met, she had fallen into his arms. Did he not even remember her face? HMPH. A guy with face blindness. In your world, is your wife the only beauty? I really want you to remember me. Si Chunru stomped her foot and walked away with a strange sense of resentment. In the afternoon, when Chu Qingwu walked out of the fabric factory, she saw her husband and daughter in the BMW 8, and couldn't help but be surprised. Yi Xiaowei, where did you get the BMW 8 from? Heh. Mom, this is the tow Dad bought for me. Tow? Hearing Cao Dao's words, Chu Qingwu was even more surprised. She had always thought that Yi Xiaowei had drawn a clear line between himself and the Yi family because he married her, so she was surprised to learn he had kept so much money hidden. Looking at her husband's eyes, Chu Qingwu immediately smiled and explained, Qingwu, we went to see a house and talk about the car. Okay. HMPH. So you've been pretending not just for the past 3 years, but even for the past 3 days. You're a great actor, Yi Xiaowei. Chu Qingwu finally understood completely. Yi Xiaowei had not changed back to his old self after marrying her. He was still the young master of the Yi family. Understanding this truth, she felt both happy and worried. If Yi Xiaowei insisted on not divorcing her, would she be separated from the vast wealth of the Yi family? If that happened, not to mention the resources in the hands of Jin Leifu and Li Bilai, even Wei Wu might be taken back by the Yi family, and she, Chu Qingwu, might be back to where she started overnight. Once wealth is obtained, no one wants to lose it again. Chu Qingwu was a worldly woman, no exception to that rule. Wait, Yi Xiaowei, where are you going? As they talked about the matter of the Chu family investing in the fabric factory, along the way, Chu Qingwu suddenly realized that the BMW 8 had arrived near the Hua Hebei Haijing Villa area, and she was shocked. Didn't they say the management of the Hua Hebei Villa district is very strict to avoid traffic accidents, and residents are not allowed to drive in by themselves, but must park their cars in the Villa district parking lot? There is such a rule. Yi Xiaowei nodded and then smiled at Chu Qingwu. But the house we bought is a bit far, so we have the privilege of driving freely inside. Chu Qingwu, upon hearing this, thought of something and her small mouth formed an O, her pink tongue sticking out, clearly astonished and too excited to speak. In the end, the BMW drove through an exclusive long bridge straight to a central villa overlooking the Azure Sea at Hua Hebei. The blue sea, the sparkling waves, made Chu Qingwu feel like she was in heaven. Qingwu, although the cloud wedding was cancelled, you can now live permanently in this sea paradise. With just one sentence, Yi Xiaowei finally made Chu Qingwu cry with joy, becoming a tearful mess in front of her husband and daughter. She thought that because of her, Yi Xiaowei had fallen from heaven to the mundane world. Little did she expect that Yi Xiaowei had prepared a paradise for her all along. What qualifications do I, Chu Qingwu, have to marry such a man? Really? Okay. In the Chu family villa, Grandma's continuous excitement could be heard. The old lady in her 70s had not shown such excitement for at least 20 years. Just as she hung up the phone, Shen Lingai, Yan Ziao, and others immediately smiled and greeted her. Grandma, what makes you so happy? Is it because the fabric factory has officially gone public, and the stock price has skyrocketed, making our Chu family rich in an instant? Everyone could only think of this as the biggest joke. After all, the fabric factory is now integrated by Weiwu, officially renamed as Weiwu Fabric Co., Limited. Chu family has completely transformed into a holding family because of Chu Qingwu's successful acquisition. Grandma and some people in the Chu family no longer need to work and can enjoy the achievement. So now, the Chu family has already regarded Chu Qingwu as a great god of the Chu family. They used to look down on her a lot, but now they are very grateful to her. Of course, they also understand that Chu Qingwu's current status is all thanks to marrying Yi Zi, the useless son-in-law they looked down on for 3 years, who has taken the Chu family to new heights behind their backs. Heh, it's inevitable for the stock price to rise, but we still need to be cautious. And what makes me happy is not because of that, but because someone from our Chu family has brought honor to our ancestors. Grandma rarely smiles, and she has never said that someone from the Chu family has brought honor to the ancestors. So when they heard her say that, everyone in the Chu family was shocked. Grandma, please tell us what happened. Is it because the Yi family changed their minds and agreed to let Qingwu marry over? Great, now that we've become the in-laws of the #1 wealthy family in Longguo, who dare to look down on our Chu family. Everyone was eager. Only Chu Jianhuo's family looked dark. If the Yi family really acknowledged Chu Qingwu as their daughter-in-law, they could forget about turning their lives around. They would be at this woman's mercy for the rest of their lives. No. But it's still great news. Qingwu is about to move into the seaside villa at Huahaibei. In a few days, they will host a relocation banquet and have specially invited us to attend. After Grandma's words, the faces of those present were all different, especially those who at once mocked Yi Zi for not being able to afford even a bunch of sand and a model house, such as Shen Lingai and Yan Zia, now had faces as dark as pig livers. They couldn't even dream that Yi Zi had actually bought a seaside villa. Looking at the faces of those in the Chu family, Chu Biao really wanted to ask them if their faces were burning. However, these people had thick skins and quickly regained their composure, asking, Grandma, which seaside villa did they buy? Is it facing the sea? It won't be one of those that cost a few million on the outer edge, right? What are you talking about? You think Yi Zi is still the useless person from before? He is the young master of the Yi family. How could he live in that kind of house? That's right. But didn't Yi Zi used to live in a house worth only a few $100,000? Yes. So has the Yi family actually acknowledged him as their descendant now? All right. Grandma interrupted everyone's chatter, coldly saying, none of you are allowed to speak ill of my son-in-law again. Got it? Damn. Chu Biao, who overheard this, was also amazed. Grandma actually used the phrase my son-in-law. That thick skin occurs. Had she forgotten how many times she kicked Yi Zi out before? Unfortunately, no one dared to speak up against Grandma, and they all nodded in fear. Qingwu said that her husband has bought a seaside villa, so stop guessing. After Grandma's words, everyone cheered even more. Chu Qingwu being able to move in the seaside villa at Huahaibei, accomplishing what the Chu family members couldn't, was truly bringing honor to the ancestors. While everyone was jubilant, Chu Jianhuo and Chu Qing looked somber as they left the hall. They noticed that Grandma's attitude towards Yi Zi and Chu Qingwu had clearly changed, indicating that the Chu family would cling tightly to Chu Qingwu under Grandma's guidance. This would make their position in the family more marginalized, and their inheritance rights would be at risk. Hey, Chu Qing, can't you contact Yi directly? Chu Qing, who was more anxious than anyone else. Yi Zi had disabled both of his legs, leaving him permanently in a wheelchair. He dreamed of getting revenge, but now that he knew about Yi Zhao's hidden identity, even the Liu family was insignificant. If he wanted revenge, he could only rely on Yao. No. Yao is the young master of the Yi family, but he's very busy. Taking down Yi Zi is just one of the ways for him to become the heir. Chu Qing also took a puff of his cigarette and said, Haha, I still remember what you said before, that he was your classmate. Don't you even have the qualification to contact an old classmate? Chu Qing, who laughed loudly at Chu Qing. This guy always seemed and had been favored in the Chu family, but who knew that one day, he would also be isolated just like himself. Yi Zi is still your brother-in-law, right? Don't you even have a chance to suck up to him? Chu Qing's words left Chu Qing speechless. In terms of intelligence, he was confident he could outsmart this second-generation rich kid. In terms of verbal sparring, he wasn't afraid at all. Chu Qing, you're just a coward who bullies the weak. Chu Qing, who gritted his teeth like a provoked wild cat. Just as the two brothers were about to argue, fortunately, a phone call interrupted their momentum. Young Master Yi, what's up? Heh. Chu Qing, young Master Yi wants to see your family of 3. Really? That's great. We'll go right away. After hanging up the phone, the three's eyes finally lit up. Especially Chu Qing, he understood the situation very well. If Yi wanted to see their family of 3, it must be to choose one of them to deal with Yi Zi. So this time, even if it was his father and brother, they would be his competitors. People's first hospital of Huacheng. Today, Tang Qingyan was finally discharged. When Yizi went to visit her at the hospital, he found out that she had already been taken away by Uncle Snake. Hey, did Du Heidan, the leader of the Wild Vol faction, die, so Uncle Snake can finally see his daughter openly? Yizi couldn't help but speculate as he headed to the Huahaibei Villa area, also curious about Uncle Snake's secret. The email left to him by Aling when he left Huacheng was like Pandora's box to Yizi. He had never looked at Uncle Snake's secret because he knew that sometimes not knowing was better than knowing. When he arrived at the Tang family's house, Yizi realized it was decorated festively. It seemed that the Tang family was also preparing for a housewarming banquet. Big brother Yi. Seeing Yizi visiting, Li Ergu was happier than anyone else. If it weren't for this man, he wouldn't have had the chance to go to school, and he wouldn't have had the opportunity to see so many knowledgeable and stylish young ladies of the same age. Tang Qingyan was also excited, but deliberately put on a cold face. Yizi, this jerk, hadn't visited her for several days. Even today, when she was discharged and returned home, he was a step behind her father, which was infuriating. So when she saw Yizi, she deliberately acted aloof and didn't greet him, covering up her slightly longer hair. What? Are you having a celebration? Yizi pretended not to notice Tang Qingyan's resentment, greeted the Tang family of four, and asked with a smile. Hehe. Yes, Mrs. Tang replied cheerfully, we haven't had a celebration in our family for a long time. It's all thanks to Mr. Yi for lending us money to buy a house, allowing us the opportunity to invite relatives over. Yes, due to poverty, Mrs. Tang hadn't seen her sister, who had married and become the wife of a village official, in a long time. Missing her greatly, they decided to have this housewarming celebration and invited her to come to Huacheng. That's how it is. After hearing Mrs. Tang's words, Yizi took out a few vacation vouchers from his pocket and handed them to Li Ergu. I just received some vacation vouchers for the seaside resort today. These are given to the special high-end residents of Huahaibei. Since your aunt and them are coming here for a few days, take these vouchers with you. How can we accept this? These should be the kind of preferential vouchers that only top-notch residents can get, right? Li Ergu had a dull mind. He took the vouchers and didn't know what to say. Instead, Mrs. Tang politely said a few words. Ha ha. It's just making the best use of things. Since your husband is now working for me, consider it a benefit from the boss to the staff, Yizi said, patting Tang Qingyan's father on the shoulder. This employee was his right-hand man, and not to mention a mere voucher. Even if he wanted a $3.88 billion mansion, Yizi would give it to him. Today, Yizi came not only to see how Tang Qingyan's recovery was going but also to seek advice from Uncle Snake. After chatting for a while, Li Ergu scurried off to book a room at the seaside resort in advance. And Yizi stayed behind in the living room to talk with Uncle Snake alone. Is all power in the world derived from martial arts? Uncle Snake frowned at Yi Zhao's words, contemplating their deeper meaning. Yizi, are you specifically seeking to improve your martial arts skills in order to inherit the family? Exactly. Yizi didn't beat around the bush, and said directly, Uncle Snake, your internal energy cultivation is extremely profound. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a master-level expert in ancient martial arts, right? At Uncle Snake's words, he was slightly stunned. Yizi, who are you really? Tang Qingyan did not answer Yi Zhao's question, but instead turned the question back to him. Huh. Yizi blinked, unsure of what Snake Uncle wanted to know. In this world, ancient martial artists who cultivate internal strength are rare, but in such a vast world, if these individuals were to gather, there would probably be thousands of them. I have found that your internal strength is very unique, different from ordinary ancient martial artists. You have a very large range of fluctuations, a talent that you were born with. Tang Qingyan exposed Yi Zhao's secret. Yizi couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. His relationship with Tang Qingyan was already very good, and many people also knew about his identity as the young master of the Yi family, so he saw no need to continue hiding. I'm Yizi, the abandoned youngest son expelled from the Yi family 12 years ago. They said I had inherently blocked meridians and could never cultivate martial arts throughout my life, but I didn't believe it. Therefore, 9 years ago, I risked my life and passed the Dragon Breath Army's assessment, becoming a member of the Dragon Breath Field Army. It was in the Army's Devil Training Camp, and amidst the battlefield's gunfire that I broke through the limits of my body and gained a strange power. Unfortunately, very few in the army possess this level of physical ability, so no one could guide me further. I had to explore on my own, step by step, to get to where I am now. Yi Zi laid it all out, and Tang Qingsh nodded silently. In this world, practitioners of ancient martial arts are few and far between, but there is still a small circle known as the world of ancient martial arts, or the ancient martial arts realm. To accurately classify the strength of ancient martial artists, a hierarchical system known as the martial arts realm was established, with a total of 5 levels: entry, extraordinary, elite, grandmother, and divine. Entry indicates just entering the threshold of internal strength, with 1 to 2 layers of internal strength. Do not mistake them for novices. Their punching speed and strength already surpass that of ordinary people, easily taking on multiple foes. The extraordinary generally requires 1 to 5 years of cultivation, along with a certain martial talent. Mastery of strength has become more mature, with internal strength reaching 3 to 4 layers. Elite ancient martial artists have internal strength that has reached 5 to 6 layers, making them top figures in the ancient martial arts world. With just one move, they can send a dozen ordinary people to the ground. A grandmother has achieved a pinnacle in martial arts practice, and may even establish their own martial arts school, becoming top tier. These individuals can break stones with their punches, split the ground with their legs, striding through the city, admired by all. As for divine level masters, they are already legends, and many people may never see one in their lifetime. Yi Zi did not know how these levels were divided, so he could only speculate that Tang Qingsh had reached the grandmother level, as he knew if they were in a life or death battle, he wouldn't stand a chance. I'll teach you how to better use internal strength when I have time, but as for advancing to a higher level, that will depend on your personal effort. Tang Qingsh patted Yi Zhao's shoulder and said, "Ha ha, fantastic. So now I am not only your boss, but also your disciple." Yi Zi was delighted to have a mentor because he knew that within the wealthy Yi family, there were many ancient martial artists. If he couldn't further improve his cultivation, overthrowing the Yi family would be nothing short of a pipe dream. He not only wanted to learn from Tang Qingsh, but also surpass him so he could return to the Yi family, commanding respect. "Hey, Snake Uncle, why don't you teach Guzi martial arts? His physical qualities far exceed mine by a lot," Yi Zi curiously inquired. Tang Qingsh smiled slightly. "Yes, his physical qualities are truly exceptional, but learning martial arts also requires a good brain. God gave him an indestructible body, but forgot to give him a good brain, so teaching him martial arts would be difficult. In that case, I'll help him improve his mental faculties when I have time, and you can focus on enhancing his martial abilities. I may need his help in the future," Yi Zi said earnestly. Tang Qingsh nodded. Yi Zi owed Tang Qingsh and his family a debt of gratitude for saving him and giving him a fresh start. Tang Qingsh was willing to help him unconditionally, including now helping him lead the Grey Forces of Hua City. At that moment, Tang's eldest sister hurried over to Yi Zi, apologizing with a smile. "Young Master Yi, I'm sorry to bother you. My elder sister and the others have arrived in Hua City, but they are not familiar with the place and don't know how to get here, so I thought of asking old Tang to drive over to pick them up." "Of course, I'll go with you as well." Yi Zi immediately stood up. Since he was planning to chat with Tang Qingsh, he might as well continue the conversation on the way. "Oh, young Master Yi, how can I trouble you like this?" "No problem. Our two families are so close. If you treat me like a stranger, I won't be happy." "Well, all right, I'll go with you." Tang's eldest sister decided to join them. Unexpectedly, Tang Qingsh received a call at that very moment about a situation at the West District Commercial Center that required his attention as the battalion commander. On the other hand, Tang Qingyan, as if throwing a tantrum, insisted on going with him. "Then let's all go together." Yi Zi knew that Tang Qingyan, this cold school beauty, had a liking for him, so he no longer refused her. "Snake Uncle, why don't you drive my BMW? How can the leader be seen driving a Wuling commercial vehicle? It's embarrassing for our commercial center." When they reached downstairs and Yi Zi saw Tang Qingsh's car, he couldn't help but tease, insisting that Tang Qingsh drive the BMW and even offering to give him the car. Tang Qingsh didn't hesitate, and since Yi Zi was going to pick up people, the Wuling commercial vehicle had enough space. The Wuling commercial vehicle arrived at the Hua City bus station, where they found 3 women. In addition to Tang's eldest sister, Niu Ran, there were 2 other women named Aami and Akui, who were from the same county as Niu Ron and had come to Hua City for sightseeing together. The three women were brightly dressed but couldn't hide their countryside charm in their demeanor. Yizi thought they would pick up the people, complete the mission, and be on their way. But the three women mentioned and they had just gotten off a long-distance bus and wanted to take a breather, chatting with Tang's eldest sister at the station entrance. So, Yizi and the others had to wait in the car. Yizi took the opportunity to learn about Lia Gu's learning situation and his intentions in martial arts, only to be surprised when Lia Gu scratched his head, saying he didn't like fighting and killing. Yizi felt disappointed but didn't force him. Meanwhile, Tang Qingyan acted aloof, waiting for Yizi to approach her. Unexpectedly, Yizi paid attention to Tang's eldest sister and her conversation with the three women, not engaging with Tang Qingyan. Tang's eldest sister was from a remote village and had experiences that could create common topics with the women from the county. However, the county women kept talking about brands, fashion, or celebrity gossip, making Tang's eldest sister feel left out. Tang's eldest sister couldn't join in and was completely sidelined, laughing along when she saw others laugh. It seemed somewhat absurd and pitiful, so Yizi decided it would be best to pick them up early and avoid watching Tang's eldest sister awkwardly chat with others. Unexpectedly, as Yizi suggested walking away with Tang Qingyan, a Porsche pulled out, and a young couple emerged from inside. Seeing Niu Ron's expression, Yizi finally understood. They didn't refuse to continue riding in the car because of tiredness, but rather because they didn't want to ride in a Wuling commercial vehicle. If only they had said earlier, he wouldn't have waited for them for half an hour. Niu Ron, ignoring Yizi and Tang Qingyan, hurriedly introduced the two women to her niece and her boyfriend, praising their looks. The women found Niu Ron's niece and her boyfriend appealing but failed to mention Yizi and Tang Qingyan. At that moment, Tang's eldest sister, who had been awkwardly standing by, felt even more embarrassed. Being the one who brought her elder sister to Hua City with proper reception plans, she didn't expect her elder sister to bring her niece, who seemed not to favor their family. Eventually, Niu Ron, seeing her niece and others, decided to head out for a meal rather than visit Tang's eldest sister's house. She saw the arrival of her niece and her friend as opportunity to go for dinner. These two are, Niu Ron said, as the three women expressed their intention to go eat, but it was Sanshai who became curious about Tang Qingyan and Yizhao's instead. He found Tang Qingyan to have delicate features and skin as fair as snow, greatly admiring her. However, when he noticed that her legs were lame, his ardent gaze immediately revealed extreme disappointment. Niu Ron had no idea what was on his mind, but she also felt that just introducing her niece and her boyfriend, and not her nephew's daughter and her boyfriend, seemed somewhat inappropriate. So she casually introduced them. "This is my nephew's daughter, Tang Qingyan, and the other one seems to be her boyfriend. Surname Yi." Yes. Even though Tang Dashi had just told her about Yizhao's name, she didn't have the time to remember the name of a guy driving a Wuling. "Hello, I'm Sanshai. My dad is the boss of Mulinson Pharmaceutical Group. Nice to meet you." Sanshai deliberately mentioned his background in the most humble tone, which made Yizhao find it somewhat amusing. He had heard of Mulinson Pharmaceuticals before, with its headquarters in Yanjing and several branches in Huacheng. It had a certain strength, and even wanted to move into Jinfu building recently, not sure if Jinfu agreed. Yizhao shook his hand symbolically when Sanshai reached out his hand, only to realize that this guy's gaze was focused on Tang Qingyan. Shortly after, he actively reached his hand out to Tang Qingyan. Yizhao immediately understood he was just pretending to shake hands with Yizi as a cover, but in fact, he wanted to touch Tang Qingyan's hand so it wouldn't seem so abrupt. Unexpectedly, Tang Qingyan had a proud personality and directly ignored his hand, leaving Sanshai embarrassed for a while. "I am Ei. How are you teaching your daughter? Why is she so rude?" Niu Ron saw this scene and immediately reprimanded Tang Dashi, treating her like an assistant. Tang Dashi smiled and didn't mind. Her older sister married well, while she didn't, even remarrying, naturally lowering her status. She dared not say much. "Qingyan is still in high school and doesn't like this kind of thing." Yizhao spoke up to explain for Tang Qingyan, instantly dissipating the resentment Tang Qingyan had towards him for ignoring her for several days. "It's okay. Let's go eat." Sanshai pretended to be generous, but sneered inwardly. Just a lame woman, and yet so arrogant. "Wait until you find out I'm a rich and handsome guy. Let's see how you'll come running to me." Before long, everyone walked towards the BMW parked nearby. Wow, Song Xiao's car is so cool. Seeing Song Shi's Porsche, Niu Ron and the other women looked envious. In contrast, Yi Xiao's Wuling Hongwang seemed even more shabby, making them feel embarrassed to even glance at it. Next, the women swarmed into Song Shi's car, leaving Tang Qingyan's family to take a commercial vehicle. HMPH, a group of women drawn to power. Tang Qingyan was displeased with this act, feeling embarrassed of such relatives. Tang Dashi felt embarrassed as well. She never expected the situation to turn out this way. She could only trouble Yi Xiao's, the wealthy young master, to drive her family to the restaurant. Yi Xiao's, of course, didn't have any airs or temper and immediately followed Song Shi's Porsche in his car. Unexpectedly, Song Shi drove to Emperor Zun. Wow, this hotel looks so high-end. It must be very expensive, right? There are luxury cars parked at the entrance. Look at that one with a black horse logo. Is it a BMW? Haha. Isn't that a Hummer? IMEI. You don't understand. Don't say the wrong thing. It's impolite. Hearing their conversation, Yi Xiao's couldn't help but laugh and sigh. What kind of people were they? They mistook a Ferrari for a Hummer or BMW, but that was still giving face, at least not saying it's a Bugatti. Otherwise, the owner would faint in embarrassment. Ladies, that's a Ferrari. Probably costs millions, not a Hummer or BMW. Don't talk nonsense if you're not sure. Tang Qingyan couldn't help but remind the two village women, trying not to embarrass them further. The three women were immediately amazed. It seemed like this hotel could outshine any hotel in their county. Ah, Song Xiao, are you being too extravagant? Inviting us here for a meal. This place is too high-end. We are all country bumpkins. We've never been to such a place before. You see, as soon as we got out of the car, we look out of place. Although Niu Ron said this, she was secretly proud. This time, even in front of her friends, she felt a sense of pride. Just like the last time she visited Mei's nephew's home, he only took them to a more upscale Western restaurant. And IMEI was so proud back then. Now, comparing the two situations, it seemed like her relative's friend was more remarkable. Auntie, don't say that. I was worried about not treating you well. Next time you go to Yanjing, I'll take you to an even better place. Song Shi wanted to show off his wealth in front of Tang Qingyan to impress this cool girl. Seeing Niu Ron and the others looking pleased, he felt extremely pleased, and secretly leaked his information. Oh, Song Shi is from Beijing. No wonder you're so generous. Wow, a dragon among men. We're lucky to be with you. The women flattered, looking at Liu Tong with flattery. Then their gaze accidentally fell on Tang Qingyan, and they shook their heads with regret. Yi Xiao's couldn't help but think, oh my, how can their attitude change so drastically? Do they look down on Tang Qingyan because they think I'm her girlfriend? That's just preposterous. As they all walked into the hotel, Song Shi walked triumphantly beside Yi Xiao's, jokingly saying, Mr. Yi, thank you for the accompaniment. I didn't realize how excellent I was until now, haha. Pretending to be humble in front of others, yet showing his true colors when alone. This guy was a fake gentleman. Nevertheless, Yi Xiao's didn't bother arguing with him. He just saw this as accompanying Tang Qingyan's family for a meal and showing Li Ergu a bit of the world. Looking at the big guy who couldn't stop exclaiming after walking in, a typical farmer entering a city, adorable yet laughable. Ladies, please come inside. As it was a group of middle-aged women leading the way, the waiter didn't ask if they wanted a private room and directly led them to the third-floor public restaurant. Emperor Zun Hotel was always fully booked, and private rooms needed reservations. Niu Ron and the others came for a sudden meal, so naturally, there were no private rooms available for them. Ladies, this is your table. The waiter respectfully led them to a table in a corner of the lobby. Isn't this table a bit small? Is there still a private room available? Can we change to a private room? Niu Ron frowned after looking at the table. Even though her relationship with IMEI was good, there was still a subtle comparison among friends. She had just shown off in front of IMEI and Akui, and now she was placed in such a corner spot. How could this compare to the meal invited by her relatives before? So, Niu Ron thought it would be better to switch to a more prestigious private room. I'm sorry, our private rooms are fully booked every day. If you want a private room, please make a reservation in advance next time. The waiter politely refused. Can you free up a room? I can give you a tip. Song Shi quickly pulled out 500 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the waiter with a generous smile. These village women loved gossip and would notice if they flattered themselves as rich in front of Tang Qingyan. So, Sanshai was willing to spend this little money just to make Tang Qingyan, the cold girl, have some interest in him. However, the waiter seemed a bit impatient. The private rooms were booked. Now what? Besides, the hotel servers earn decent wages. Did they lack a few hundred yuan? The waiter was about to continue refusing when he saw a man in a suit with a smile walking towards them. Oh my, that's manager Zhu Yulan. Yi Xiao also recognized this guy, but he didn't say hello. He had already warned him last time not to call himself Yi Xiao, so he wasn't worried about his identity being exposed. What's the matter? Zhu Yulan knew in advance that Yi Xiao was here, which is why he hurried over upon hearing his voice, asking the waiter. The waiter, who was cold just a moment ago, immediately trembled. Goodness, what kind of people were these? To make even the manager come and greet them personally. Did they have a top-tier big shot with them? Manager Zhu, they want to switch to a private room temporarily. Then why haven't you switched it for them? Zhu Yulan immediately ordered the waiter, his gaze intentionally falling on Yi Xiao. Oh. Yes. The waiter nodded hurriedly. Finally realizing that Yi Xiao was a VIP guest at Emperor's Own Hotel, he respectfully led Sanshai, Nirong, and their group to the upstairs and into a very high-end and elegant private room. Esteemed guests, please take your seats. The waiter's attitude had changed. With a smiling face, he understood now that it was perfectly fine not to give face to the little rich guy who tipped but must give face to this low-key big young man. Wow, this private room is so high-class. MEI gazed at the large and exquisite crystal chandelier in the room, surrounded by famous flowers and antiques, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Yes, this is like an art gallery. It's much fancier than the hotel our relative took us to last time. Kui quickly took out her phone and started taking selfies, preparing to post them on social media. Everyone sat down, ordered their dishes, and after a few respectful words from the waiter, he left. It was only then that Nirong's face began to show pride. Oh, I have to say, my niece's boyfriend is quite remarkable. Nirong added the prefix her niece's directly to Sanshai. After all, such an eligible bachelor, being related to him would elevate her status. Nirong continued, patting Sanshai's shoulder warmly. You see, just now I asked the waiter if there were private rooms. He said no. But as soon as Sanshai asked, they immediately brought us here, and didn't even dare to take a tip. That's right. Kui admired Nirong's act and quickly agreed. TSK. It seems that the waiters in big cities are quite perceptive. At a glance, they could tell we're country bumpkins and Sanshai is from an affluent family. Nirong beamed with pride knowing that her friends approved of Sanshai. Amei and Akui were known to be gossips, so once they spread the word in their hometown, everyone would know about her impressive relative. With that knowledge, Nirong would gain even more status in the village. So now, she was eagerly wishing for Liu Tong to marry Sanshai soon, solidifying that family relationship. Indeed, Sanshai's demeanor speaks for itself. It's clear he is from a prestigious family, naturally elegant. None of our relatives compare to him. Amei complimented sincerely. She had come to the Flower City this time, driven in someone's luxury car, and now they were treated to such a high-class dinner. She would naturally try to please them. The conversation among them made everyone burst into laughter, except for Mrs. Tang, who felt embarrassed and uncomfortable. She was originally a rural woman, and not having common topics to discuss with city folks was one thing, but not even being able to connect with her own relatives made her feel more inferior. Furthermore, Nirong continuously praised her niece's boyfriend but completely ignored her daughter and Yi Xiao, making them feel belittled. Mrs. Tang sighed deeply, realizing her daughter's pride would surely be hurt. In fact, Tang Qingyan was already contemplating leaving. Who were these village women anyway? They had been praising Sanshai and Liu Tong since they arrived, completely ignoring her presence. Who had invited her here? And was her visit to the Flower City really just to congratulate herself and her family on their new house? Yizi noticed everyone's attitude and felt quite frustrated. He knew the waiters only offered them the private room to please Manager Zhu. This credit belonged to him, but now it seemed like he was just trying to look good in front of Sanshai. But it didn't matter since it was Sanshai's treat. He allowed him to play the part. Soon, the dishes were served one by one. They were all delicacies from land and sea. Sea urchins, Cuban lobster, caviar, foie gras, all expensive and visually appealing. Nirong and the others were amazed and exclaimed in delight at the items on the table. Wow! This meat is so tender. It tastes amazing. These lobsters must be imported. They are way more delicious than our local ones. The village women savored the delicacies and even took out their phones to take pictures and post on social media. Nirong went a step further and posted a dynamic video, almost going live. Delicious food with red wine. Cheers. Let's have a toast tonight. Nirong devoured her meal hungrily, just like a prisoner released from jail. She even opened a bottle of expensive wine with a pop. Don't mind me being a bit stingy, ladies. I only ordered 1 bottle of wine. We 2 men have to drive, so just in case you ladies couldn't finish it, it's not about the money. I just don't want the wine to go to waste. Sanshai quickly smiled and explained, but his words also inadvertently showed off. The expensive wine was a luxury he cherished. Seeing the menu and the expensive wine made Nirong exclaim in awe. She had never drunk such expensive wine in her whole life. Wow, that expensive, Kui exclaimed. Sis Ron, let me take a picture first, post it on social media, then we can drink more. Nirong heartily agreed, waiting for the envious likes on her post. Come, have a taste. Nirong was pleased to see everyone eagerly waiting for the wine, pouring a glass for Mei, Kui, Liu Tan, and herself. While Sanshai and Yizi declined due to driving, she still poured a glass for Mrs. Tang and her family as a gesture of manners, although she sneered at them in her heart. But when the wine bottle reached Mrs. Tang, she immediately retracted it. Heh, sister, no, too. I remember your family doesn't drink. Do not force yourselves to accompany us. Mrs. Tang understood her sister's intention. She clearly didn't want her family to drink, which was a clear indication of her disdain. Mrs. Tang couldn't drink, and she even had to apologize to Nirong. Seeing her mother's forced smile, Tang Qingyan was infuriated, shouting, Mom, if we don't want to drink, we don't want to drink. Why should we apologize to them? Even Yagu found the situation puzzling and innocently said, Yes, Mom, why should we apologize? I can drink if you want me to. Haha, it's fine, we'll drink it. Agu. Don't drink. If you get drunk, you might end up breaking things in the hotel. Nirong quickly waved her hand, graciously forgiving Mrs. Tang's refusal to drink and then filled her own glass. Thinking how wasteful it would be for such expensive wine to be drunk by someone as big as Mrs. Tang. Liu Tong and Mrs. Tang weren't familiar, so they just casually picked up a bottle of cheap milk from the table and handed it to Mrs. Tang. Auntie, if you can't drink alcohol, have some drinks. Milk is good for your health and bone health. Thank you. Mrs. Tang received the bottle of cheap milk and even thanked them profusely. Nirong and the other women couldn't help but mock silently. Just a rural woman. Her worthiness only amounted to a few bucks. Tang Qingyan lost her appetite at the scene, and if not for her disability, she would have left already. Suddenly, the private room door moved again, and Manager Zhu walked in with a tray holding 2 bottles of bright red and clear wine. He looked humble and respectful, scanning the room until he saw Yizi. A smile lit up his face, and he walked over with even more reverence. Everyone, these 2 bottles of wine are compliments from our restaurant. Please enjoy them. The manager intended to offer them to Yizi, knowing his preference for Chateau Margot's wine from their previous visit. However, remembering Yishao's previous instructions not to reveal his identity, he refrained from addressing him directly and left the bottles near Sanshai instead. Yizi, noticing where the wine was placed, sighed silently in frustration at Manager Zhu's rather slick move. It was obvious that the wine wasn't placed in front of Sanshai by coincidence. The ensuing discussions were filled with praise for Sanshai, marveling at his apparent influence in the hotel. Mei was especially excited, claiming Sanshai to be extraordinary. Nirong, the wife of a local official, had been impressed by Songshi's background. She had complimented him earlier, but had now reached a level of admiration. She realized that dining in such an upscale restaurant and receiving complimentary required a deeply influential background. Even Liu Tan, knowing the reputation of the San family in the capital, questioned how their influence could extend so far south to the Flower City. However, the fact that the manager placed the wine in front of him, not explicitly for Sanshai, led them all to speculate about the intentions behind the gesture. Haha, just right, we haven't enjoyed our drinks yet, let's have another round. Nirong exclaimed excitedly, reaching out to pick up a bottle of crystal clear wine, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Oh my goodness, Margaux Chateau's dry red wine. This is a top-notch foreign liquor. It even says 1875 on it. Is that the price? 1875. That's not the price. That's the year. I immediately jumped in upon hearing this. As someone in the highbrow circle, she had naturally researched some world-famous wines. When she heard about the 1875 Margaux Chateau's dry red wine, her eyes widened like symbols. Heavens, this was reported in a global magazine. They say it sells for 1.5 million per bottle, and it's hard to find even if you have the money. Really? Aki's mouth couldn't close after Amé's introduction. Ron, yeah, after we finished the wine, let's take these two bottles back as a memento. With that, another round of posing for pictures and posting on social media ensued, making them feel proud and popular. In all honesty, Sanshai was surprised. When did he become so prestigious? Even in Yanjing, no hotel had ever offered him a 1875 wine. Could it be that his father's influence had spread even to southern cities? He was taken aback, but also determined to play along with the situation. The manager is really too kind. Doesn't he know I prefer to keep a low profile? By doing this, well, Sanshai shook his head in a pretentiously mournful way, but deep down, he was secretly pleased. Yizi could only smile wryly. Did this guy really have the audacity to show off? Tang Qingyin's face was getting darker and darker as the meal progressed. Meanwhile, Niu Ran and her friends were enjoying themselves immensely. While eating, they basked in the endless praise and comments on their social media posts, thrilled that Liu Tong had found such an impressive beaufriend. Finally, after the meal, Sanshai settled the bill for everyone at the front desk. Due to his connection with Mulinson Pharmaceutical and Jinlifu, he had a gold card that provided a 30% discount. When the front desk saw Yizi, mistaking him for Sanshai's friend, they gave an additional 50% discount, making the final cost only 35% of the original price. The front desk's moves further impressed Niu Ran and her friends, making them worship Sanshai even more. Yizi, though annoyed by Sanshai's pretentious behavior, accepted the situation and decided to let him pick up the bill. After the bill was settled, everyone left the Imperial Hotel and noticed a white refrigerated truck parked at the entrance. The truck's rear doors were open, emitting a misty white gas. On each side stood two guards carrying assault rifles, looking imposing enough to be mistaken for an armed transport vehicle. On the truck, several people were carrying a box of beautifully packaged items. Upon seeing the high-quality liquors, the women were shocked to see the words Langxi Winery in golden letters on the refrigerated truck. Oh my! It turns out the drinks at this hotel are provided by the renowned Langxi Winery globally. No wonder it's so high class. Who hasn't heard of Langxi Manor? It's a place that exclusively supplies top-notch drinks to high-end establishments worldwide. Hotels without the standard, no matter how much money they spend, can't collaborate with them. The women marveled once again, casting their gazes towards Sanshai. Feeling proud of the praise bestowed on the hotel, Sanshai subconsciously looked at Tang Qingyin, hoping for her adoration. However, Tang Qingyin ignored him, visibly upset. Aunt Mei, Aunt Kui, since you've come all the way to Huacheng, why not enjoy a few days here? Liu Tong steered the conversation back, sensing Tang Qingyin's impatience. Yes. Niu Ran quickly smiled. We village women have been busy all our lives, never had a holiday in a big city. If we stay at a resort and have arrangements to visit places for 2 or 3 days, that would be great. Tang Qingyin chuckled at their enthusiasm, realizing that Niu Ran had come not to celebrate her new home but purely for enjoyment. Well then, we've arranged a place for you to stay and relax. Tang Damai, with few relatives and only one older sister, decided to show some generosity after treating her to dinner. Where is it? Niu Ran asked eagerly. Her last visit to Amé's relatives resulted in a simple dinner and a day, a water park. She wanted to outdo Amé's family this time. Yes. Is it also arranged by young Master San? No. It's arranged by Yi Zhaoran and my son. Tang Damai quickly corrected her, thinking her older sister and friends would be pleased. Little did she expect, oh, they arranged it. Upon hearing that it was booked by Yizi and Tang Dami's son, Niu Ran and her friends immediately frowned. Seeing their expressions, Yizi felt exasperated. This change in attitude was strikingly obvious. They were all smiles when Sanshai arranged things, but upon learning it was arranged by him, they looked as if they had lost their own mothers. Oh, Will it be a terrible place if it's his choice? If it's some shoddy place, we might as well not go. Forget it. Forget it. Let's go and see first. The women reluctantly agreed. Coincidentally, a luxurious resort shuttle arrived to pick up guests from the Imperial Hotel, catching the women's attention. The advertisement on the bus's display screen showed the Golden Orle Resort with its European-style buildings and rows of luxury cars in the parking lot, almost dazzling their eyes. Wow! We should go to such a place for vacation. It looks so high-class, it must be famous nationwide. If we go there, our social media posts would be flooded with likes, right? Aimia and Akui admired the view on the screen, longing for such an experience. Wake up, it's unlikely to be that. Niu Ron shook her head. If Sanshai arranges for us to visit, it's very likely, but with those two arranging it, hey, let's not go. They probably haven't even heard of Golden Orle. Hearing Niu Ron's words, Tang Qingyan couldn't take it anymore and scolded. Stop it. If you're dissatisfied, just leave. You weren't invited by us, and we have no obligation to entertain you. Oh, how can you speak this way? Even if you're not my biological sister. Legally, I am your elder sister. Show some respect. Niu Ron adopted a senior tone to reprimand Tang Qingyan. Seeing the argument unfolding, Li Ergu, Tang Dami's son, quickly intervened to defuse the situation. Ah, sister, don't be offended. Qingyan's temper is just a bit strong. Let's go in quickly. Tang Dami also joined in to calm things down, not wanting a rift between Tang Qingyan and Niu Ron. Yizi also realized the importance of harmony and advised Tang Qingyan to stay calm. As the tension eased, they got into the cars and set off for the supposed vacation village. What kind of place is this? Why is it so remote? According to the navigation, the two cars arrived one after the other at a seaside area. Despite the tranquil surroundings, the heavy rural atmosphere made the women feel like they were back home. This was frustrating. They came from rural areas. Why would they need to travel so far to Huacheng to visit such places? Unable to bear it any longer, Niu Ron immediately scolded Li Ergu upon getting out of the car, questioning his choice and suggesting they go back home. As Niu Ron continued to complain, Sanshai couldn't help but feel triumphant. Looking at Tang Qingyan, he believed she must now realize how much better he was compared to her boyfriend. Unfortunately, Tang Qingyan remained indifferent, causing Sanshai's emotions to surge. Oh well, if you're not satisfied, we can just leave. The women made dismissive remarks again, reluctantly venturing into Huacheng's most famous coastal resort. To their surprise, as soon as they entered, Liu Tan couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's so beautiful." Even though they couldn't see the sea, the sound of the waves was audible. The resort, though not as extravagant as the Golden Orle, exuded a cozy atmosphere. Inside, the pristine, white fences were maple and willow trees emitting a delightful floral scent, creating a sense of peace and tranquility. This was indeed a paradise for a relaxing vacation. Walking into the seaside resort, the design of the check-in counter is also modeled after ancient architecture. The entire area is filled with natural growth, with no visible modern products that are out of sync with the environment. Well, the area and scenery are indeed great, but it's just too old-fashioned. It's full of rural, earthy flavors, nothing like the sophistication of Golden Orle City. Exactly. If we were staying at Golden Orle, we could take photos and post them on social media. But staying at a hotel like this, oh well, people might think we are just playing in the countryside, without any sense of style. A few women shook their heads in disappointment. Nevertheless, they had already arrived, and the environment here was elegant and peaceful, so they decided to temporarily stay, or they would be out and it would be dark outside. Therefore, everyone followed Yizi into the building. The facade of the seaside resort building is also full of ancient charm, with carpets inside. However, these are not the usual blood-red ones, but embroidered in rustic colors. The decorations are not bad, but there are no flashy displays of wealth with various modern paintings hanging all over the place. At most, there are some calligraphy and paintings that look harmonious. Because Li Ergu had booked the room with a discount coupon in advance, after a few women presented their identification, the check-in process was quickly completed. The discounted room reservation is for 2 days, and if they want to stay longer, they will need to pay again. Yizi knew that the Tang family was short on money, so he provided his bank account to the front desk for payment when needed. Although a few women continued to chatter, they found the surrounding facilities satisfactory. Plus, They were tired after a long drive and a full meal, so they decided to rest in their rooms. Tang Qingyan and Liurgu were already there, so they explored around with Tang Dasi. Since they had never been to a holiday destination before, they wanted to make the most of this opportunity. However, Liu Tan and San Shai had already returned. Left alone, Yizi contacted Uncle Snake and walked out of the resort entrance to wait. Uncle Snake mentioned that there was a nearby boxing arena, and Yizi wanted to experience the atmosphere. While waiting for Uncle Snake to arrive, a call from the customer service number of Display Emperor suddenly came through. As he answered the call, he heard the voice of Zhu Yulong. Mr. Yi, did you enjoy your meal today? Zhu Yulong personally conducted a satisfaction survey for Yizi. After the incident at the Grand Cathedral wedding banquet, he had learned that Yizi was the young master of the Yi family and a protege of his boss, Jin Leifu. Such a big figure surely needed to be treated with the utmost care. He had initially thought that Yi was someone who preferred a low profile, so he was discreet in serving him and his friends at the meal without revealing his identity. Little did he know, I'm glad my foot, Yizi retorted straightforwardly, then asked him to call Tang Qingyan's phone to ask if she was satisfied. Manager Zhu, of course, followed Yi Zhao's instruction. However, after Tang Qingyan learned the truth, she scolded him bitterly for 20 minutes, leaving him in a mess. Once the cool beauty hung up the call, realizing that today San Shai had used Yi Zhao's influence to act arrogantly, she couldn't even find the words to express her anger. Despite being the benefactor of their group, today because of him, the three women felt ecstatic, yet they all looked down on their own families. Who could endure such treatment? However, things had come to this point, so she could only bear with it. After all, they had already eaten the meal. What else could she do? Returning to Yizi, after Snake Uncle brought Zhao Yunshan, the three of them drove directly to a strange building in the nearby suburbs. Upon showing a pass, they were allowed in after passing through a tunnel. As they reached the end of the tunnel, the surroundings suddenly opened up to reveal a lively underground boxing arena. What a hidden gem! Yizi knew that there were many such underground boxing arenas in the world that ordinary people may never get to experience. The forces behind them were so great, and the venues were so secretive that regular folks could hardly get in touch with them. At the moment, a man on the stage had already knocked down 7 or 8 people in a row, igniting the atmosphere of the arena. The excited audience around him was cheering, "Boxing King! Boxing King!" Intrigued, Yizi walked to the front and sat down to watch. While they were filled with enthusiasm, the backstage of the arena was in chaos. An old man and a girl as delicate as a flower were as nervous as ants on a hot pan. The girl was a big fan of the arena, and every weekend, she would come to accompany her grandfather to watch boxing matches. In the past, her grandfather used to relax backstage with a cup of tea, but today a super master had suddenly appeared and taken down 7 or 8 boxes from their family, seemingly taking over the scene. Luckily, their arena operated on a membership basis with limits on betting. Otherwise, on days like these, who knew how much they would have lost? Ha, can't this boxing arena find a decent boxer? I think it's better off closing, the man on the stage shouted arrogantly after knocking down another opponent. The audience below erupted in protest. They were members of this boxing arena who paid high membership fees every month just to watch high-level boxing matches. If they realized that the level of boxes in this arena was so low, who would continue to support it? Grandpa, what should we do? Where are all the skilled fighters from our family? The girl grew even more anxious, shaking her grandpa vigorously, with a pout on her face. Flower Chanshu doted on his granddaughter the most, so even though he was anxious, he tried to reassure her. Oh, don't worry. Don't shake Grandpa like that. Grandpa will figure something out. But what could they do? Their best fighters had already been defeated, and they couldn't challenge outsiders. Moreover, even if they could, Flower's family might not have a fighter capable of dealing with the man who had come in. Yizi noticed the dilemma of the arena. They had already started deploying rookie boxes to stall for time. Seeing that Yizi seemed eager, Uncle Leif whispered to him, "That gap there is a stable fighter with strong lower body techniques. His internal energy level might not be high, but his moves are sharp. If you're going up, pay special attention to his lower body." Yizi nodded, his gaze becoming sharper. He wanted to fight this man not just to gain experience, but also because he was a martial artist from the Yi family, bearing the unique leaf symbol on his arm. However, before he could step onto the stage, he heard a soft call from the side. "Yi big brother, Hello. Yi Zi turned around to see the cute little sister from the flower family. Sensing the urgency, Zhao Yunshan, who was with them, made space as the beloved Miss Flower from her family approached the boss directly. In a hurry, Flower didn't hesitate to sit right next to Yi Zi, poking fun at him arrogantly. I saw your fight with Uncle Snake last time, and it was nothing special. Compared to the boxes in our arena, you were far from it. Yi Zi couldn't help but smile at her expression. So, you want me to go up there and take care of that meddling boxer for you, right? Flower, caught off guard by his directness, widened her eyes in surprise. Is there any reward? Yi Zi flashed a mischievous smile at her. He had already planned to go up, and now that the Flower family's young lady had come over, he naturally wanted to leverage the situation for some benefit. Humph, what reward? I just think you're not capable. Flower, quick-witted as she was, tried to maintain her composure even after being exposed. Since you think I'm not capable, why should I go up there? I'll pass. Yi Zi settled back down, trying to tease the girl. True to expectations, Flower, smart as she was, didn't retreat. Seeing the worsening situation for her family, and another rookie boxer falling down, she grasped Yi Zhao's arm and shook it vigorously. All right, if you can take him down and then pretend to lose to our boxer, I owe you a favor. What do you want me to do? As long as it's not too much, I'll agree. Okay, Yi Zi chuckled. Was there someone actually setting conditions like this? What do you mean by not too much? If I propose something and you find it unreasonable, won't I be taken advantage of? Yi Zhao's words directly irritated Flower, making her stamp her foot in frustration. With her long, slender, fair legs, and wearing shorts and a tight elastic vest, her legs bouncing like springs, and her chest swaying like water. Even Zhao Yunshan sitting behind them was almost struck by a nosebleed. How could young Master Yi withstand such a teasing from the young lady? All right, I'll drop that condition, all right? Don't waste my time. Okay. Flower was truly distressed, and she roughly let go of Yi Zhao's hand. How could there be such an insensitive man in the world? Previously, when she used these tricks, no man could resist. If you think I'm incapable, would you come to me? Even as the young lady was losing her mind, Yi Zi continued to provoke her, knowing she dared to challenge him. Humph, I just want to see you beaten up until you look like a pig. Flower was so angry that she raised her hand directly. You might be disappointed then. If I can't defeat him in 3 moves, I won't need your favor. Yi Zi stood up confidently, taking advantage of the pause in the match, and step by step, he walked up to the stage. Hey, where did this guy come from? Judging from his appearance, he wouldn't be thinking of going up there to die, would he? It seems like Miss Hua had just looked for him earlier. Could he be representing the boxing ring? Surely not. It looks like the boxing ring is truly at its wit's end. After Yi Zi stepped onto the stage, the mocking voices from the audience under the ring grew louder. Many people had already noticed that when this boxer named Lan Lang entered the stage, all the expert fighters from the Hua family were unable to defeat him, resorting to tactics of wearing each other down. They must be trying to exhaust Lan Lang's stamina so that in the end, they can send out their ace to bring him down. The strategy might be good, but sending out this guy, can he really wear down Lan Lang's stamina? It's just adding to the amusement. Many people began to mock more openly. Even Zhao Yunshan, who knew that Yi Zhao's skills were extraordinary, couldn't help but worrying. If he was also an audience member who didn't know the truth behind the situation, he would probably end up mocking Yi Zi just like the others. After all, Yi Zhao's attire was very casual, not at all like that of a boxer. Although he was not shorter than the opponent in height, there was a noticeable gap in his muscular build compared to the opponent, making it easy for onlookers to assume he was destined to lose. Didn't expect you, this coward, to show up here. When Lan Lang saw Yi Zi, he was also slightly surprised, taking a while to recognize who Yi Zi was. From his expression and his words, Yi Zi could easily tell that Lan Lang had no idea he would be there. Curious, Yi Zi asked, was it Jia who sent you here to challenge the Hua family? With these words, Hua Changshu, who was still backstage, immediately felt a tremor in his eyes. Just how did such a powerful fighter from the Yanjingyi family end up here at the Hua family's venue? A weakling has no right to ask questions, unless you defeat me. Lan Lang looked disdainfully at Yi Zi, not considering him as a member of the Yi family nor believing that this waste that was expelled from the Yi family would be his opponent. In that case, It seems you are looking for trouble. Yi Zi provocatively beckoned towards Lan Lang, his demeanor, actions, and words stunning the audience below. Such arrogance. Did he really think he could defeat Lan Lang? Lan Lang was a super fighter who could break the ring with a single kick. Just one move. Hua, sitting below the stage, started counting, looking as nervous as the grandfather backstage. However, she was not worried that Yi Zi couldn't win against Lan Lang but was afraid he would defeat him within 3 moves, leaving her in a dilemma about how she could repay the favor. If he wanted money, she could give him whatever he wanted, but she was most fearful of him asking for a favor involving personal matters. Hey, Yi Zi finally launched a kick, a simple and direct move, aiming for a single fatal blow, like a dragon emerging from the sea, striking Lan Lang in the abdomen. That is the dragon pull leg technique of the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts. The entire arena was shocked at this moment. Even Hua Chanshu in the backstage was excited, standing up in a leap, his eyes shining. He hadn't expected that such power of the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts would be displayed by Yi Zi, surpassing all expectations. Not to mention Tang Qingsh, who was equally surprised. It seemed he had underestimated Yi Zi, whose martial arts skills were truly unmatched. Lan Lang finally sprayed a mouthful of blood and flew out of the ring, falling to the ground, his life uncertain. The whole arena fell into a stunned silence. Yi Zi revealed a victorious smile, looking at Hua Shishi below the stage, raising a victory sign. It took Hua Shishi a while to realize that at that moment, she was a bit impressed by this man's ruthlessness. Indeed, men needed to be ruthless to be appealing. Childish. But once she realized, Hua Shishi still turned her cold and disdainful face away, mocking Yi Zi. She knew exactly what Yi Zhao's victory sign meant, that he had defeated Lan Lang within 2 moves, reminding her to keep her promise. The Boxing King. The Boxing King. Finally, cheers erupted under the ring. Yi Zhao's dazzling performance had won him countless fans. Well, Zhao Yunshan, go help him down, or else I'm afraid he might fall on the stage. Only Tang Qingsh saw Yi Zhao's predicament. Although he had just scored a resounding victory, Lan Lang's move had managed to hit Yi Zhao's thigh. He was still standing on the stage, not to continue the fight but possibly because his thigh had been numbed by Lan Lang's kick, making it difficult for him to move for a short time. Don't go yet. I challenge you. Just as Yi Zi was finally able to take a step, a domineering voice came from the stage. Yi Zi turned to look, and to his surprise, it was Hua Shishi coming up on the stage. The first time he saw this young lady from the Hua family, Yi Zi thought she was different from Liu Kuqui, a reasonable and understanding girl. Today he realized they were indeed of a kind, birds of a feather. To him, her appearance suggested she couldn't bear to see him showing off and wanted to teach him a lesson herself. Wow, it's Miss Hua on stage. I've been a member here for so long, spent hundreds of thousands, and it's the first time I've seen Miss Hua on the stage. That's right, I heard everyone in the Hua family practices martial arts. Maybe Miss Hua is also a master. The audience below instantly exploded with discussions. Many men's eyes lit up. Watching a rich lady spar was definitely more thrilling than watching a rough man fight. Furthermore, Hua Shishi was an absolute beauty. You're coming up. Yi Zi looked at the young lady standing in front of him, hands on her hips, pursing her lips, causing his eyebrows to furrow. They had just agreed that once he defeated Lan Lang, he would lose to the Hua family boxer to restore their honor. How could he have guessed that a weak girl would come up? Losing to a weak girl would be embarrassing, wouldn't it? That's right. This young lady will teach you, this wretch, a lesson and knock you down a peg. Hua Shishi was even more pleased, getting into position. Since she already owed him something, she might as well beat this guy up to feel balanced. Yi Zi, seeing her serious intentions, felt even more helpless. He wasn't really that arrogant, was he? Miss Hua. Beat him. I support you. Yes. Miss Hua, I love you. You're so beautiful right now. A group of men below the stage began cheering enthusiastically. The bell of the boxing match rang out. Zhao Yunshan couldn't help but smile. The highly respected Wudang expert, the reigning leader of the Hua city, being defeated by a young lady on stage would be quite a laugh-worthy story. Hey. Wait. Yi Zi waved his hands, but the more he called, the less Hua Shishi waited. Her fists and legs quickly flew towards him. Her moves might seem decent to the untrained eye, but to someone of Yi Zhao's level, her techniques were nothing but showy. Unfortunately, facing a delicate girl, and especially since they had agreed he shouldn't win against her, Yi could only awkwardly defend himself. "Miscreant, take this flying kick from me." Hua Shishi, who indeed had been practicing, executed a high-flying kick, but as Yi Zhao's left leg was incapacitated, she pretended to be defeated. However, unexpectedly, Hua Chi-Chi's kick wasn't high enough, landing her directly on Yi Zhao's head. With Yi Zhao's weakened left leg, both of them fell down. The next moment, the audience below the ring erupted in shock. Some men were so envious that they were left breathless. Hua Shishi had her legs around Yi Zhao's neck, pressing his face beneath her lower abdomen, a suggestive position that made onlookers blush. Hua Shishi was also stunned for a moment. Hua Chanshu and his family were dumbfounded, never expecting that the unruly Hua Shishi would have such intimate contact with a man. "Why aren't you getting up?" Smelling Hua Chi-Chi's scent, Yi couldn't help frowning. Being in such a compromising position with a girl in front of everyone, how could a married man bear it? On that afternoon, when Zhao Yunshan drove Yi back to the seaside villa, he couldn't help but smile. "Smile, smile, smile. Who are you laughing at?" Yi, sitting in the passenger seat, didn't care that Zhao Yunshan was still driving. He just slapped him on the back of his head. Losing to a girl in public was embarrassing enough, but being ridden on top of his head made him a bit excited. "Hey, Yi, stop hitting me. My life is not valuable, but yours is. What if we get into an accident?" Zhao Yunshan said seriously, but couldn't hold back his laughter and burst out laughing again. "Your appearance in the boxing ring was so funny. Didn't you like the scent at Hua's place? Why did your face turn green when you stood up? It would definitely ward off evil if that look was hung on the wall. Ha ha." Yi hit his head again, feeling humiliated by that moment. The infatuation with that girl was insane. She even got in the boxing ring during her period. Did she have any respect for her opponents? His nose was super sensitive, so he wouldn't forget that bloody smell anytime soon. Little did he know, the infatuated girl sitting in the Bentley on the way home still had a red apple-like complexion. She just wanted to teach Yi a lesson, but she didn't anticipate this embarrassing situation. Luckily, photography wasn't allowed at the venue. Otherwise, if that scene was captured and spread, she would never be able to get married. "Grandpa, am I immature?" the infatuated girl suddenly asked, her shy expression a complete contrast to her confident presence in the ring. "Ha ha, silly child, we martial artists don't pay much attention to such things. Plus, those moves won't make you pregnant, so how are you impure?" Thinking his words would reassure his granddaughter, but the infatuated girl suddenly exploded, pulling the white hair of the highly respectable head of the Hua family. "Grandpa, how dare you tease me? Watch me pull out all your hair." The driver watching this scene unfold through the rearview mirror couldn't help but think, Genghis Khan. Only the fifth miss of Hua City would dare treat the head of the top family like this. In the central villa by the sea, after returning home, Chu Qingwu noticed that Yi was walking strangely. "It's nothing, I just accidentally bumped into something. I'll be fine in a couple of days." Yi lied to hide the fact that he had been boxing. "Okay, be careful. Let me handle the villa decor for the next week. We have the housewarming banquet coming up," Chu Qingwu said, eager to make the villa look perfect. Every little detail had been professionally designed since they bought the villa. Yi sat on the couch, watching Chu Qingwu and Dao Dao bustling around, and felt a strange sense of happiness. He was always ready to protect them and ensure their happiness would last. Ring ring. Jian Nanchang suddenly called, reporting about Yang Zhaosa's situation. "Is that so?" "I see." Yi hung up the phone, and Chu Qingwu rushed over upon hearing some noises. "Yi, what's wrong? Can't we bring my mother back yet?" "No. Wang Yanqing is completely brainwashed by Yang Jun. Even if we use force to separate her from Yang Jun, she won't hesitate to find him at all costs. We have to find a way to deprogram her. Jian Nanchang has dealt with these situations before. To wake your mother up, we might have to let her hit rock bottom, lose everything, and face reality to realize the truth," Yi explained, leaving Chu Qingwu anxious. If one day her mother reached that point, she might not survive. Yi quickly took Chu Qingwu's hand and reassured her. "Don't worry. With me here, your mother won't end up like that. For now, let her stay with Yang Jun. It's better for us." "Okay." Chu Qingwu understood the situation. If Wang Yanqing found out they were staying in a villa worth 38.8 million, She might sell the villa to bet on it. She had fallen into an endless gambling deception. Secret gambling pools are scary. But Yeezy, we have the housewarming banquet next week, so it doesn't matter if my mom is here. Plus, we can't hide the fact that we bought a new house forever. I've asked John Nanchang to handle it. We've already gained control over Yan Shasa, a key player in this scheme. John Nanchang will trace back to the source and bring down this dark betting game. Hopefully, it will help your mother see the truth and wake up. Please make it happen soon. Chu Qingwu was still very worried. Even if the truth is in front of her mother, she might not realize it suddenly. The most crucial thing is that my father has been in jail, and my mother needs a man. Chu Qingwu revealed the key to Wang Yanking's brainwashing. I'll try to visit your father soon and see if there's a way to get his release sooner. Yizi smiled again reassuringly. Chu Qingwu felt a surge of happiness and leaned on Yi Zhao's shoulder. Yizi, I'm so grateful to have you by my side. I don't know what I would do without you. I'll always be here for you. If you ever need me, not only during the day but even at night when we sleep. Yizi was trying to sneak a kiss on his wife's shoulder, thinking his plan was about to succeed, only to be interrupted by Dao Dao's voice. Cough, Mom. Dad, you haven't finished the important task yet, and you're hugging and kissing. You'll set a bad example for kids. Ashamed. Yi Zhao's attempt was caught, leading to an awkward moment. He thought his wife had taught Dao Dao differently, but does a 4-year-old really speak like that maturely? Chu Qingwu blushed and left with Dao Dao, feeling embarrassed. The next morning, at the seaside resort during breakfast, the three women, Niurong, Aimei, and Akui met again. Oh, didn't expect this place, but the breakfast is quite good. Yes, the bed design is unique, very comfortable to sleep in. Yeah, but I still think a vacation spot like Golden Orai would be better. They have a massage tub and a swimming pool. Yes, if we go to Golden Orai, that would be even better. A friend asked me about vacation spots, and I felt awkward recommending this place to her. It's called a seaside resort, but it feels so earthy. No worries, we have a special car here as well, and it's free. If you need it, I can arrange it for you, the front desk lady gently reminded upon overhearing their complaints. Hehe, forget it. Niurong immediately waved her hand. In places like this, isn't the car pulled by oxen? We can't afford that luxury. Let's have Song come man pick us up, right? Call Song, we want to ride in a Porsche. By the way, do we want to invite your sister along? After all, we came together, and it was her son who booked the room. If we don't invite her, will she complain? Akui suddenly remembered Tang Damao and couldn't help but frown. Hehe, that servant, what right does she have to gossip? If it weren't for us coming here, would she have a chance to eat yesterday? Would Song invite her to dinner? Aimei sneered openly at Tang Dasao, saying enough to her face. But now they were shamelessly bold. Well said. Her son only booked this lousy place for us to vacation, showing no respect. Let's not bother with her. Also, we don't have common topics with her. Why should we bring her? Do we want her to lower our class? Niurong, after hearing Aimei's words, also disdainfully criticized her sister. Even though she was her sister, she looked down on her. Just then, Akui quickly gave them a couple of glances. Niurong and Aimei turned around, seeing Li Ergu pushing Tang Qingyan and Tang Damao walking towards them. Tang Damao's expression was awkward and surprised. She had overheard their conversation. Good morning. We've had breakfast and are going out for a while. Niurong didn't feel particularly embarrassed and casually greeted Tang Damao before leaving. Tang Damao still had to force a smile, feeling uneasy and upset. Poor. Even your own sisters look down on you. What a bunch of clowns. Tang Qingyan, however, looked at the three women walking away and coldly huffed. Today, you treat our family like nothing. Tomorrow, I'll make it impossible for you to climb up. Song Shai and Liu Tong were still on their way, while Niurong and her two friends took a taxi and went to the shopping district in Huacheng City. Little did they expect that while they were picking out clothes in a branded store, they suddenly heard a voice behind them saying, "Hey, isn't this wrong?" Niurong turned around at the sound and immediately smiled. Oh, isn't this Sister Zia? To meet in Huacheng. What a coincidence. Hehe, we have a suite in Huacheng. But Iran, how come you're here? The woman they met looked around 40, dressed quite stylishly, and seemed to come from a better-off family, and Niurong and her friends. Niurong quickly introduced Akui and Aimei to Sister Zia. Sister Zia, this is our leader's wife. Her husband is an official, so her status is naturally remarkable. Niu Rong was trying to elevate Sister Zia, but she was also boosting her own status. After all, Sister Zia's husband held a higher rank as a government official. Unfortunately, both were officials' wives, but there was a big gap in status since her husband was just a section chief, while Sister Zia's husband held a higher position, so Niu Rong naturally felt inferior in front of Sister Zia. Akui and Imei, upon hearing Sister Zia's identity, quickly began to flatter her and exchanged WeChat contacts, as befriending the wife of a village leader was something to be proud of. Sister Zia didn't act as pretentious as the three friends. She was friendly and easygoing, saying, "It's great to meet you all today. My husband is always busy and doesn't have time to accompany me for lunch today. I didn't even know where to go alone." Niu Rong's heart suddenly brightened at the chance to please Sister Zia. She couldn't miss it. She had heard that Sister Zia's husband doted on her the most, so if she could have Sister Zia put in a good word for her husband with her influential husband, he would have a good chance of getting promoted to deputy director in the future. So Niu Rong immediately took the opportunity and said, "Sister Zia, that works perfectly. Let me treat you to a meal at noon today." "Oh, that's wonderful." Sister Zia was also happy to have someone invite her for a meal and accompany her. Niu Rong was even happier and decided to entertain Sister Zia well, so she would remember her kindness. "Sister Zia, let's go. Let's have a good meal at the Emperor's Hotel." Niu Rong had planned it out in advance to take them to the Emperor's Hotel. After all, they had all experienced how high-class the hotel was and how excellent the service was. She was sure Sister Zia would love it. Besides, Niu Rong had other ulterior motives. The last time the hotel manager had shown great respect towards Sanshai, even calling him a deity, giving him free drinks and discounts, directly showing how influential Niu Rong's relatives were. This way, Sister Zia could see that Niu Rong also had some influence in Ma Cheng and wouldn't look down on her. Soon, they all arrived at the entrance of the Emperor's Hotel. "Wow, Oran, are you splurging too much, inviting me to this kind of hotel?" Sister Zia was indeed amazed. This kind of hotel was not something she could easily afford. "Hehe, it's no big deal, as long as Sister Zia doesn't mind." Niu Rong pretended it was nothing, but inside she was elated. This was the effect she wanted, to show off so effortlessly. At that moment, Sanshai arrived in his Porsche, driving Liu Tong with him. On the way, Liu Tong had briefed Sanshai on the situation, saying her aunt had a distinguished guest to entertain, so he should show his best behavior. Sanshai, hearing that they were going to the Emperor's Hotel again, although he felt a bit sorry about the money, was excited about the chance to impress Tang Qingyan, the haughty girl, and make her fall for him, allowing him to seduce her behind Liu Tong's back. As for Tang Qingyan, she was looking forward to Sanshai and the women coming to the Emperor's Hotel, so as soon as she heard about it, she asked Li Ergu to drive her there. Niu Rong didn't expect her younger sister and her family of three to come and join their meal. She was not pleased, but considering they were family, she kept her composure. "Liu Tong, this is Aunt Zia. She's a deputy mayor's wife." As soon as Sanshai and Liu Tong walked over, Niu Rong immediately pulled them over to introduce them to Sister Zia. As for Tang Qingyan's family, well, let them stay aside. Niu Rong was embarrassed to have such poor relatives around, which was bad for her image. "Hello, Aunt Zia." Liu Tong and Sanshai greeted with smiles. "Oh, Oran, this is your grandniece. When I last saw her, she was still a little kid. How did she grow up to be so big and beautiful?" Sister Zia praised Liu Tong warmly and then looked at Sanshai. "And who is this handsome guy?" "Oh, him. He's a young master from Yanjing." Niu Rong immediately became energetic when talking about Sanshai, proudly introducing, "His name is Sanshai, from a prestigious family in Yanjing. I heard his father is a very wealthy entrepreneur who often invites us to dinner." "Oh, how impressive. Tango found a generous boyfriend." Sister Zia sincerely praised, making Niu Rong overjoyed. Although Sanshai also felt proud, he didn't think much of it. He was thinking, if not for trying to court the crippled beauty, would he invite these women to dinner multiple times? Did they think his money grew on trees? He was feeling the pinch. Sanshai just wanted to finish the meal quickly and then find the opportunity to strike up a conversation with Tang Qingyan, hoping to seduce her without Liu Tong noticing. Otherwise, he would soon run out of resources. "By the way, Oran, I heard the deputy mayor in our village is about to retire. Since it's better to give the position to a family member than to someone else, when I go back, I will talk to my husband and have him recommend your husband." Sister Zia brought up the main point tactfully. Niu Ran almost jumped with joy at the thought of this effect. Sister Zia already showed such interest in her family, and if she saw the manager bringing free drinks and discounts, this combination would surely make Sister Zia look up to her and Sanshai. "Great. Thank you, Sister Zia." Niu Ran couldn't wait and enthusiastically took Sister Zia's hand. "Let's go in and have a meal." Tang Qingyan had been ignored all day, but strangely she remained calm without showing any emotions because she was thinking, "I've been waiting for you to come back here. Today I will quietly watch you pretend. Let's see if you're still capable." As soon as they entered the Emperor's hotel, Jiyulan spotted them and quickly instructed the same server to come and greet them. The server, without asking any questions, led them to a public table. "Wow, so many people. Is there still space?" Niu Ran impatiently asked. If there was space, that would save trouble, but if there wasn't, it would make things even better. They could directly start showing off. "Yes, please come inside," the server replied and casually led Niu Ran and her group to a dining table. Despite being a deputy mayor's wife, Sister Zia still seemed like a rural person when visiting the Emperor's hotel. She sighed about the restaurant's environment, appreciating the setting but feeling a bit uncomfortable in the corner seat, which seemed a bit cramped. "What's wrong, Sister Zia?" Niu Ran immediately noticed her discomfort. "It's nothing, it just feels a bit narrow here, like sitting uncomfortably." Sister Zia surely held a higher position in the village than Niu Ran, but since they were guests in the restaurant and she was not pretentious, she didn't want to speak up about changing seats with anyone. "Oh, so that's it. Let's just change to another table then." Niu Ran was waiting for Sister Zia to say that, wanting to show off without being too obvious. If she had said she wanted to change tables herself, that would have been too deliberate and conspicuous, not following the core method of showing off. "What? I was just talking casually. Besides, the business is so good here, where would they have a table available to switch?" Sister Zia hurriedly waved her hands, aware that they were all important figures who could afford dining there. No one was there without money, so how could they ask to switch tables being rural folks in comparison? "Sister Zia, don't worry. I can guarantee you. Just say the word, and the hotel will immediately give us a better private room." Niu Ran noticed Sister Zia's expression and felt more triumphant, thinking this time showing off was so exhilarating, especially in front of someone of higher status. "Server, come here." Niu Ran waved casually towards the server, thinking that with Sanshai around, switching tables should be easy. Actually, Niu Ran isn't usually so arrogant, but just to show off in front of Sister Zia, she deliberately acts that way. Besides, the hotel manager last time was so respectful to them, now in front of a small waiter, of course, she doesn't put her in her eyes. Unexpectedly, the waiter immediately frowned and refused. "Auntie, this won't do. That table isn't empty. How can I give it to you for exchange?" "What?" Niu Ran could hardly believe her ears. She recognized this waiter. He helped her change the private room last time, so Niu Ran assumed if she asked, the waiter would obediently help her get things done. And then she could show off in front of Sister Zia, and make Madame Asterisk admire her again, actively approaching her. But now, what now? The waiter actually refused so blatantly. "Why can't we change?" Niu Ran immediately got impatient. "You go, let them come over. We'll move. It's that simple. Can't you handle this? How can you not understand the reason for it? You are guests, they are guests too. The seating is first come first served. We can't do as you say. Please understand." The waiter was already impatient, but still polite in tone. "Fine. Since you won't let us change that table, just get us a different private room." Niu Ran thought changing the table wasn't possible, then upgrading to a private room for a fee should work, right? After all, Sanshai is treating. What's the big deal about the money? But the waiter's tone became even more impatient. "Auntie, our private rooms are reserved in advance. How can you just demand to have one?" "Oh my. You, a small waiter, dare to speak to me like this? Do you even know who we are? Are you blind?" Sanshai, did you see? Rejected twice, Niu Ran felt her face couldn't be held up anymore, so she brought out Sanshai. Couldn't the waiter comply unless Sanshai mentioned it? Would these lackeys only obey when Sanshai speaks? "Auntie, are you ill?" The waiter also had a temper. Being scolded publicly by a rural woman like Niu Ron, he also got riled up. Whatever aunt, whatever trouble. The Emperor Hotel has always treated everyone the same, no special treatments. If you dislike the seating, please leave. The heated exchange attracted the attention of other tables due to the loud voices and intense tone. Even the customers waiting outside chimed in. Hey, are you leaving? Do it quickly, we're waiting to be seated. Instantly, Niu Rong was infuriated, not understanding why this was happening. Why wasn't mentioning Song Xiao's name working anymore? The other women Nan Tang Dama also found it strange, only Tang Qingyan forcibly held back a laugh, thinking, the more you show off, the more embarrassed you'll be. Humph, that's just Yi Zhao's face, thinking it's the decent Song family's power. Don't make me laugh, Tang Qingyan sneered to herself. Sister Zia was getting more anxious. It was her discomfort request that caused the argument between Niu Rong and the waiter. Seeing others possibly taking their seats now, she quickly grabbed Niu Rong to persuade. Rong, calm down, it's okay, sitting here is fine. Niu Rong finally relented, but Sister Zia's good mood was ruined, and her affinity towards Niu Rong vanished. She had only casually mentioned it, finding it impossible to just get a table that easily. It was Niu Rong, the pretentious one, who insisted she could do it and handle it effortlessly. And what happened? It ended up like this. Oh, Sister Zia felt it was too shameful and that Niu Rong was too ostentatious, not worth further interaction with. She talked a good talk but couldn't deliver, making it a complete mess. How can you trust such a person? Niu Rong also sensed Sister Zia's thoughts, feeling bitter. It was easy to change the private room last time, but why did it turn out like this now? She didn't have time to analyze the reasons. She needed to figure out how to make amends first. Otherwise, Sister Zia might really look down on her. Sigh. How can the waiter's memory be so bad? Even forgot who Song Xiao is. I need to have a word with the manager later to reprimand him. After sighing, she quickly took the menu and handed it to Sister Zia. Then let's settle for sitting here. Come on. Order food. Sister Zia wasn't petty, and let things slide. But when she received the menu, she gasped, oh my, all the exotic dishes listed were very expensive. Seeing Sister Zia's expression, Niu Rong couldn't help but try again. Although her attempt at changing tables failed, she could at least salvage some pride by impressing Sister Zia with her food selection. After all, what you eat is the real deal, with no falsehood. Don't worry, Sister Zia, feel free to order. There's no need to stress. Niu Rong reassured with a pat on her chest. She wasn't worried, but Song Xiao beside her was. What the heck, he wasn't the one footing the bill in the end. So of course, he didn't have to worry. Liu Tong was also a bit worried, knowing how much they spent last time. Even with the 35% discount from the hotel, Song Xiao might not have enough money to pay. After all, it was his father who was wealthy, and his monthly salary wasn't that high. Then, I'll just order a few dishes. Sister Zia spoke hesitantly, realizing the prices on the menu were way too high for her. Niu Rong saw Sister Zia's expression and frowned immediately. Ami and Akui also felt the same. This meal wasn't only for Sister Zia, they wanted to enjoy good food too. So, the three of them ended up ordering a variety of dishes. What's there to fear? Song Xiao was there, and they worried that if they ordered cheaply, the young master might think they looked down on him. Little did they know, Song Xiao was bleeding inside. A good dish needs a good wine to pair. Should we order a good bottle of wine? Niu Rong asked with a smile. She didn't care if Song Xiao felt distressed. After all, she was going to take advantage of him today. Otherwise, he thought it was so easy to win over his niece. If he didn't want to spend a little money, he might as well go pick up a wild chicken on the roadside. Look, that Yi person could only drive his shabby van because he was broke. He had to woo his niece with a limp. Poor Easy didn't even know he didn't show up for dinner. Why was he the one taking the fall? Niu Rong was unaware that Song Xiao only came to take Tang Qingyan out for dinner. Regarding Sister Zia, although shocked by the prices of the dishes, she was after all a asterisk madam, accustomed to grandiosity and knowledgeable of dining etiquette. Niu Rong's suggestive remark set Sister Zia acting with restraint and grace. You treated me to dinner. Why don't I buy a bottle of wine for everyone? Oh, no need. No need. Niu Rong hurriedly stopped Sister Zia. Don't be like that. The wine may be expensive, but I can afford a bottle. Sister Zia thought Niu Rong was looking down on her and quickly suppressed her emotions. Haha, Sister Zia, don't misunderstand. And don't worry. Niu Rong reassured, secretly feeling smug. This time, she was determined to reclaim her lost face from the failed table swat earlier. At this moment, she almost wanted to shout at those who had mocked her just now, telling them to step back because she was about to show off. Sister Zia, have you ever tried 1875? What's 1875? Sister Zia was confused, not understanding Niu Rong's words. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she laughed it off. Chateau Margaux 1875 vintage red wine. What? Sister Zia finally understood, a bit in shock, which made Niu Rong feel even more superior, feeling that her status was higher than even that asterisk Mao. Aram, though I came from the countryside, I have some knowledge. Drinks like this are hard to buy even if you have money. I heard it costs over 1.5 million per bottle. How could I possibly afford it? Heh. That's perfect. You'll get to taste it later. Rich and fragrant. Ah, really? Sister Zia got excited, thinking that getting to drink this one would be something worth being proud of. But I didn't see this wine on the menu. Sister Zia, don't worry, just be patient. Niu Rong purposely kept her in suspense, saying just enough to ignite Sister Zia's curiosity. She imagined the manager coming over to personally deliver the fine wine, wanting to see Sister Zia's reaction. When the headmistress saw Sister Zia's enthusiastic expression, she not only wasn't anxious, but was pleased. After all, the more excited Sister Zia got, the more enjoyable it would be when she started showing off her pomp. Sister Zia could only reluctantly restrain her hunger. She waited for the wine to arrive, but it never did. Now, Niu Rong was also getting anxious. According to the previous dining experience, the manager should have already delivered the wine. What was happening today? Tang Qingyan watched Niu Rong fidgeting, smiling to herself, thinking how Niu Rong, a sycophant, would find herself in a predicament soon. Niu Rong and three women are also experts in the realm of showing off. They know that sparking others' curiosity before showing off is necessary, but it shouldn't be dragged out too long. Otherwise, even if others have taken off their pants, if they don't reach a climax, they will definitely curse and leave. Sure enough, as the meal was coming to an end, and they hadn't even had a sip of alcohol, Zia was already extremely disappointed and impatient. Seeing Zia Ji's appearance, Niu Rong's heart sank, wondering if the manager hadn't noticed that San Sha had come today. It was very possible, after all, San Sha had never specifically greeted him, and that server was too incompetent, definitely forgetting to inform him. Hey, server. Niu Rong finally shouted. Hello, may I help you with something? The same server hurried over. We haven't had any drinks yet. What's going on today? Niu Rong firmly tapped the table, obviously dissatisfied with the server's performance. Because of you or that brainless kid, I can't show off today. Drinks. The server was taken aback, quickly looking through their menu, only to find that they hadn't ordered any alcohol. Ow, Auntie, you didn't order any alcohol. Niu Rong heard this and glared at him furiously, as if to say, am I supposed to order drinks for your brother-in-law? San Sha is sitting next to me. Do you think I'm going to spend money on drinks? Isn't it obvious that you're acting like an idiot? Moreover, why bother showing off when you can order your own drinks? The server saw Niu Rong's angry expression, feeling like she wanted to kill his whole family. He didn't know what he had done wrong and quickly checked the menu several times. Oh, for F***'s sake. Niu Rong was so angry she wanted to explode, wanting to jump up and slap this brainless server to death. What kind of drink did I order? Go get your manager. When the server saw Niu Rong's appearance, he thought he had done something wrong, so he quickly looked through the menu a few more times and went to get Jiulon to handle it. Seeing that familiar face, Niu Rong finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that everything would be resolved soon. The last time Jiulon came respectfully to serve them, one was still fresh in Niu Rong and the other to women's minds, so it seemed that this time they would once again receive wine and discounts. Little did they know that Tang Qingyan was finding it harder and harder to hold back her laughter, filled with anticipation, watching these materialistic women make fools of themselves again. Is there anything I can help you with, ladies? Indeed, the manager spoke politely, walking over and smiling as he asked. However, the fact that he seemed as if he didn't recognize them made Niu Rong very dissatisfied. Shouldn't this guy be bowing and apologizing as soon as he sees San Sha and herself, then nodding and bowing to all of them. This was so unreasonable. Manager, why didn't you bring us wine today? Now that the manager had come, Niurong no longer beat around the bush and went straight to the point. With all eyes on her, she took the opportunity to scold the manager of the large hotel in front of everyone. Gaining face, Ziya must be stunned this time. Hehe, out wine. Jiulan had already known what was going on but pretended to be slightly surprised before laughing. I'm really sorry, our hotel never serves wine. Please understand. Are you having memory loss, or pretending to be confused on purpose? How come you gave us 2 bottles of Margaux Chateau 1875 last time? Niurong never expected the manager to deny like this. When agitated, she bluntly argued. Tang Qingyin couldn't hold back her laughter at this point, full of anticipation. Niurong, I can't wait to see how you get out of this one. Looking down on me, Tang Qingyin, is one thing, but looking down on Yizi too. Don't they know that the Emperor's hotel belongs to them? Auntie, please stop joking. Our hotel has no precedent for giving wine, let alone mention 1875 vintage. Can we just give wine because someone says so? That would ruin our business. It's not feasible. Jiulan found it funny too. These people really had no idea. They thought last time he was giving face to Yizi, but did they really believe it was because of them? How could there be such a self-important crowd in the world? At this point, the surrounding tables began to stir, each throwing strange looks at Niurong, as if she were crazy. Niurong's face turned even whiter and redder, unable to speak in her anger. Ha ha, wine delivery. How is that possible? It's ridiculous to even think of it. So funny. Indeed, if you can't afford it, why bother drinking? Can they afford these people? Hehe. Ha ha. Didn't expect there are such oddballs in the world, taking a year's worth of laughs for themselves. The cutting sarcasm reached Ziya Ji's ears, making her wish she could vanish into thin air. A dignified lady being mocked in public like that, how could she endure it? Blaming Niurong and that guy surnamed Son, if they love showing off, can't they at least know what they're capable of? How dare they come out and disgrace themselves? In the end, Ziya fell silent, indifferent to whatever Niurong said. What's the point of dealing with a woman who talks endlessly with no substance? Niurong didn't know it would turn out like this and had no choice but to quietly finish her meal. After finishing the meal, Song Xiao went to the front desk to pay, while the others waited nearby. Hello, your total is 273,800. Would you like to pay by card or transfer? The front desk printed the bill and handed it to Song Xiao. What? Over 200,000. You. Song Xiao was at a loss, as he was about to swear, but then remembered that Liu Tong and Tang Qingyin were there, so he swallowed his words. He hadn't budgeted to spend so much, even with the gold card discount. He didn't have enough money on him. This was all because of Niurong and the 3 women, who ordered so much food as if he, Song Xiao, were an ATM machine, pressing however much money they wanted. We've spent so much, and we have a gold car. Can we get a 35% discount? Niurong knew the expenses were quite high this time, so she quickly came over to make the request shyly. They thought they could get a 35% discount, so they pushed to order the expensive dishes, thinking that even at a discounted price, it wouldn't be much. Who would have thought? Sigh. It's hard to explain in a few words. I'm sorry, madam. Our hotel doesn't offer discounts that low. With just one sentence from the front desk, several women were infuriated. Look at what you're saying. Why can't we get the discount? Last time we were here, we got a 35% discount. Niurong was completely furious, shouting at the front desk. However, Song Xiao felt embarrassed to speak because he understood the rules as well. He was surprised that last time they got an additional discount on top of the 30% discount. It was unexpected. However, continuously offering such high discounts, the hotel would certainly lose money. It doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, there isn't any. Could you settle the bill quickly? There are people waiting behind you. The front desk lady also had a cold tone. The whole hotel now knew about the commotion from that table. How couldn't they? Having worked at the cash register for so long, she encountered such strange behavior for the first time. These people can't even afford to eat. Why bother coming here? Such an embarrassment. Ha ha. Aren't these the people who were trying to give away alcohol just now? Ha ha. Truly a bunch of poor fools, causing trouble for nothing. Listening to the mockery from the crowd, Niurong felt completely defeated, her face darker than the bottom of a pot. Tang Dama also got nervous and quickly reminded Tang Qingying in a low voice, "Should we ask Yi Xiao to lend us some money? What do we do now? Hey." Tang Qingying wouldn't be that foolish. She came today just to enjoy the show. How could she possibly ask Yi Zi to foot the bill? Sanshai, I have money in my card. Take it and pay. Finally, Liu Tong stepped up. Honestly, she and Sanshai weren't married, and it was a burden for her to let Sanshai treat her relatives to such an expensive meal. Sanshai didn't hesitate and handed Liu Tong's card over, swiping it clean. Liu Tong felt her heartache. That was her hard-earned money saved for over a year, all spent in hosting Nirong and the others. What kind of people were they? Just because of a meal, serious cracks appeared in the family relationships. Miss, I'm sorry. There's only 100,000 yuan in your card. Not enough. After swiping the card, the front desk reminded them loudly again. Oh, there's still tens of thousands missing. Let's pool our money together. Nirong felt Liu Tong was unhappy, so she quickly offered to chip in. Aimei and Akui definitely weren't pleased, saying they were treating. Why should they have to pay now? Seeing these people's ridiculous behavior, the people behind them naturally started laughing again. Haha, a group of people who can't even afford to pay for a meal. Why pretend to be something you're not? Sent by a monkey. What a bunch of clowns, getting more ridiculous by the minute. It's funny, but they're wasting our time. Haha. At this point, Ziya couldn't take it anymore. This meal was a huge humiliation in her life. Madame of a family, today she was supposed to be invited for a meal by someone else, but ended up being surrounded and mocked by a group of people. It was just too embarrassing. No need to chip in. I got it. Ziya decided to pay without hesitation. She took out her phone, scanned a code, and paid the remaining sum of over 70,000 yuan. Then without looking back, she left the Emperor's hotel. Nirong saw Ziya leaving after paying, and her heart felt cold. Even a blind person could tell that Ziya was definitely upset. She'd rather pay over 70,000 than stand with them. All right, Ms. Nirong, you don't need to follow me. Ziya suddenly turned around, her face as dark as the bottom of a pot. This was the worst meal I'd ever had. And with that, she got into her car and left. Don't worry, I'll pay you back later. We had an agreement, right? My husband's appointed as the vice. Nirong saw Ziya leaving and panicked, mentioning the matters she had in mind. Hey, this kind of matter doesn't just depend on what my husband says, it also depends on whether your man has the ability. Driver, let's go. Kia didn't expose the situation immediately, which was already giving some face. She thought, what kind of mayor's wife are you? Flaunting your status for no reason. We could have just had a nice meal together. Now look at what you've done. As Ziya left, everyone else followed suit. Nirong was embarrassed. Everyone was embarrassed. The atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Only Tang Qingying covered her mouth, secretly laughing. She expected Nirong to make a fool of herself today, but she didn't expect it to escalate this much. But women like her didn't deserve sympathy. So materialistic and disrespectful, lacking gratitude, such relatives were better off not having. Sighed, you can tell a person's character by a meal. Forget it. Forget it. We don't need such relatives. It's not worth it. And those second-hand Porsches don't suit us rural folks anyway. Nirong waved her hand sourly. Despite the huge embarrassment, she still hadn't reflected on her own issues. The group lost interest in continuing their outing and decided to go back to the resort to rest. Tang Qingying also chuckled sardonically. Nirong clearly came just for fun, completely forgetting about her family's relocation plan. So, the group called for a DE car and returned to the seaside resort. As soon as they arrived, the three of them wanted to go upstairs to rest. Sorry, ladies. The front desk's pretty lady stopped them politely. What's up? Nirong, still not over her anger, had a very unpleasant attitude as she snapped at the front desk lady. Just say it, don't beat around the bush. Out. The lady was a bit embarrassed, but still responded politely. The rooms you booked expire today. If you wish to continue staying, please pay the room fee again. Okay. TSK. We don't want to stay in this dump, nothing classy about it, and lacking any resort facilities, clearly low grade. Nirong waved her hand disdainfully. Forget it, we're leaving today. Let's book a room at Golden Oriole and stay there for a couple of days. Yet, we have to go on a holiday to Golden Oriole no matter what. Finally coming to Rose City. Not taking a vacation in a place like that is just not right. We'll pay for it ourselves. Aimi and Akui join in. As Nyoron checked online on her phone to book a room at Golden Oriole Vacation City, she was surprised to see the prices, at least 18,000 a day, too expensive. So, thinking about it, since they were already there, they decided to spend the day there anyway. They had stayed here for 2 days before without exploring any attractions. So, Nyoron somewhat embarrassedly said to the front desk lady, "All right, extend our stay for another night, please." "Okay." The front desk lady, not holding a grudge, quickly complied. Seeing the 3 women in a bad mood, and having just written to free meals on their behalf, Tang Dama also wanted to show some goodwill. "Big sister, since you've decided to continue staying, should I call Yi to confirm the extension for you?" Saying that, Tang Dama was about to call Yi. Tang Dama had never experienced such a cheerful time in her life. The scenery here was so beautiful, and the entertainment facilities were very complete. They even had free cruises. Jumping to conclusions, seeing how Nyoron and the others looked down on the place, she also thought the expenses here weren't high, so she wanted to inform Yi, and afterward ensure they pay him back. However, Nyoron sneered, "It's fine, if you want to extend, just let that Wuling driver handle it. You don't need to worry about us, we can afford this little money." Similarly, Aimi and Akui also joined in the uproar, interpreting Tang Dama's attempt to call Yi for help with extending payments as a show-off move. So, they didn't want to give Tang Dama that opportunity and thought to themselves, "Does she think she can show off in front of us too? This poor bunch. No. How could I look down on you?" Tang Dama was flustered, quickly waving her hands to explain. But Tang Qingyan couldn't stand it and shouted, "Hey, my mother was just being nice. If you don't need it, just decline politely. Is there a need to speak like that? HMPH, do we need that little bit of money from you? Trying to act classy? Why don't you have your boyfriend book a room at the Orly Grand Hotel for us?" Aimi and Akui directly started quarreling with Tang Qingyan. "Hurry up, help us extend for another day." Nyoron couldn't be bothered with them, wanting to quickly open a room and sleep quietly. "All right, the procedures are done. Once you pay, you can extend your stay." The front desk lady's smile was still beautiful and enchanting. "Can you stick to the point? Just tell us how much it is," Nyoron said, while opening her phone, getting ready to make a payment. She thought she had a few hundred yuan left on WeChat, which should be enough for one more day. "All right, extending 3 rooms for a day comes with a 20% discount, totaling 168,000. "What did you say?" The front desk lady's words almost shocked Nyoron and the others into pieces. She was speaking slowly, as if she thought she was hallucinating. Little did they know, she really thought they wanted her to repeat herself, so she did. "Extending 3 rooms for a day comes with a 20% discount, totaling 168,000. "Oh my goodness, are you sure you've woken up? We're only extending for 1 night, not 1 year. After Nyoron composed herself, she dared to retort, "That's right, your room costs 71,000 per night. 3 rooms add up to 210,000. After the discount, it's 168,000. The front desk lady had a baffling expression, even a bit cute. "How is this possible?" Nyoron finally couldn't help but exclaim, "How can a place like this charge such a high fee? Miss, if you think our place is run down, it's your bad taste disrespecting the Dragon Country." The front desk lady finally couldn't hold back mocking the 3 women. "Our resort is in the top 3 in Dragon Country, and the best resort in Huachen. The beds you slept on here were designed by the master artist Ziman. The air here not only has natural flowers and trees purified, but also top-notch air purifiers and negative ion producers, ensuring a spring-like environment all year round. The carpet you're stepping on right now is a classical treasure from Dunhuang, valued in the 7 figures." Hearing this, Nyoron and the others were instinctively startled and quickly lifted their feet. They had been nonchalantly stepping on the carpet before, but now, hearing how expensive it was, they were afraid of dirtying it and not being able to afford the consequences. Seeing their reactions, the front desk lady continued proudly, "Moreover, the entire resort scenery and landscaping are all completely natural, without any artificial elements. Most importantly, our hotel, along with the beach, golf course, and racetrack behind us, are all provided for free. It's not like what you said, having no facilities." Hearing this, the 3 women were shocked. Their legs felt a bit weak, and their mouths were still trying to hold up a facade. "Humph. Anyone can brag. Exactly. I don't believe what you said. The Orle Grand must be much higher end than your place. Exactly. Don't act like a big shot, pretending to be someone you're not. As the three women were saying this, a Bentley pulled up to the entrance. A man in his 40s, dressed head to toe in luxury brands, hurriedly ran in. Seeing the Armani on his wrist, the Gucci around his waist, and the Gucci loafers on his feet, the women were almost blinded by his appearance. After getting out of the car, he headed straight to the front desk, completely ignoring the three women. "Excuse me, can I still book a room now? My European client must come here for vacation." "Sir, I'm sorry, you're too late. We require advanced reservations here." The last 3 slots were just about to be extended by these ladies. The front desk lady sweetly responded, "What? There are no more rooms left. Please, please. My client is very important to me. I can pay 3 times the rate. 210,000 a day. Is that not enough? I can pay more." When the man heard there were no rooms left, he became impatient, stomping his feet and almost kneeling in front of the front desk lady. "General Lee, I'm truly sorry." The attractive female secretary, seeing the man's distressed state, quickly began to act cute and apologized. "It's my fault for forgetting to make a reservation in advance. How about we settle for sending the client to the Orle Grand for vacation?" "I don't give a damn about your Orle Grand." General Lee mercilessly shoved the secretary asking for forgiveness aside, pointing at her angrily. "You stupid woman. You knew this client intended to invest in the Western business city, and you forgot to reserve here. How can you even think the trashy Orle Grand is suitable for our high-class client's taste? You stupid B*********. Just because I usually treat you well, you dare to mess up like this. This business is worth billions, and you messed it up. I'll kick your ******. General Lee, paying no mind to others' gazes, started punching and kicking the secretary right then and there. Nirong and the other women were dumbfounded. Tang Qingyan was also shocked, not recognizing General Lee, and actually thought it was quite coincidental that a big shot came out to slap them in the face right after they mentioned the Orle Grand. Little did she know, all of this was orchestrated by Yi Xiaofen. After General Lee brutally beat the female secretary in front of Nirong and the others, he angrily left. The poor secretary covered her face, scrambling on all fours to catch up, shouting, "General Lee, I'm sorry. Wait for me. Please don't fire me." Watching this scene, the three women were left speechless, unable to comprehend what had just happened. As the Bentley drove away, another car approached. This time, it was a wine delivery truck from Lansky Winery. Before the refrigerated truck's door could even open, 2 soldiers with real guns and ammunition jumped out and walked sternly to both sides of the freezer. At the same time, a woman in black uniform and high heels, pushing up her glasses, entered. "Hello, we are here to deliver wine to the Seaview Resort." "All right, please wait a moment." The front desk lady quickly performed actions on the computer after getting permission from the resort. Once approved, the woman in black uniform ordered the strong man from the truck to bring down boxes of wine. Nirong and her companions saw these fine wines, their eyes gleaming. My goodness, at least this truckload of wine would cost over 100 million. And since insufficient places wouldn't even qualify to work with Lansky Winery, the way Lansky Winery's people treated the front desk lady indicated what? It showed that this resort truly was one of the top 3 in Dragon Country. With even their drinks being so high class, one could only imagine the quality in other aspects. It seemed the front desk lady wasn't just exaggerating. Could it be that they had once again been embarrassed? At that moment, Nirong and her friends looked at the calligraphy and paintings, the silk carpets, the yellow wood furnishings around them, suddenly finding them incredibly pleasing. Yes, why hadn't they noticed how unique and valuable these things were before? Oh my, that painting, isn't it a genuine work of Tang Bao? These country women, who liked to show off and had some knowledge of calligraphy and paintings, especially Nirong's husband being an intellectual, had seen quite a few literary works on his shelf. At that moment, Nirong walked up to the wall and stood in front of a painting of the divine bird Phoenix, marveling in astonishment. "You've got a keen eye, Auntie." The front desk lady smiled slightly. "We don't just collect some masterpieces of classical artists, we even host classical art performances. Yesterday, Master May's descendants sang a few pieces here, and staying guests got free entry." Hearing this, Nirong and her friends felt utter regret. They were fans of Dragon Country's classical opera, especially loyal fans of Master Mei. In the past, they had struggled to get a ticket, and now they realized that Master MEI had performed here yesterday, and it was free entry. But they had abandoned the coveted vacation destination to explore the city. Now, they regretted it deeply. The city didn't even require tickets, so why had they wasted 71,000 a day at the luxurious resort, only to mingle with ordinary people on bustling streets? If this were to be revealed, they would be ridiculed even more than when they were at the Emperor's Inn. So embarrassing. The three of them felt they had lost billions in this mistake. The pain they felt, especially for people such as themselves, was worse than 1,000 arrows piercing their hearts. Okay, for our group of varieties, we don't want the remaining wine. You can take it away. This sentence from the front desk girl brought the thoughts of three women back. It turned out that the two staff members at the seaside resort had divided the drinks into two batches, picking out only a small portion and wanting to return the rest. WHY. A foreigner rushed in, shouting loudly and anxiously. Although the three women were intellectuals, they didn't understand English well and could only watch in a daze. At this moment, the woman in black uniform, a bit impatiently, translated in Mandarin. Why not accept it? We delivered the wine. We might as well take it all. The wine from our Langxi winery is definitely fragrant and flavorful. No need to translate, I understand. I graduated from Harvard University, the front desk girl said to the woman in the black uniform, then rattled off fluently to the foreigner in English, as if it were her native language. The three women felt embarrassed and foolish, realizing that even the front desk girl at the seaside resort was a graduate from a prestigious international university. In all, Mrs. Tang was shocked to realize how high-class the resort was. You haven't renewed yet? Are you paying with QR code or credit card? The front desk girl smiled slightly at the three women, still cute but with a hint of irony. The three women were puzzled, realizing they didn't have the qualifications to stay at such a high-end place. Feeling humiliated, they felt like a laughingstock in the eyes of others. Mrs. Tang, who had been bragging to them about the resort, was now showing them barely any respect. HMPH, a group of superficial women. As they watched Mrs. Tang's new house was bought by Mr. Yi, the three women became envious and decided to visit her and offer congratulations. On the Lamborghini, Tang Qingyan had a strange sense of satisfaction, thinking that Mrs. Tang must be humiliated. She acknowledged that without Mr. Yi, she would never have had this opportunity. Having money is great. Tang Qingyan sighed. Mr. Yi then offered her an opportunity to earn money by recommending her as the spokesperson for a luxury fashion brand at Golden Fortune Building. Miss Li, I will give you an opportunity. Mr. Yi insisted on giving the disabled girl a chance to be the spokesperson, despite her young age, physical handicap, and lower-class appearance. Acknowledging the power dynamics, Miss Li agreed to try and take photos of her, leaving the final decision to the company. Determined and hard-working women are the most beautiful. Mr. Yi encouraged Tang Qingyan, sensing her dedication and ambition for success. He saw a glimpse of Chu Qingwu in Tang Qingyan, recognizing the similarity in their drive for success. Young master, you're here. Jin Leifu knew that Yizi had arrived at the Jinfu building, so he came personally and invited Yizi to his office. After the cloud wedding, the number of people who knew about Yi Zhao's identity at the Jinfu building increased, but because those people were more discreet, Yi Zhao's identity was still not public. So when they saw Yizi receiving favor from Jin Leifu every time, many people at the Jinfu building were still puzzled, not understanding how this driver had earned the boss's trust so deeply. Yizi, Madam Yu wants me to transfer all the ownership of Jinfu building to you. Please sign here. When Jin Leifu handed the contract to Yizi, Yizi was also quite surprised. He didn't expect his aunt to both prevent him from marrying Chu Qingwu and keep expanding their assets. However, this wasn't contradictory. The entire family had placed their baits on him. Although Yizi knew that the key to becoming the heir laid in absolute strength, business acumen and asset management capacity were also important indicators. He had to excel in both areas to stand out among the 5 candidates. Shua. Yizi didn't hesitate and signed the asset transfer contract. From that moment on, he became not only the owner of the West District Business City, but also the owner of the Jinfu building and a major shareholder of the Kingsheng International Group, with a net worth of at least several billion. After signing the contract and chatting with Jin Leifu about some matters, Yizi went downstairs to see Tang Qingyan. Unexpectedly, in the hallway, he encountered 2 familiar faces, a fat man, and Liang Jizhong wearing a tight skirt. Seeing both of them at the same time, Yizi suddenly had a bad feeling. Now that he knew the fat guy had become the advertising director, and he was associating with Liang Jianjia, could it be that King Sheng Group was resuming cooperation with this proud little star? Hey, how come it's you, this boasting kid? Liang Jizhong saw Yizi and curiously grabbed him. Ha ha, aren't you Mr. Jin's driver? What are you doing on the 17th floor studio? Liang, obviously unaware of Yi Zhao's hidden identity, knew him publicly as Jin Leifu's exclusive driver. The boss asked me to patrol here and see if anyone is slacking off today, including you. Thought so. Yizi smiled faintly and remarked casually. He thought that speaking like this might upset the fat guy. After all, he was a director and Yizi was just a driver. People with a bit of ego would usually feel offended, but to his surprise, Liang Jizhong burst into laughter and patted his shoulder, boastfully saying, "Well, just patrol diligently. If anyone is slacking off, feel free to report to me." Yizi raised an eyebrow, appreciating that Liang, though a bit proud, didn't exhibit the typical superiority complex found in other middle management personnel. "Take this. Help me take it back to the costume tent." Unexpectedly, Liang Jianjia tossed a piece of clothing in Yi Zhao's hands, completely treating him as a junior staff member at King Sheng. Yizi was also quite surprised. He had thought with the huge conflict between him and the Liang family, Liang Jianjia would surely recognize him. But seeing her current, arrogant attitude, she did not remember who he was, not even recalling their friction in this studio previously. What a woman with a high and mighty disposition. And so he didn't correct her perception. At this moment, she turned and walked away, uttering cold words. "Humph, Director Liang, last time it was you at King Sheng International who cancelled our appointment. But seeing that Qin Ruhan's that despicable person has left and with your sincerity, I agreed to cooperate with you again. If you make me unhappy, I can leave any time." Huh. Look at her words. Yizi still remembered the last time when Jin Leifu was furious, how she and her agent kneeled down to continue the cooperation. But Yizi had no time to expose her now. As she returned, "What about Tang Qingyan?" Yizi was about to ask Liang Jizhong, but the two went into a room and closed the door with a clang. "Forget it. Let's go and find out what's going on with Li Lanlin." Yizi turned back to the studio and found Li Lanlin arguing heatedly with Liang Jianjia and her senior female agent wearing golden-rimmed glasses. Smack! The female agent suddenly slapped Li Lanlin hard and scolded coldly. "Qin Ruhan, that despicable person, left, and now nobody is protecting you, you little tramp. How dare you talk back to me? You." Dazed by the sudden slap, Li Lanlin was about to retaliate when two male assistants blocked her path behind the female agent. "You lowly thing, be prepared to be fired." The agent spat out venomous words before walking away, reveling in the satisfaction of defeating her enemy. "Miss Li." Yizi quickly approached Li Lanlin after the agent left, as Li Lanlin turned tearful after the encounter. If Qin Ruhan were still there, such an incident wouldn't have happened in her territory. "What's wrong? Why did she hit you?" "Why else? Settling scores. In public," Li Lanlin said with a helpless look, tears welling up in her eyes. If Qin Ruhan were there, who would dare to mistreat her? Not to mention it was in her own domain. "This is bad. Your friend is still in the dressing room." Li Lanlin was about to explain the situation further to Yizi when she suddenly tensed up. Just before, the female agent had asked her to find the best makeup artist at King Sheng to do Liang Jianjia's makeup. She mentioned that the makeup artist was busy and needed 15 minutes, and got slapped in return. "What do we do? If they find out the makeup artists are preparing your friend, they will surely get furious and might even harm her." Before Li Lanlin could clarify the situation to Yizi, he immediately took her away, saying, "Quick, take me to the dressing room." Meanwhile, at the King Sheng International Photography makeup room, Liang Jianjia had stormed in alone. Initially, she had just wanted a touch-up, but upon seeing several makeup artists attending to a modestly dressed girl, she couldn't contain her anger. "Oh, you guys not only claimed to be busy just now, but also doing nonsense here." Understandably, Liang Jianjia was furious. Her agent had just told her that the King Sheng International makeup artists were unavailable. But on a second look, she witnessed this scene. If superstars like Dili Lenbao or Yang Mi claimed to be too busy to have me done, that would be understandable. But you dare give a 16th-tier model precedence over me. You clearly don't respect me. Being at a lower tier, Tang Qingyan was taken aback by Liang Jianjia's demeanor. She had stood up even to rouges like Duer Xiao in the past. Naturally, she couldn't stand being mistreated by Liang Jianjia now. Those makeup artists were hot-headed themselves, and being called names like nasty things and clowns made them explain. Miss Liang, orders are followed on a first-come first-served basis. We were halfway done with this model. We can't possibly abandon her to attend to you first, and the studio is waiting for her photo shoot. Oh, you dare talk back? Slap yourselves. Liang Jianjia lost her cool even further. Coming from the prestigious Liang family and later becoming a star, with an intrinsic fiery temperament larger than life, her assistant's refusal to do her makeup first for a lesser model fueled her rage. Do you think you're sick? Unfortunately for Liang Jianjia, Tang Qingyan was equally bold. Having faced even rascals like Duer Xiao without fear in the past, now she couldn't withstand Liang Jianjia either and berated. Do you think you're a queen or an empress to go around slapping people without reason? It's a sickness. Don't give up on treatment. What did you say? Liang Jianjia was practically bursting with anger. And without delay, she rushed at Tang Qingyan. All right, today I'll teach you a lesson. You nobody. Slap. Tang Qingyan, with her legs still injured and unaware of Liang Jianjia's intentions, found herself receiving a sudden slap. Slap slap. Liang Jianjia, in a fit of rage like a mad dog, caught Tang Qingyan off guard with multiple blows, and the makeup artists, now trembling, didn't know how to react. Coincidentally, Liang Jianjia's agent and assistants arrived, but refrained from helping Tang Qingyan and instead stepped aside. Hairdresser, you're here just in time. Hold this nobody from me. I'll strip her naked. After delivering a few more slaps, and seeing Tang Qingyan still retaliating, Liang Jianjia instructed her agent firmly. Evidently, this wasn't her first time engaging in such actions, and being well-versed in the entertainment scene, after years with her agent, she knew that such lesser models were the worst. Hence, there was no hesitation as she immediately rushed to hold Tang Qingyan down. Stop. Let go. Poor Tang Qingyan, with a limp hand in a standoff against two, had no strength left to resist, and quickly found herself losing her trousers to Liang Jianjia's aggression. Tang Qingyan is the school belle of Huachengno, one high school. Countless people praise her delicate features that are heartbreakingly beautiful, but what she used to be most proud of was her long jade-like legs. Straight, evenly proportioned, like snow lotus flowers. Even though her lower leg was deformed due to a fracture, she still looked as beautiful as a piece of artwork. Liu Jinjia is also a star. How can she not see how beautiful this model's legs are? And this jealousy only grew in her heart. Smack! Liu Jinjia slapped Tang Qingyan's legs, causing excruciating pain that made the school belle grind her teeth, with sweat beading on her forehead. You crippled woman still dreams of being a star. Wake up! You're just a piece of shit. Liu Jinjia scolded as she hit, revealing her true nature after mingling in the entertainment industry for a long time. Without the presence of cameras, she was extremely vicious. Even though Tang Qingyan was wearing shorts, the scene in front of her was still too hot to handle, and even the male assistants could feel it. Tang Qingyan's legs were already injured and still not healed, and enduring such torture almost made her faint from pain. She felt so helpless at that moment. If this woman didn't have money, power, and people to help her, she would have been able to overpower her even if she had a crippled leg. But now she had no choice but to endure the humiliation. How dare a grassroots model like you insult me? Go to hell. Liu Jinjia kicked Tang Qingyan's abdomen, causing her to fall to the ground unceremoniously. Though it was painful, Tang Qingyan didn't shed a tear. The bone-deep pain in her legs was nothing compared to the humiliation in her heart. Why did I, Tang Qingyan, have to endure this humiliation? Just because I don't have the money and power like others. One day, when I have more power than you, I will make sure to return this humiliation tenfold. Tang Qingyan's grinding teeth, her eyes no longer as clear as before but filled with intense hatred. Qingyan. Yi Shaosheng's voice suddenly rang out. The next moment, the door of the dressing room opened with a crack, and Yi Shaosheng barged in with Li Lanlin. Seeing Tang Qingyan lying on the ground, in just her underwear while Liu Jinjia was stepping on her leg, Yi Shaosheng's body felt like it was hit by a bomb exploding, flames igniting his entire being. Who are you people? Who let you in? Liu Jinjia was shocked when she saw Yi Shaosheng and Li Lanlin enter. Instead of feeling afraid, she displayed a haughty demeanor and scolded, "Get out!" But how could Yi Shaosheng leave? He even closed the door, his eyes furious, preparing to kick them out. You dare to lay a finger on me? I will call the police. The golden-haired woman, scared of the situation turning against her, quickly grabbed her phone. However, Li Lanlin was one step ahead, seizing her wrist. Seeing the look in Li Lanlin's eyes, the woman was not only scared but also contemptuously taunted. You dare to hit me? Try it. I will make sure you are humiliated to death in jail. Smack. Li Lanlin slapped the woman's face, making her phone fly out of her hand. The pleasure of taking revenge on her enemy made her smirk. You think only you can hit me? I can't hit you back. What kind of logic is that? After hitting the woman, Li Lanlin approached her step by step, willing to make this scoundrel pay for her actions. Yi Shaosheng also advanced toward Liu Jinja with a fierce expression, frightening the second-rate female star who dared not retreat. However, her mouth was still running. How? What? You, a man, want to hit a woman? Do you dare hit me? I am from the Liu family, a famous star. If you hit me, you will make headlines, and everyone in Longwo will know you are a scoundrel who hits women. The woman then calmed down, spreading her legs, hands on her waist, looking as if she was untouchable. Yi Shaosheng couldn't help but laugh. How ignorant and arrogant was this woman? He dared to hit her father. Of course, he could hit this self-proclaimed famous star. Go to hell. Yi Shaosheng raised his hand to slap her. Yi Shaosheng, don't hit her. Tang Qingyin's voice came from behind, causing his hand to swish past Liu Jinja. The strong wind caused the female star's cheeks to sting, shaking her whole body, feeling scared and shocked, losing all her dignity. Why? Yi Shaosheng questioned, after sighing, holding Tang Qingyin and preparing to put her back in the wheelchair. Yi Zia, revenge must be taken by my own hands to be meaningful. You are not my man, and you will never be my man in this lifetime. How can I deceive myself and let your hands seek revenge from me? I won't let you hit her today. I want to remember this hatred. I, Tang Qingyin, swear that I will rise again. I will stand at the top of the pyramid. I must return all the humiliation I have suffered by my own hands. With the surname Liu, I will personally crush her. Tang Qingyin is a strong woman. If it were any other woman, they would probably be crying by now. However, she did not. Her swollen face, eyes filled with hatred, and determined words deeply touched Yi Zia. Yi Zia knew very well that when he helplessly watched his mother die in his childhood without being able to seek revenge, his eyes must have looked like hers now. I'll help you. Yi Zia couldn't help but say, it's like you are borrowing money to buy a house. I'll lend you some resources again. Whether you can climb to the top of the pyramid, it's up to you. Tang Qingyin wrapped her arms around Yi Zia's neck, pursed her lips and nodded. Liu Jianjia, I, Tang Qingyin, must become a bigger star than you, wealthier, with a better background. I want you to be beaten by me in the future and kneel down to apologize to me. A few minutes later, in Jin Leifu's office, young Master Yi, this mission seems very difficult. You know our group does not have an entertainment company, and we are not good at creating stars. After listening to Yi Zia's plan, Jin Leifu couldn't help but advise. In fact, creating a star is not difficult at all. With Yi Zia's assets, he could easily start an entertainment company and promote an artist with resources, creating a top-tier star in no time. The biggest problem is that Tang Qingyin has a lame leg, which makes it very challenging, and it might end up being a loss-making endeavor. Immediately contact an entertainment agency, find a suitable person to train her, tailor a debut plan for her. If we can't find a suitable option, then I will personally start an entertainment company. Yi Zia didn't listen to Jin Leifu's advice at all. If he can't even handle such a small matter, how can he have the confidence to overturn the Yi family? Of course, we have to take it step by step. Even if she can make big money for us, we must not suffer losses. Yi Zia still had the family's evaluation in mind. The best scenario is that Tang Qingyin can make big money for him. Even if she can't, it should not affect his larger goals. All right, young master. Jin Leifu's persuasion was ineffective, but he couldn't resist Yi Zia's orders and agreed to it. After Yi Zia took Tang Qingyin home, he received a call from Chu Qingwu. Yi Zia, are you free now? Of course. For a doting husband like him, no matter how busy he is, he must say yes when his wife asks. Accompany me to the prison. Dad was beaten again. Beaten again? Yi Zia frowned, immediately agreed, and drove his BMW 8 to pick up Chu Qingwu at the fabric factory. Chu Weiman has been in prison for over 2 years now. Initially, he was reported by the Chu family for misappropriating public funds and was sentenced to a 2-year term of imprisonment, which should have ended by now. However, he kept getting into trouble in prison, extending his sentence, and now it hasn't expired yet. Dad is really pitiful. After getting into the BMW, Chu Qingwu sighed. She knew her father's character better than anyone. He was weak and cowardly. He couldn't even resist being bullied by Wang Yanqing at home, let alone outside. Dad keeps making mistakes in prison because he is too weak. He is being threatened by other inmates to steal things, which keeps adding to his sentence. Yizia, can you help my dad? Chu Qingwu never asked Yizia to do such things before because she knew he couldn't. However, things are different now. Her husband is no longer the useless man everyone knew, so maybe he really has the ability to do things like this. I'll try. How can Yizia refuse when his wife asks for help? He immediately made a call to Zhang Nanchang. With Zhang Nanchang's help, they visited the prison to see Zia Weiman and also watched a video of what happened in the prison that day. After watching the video, Chu Qingwu's mouth was open in shock. She never dreamed that her father had deceived her. It turns out that no one was threatening Dad. He was stealing things on his own. His beatings and thievery are completely unrelated. After learning this truth, Chu Qingwu couldn't accept it. Did her father really develop a habit of stealing and can't change? Let's go see Dad first. Yizia felt that something was not right. Looking at the video surveillance, Zia Weiman indeed stole things from the cafeteria while no one was threatening him. But what was the hidden story behind it? Chu Qingwu nodded. She also hoped that Zia Weiman didn't have a strange habit of stealing, otherwise, he would spend his entire life in prison. Zia Weiman was a slender man who used to have a bit of scholarly air, but after 2 years in prison, he had lost all dignity, looking like a malnourished monkey. Seeing this man, and thinking about how Wang Yanqing looked, Yizia couldn't believe that Chu Qingwu, this stunning beauty, was their offspring. Where's your mother? Why didn't she come? Zia Weiman, seeing Yizia coming this time, looked a bit strange. After sitting down, he didn't listen to what Chu Qingwu had to say, but directly asked why Wang Yanqing didn't come. Chu Qingwu didn't know what to say. If her father found out that her mother had been brainwashed and was now staying with another man and refusing to come home, what would he do? She come to see you tomorrow. Yizia didn't want Chu Qingwu to spill the beans, so he answered for her. He had already ordered Zhao Yunshan to bring back Wang Yanqing. He then asked, Zia Weiman, are you avoiding something? Deliberately not wanting to come out of prison. Unexpectedly, Zia Weiman shivered as if he had been exposed. He closed his mouth and didn't want to say anything. All right, your mom didn't come, and we don't have anything else to talk about. You two can go back. Zia Weiman seemed to be avoiding Yizia and left before the visiting time was up. Yizia, why is Dad like this? What is he afraid of outside? After coming out of the prison, Chu Qingwu felt very heavy. For 2 years, her entire family had no idea that Zia Weiman might be deliberately staying in jail. It's all right, Qingwu, I'll investigate it thoroughly. Yizia comforted Chu Qingwu by gently patting her hand, while trying to remember the events before Zia Weiman's imprisonment. That time, Wang Yanqing took him to gamble and he came back with a lot of debt. Since Zia Weiman couldn't pay off the debt and didn't dare to confront Wang Yanqing, he ended up venting his anger on Yizia. After scolding his worthless son-in-law and saying that he couldn't help the family, he secretly took Yizia's necklace and sold it for money. The necklace was a gift from Yizia's mother, made of a special kind of silver, and Yizia had never even brought it out for an appraisal. However, after Zia Weiman took the necklace and tried to sell it, he didn't get a single penny, so he took a risk and stole money from Chu's company, ultimately being brought to court by his own mother. Fragments of memories flooded Yizia's mind, making him speculate. Could it be that Zia Weiman is now too scared to leave prison because of that necklace? Otherwise, after 2 years, he wouldn't be afraid of loan sharks and choose to stay in prison forever, right? However, if it's because of the necklace, why hasn't anything happened to him despite wearing it for many years, but he became so scared after taking it out and trying to sell it that he preferred to hide in prison? This doesn't seem very logical. Unable to come to a definite conclusion, Yizia decided to take Chu Qingwu to the western business city. After arriving at a VIP room of a leisure club, Cheng Yunshan had someone bring in Yan Jun. He was tied up and thrown on the ground like a fish, startling Chu Qingwu. It's you. Chu Qingwu stood up indignantly upon seeing the man who brainwashed her mother. Why did you harm my mother? Why else? Of course, for money. Unfortunately, Yan Jun was in such a state that he dare not speak back to Chu Qingwu. Also, as there was only her alone, according to the rule that women tend to soften their hearts, he quickly struggled to stand up and knelt in front of Chu Qingwu to beg for mercy. Miss, please spare me. I'm just doing someone else's job. Who instructed you to do this? Although Yizia had already investigated, he wanted to hear it directly from Yan Jun. It's... Yan Jun hesitated, but after being threatened by Cheng Yunshan's club, he stopped beating around the bush. It was Liu Yexi and Liu Deshao. He wanted me to use Wang Yanqing to drain your family's wealth, leading to the destruction of your family. What? Chu Qingwu had some sympathy for Yan Chun's current state at first, but upon hearing this, she felt that this man was utterly despicable. What grudge did her family have with him? He actually wanted her family to be destroyed. Deal with him directly. Yizia had made up his mind. If he wants to mess with his family, he will make sure to deal with him. And now that Wang Yanqing had been brought back, he was not afraid of her remaining obstinate. Just as he was about to act, a middle-aged woman burst into the room, screaming frantically, threatening to fight anyone who touched her man. She threw herself on Yan Jun, causing Cheng Yunshan to halt, as that was none other than Yizia's mother-in-law. Yexiao, is this bastard your handiwork? I will fight you. Wang Yanqing was captured along with Yan Jun at the hotel by Zhao Yunshan and others. She was too timid to be aggressive towards strangers, but as soon as she saw Yexiao, she rushed towards him like a madwoman, tearing and scratching at him. Mom, calm down. Chu Qingyu couldn't stand her mother's behavior towards Yexiao and quickly shielded him. To her surprise, Wang Yanqing had gone insane for Yan Jun, leaving red marks on her own daughter's face. Unable to bear it any longer, Yexiao grabbed Wang Yanqing and pushed her forcefully. Wang Yanqing fell to the ground, crying and cursing. Wang Yanqing, I am truly unfortunate. How did I end up with such a daughter and a son-in-law? Who will pity this helpless woman? Zhao Yunshan and others rolled their eyes at her words. If it weren't for this daughter and son-in-law of yours, this woman would have likely been drained dry and dead by now. Mom, enough. Chu Qingyu was ashamed of her own mother's behavior. How could she act so recklessly in front of so many people? What good does this man have? You sold everything we had to him, and now he doesn't even come home. What are you doing this for? Don't you know he's a fraud? A fraud? When Wang Yanqing heard this word, she hesitated. With a glance from Yexiao, Zhao Yunshan knew what to do. He kicked Yan Jun hard in the legs. Yes, I'm a fraud, Yanqing. I deceived you for your money. Although scared, Yan Jun had no choice but to admit his deceit in front of these powerful figures. Even after confessing, Wang Yanqing refused to believe and stubbornly protected him, pushing away Zhao Yunshan and rushing to Yan Chun's side. You're not allowed to touch my Yan Jun. He understands me the most and loves me the most. Even Zhao Yunshan and the others were taken aback by Wang Yanqing's behavior. Chu Qingyu felt utterly embarrassed, witnessing her mother's actions. Don't worry, I promise today's events won't spread further, Yexiao assured his wife while hugging her shoulder gently. Yexiao, you bastard. Let Yan Jun go. Why are you forcing him to speak? You heartless killer. Despite Yang Chun's admission, Wang Yanqing still didn't believe it, insisting that he was coerced into confessing by Yexiao. Throw Yan Jun into the river and feed him to the fish. Yexiao was losing patience with Wang Yanqing's obstinacy. Without culture, it's truly scary. Yexiao had a lot of experience with these situations. Yes, young master. Zhao Yunshan reluctantly ordered his men to lift Yan Jun. Yanqing, save me. Yanqing, I don't want to die. Terrified, Yan Jun wet himself on the spot, understanding the danger in Yexiao's eyes. Yexiao, you'll have a terrible death. Enraged, Wang Yanqing rushed to rescue Yan Jun, crying out, if anyone dares to harm Yan Jun, I will die in front of you. Ignoring her pleas, Yexiao proceeded to kick Yan Jun in the side, causing him to crash into a cabinet and lie there lifelessly. Wang Yanqing's reaction was one of shock and fury, and Chu Qingyu was still in disbelief. Stop. Please stop. Finally panicking, Chu Qingyu intervened, worrying that her mother might do something irreversible in her distress. Yexiao sighed and motioned to cease. Yan Jun felt a sense of relief, realizing that as long as Wang Yanqing protected him, he was safe. Yanqing, release them quickly. and let's run away together. I will protect you forever with my life. Using cheesy words to manipulate vulnerable women was a skill of such heartless manipulators. All right, Yeonjun. Immediately, Wang Yanqing angrily threatened Yexiao. Yexiao, release us now. Do you want me to kill you? Yexiao pondered his next move. He knew Wang Yanqing was beyond reasoning, and allowing her to be with Yeonjun would only lead to their mutual destruction. Yexiao, let them go. Unexpectedly, Chu Qingyu now pleaded on behalf of her mother, fearing that escalating tensions could have dire consequences. Yexiao reluctantly acquiesced, and as Wang Yanqing untied Yeonjun, Zhao Yunshan and his men stood aside, following orders. However, as they attempted to leave, Zhao Yunshan blocked their path. Bah, a good dog doesn't stop the way. Get out of here. Yeonjun spat at Zhao Yunshan, defying him in a manner that contrasted with his previous cowardice. Zhao Yunshan, although angered, refrained from acting without Yexiao's command. Yeonjun, emboldened by the situation, kicked Zhao Yunshan in the abdomen, causing the loyal vice-captain to grimace in pain. Yexiao finally intervened. Yexiao, don't act impulsively. Chu Qingyu was worried about her mother, fearing the repercussions of Yexiao killing Yeonjun for their family's future. As Yexiao approached, Yeonjun taunted, "Ha! What can you do if I provoke you?" Threatening her, Wang Yanqing brazenly commanded Yexiao, "Release them." Yexiao, or else. Yexiao, with a disdainful look, mocked her like she was just a powerless woman she once bullied. "You're just a son-in-law. Would you dare challenge your mother-in-law's orders? Even your wife wants you to let me go. Will you try?" Confident despite the blood and urine, Yeonjun provoked Yexiao, believing he was untouchable now. Wang Yanqing was on his side. Ignoring Wang Yanqing, Yexiao eyed Yeonjun coldly. "You've misunderstood something, huh?" Sensing danger, Yeonchun's eyes widened. Being a son-in-law is a thing of the past. Yexiao roared, circled around Wang Yanqing, and kicked Yeonjun forcefully in the side. Yeonjun, arrogant and pitiful, collided with a cabinet like a kite off its strings, breaking through the door and landing inside, his fate uncertain. Dasin fell into shock. "Yexiao, you bastard!" Wang Yanqing went mad, slapping Yexiao. Chu Qingyu was still in shock, only able to whisper, "Mom, no." Yexiao caught her hand as she attempted to hit him again, displaying evident frustration towards the foolish woman. Trembling, Wang Yanqing threatened, How dare you? I am Chu Qingyu's mother. Do you dare to hit me? Do you think I won't?" Yexiao couldn't bear her behavior any longer, pushing her head towards the wall. "Yexiao, no." Chu Qingyu's voice trailed off. Wang Yanqing felt like she was on a speeding train about to crash into a mountain, her fear making her tremble.